I'm just laughing, guys. I'm serious. This is probably this might be my favorite thumbnail reveal because producer Eli he misread the email I sent him. And so on the screen, so he sent back this one, and I go, oh yeah, that looks cool, but I was hoping you were gonna make me the other guy. I sent him, so let me real quick. I sent him this picture. Um, here, I sent him this picture, and I said, I want to be the guy on the left, right? And he made me the guy on the right. So he sends me this, and he goes, like here you go. And I go, yeah, that's cool. That looks fine. I wanted to be the guy on the left. I wanted to kind of make fun of myself a little bit and be wearing a silly beret. And he like within minutes, he was like, hang on, right? So I had already posted this. He goes, hang on, I got you. It's so much better. It's so much better. So we are going to do grift busting today, right? As you can see, all right. So I got a little whiteboard here, and on the whiteboard we have exploding Mike, 30-06, B cult, trapdoor, Egyptian planes, and body double. I see that C. Michaels is listening. Okay, so I'm going to describe what's on the screen. If you've seen the show Mythbusters, you know that one of the guys wears like an Aussie bush hat. The other guy wears a beret. Eli made me look like both of them. So it was here. Crazy Moan McGroin in the chat with a little P1s we're watching before he got on LFA. That is correct. I was on TMP Uncensored. The channel's still there for the replays. Just in case something happens on this show. It's a really small channel. It doesn't mean anything, but it's pretty much just like an archive channel now. But I was thinking about doing debates and interviews on there. I just don't really have the time. But anyway, all right, back to this. So we're essentially just gonna debunk Candace Owens and everybody else's crazy conspiracy theories today. I think it's gonna be fun, right? And we're including the 30-06 in here because it's 2A Thursday. We did a show a few weeks ago with Gary from Paramount Tactical. He wasn't able to make it today because he was just on Jeremy Boring. I watched some of that show. I'm gonna finish watching it. Great episode. So go check out Gary from Paramount Tactical on Jeremy Boring's podcast. It was very cool. But I don't want to make this like a like well, we'll debunk you. No, I'm gonna do what I normally do, right? And I think that a lot of people don't realize that this is actually the better way to deal with people on the internet who spread propaganda, lies, grifters, sensationalists. There are far too many people who take them seriously and debate them in good faith and what it does. And hear me out because I know that a lot of you do this, okay? So I'm not trying to be like I'm not trying to shame you, but I am trying to give you some tough love and some constructive criticism. Do not validate retards. All right? You can debunk them, you can point out that they're wrong, but taking them seriously is a huge mistake because what people want to do is validate themselves through you. When you have a serious conversation with an unserious person, you give them credibility. Does that make sense? So when you use the miso strategy, right? I've talked about this before. Miso, mock, insult, shame, and ostracize. That's a better way to do it, right? Because it shows that you're not taking them seriously. I do it very, colorfully, right? I use foul language. I use humor. You don't have to do that. Like Jeremy Boring did a response to Candace Owens that was brilliant the other day, right? When he was when Candace Owens was talking about how Ben Shapiro got a call about the Charlie Kirk while Charlie Kirk was still dying. Why didn't I get a call? And Jeremy Boring replied, Candace, Ben has the same security team you do. Were you in on it? You can do stuff like that, right? Don't validate these people. Do not respond to them like, actually, let me explain why you're wrong. Like Graham Allen does this a lot, right? Like, I like Graham Allen. I'm not insulting Graham Allen. He's just not doing it right. You have to do it like a Steven Crowder type. You have to do it like, I'm going to inform my audience while pointing out how ridiculous you are. That's the better way to deal with these people. Okay. And yes, somebody in the chat, don't let them ruin your day. That's a huge thing, right? Don't ever get too overly emotional. I just made a video this morning where I just was like, F, there's too many swears in it. I don't have enough naughty buttons. But I posted it on X and Instagram. Go watch it, where I literally just said, guys, look, and I'm serious about this, right? I'm serious. It's meant to be a little bit of humor and entertainment with a post like that. But what I'm actually saying, I am being dead serious about. At this point in time, if you are supporting Candace Owens, who's attacking Charlie Kirk's widow, right? You are my enemy. We are not friends. I think you're a demon. I mean that. I look at you the same way I look at a radical leftist who wants to cut the healthy body parts off of a child. You are a demon. You are my enemy. We are not friends. I don't like you. I hate you, in fact. I shouldn't. I know that's not Christian. I don't care. I'm not a good Christian. I'm the guy you're dealing with. I will condemn my own soul to hell if I can take you with me. That's where I'm at. I hate you. We are not friends. I mean it. Please understand that so that we can move on. We are breaking up. Does that make sense? Okay, this is over. There's no common ground, no healing, no nothing. You can go do, this is how I treat my brother who's still alive. I have one brother who's still alive. I had another brother who was a junkie who died. When my brother, who was a junkie, was robbing my mom and dad, who was ruining his own life, I said, we are done. My brother died to me 10 years before he overdosed. Okay? I said, we are done. If, however, you go and heal yourself and get out of this, and you come back as the person that I once knew, I'll take you back. But this version of you, I hate. We're done. Goodbye. No effing way am I going to take the good with the bad. None. Please understand that. Because there are people who are tagging me like, we disagree. No, we don't disagree. You're a f***ing demon. This is not a disagreement. We're not disagreeing about this. I'm right, you're wrong, go to hell. I hope that is clear enough. So, we will get to Grift Busters, which is going to be fun. All right, we're done with the series. That was fun. That was a little serious. We're fun. We're fun now. This is a fun show for the rest of the show. Right? It's all comedy. We're gonna destroy these people with comedy. All right. So we also do on this is the 2A Thursday part. We also do on the show the Daily Breakdown. If you've never seen the show before, if you're a first time listener, thank you. Welcome to the show. This is how we format the show. We have themes of the day. They're just sort of themes, you know. They're not the whole show. But we do try to do something cool at the end, or even the second half. And today's 2A Thursday. Tomorrow's Fan Mail Friday. Yesterday was Woke Wednesday. We have 2A, we have Trump TDS Tuesday and Maha Monday. We have those themes. But the Daily Breakdown, hence the name of the show, is when I go on the internet, I type in the word news and we break it down. Hence the Daily Breakdown. Right? My uncle, Zach, my daughter did the same thing with her brother. Yes. But when people are lost, it's not your job to find them. They need to find themselves. They're adults. All right. So, on the news today, U.S. and Iran exchange new attacks, intense new attacks, after Trump says the ceasefire is over. Here's a video on the screen if you're listening of some bombs being dropped. I don't know about you, but I love it. I love it. Um, I think that Trump did everything that he could diplomatically. I think he went above and beyond diplomatically, in fact. I think that Trump really, 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 truly wanted this to end in a way like Venezuela, right? Where you take out the leadership and and the new leadership who's still gross, who's still evil, right? They just go, all right, I don't want to die, right? There's a problem with that. It's a death cult. They don't care if they die. You can't deal with Iran. And Trump actually kind of admitted this. In fact, this is probably the greatest answer to a question about Iran or about anything actually that I've ever heard. I'm gonna have to find this clip, but it's not far away. If you haven't, here it is. If you haven't seen that, this is the best answer to a question I think I've ever heard in my life. Right? Watch this. This is Trump at the NATO. It's not the NATO summit. I don't think it was a NATO meeting. But check this out. The reporter asks him, "You said that You said that Iranian leaders were very rational people, etc." And Trump's response is it's just chef's kiss. Right? Check this out.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times.
Oh,
Last
that's
month
real
you
low.
said
Hold on.
Iranian leaders were very rational.
Hold on. That's real low. I can tell. I think this might be better.
Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said
Still
Iranian
low.
leaders were
Still low. Technical difficulties. Give me one sec, guys. We're gonna kick it up a notch. We're gonna kick it up just a bit. Let's go to 10, and then we'll bring it back down because I think it's just the clip. Let's go to 15. Screw it. All right. This should be proper volume.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with
yeah.
the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think
I got to know them. So I've said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone.
Hold on.
What changed, and do you think
I got to know them. So
I got to know. He says it so just nonchalant too. Yeah, what changed? I got to know him. Yeah, they're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're a death cult. Trump, I think, and look, I can't get too mad at him for this, right? I don't like making excuses for him and everything, but I can't get too mad at him for this, right? Trump thinks very highly of himself as a negotiator. He's really, really good at it. He's a deal maker. He's been doing wow, was that loud? It looked really low. Whatever. It's turned back down now. It should work itself out. Somebody in the chat said it was too loud. Okay, well, it's Goldilocks anyway. Look, I think Trump thinks very highly of himself as a negotiator. He's been in quote deal making for so many years, and he probably really believed, he's like, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I'm gonna be the first person to ever negotiate, effectively with. Dude, you can't. And you know what? I just realized this is what I just talked about at the beginning of the show, right? With the demons, with the candy cult. Right? It's a cult, by the way. That's the thing. It's a cult. Right? The Candace Owens, Ian Carrolls of the world. They are in and leading cults. So you can't negotiate. I can't bring you back from that. You have to figure that out. It's like you need to be detransitioned. It's like this is. You ever have a conversation with like a trans person and say, you're not a girl, right? They lose their mind. That's Iran. You can't talk them out of it. You can't deal with them out of it. It's something that's very rare but there are rare cases where they can come back. This works for junkies. This works for mentally ill, trans people. This works for people with bulimia, body dysmorphia. There's all sorts of mental illnesses where people join a cult and they get into a mentality. You can't deal with them. This is why I made that video this morning. F you. You're my enemy. F you. No. No, 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 no. It's not my job to bring you back. That's on you, dude. It's not my job to make sure that you are a rational thinking individual. That was your parents' job. I'm not doing the job of your parents. Right? And I think Trump really thought that he could work this out. I think he now, maybe, hopefully, finally realizes you can't. You really can't. There's probably one solution for this, right? Nobody likes it. I don't like it, but it's there. It's the world we're living in. It's what we're dealing with. Kill them all. Let God sort them out. That might be the only way, right? If you leave them in power at this point, it's a cult. It's like saying, okay, well, we got rid of, the Manson family, but can we get rid of serial killers? No. No. No, Islam is a cult. Islam is radical, by the way. When I say radical Islam, I mean Islam. But radical Islam is a cult. It's a death cult. It's a convert or kill death cult that hates this country, hates the West, hates Christians, hates Jews. Every time Muslim praise Islam, they curse Jews and Christians every time. It's like, not Jews and Christians. So, sorry, I hate you. No. And I think a lot of us really believed that we were like, why is Trump trying? Right? Fair. All right, Mark Levin was freaking out like, you're not negotiating with these people. It's Mark, I get it. I like you. You're great, but also let Trump get to where you are. And as I was saying, when he proposed the MOU, I said I was very calm. I said, don't freak out, because what I was foreseeing was, if it didn't work out, and if Iran pulled out of the deal, and Iran did what we know they're going to do, I thought that this would happen. I thought Trump would be like, all right. I didn't think that Trump was ever going to capitulate. I think that he was going to try. Okay? And I let him do it. I did not abandon him. I did not turn on him. I gave him a little bit of rope, because he's not the crazy, right? He's well-intentioned. And now I think what we're going to see is fuck it. I think we're going to see fuck it. There's no other option. He's towing a fine line, and he's threading a needle still, because we got the midterms and what have you. But Trump's always going to do what Trump's going to do. So strap in is all I'm saying. Anyway. All right. So that's enough of that story. Plattner's advisors. Oh, from Politico. Inside the tense final hours of Graham Plattner's campaign. I made $1,000 yesterday, everybody. Graham Plattner finally dropped out. I'm a little pissed, because I would have made $4,000 if he had just dropped out 2 days ago, but I digress. I still made money, right? I was very early on the betting market. When I saw him suspend his campaign, I said, screw it. It was like 4-to-1 odds or 5-to-1 odds or something like that. And I was like, yeah, might as well throw $250, and I got 4-to-1 odds. And then I also added in, there was like a 4% chance that he would drop out by the 7th. And there was like a 20% chance he would drop out by the 8th. So I threw $50 on each of those too. And he finally did. So it was going to happen, we were having fun with it. Sean was like, "Make see if he'll do it." I was entertaining. I said, "Hey, I'm gonna make money if he does, but I hope he doesn't." I would have gladly lost if we could have seen Plattner stick it to the Democrats for pushing him out. However, he was gonna do it, right? You have any idea what's going on behind the scenes? That is a whole ass. Ooh, sorry. Ooh. That is a whole ass machine coming after him. They were sitting him down like we will I bet you that something like I bet you a conversation went like this. I bet you a conversation. I would bet, all right? Tell me if I'm off base here, right? I think that people are going to go, "Yeah, I didn't think of that." If you thought Graham Plattner was going to stay in the race and screw over the Democrats, do you think that this conversation is plausible? Right? Somebody sits down with him and goes, "If you drop out, she won't press charges." That's probably what happened, right? There was no fighting that machine. Graham Plattner is probably like, "Okay, I can, like, she's going to press charges. I'm going to go to jail, or I could just drop out." That's probably, there's not, he's not going to screw over the establishment and get away with it, right? They would have buried him. They probably had 4 more scandals that they could have dropped on him. And they're probably like, "Yeah, we got these 2. We can bury them, or you can make it worse for yourself." That's probably what happened. There was no him staying in the race. All right? I bet you they have more on Eric Swalwell too. And he dropped out, or they would have dropped more. I bet you they have files this thick on them. All right. So, while it would have been funny, I didn't think it was going to happen. Really, truly, I didn't think it was going to happen. But he did throw a jab on his way out. Okay. Even though some of his political confidence urged him not to, several of the main Democrats' closest advisors pleaded with him to strike a conciliatory tone, announcing the termination of a Senate campaign. The progressive bucked their advice and made a condition of dropping out of the race that he gets free rein to assail establishment Democrats and blame them for the ignoramus, ignominious. All right, ignominious. I've never heard that word before. And to his rapid political rise. So, just 2 days after Politico reported, "You son of a bitch, you could have done it one day after. You could have done it the day after. I would have made $4,000. He continued to deny the allegations against him. He blasted the corporate media system and political establishment for acting as judge, jury, and executioner. No accountability. Here's the quote that the jab he threw on the way out. "Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. They would rather see Susan Collins win than have me be the next senator of Maine." He's not lying. He's not lying. However, you're also a scumbag who probably did everything that you're accused of. So, pardon me while I don't feel bad for you. Let me show you guys something too. All right, this is the video. By the way, this is the video. If you want to go and have a laugh, where I'm just like, "Screw you." Oh, ooh, we got to include this. We got to include this. All right, we're gonna include that in the show. We are definitely throwing that in there. All right, because that's a good one. That's a very good one, actually. We're gonna do that in 3 minutes. We're gonna move on to that. But here we go. This is going to be prediction. This is going to be who they replace him with. Right? They're going to replace Graham Plattner with Troy Jackson. Troy Jackson is Graham Plattner. Right? That's Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. They're going to replace Graham Plattner with Graham Plattner. Right? It's the same guy. Right? It's basically the same guy. Here's the allegation against Troy Jackson. He struck a female colleague with a bottle he threw at her during a disagreement, right? He's probably a huge piece of shit. not, right? He's probably got his own file. It's probably also this thick, but they can't be too picky because he's the one who's polling the best. It's not about morals. It's not about policy. It's about power. It's about winning. That's all they care about. They don't care about you. They care about them. So we'll see. Bookmark it. This is going to be the guy. All right. So let's see here. I think that there's Ukrainian drone, late night joint. Who cares? Twin switches back Atari plane. Okay, good. Well, yeah. Real quick. We'll cover this story. There's here's all I'm going to say about this. Okay, here's all I'm going to say about this. Where is it? Here we go. A man with no criminal history. False. Why is that not popping up? What's going on here? Why is that not popping up? What's going on with my box? Let's try this. All right, let's just go here, and we'll go back. There it is. Just a little refresh, and we're good to go. From Senator Patty Murray, a man with no criminal history. I don't know if you guys saw the story I was talking about. This is the story. I don't know when the screen cut out there. A man with no criminal history. False. His criminal history was being in the country illegally. Okay. No criminal history, was shot and killed by ICE. As far as I'm concerned, Trump's DHS secretary should get hauled in front of Congress and answer for every shooting. We need a congressional majority that will push for real answers and accountability. This cannot stand. Right? This is after hearing a father cries help for a Facebook video when he learned that Lorenzo Saladago, whatever, Alarujo, had been killed during an ICE operation. All right. Here's what happened. The illegal immigrant was trying to be arrested because he's an illegal immigrant, and he tried to run over the the I don't know if that qualifies because I stopped myself, but we'll do it anyway.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
All right. The illegal immigrant who was trying to be arrested by ICE tried to run over ICE. And ICE shot him because that's what you're supposed to do when somebody tries to run you over and you're trying to arrest them. You neutralize the threat, right? And it turns out the Renee Good shooting didn't teach anybody anything because they're still doing it, right? I hope that this will resonate with any illegals, any protesters, any anti-ICE people. Don't try to run them over. They'll shoot you. And they should. Do not try to run over an agent if they are giving you a lawful order. Just don't do that. There you go. You know how I know I'm not going to get shot by ICE? I'm not going to try to run them over. That's what I'm not going to do. If I was ever in a situation where ICE was like, pull over, I'd be like, all right, dude, I heard about you guys. I'm righty tighty. We're gonna go. You want me to parallel park? You want me to stop it right here? Right? I'm gonna be 10 and 2. Yes, sir. No, sir. I am not going after. I'm not gonna. It is not a day to be pretty good. All right, it's not a day. Nuh-uh. Dude. Yeah, no. So that's what happened, and I don't feel bad about it at all. And this whole, crocodile tears, like, you guys give a you don't. All right. Before we get into the daily breakdown, let's go and give everybody a quick recap reminder. I want to do this every day. I'd like to do this every day. Midtermcheatsheet.com. Midtermcheatsheet.com. This is a website I built, I put together so we can win elections. This time it's the midterms. We're going to keep it going for the 2028. I'm going to change the name of the website. I'll make another website. But essentially, if you guys haven't seen this yet, here's the main page. Click here to see the cheat sheet. I have the 18 toss-ups up here right now. I'm going to add 5 to 10 more of them, you know, like Senate races, what have you. But I have all of the races, the winnable races, the toss-up races, the crucial races for the midterms on here. These are all of our picks, right? You go to learn more under any one of these names. It will bring you to their campaign page, okay? It's a great tool. And also on midterm cheat sheet, we have Join Sway. Sway is the group that we are using to win elections, right? As you can see, this is a screenshot from my Sway, right? You see midterm. Why did I write cheat sheet? I am such an idiot. I spelled it wrong the other day, and I spelled it wrong here too. It's CHEAT. I'm gonna change that. I'm an idiot. Midterm cheat sheet. This is a real screenshot of my map. We're gonna do that right now. I am such a moron. Right, here we go. Midterm cheatsheet.com. All right, that's updated. Here we go. Right here. Midterm cheatsheet.com. Sometimes I really just want to slap myself. All right, red button on this page too. Click here to join our network. It will bring you to the page that I just showed you. 72 voters. We are growing. Okay, we are growing. You can go and find my Sway right here in my beacons link. It's up here. It is sway.co/misfits. When the midterms are over, we're going to move it to the 2028 election. All of you will still be here. If you look at this map, this is the map of everybody in this group. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send out targeted messaging through this app. You will get text messages and emails about races in your district, right? That's what it's for. It is turning me into Scott Pressler, and we get to create our own little early vote action. You can make one of these yourself, or you could join mine if you don't want to do all the work, because it is a lot of work. If you go to Sway, you'll see all of the races on here as well, right? And we can, I can see, look, Mike Rogers for the Michigan primary election. I got 4 people, and I got 4 people I can message. I have 4 misfits that I can use in Michigan to help try to get Mike Rogers elected. This is why we need to grow this thing huge, huge. Because if we had 100, that's a coalition, all right? So it's only a couple. We've only been doing this for a couple of weeks. We're at 72. I want to get into the thousands before the midterms. So please, out of all of the things I ask you to do, share this. This is the most important thing, because we are building coalitions to finally fix our main issue on the right, which is ground game and special elections, right? We need to start doing a better job. We don't show up every time. We show up every 4 years. We can't do that. All right. So enough of that, but that's going to be a daily thing that I remind you of. So check that out. Also, if you want to download ActiveVote, you can download ActiveVote. That's just a tool that helps you figure out where your own elections are, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, moving on. All right. So Grift Busters. We have 25 minutes to get to this. I think we'll be able to squeeze it all in. Grift busting. We are going to grift bust. All right. Let's start off with the exploding mic. Okay. From Paramount Tactical. This is Gary, the one I was telling you about. We'll have him on soon. We'll have him on maybe next Thursday. I'll be on his show soon. Where he's just great. The exploding mic theory. Okay, let me show you this little video, this little clip here. This is from. Don't worry, there's no blood in it. This is the Charlie Kirk shooting. It's just a slow still of his of the way his shirt moved, right? So the exploding mic theory from these stupid people is because the mic moved from one side to the other, right? Then it blew up and hit him in the opposite side of the neck, right? It kind of leaves out the whole point of what made the mic move over there, right? It's a dumb theory. Hence why Candace Owens is saying it, because she's a retard. Okay. But you can see the image on the screen. The mic goes from this side to this side. So obviously that's what killed him. Why did the mic move? Oh, because he was shot with a gun. You idiot. I can't stand these people. From Gary over at Paramount Tactical. Exploding mic debunked again by physics, by basic physics. Okay. Newton's third law is non-negotiable. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. If the microphone allegedly exploded with enough force to kill a man, the mic itself should have been violently blasted away from the direction of the supposed blasts. Instead, it travels the same direction as the alleged explosion. That's not how physics works. Now, before we even get to the rest of the fantasy, no flash, no smoke, no burn marks on the skin or clothing. A thin white t-shirt somehow contains a lethal blast wave with zero tearing or residue. The weak road magnetic mount stays perfectly attached. Every single one of these details is physically impossible for a real explosive event. This is high school physics and observable reality. The exploding mic is an IQ test. Okay, so top one, we're good. That one's done. We're done with that one. Nothing needed. Okay, 30-06. I don't have a slide queued up for 30-06. Right. I'm just gonna tell you a little story. Okay. This story takes place about December of 2025. You know what? I'm going to kill the YouTube stream. Give me a sec. I'm going to kill the YouTube stream so we can do this. Okay. Be right back. All right. This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Okay. So, after Charlie was assassinated, I needed to get a 30-06. Why did I need to get a 30-06? Because everybody was saying that it's impossible that a 30-06 killed Charlie Kirk. Now, I am a hunter. I go hunting. So, I figure if I get a 30-06, I'm not going to be shooting ballistics shell. I'm going to be shooting flesh and bone. I'm going to be shooting a live, living, breathing thing, which I have respect for. I only hunt to eat. I'm not a sports hunter. I don't like it. So, I went and got this. All right, this is the Browning. It's the Bar MK3. Right, pretty cool gun, actually. It has one of these. It has a still attached mag, spring-loaded mag, so you feed it in here. Right. Great gun. It's actually a very, very nice gun. Okay. It's empty, by the way, in case anybody was wondering. Okay. I'm obviously not going to shoot my upstairs neighbor. Right. The gun is empty. There's nothing in the magazine. Nothing in the chamber. Okay. Just for safety. Okay. So, this is a 30-06. First time I shot that gun into a deer, the entry wound was the size of the bullet, as they usually are. The exit wound was the size of a quarter. A quarter. Okay? I'm using PowerPoint ammunition. Okay, that is high velocity, high impact. It's not a frangible round. It's not a fragmenting round, but it's like a soft point sharpened like a pencil, if that makes sense. All right. There are multiple rounds of 30-06 ammunition. All right. There's frangible rounds, aka soft point rounds. are made to stay in the body. Okay. They're made to stay inside of the body. Does that make sense? They are made to expand, mushroom, and stay where the soft point 30-06 would most of the time have an exit wound in a neck, but not all the time. In fact, there's a statistic out there. Let's see here. I wonder if I can find this without wasting too much time. Let's see if we can find the thing that I saw the other day. It's a statistic about World War II. 30-06 World War II. Okay, here we go. Yes, another one. This from Yes. Thank you. Chris Lesh, right? This is Dana Lash's husband. Love this guy. They're both great. But this is a brief report, historical and forensic instances of non-exiting 30-06 or similar high-velocity rifle wounds in humans. Okay, high-velocity rifle rounds such as the 30-06 typically produces perforating entry and exit wounds due to their muzzle velocity. Okay, however, in World War II and Vietnam, 30-06 with the standard rifles, as such as the M1 Garand, showed non-exits occur in 15 to 25% of torso or neck hits when the bullets yaw early or fragment upon striking bone. That means that there was about a 1 in 4 chance, if the certain type of ammunition was used, that the bullet was not going to come out of Charlie Kirk's neck. It's not impossible. It's not even close to impossible. So, that being said, Aaron, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to repost that. So if you want to go and read this whole thing, I just put it up on my X. So I think that what we're doing is we are essentially debunking the 30-06 theory from people like Candace Owens that it's impossible. It's definitely not. Definitely not. I have shot a hog with a 6.5 Creedmoor. That's the other rifle. I shot a hog with the 6.5 Creedmoor. It went in through the hog's neck, and I pulled it out of its ass. I'm not even joking, right? Bullets do weird things. The bullet went into a hog. It went right and all the way down the thing's spine, and I pulled it out of its ass, like its ass cheek. We call it the ham, right? You know the ham? The big ham hock? I pulled the bullet out, and I was like, how the hell did you get there? I shot him way over there. It just happens. Hunters know that. So, that one's done. Okay? We're done with that one. Okay? No, where's the bee cult? No, trapdoor. I thought I had bee cult on here. Well, we don't need bee cult because it's just ridiculous. Candace Owens said that Charlie Kirk was killed by a bee cult. I guess I forgot to put that slide up. There was a slide of her saying it. That's all it was. It wasn't anything. There's no evidence, so we're gonna debunk that one just off the rip. Okay, Charlie Kirk was not killed by a bee cult. Shut up. That's that. That's that. All right. This one is one that we were talking about yesterday. This is some idiot. This is some idiot. because they really think we're stupid, don't they? A standard Mauser M98 measures 44 to 46 inches overall. A standard Mauser does. The gun that Tyler Robinson used doesn't. I think the overall actually is around 43 inches. And I already showed you the video I did yesterday, where you can just break it down by taking out 2 screws. Okay. So let's just remind everybody, right, what the gun that Tyler Robinson used actually looks like, and we'll show you the screws on the rifle, which proves that you can literally just take it apart like super duper easy. Did I pass it? Did I pass it? I think I passed it. Nope, right here. Boom. Okay. This is the Mauser 98 Sporter which is the gun that Tyler Robinson allegedly used. Other people are saying it's a Mauser 18. They're pretty much the same thing, so it's irrelevant. But this is the Sporter. This is not the Mauser M98 full-size rifle. This one has a 23-inch barrel, not the 29-inch barrel. And right here, there are 2 screws, and that's how you take the gun apart. When you take the gun apart, it's in 2 pieces. Those pieces are roughly 23 inches each. 23 inches is 2 feet. If he's 6 feet or 5'10", there you go. That's debunked. But let's show the video. This is very similar to the video that I made, but
Came off or not, that's an item for debate, and we can talk about the ramifications of that later. But
this is how this guy thinks that Tyler Robinson actually carried the rifle. It's very similar to the way I did in my video, except the stock is reversed, and the thick part is actually in the pant leg, which would actually mean there would be more mobility because more concealment, because the big buttstock wouldn't be sticking out of his shirt, which does make way more sense.
I think with certainty, or you can't be certain about anything, but I think as close as we can be to certain, this is how this was carried. And I'm gonna let this guy demonstrate. We're also gonna go out in the stairwell, shoot a little video of him walking in the stairs so you can see that it was possible to climb the stairs like this. So, go ahead.
So look, this is what that guy's roughly the same frame as Tyler Robinson. He's doing the walk like Tyler Robinson.
That's why
he's bending his knee.
I think he hooked it underneath his armpit.
Yeah,
kept his arm straight down, because if you see when he walks, he doesn't have his hands in pockets. They're out. Keep your hands out.
This guy even goes into stairs. Watch, he goes into a stairwell. Walking very similar to Tyler Robinson.
Huh?
All right. So I think that's debunked. Are we good? We're running out of time, so I want to make sure we get to everything. But this is fully debunked. And by the way, you know what doesn't make sense about this stupid argument? This is the dumbest argument ever, right? Like, are you implying he didn't have a rifle? Are you implying that he didn't have a rifle? What is this argument? Why was he limping? Did he just go in and just start limping? Like, just randomly? Like, the guy went to the frickin' college and just started limping up stairwells to throw you off? The hell are you talking about? It makes no sense because you're all morons. Look at this, look at this graphic you put up. Like, look at this, it's 48 inches. We've already discussed. And by the way, one other thing. I cannot begin to explain to you how I want to reach through my screen and slap people when they say this, right? They go, why did he leave the screwdriver on the roof if he had to break the gun down after he took the shot? I go, he didn't. The hell are you talking about? When you tell people that he broke down the rifle, these retards think that... No. What are you talking about? I'm going to try to dumb this down as much as humanly possible for you smooth-brained morons. Okay? The rifle was in 2 pieces when he went to the roof. Okay? Broken down rifle. What? Come here. Don't you look away from the screen. I'm talking to you. Get back over here. 2 pieces. Watch. Come here. Come here. Watch. 2 pieces. Before you go to the roof, you put them together. Okay? Are you watching? I'm putting the 2 pieces together. 2 pieces now become 1 piece. You take the screwdriver and you screw in 2 screws. Now you have 1 piece. 1 piece. 1 rifle. 1 piece rifle. Are you watching? Don't look away. Are you watching? Come back here. 2 piece. Now 1 piece. 2 become 1. 2 become 1. Okay? Then you take the shot. Gun still in 1 piece. Screwdriver. Who cares? Gun 1 piece. Screwdriver don't matter. You go bang, and then you run with the rifle in one piece. Two became one. Two became one. What you don't do, what you do not do, you do not go bang and then you take the gun apart again, because that would be stupid. He didn't take the gun apart after the shot. That's why the screwdriver was still on the roof. Holy hell. What is good? Why do I... All right, so this wasn't this one was not on the slide, but I wanted to do that again just for clarification. Okay, crowd, we got, what do we got? Oh, we're gonna have a tough time. Oh, maybe we can speed it up. Okay, we're gonna do this.
By the way, millions of people.
I know you guys don't like it when I do this, but this is a great clip. It's from April, and I'm gonna speed it up because we're running low on time. Okay, so let's go 1.5 because I want to hear Crowder's roast of Candace. All right, because this is how you do it. This is how you go after people. You do not validate them. You do not take them seriously. Miso, mock, insult, shame, ostracize. Got it. Okay, go.
Believe this. Tens of millions of people are buying this line of bullshit and saying, you must, who's paid you if you don't think that this, okay, is the sign of the beast, if you don't think that Israel was involved with this shooting, if you don't think that Caroline Levitt was in on it. And then that brings us to this. Real people are affected by this. The widow of the last guy who was actually assassinated, Erica Kirk, people take this out to go, look, she's fake crying because she looked at a camera? I hate armchair psychologists as much as the next person. Everything's a narcissist. Everything's trauma. I would wager that someone who watched their husband be publicly brutally assassinated, by the way, with an unbelievable amount of blood, the bad actors out there hoping that you don't see the original tape, which I watched in real time too. I'm willing to bet that someone who's been through that and then is in a room with actual gunfire, probably a pretty traumatic event. And if I was walking through a hallway trying to get away from what could be an active shooter and someone had a camera in my face, I might glance at it too. Does that mean that Israel did it? Or I'm in cahoots with them? Also, learn your fucking time zones, people, Google Analytics experts. Didn't we learn from Candace Owens and the Egyptian plane thing? What's the other one? This is all staged to get a new ballroom? What? It's the first thing I thought when this happened. It's the logical conclusion. That's why they wanted to build a new ballroom. Stephen Miller used his wife as a human shield. This is what people are talking about. This is what people out there, and some people, millions of people, believe that Mossad is building something under the proposed ballroom. When we live in an actual era where there is a direct line from the left's rhetoric, their calls to action, their worldview, and these attacks.
Okay. I just wanted to show you that, but also I want to jump in here. No shell case. Why is that not working now? Jeez, what's going on with this show today? Let's try this. Okay, Rumble chat. Boom. Okay, from Aaron, 1982. No shell casing found, moron, when he supposedly engraved them to leave them. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Let's do it live. We'll do it live. We got 4 minutes. We're going to throw this in here. Tyler Robinson shell casing. Okay. I thought that was going to pop up, but it didn't. I'll just go off the cuff. The reason why the shell casing didn't eject is because it's a frickin' bolt action rifle, you absolute idiot. You absolute moron. The shell casings were found in the rifle because when you fire a bolt action, the shell casing stays in. So when you take a shot, the shell casing doesn't eject. The shell casing was found, you idiot. It was found in the rifle where it should be. Oh my God. All right, we got one more, I think. One more. 3 minutes. Perfect. We got it. I think we're going to get through all the slides. Okay, so I'm not going to get time to play this, but Andrew Colvett, he posted this video where he's asking regular questions, valid questions. That's not important. That's not part of it. Okay, trap door. I think this is the last one. Oh, Egyptian planes was also just debunked by Crowder. Learn time zones. The Egyptian planes theory that Candace Owens had was because Candace Owens doesn't know how to read time zones. She thought UT was Utah time because she's a friggin' idiot, right? Egyptian planes debunked. Body double debunked because we did this yesterday with the height thing. So trapdoor, we're gonna do that last one. Yes. Oh, this is also the Egyptian planes one. Egyptian planes, October 31st, claims an Egyptian plane departed Utah. November 1st, says the Egyptian plane is following Charlie Kirk. November 5th, says she will reveal more about the Egyptian planes. November 11th, says a lot of people will be on the run when she reveals about the Egyptian planes. November 13th, talks more about the Egyptian planes. All the way, she does this for months. It has been 114 days since Candace Owens promised her explosive Egyptian planes evidence, which she does not have. Because she is a fucking liar. That one's done. Okay, finally, the trapdoor thing. This is her evidence. Her evidence is
more than one
weird.
person messaged me about this. They're like, hey, yeah, there's like a whole underground thing there. I'm just implying that there's an entire underground.
Oh, here it is.
That was a trap door. Now, I'm not implying someone, popped up and shot Charlie, but
Okay, she's not implying somebody popped up and shot Charlie. Okay. What are you implying, Candace?
that's a close up of that area. I'm just implying that there's an entire underground there.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the trapdoor theory is that there is a trapdoor. Cool. The fuck is going on with you people? I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying that it's there. Cool. You know what else is there? Buildings, windows, roofs, shooters, rifles, victims. The fuck is going on? Finally, with the 1 minute we have left, this is a full-size rifle in a towel with Tyler Robinson running away with it. He left the screwdriver. There's the rifle. It's right there. That's the rifle. He wrapped it in his cum rag and he ran away. All right, 9 o'clock. Sean Farish. Freaking moron in the chat. Catch this. Catch this, dude. 111 Probant, San Antonio. I will beat the crap out of any of you morons now. I'm at the point where, please, show up. All right, I'm done. Fuck you. All right, Sean Farish up next with Ungoverned. Enjoy the rest of your day. Tomorrow's my favorite day of the week. It's Fan Mail Friday. Bumba, Bad Moon, Call Benji, Family Low, P, you're out. All right, I gotta go. I'm already taking a Sean's time, so I will see you tomorrow. See you later. Peace.
Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGraw Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFATV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Thursday to you. It's we got a big one for you today. A lot of moving parts in today's show. So we're going to get right to it in just a second. Rumble.com/LFATV. Also on YouTube, also on X. We're rolling. All right. Graham Plattner dropped out yesterday. Despite Operation Chaos, we got started a little too late. You know, the great Rush Limbaugh would have had people sending emails on Monday when the news came out. We waited until Wednesday. You know, time was ticking away. But I did a couple of funny ones. I sent about 10 to 15 emails yesterday on his little Survey Monkey thing, and it was quite funny. I will say it was quite funny. And I'll read to you a couple of them. I'll read to you one of them. You know, there were two questions on this survey. You could send support, and it said, "What message do you have for the Democrat Party, and what message do you have for Graham Plattner?" And I did one that says, "We need to abolish ICE, not democracy. Our undocumented American brothers and sisters need you to fight for them. What message do you have for the Democrat Party? You are the oligarchy. What message do you have for Graham? There is nobody better to advance the cause of equity than Graham Plattner. Don't give in. What message do you have for the Democrat Party? The people have spoken. What message do you have for Graham? As a woman, I have to say we need you on the ballot to protect the woman's right to choose." I had a lot of fun with this yesterday, but it didn't.
That one was news to me.
That was a good one. Yeah. I LARPed yesterday.
A beautiful lady.
Yeah, I'm a beautiful person. Beautiful lady. So Graham Plattner's out, and I'm not going to tell you that's a good thing because it was almost a certainty that Susan Collins was going to defeat Graham Plattner. It is no longer a certainty that Susan Collins is going to win the seat in Maine. And I know a lot of people go, "Well, what's the difference? She's a Democrat anyway. She votes for the Democrats." But the difference is this. She has an R next to her name, which can be the difference between us or the Democrats controlling the Senate. The good news is we have Vance. The other good news is that even if, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's a better chance of it happening today than there was yesterday. Even if Maine flips, you would be losing North Carolina and Maine. You'd still wind up with 51 seats. I don't think Republicans are going to lose control of the Senate. That being said, if you're in Maine, get out and vote. One more thing, and I'm hearing about it now. I'm seeing it all over X and social media and all this about birthright citizenship and Trump is asking them to rehear the case. That's fine. And I mean, by all means, explore that avenue. But I want you to understand the process. As I mentioned, I'm always going to give you the truth. I'm always going to give you what I believe to be the truth and how things work. That's why we are joined in the second half of the show today by the great Chase Bowes. He's going to give you straight up midterm projections, updates, and forecasts. All right. On the prospects of rehearing birthright citizenship at SCOTUS, highly unlikely. Here's why. Supreme Court Rule 44 states you can file a petition for a case to be reheard within 25 days of the ruling. From there, what you need is one of the justices who participated in the majority ruling, so in this case, the 6-3 ruling, but on the majority side of it, so 1 out of the 6, to initiate those proceedings for the case to be reheard. So let's say for all intents and purposes, because Kavanaugh left the door open for legislation, it's Brett Kavanaugh. Let's say he initiates the proceedings. You then need a majority of the whole court to agree to rehear the case. So let's say Kavanaugh wants to rehear the case. Gorsuch, Thomas, and Alito want to rehear the case. That's 4. You now need 1 of Amy Coney Barrett or Chief Justice Roberts. And of course, the liberal justices could join in on this too, but there's no way. I don't even think they're going to entertain the idea. So it's very rare. It's probably not going to happen. Okay? Just like I told you with the auto pen stuff, it's probably not going to happen. The pardons are not going to be overturned. And so far, that looks like a pretty damn good prediction, although it's not what I want. It's the truth. So I just wanted to give you that. They're going to try for it, but it is highly unlikely that this plays out the way we want. Because Even if Kavanaugh initiates the proceedings, you still need Amy Coney Barrett or John Roberts to say, yeah, let's rehear the case. And then even if they rehear the case, there's no guarantee that they're going to rule in our favor. But I don't even think we're going to get to that. So that's part of that's part of the conversation I saw, because Trump made a post, and so now it's like, we can rehear the case. It's very tough to have a case reheard. Anyway, I want to get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. I love sharing businesses that are built on faith, family, freedom, and hard work. OFP Farms is one of those businesses that we love very much. Brennan just made a commercial for them, put up a video on her Instagram and Facebook. So those are out there, and hopefully
their magnesium stuff for years. I love it.
Magnesium stuff is great. She's right in there. I lose my mind if I lose this. OFP Farms is a small family farm making handcrafted skincare with goat milk, grass-fed tallow, magnesium, and simple ingredients that your skin can actually understand. Their products are made for the everyday person dealing with dry skin, sensitive skin, sore muscles, tired feet, cracked lips, or just wanting something cleaner and more nourishing than what you find on most store shelves. Right now, you can get 17.76% off your entire order for the America 250 celebration if you go to OFPfarms.com and you use the code Sean. That's SHAWN. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 17.76% off of your entire order. You can get Goat Kisses lip balm, magnesium, all sorts of good stuff over there at OFPfarms.com. That is Oscar Foxtrot PapaFarms.com. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Okay. Where do we want to go from here? Oh, yes. We want to talk to you about our friends at Armor Colostrum. TryArmor.com/LFATV. You guys know I'm always on the lookout for life hacks and different ways to strengthen my immunity, gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armor Colostrum can do for you, and then some. Colostrum is the first nutrition we receive in life, contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Armor Colostrum is a great way for you to reactivate your hair growth and help your skin glow. You can fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism. This stuff's great for my gut. Also, you can fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out at tryarmor.com/LFATV. That is TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. Tryarmor.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your entire purchase. That's TRYARMRA.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your first order. TryArmor.com/LFATV. Check it out. All right. Graham Plattner, and this is probably going to be the last we talk about this case, as this story is finally going to be resolved. Graham Plattner officially announced that he's going to be withdrawing from the race this November. He's going to be doing it before July 13th. And he released an 11-minute video, which I didn't want to watch the whole thing, but I wound up watching the whole thing. And he seemed very angry. He was passionately denying the allegations. And listen, I don't like the guy. Nazi tattoo, does weird things in the porta potty, kick messenger texts. I get it. The stuff about women, the violent tendencies, the drinking problem, the idea that if somebody breaks into his house, he wants to rape them. Like, this guy's not a good dude. Okay. I saw a lot of people like, oh, you're defending a rapist. First of all, we don't know that he's a rapist. We think he's a rapist. I wouldn't be shocked if he's a rapist. But in this country, innocent until proven guilty still matters. I believe in that. Even if it's somebody I don't like. That being said, the allegations appear credible. The allegations are very serious, but they are still just that. They are allegations. What happened to the Democrats who were screaming and yelling? Remember Kilmar Abrego Garcia? My due process. What happened to Graham Plattner's due process? Out the window? Why? Because he wasn't going to win the election? So due process only matters if you have good poll numbers? Is that the new standard? Clearly it is. Is he going to be charged with a crime? He hasn't even been charged with a crime yet. Plattner. So the standard that is being set now by the Democrat establishment is if the voters overwhelmingly choose a candidate anywhere, state, local, federal, whatever type of election it is, if voters overwhelmingly choose a candidate and that candidate has less than ideal polling numbers and a bunch of baggage, the Democrat establishment can just nullify the results of that by releasing a sex scandal, sexual abuse, rape, whatever it might be. No investigation, no criminal trial, no criminal charges. They can then force that guy out of the race who the voters chose and then put 400 or so committee members in a room and choose their own candidate outside of what the voters want. That's the standard that's being set here. So I know all the unseasoned boiled chicken breasts, as Brennan calls them, say, this is what democracy looks like.
Unseasoned boiled chicken breast.
There it is. This is what democracy looks like. Is this what democracy looks like?
No.
So the 155,000 voters chose Graham Plattner? 73% of the electorate chose Graham Plattner? But because he wasn't polling well, that's the only thing right now that he's been guilty of is bad polling. He's not guilty of anything else, rape and all this other stuff. Not guilty. He wasn't tried in court. No investigation. The Democrat establishment could say, no, we know better than you. We're going to put a few hundred of our people in the room and see what we come up with. Is that what democracy looks like? When are Democrat voters going to say enough is enough? Like, when are you guys going to stand up for yourselves? You've been getting screwed for the last decade. Bernie in 2016. Bernie in 2020. Biden in 2024. Hell, maybe some of you guys and gals loved Eric Swalwell. Again, those were just allegations. There were no charges filed. Isn't that weird? And now Graham Plattner. When are you guys going to stand up for yourselves? You talk about democracy, threats to democracy. This is quite literally an attack on your democratic process. So now the standard that has been set by the Democrat establishment is that endorsements don't matter, statements don't matter, support doesn't matter, donations don't matter, primaries don't matter, election results don't matter, voters don't matter. What's the point if you're a Democrat voter in even participating in your process? What's the point? The answer is there is no point. Because the guy or gal who you choose may wind up getting replaced by the establishment if they have bad poll numbers. They'll take your voice, they'll take your decision, they'll take your will, they'll throw it in the in the trash, never to be heard from again, and you're just going to have to deal with it. But you know what? You keep drinking the Kool-Aid. And in this case, the Kool-Aid is a huge wad of spit right in your face. Right in your face.
Where's the girl when we need her? We need to get her sound effect on.
Haley Welsh. They're hawking a big welcome to the summit of Mount Wanahakalugi. They're Wanahakalugi right in your face. That's what it is. All right. And so it is. Graham Plattner is out, and we'll see what Maine looks like. We'll see what it looks like. On the other side of this interview with Chase Bowes, the segment that we did with Chase Bowes, it's about a half hour long. Midterm projections. We recorded it yesterday before Plattner dropped out, but it's not too dated. On the other side, I'm going to play for you. Jasmine Crockett, by the way, is finally chiming in about what happened in Texas. What do you think Jasmine Crockett blamed for her losing in Texas? What do you think she blamed? No.
Wait.
Why did Jasmine Crockett lose the election to James Tallarico, the primary in Texas? I'll give you a hint. She's black, he's white.
Oh, because she's black.
Yeah, race.
Oh, okay.
She's finally playing the race
That's
card.
funny because never mind.
The day she lost, I made a video say, do it, Jasmine. Play the race card. She's finally doing it. Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you for listening to my advice. I appreciate you. All right, a quick word. We want to get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/Sean. Then we'll get to our segment with the great Chase Bowes, who's one of the most accurate political data analysts in the game right now. We love Chase. He did a great job, and I think you're going to like the segment again. Of course, Chase gives it to you straight. Numbers, no bias, no spin. He's one of us. but doesn't let his bias seep into his analysis. All right, Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com. We just celebrated America's 250th birthday, but here's the crazy part. 250 years later, we're still drinking whatever the government's deciding to put in our water. Fluoride for your teeth, chlorine to keep things clean. That's not a decision I want anyone else making for myself or my family. That's why we use Cove Pure to purify every drop of water that's in this house. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. A recent study confirmed that fluoride exposure is linked to lower IQ scores in children. That is not a fringe study. That's from JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world. And then when you look at chlorine, it's not the worst part isn't that it's just in your water. It's what happens when the chlorine reacts with natural particles inside the water from plants and soil. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself calls probable human carcinogens linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. Now, there are some states that are moving on this. Utah and Florida have banned fluoride, but that process takes years to fully implement. In the meantime, your kids, your family, they're drinking all this water today. You need something that works now. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. They are certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, forever chemicals, anything that isn't water gets filtered right out. What I love about the Cove Pure is you're not drinking empty water. It puts calcium and magnesium back in the water before it comes out of your pitcher. So don't wait for the government to catch up. Take back control of your water today. And in honor of America's 250th birthday, Cove Pure is giving my audience $250 off of the CP16 if you use my link. That's covepure.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/Sean. Do not wait. That is CovePure, COVEPURE.com/Sean for $250 off the CP16. No drilling, no plumbing. Just plug it in, fill up the tank, and it does the rest of the hard work for you. CovePure.com/SHAWN, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. And without further ado, it is time to get to another great segment, great interview, and great forecast from the great Chase Bowes. Updated House numbers, updated Senate numbers, updated midterm projections and forecasts. Enjoy Chase Bowes. About 30 minutes. We'll see you on the other side. A little bit from Jasmine Crockett, and we'll wrap up the show for the day. Here is the great Chase Bowes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing him back again. One of my favorite guests, and we've had him on. This is the third time. The great Chase Bowes, one of the best data analysts in the game right now, a young up-and-coming star in this industry, specifically the data industry. And we're going to be checking in with Chase Bowes on his midterm models and predictions. Obviously, you know, he's had remarkable accuracy. If you've been following him, I've gotten a lot of feedback about Chase since the last time we had him on. Said, when are you going to bring back that data guy? He did a great job the last time. So obviously, you know, you and I have talked about doing this regularly, but there are members of the audience who are taking a lot from when you joined the show. So Chase Bowes, welcome back. It's good to have you, and I'm excited to get into this with you today.
Yeah, thank you for having me on again, Sean. I'm looking forward to it.
All right, let's make it happen. So let's start, obviously, the elephant in the room. And in this case, the elephant has a Nazi tattoo on his trunk. And that would be Graham Plattner. This whole fiasco with Graham Plattner. You know, you never know when a scandal is going to throw everything all out of whack, right? So this whole Graham Plattner scandal breaks. What was it, over the weekend, Monday or so? A week before the July 13th deadline, where the main Democrat Party can still nominate or replace Graham Plattner on the ballot. If not, they would have to go with a write-in campaign. So, you know, just in general, you know, scandals are no stranger to politics, and politics is certainly no stranger to scandals, right? They kind of go hand in hand, and a lot of times allegations and scandals are weaponized in a political fashion to impact a race or impact somebody's candidacy. So let's just start here, Chase, 30,000 feet. In your experience as a data guy, you know, you're analyzing data, you're doing this now as a career. Obviously, what impact do you see? I feel like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you know, like, for example, Jay Jones last year, that was a scandal where he was talking about, you know, fantasizing about his political opponents being murdered and the children and all of this. But it didn't really have that big of an impact on the race, or at least it didn't have a big enough impact on the race in Virginia. to sway the race. He's the attorney general, misspelling the name of the state and all of these things now, filing briefs in the wrong court. So, I mean, in your experience and, long-term, short-term, when you see a scandal like something with Graham Plattner, and this is sexual abuse / rape, what impact does that generally have on a race? And what impact do you see that having in the main Senate race if, let's say, Graham Plattner were to stay in the race?
Well, I think scandals like this are the reason that I love politics so much, because anything can change any day. 2 days in a row aren't the same in, election season, right? So, the Senate race looked completely different 3 days ago as it did 2 days ago or whatnot. So I think, and I'm glad you brought up Jay Jones, because I was going to bring that up actually as well. And that comes to essentially electability, top of the ticket, some things like that. But looking at looking at Graham Plattner directly, this is such a high profile. This is probably the most high profile Senate race of the election season. Susan Collins is the only Republican in federal politics in New England, and she is an electoral juggernaut. And it's been, the goal of Democrats to take her down, and they thought they were going to do it in 2020. So this is like their, the you have to moment. It's a blue year. This is the year to do it. And so they try to nominate a guy that could just relate to the everyday Mainers, and look what happened. Here we are with these scandals, and really looking at it, I think that the reason the reaction has been the way it's been, and they want to replace him so bad, is because of the stakes in this race, right? So we're seeing, we have the Democrats, if they want control of the Senate, this is the first seat they have to flip. And so I think that the main Democrat Party doesn't want to take chances. Obviously the scandal is awful, and against a candidate like Collins, who has the war chest to attack him, I think that the party knows that he has no chance of winning beyond this point.
And that would explain why the party wants to get rid of him, because the Democrat Party this is not something that that they haven't done before, right? They did this to Andrew Cuomo in 2022. When I was living in New York, I firmly believe, I'll take this to my grave, that if Andrew Cuomo was on the ballot in New York in 2022 against Lee Zeldin would have won. Cuomo was damaged because of COVID. He had the nursing home scandal. He had the draconian lockdowns. Cashless bail was a very, that was, early on in that whole thing, had horrible implications throughout the state of New York, specifically in New York City. And Cuomo he was damaged. He'd been there a while. He was going stale. And they unleashed a wave of sexual abuse and sexual harassment claims against him from interns. He made the joke. He used to make the joke with Cuomo, say, you can't take off your mask. He said to the interns, you can't take off your mask, but you got to take off everything else. Right? That was the line. We called him Handsy Andy. And he was forced out. And he was forced out for Kathy Hochul, who is not an inspiring candidate, not a likable candidate, not a relatable candidate, but she was a female in the wake of the Roe versus Wade Dobbs decision, the Supreme Court. She did not have a track record that you could necessarily point to. Yes, she was Cuomo's lieutenant governor, but it's like, oh, she's not Cuomo. And that is what I believe made the difference in the 2022 election when it comes to Lee Zeldin's gubernatorial run in New York. And he came very close by New York standards, about six and change points. We saw them do this with Biden and Kamala. We've seen them do this. We saw them do this with Eric Swalwell in the California gubernatorial race. And why they did that is because, if Swalwell had stayed on the ballot, he could have siphoned off enough votes in that jungle primary where Bianco and Hilton could have finished 1-2, icing the Democrats out of the general election in California. So they're no strangers to this bait and switch move. Graham Plattner, after winning the primary with, by the way, almost 73% of the vote, I don't even know if Fidel Castro won his elections in Cuba by that much. You started to see polling begin to tighten as more scandalous allegations were released about Graham Plattner, more information about the tattoo, that he knew it was a Nazi tattoo, the messages about the kick stuff with his wife and all these women, the June 4th New York Times article where The most recent accuser was actually cited, but she didn't give any details on the latest allegations. But don't you find it interesting that the most serious allegations out of this whole thing, the allegation essentially of non-consensual sex, we call it rape, okay, was released to Politico in an exclusive 1 week before the deadline, but after he won the primary. What is going on here? This is not a coincidental thing, Chase, right? This, in your opinion, this has got to be what you would call a hit, right? This has got to be a political hit.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing about the Democrat Party is they don't care what you've done, as a candidate. They don't care how bad of a person you are. But as soon as they think you're unelectable, they're going to tear you apart and rip you out. That, like you said, they did that with Cuomo. They did that with Biden. They will replace a candidate, without voter approval because they think that candidate is unelectable. And they will stop at absolutely nothing to make sure their candidates have a chance at winning. And once they, come up with something like, a rape scandal, it tears them apart. And I think the reason that nothing happened with Jay Jones is because they knew that top of the ticket Spanberger was going to win so much more, that they could afford that. And, they were correct in that instance. Jones obviously underperformed her by about like 8%. But I think that overall the Democrat Party just kind of, they don't care what the voters think. They just care, can we have the majority, essentially.
Yeah, that's what it looks like it was in Maine with this Plattner scandal. Same thing with Biden and Kamala. No primary. And so if Plattner does step down, if Plattner does withdraw, there again will be no primary. Some committee somewhere is going to decide who his replacement is going to be. There were rumors that it would be somebody by the name of Troy Jackson. Now there's allegations against him. So it's a whole thing. And I almost get the feeling, too, now this is also evidence of this civil war on the left between the Democratic Socialists of America, who have, openly, said that their goal is communism. I mean, we have the drop. I play it all the time. This guy, David Jenkins, said,
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
Right. So there's no denying, there's no walking away from those remarks. Is there, I would say this is like evidence of that left-wing civil war, right? In a way. Also, is this the establishment kind of playing the Empire Strikes Back? Like, you took out a few of our candidates, now we're going to take out your guy? Or is this really because they don't think he can win? Because if they thought he could win, we wouldn't hear from this or hear about this scandal at all. I mean, that's what I kind of think is, if they thought he could win, if he was sitting there polling 10 to 15 points ahead of Susan Collins, we don't hear a word about this, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think it's honestly a mix of both. I think it's an opportunity for the Democratic establishment to fire back. But also, like I said, it's just the electability sense as well. And, I think that they were concerned about his chances as polling numbers have tightened, and they'll continue to tighten. They know that in the coming weeks leading up to the election. Polls always get closer a lot as November approaches. And,
yeah.
But I do think as well, yes, the establishment is ready to attack the DSA, as they call it. And I think that we're going to see a split in the party for at least some time, just to see, as the progressives are starting to attempt to take over, which we're seeing some of that. We saw that in the New York primaries. We saw that with Mondami winning last year. And overall, it's incredibly concerning to me, but nothing makes me happier in a midterm year than a Democrat divide.
Yeah,
So.
We're seeing the Democrats really, I think, at war with themselves. And we hear all the time about how they always stick together. And that still may happen in November. They still may come out and unify, and they have plenty of time to kind of circle the wagons and get themselves going. But this seems to be really contentious with the DSA and the establishment Democrats. So I want to see, we are looking closely at the Plattner race. We're looking closely, obviously, hearing the stories about Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier in New York, who said she wiped her hands on the American flag as a napkin, called the country an effing disgrace. Milad Kiros out in Colorado, basically saying that the United States deserved 9/11. I get the feeling that those types of things aren't necessarily popular among independents. So I want to, because those are two House candidates, I want to trickle down. Let's get out of the Senate for just a second. Actually, no, we're going to stay in the Senate. Let's do, because we just talked about Plattner. What impact do you think the Graham Plattner scandal is going to have on some of your Senate races. I know Michigan, Georgia, Maine, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Alaska. Does this have an impact on those races outside of Maine, or is this an exclusive to Maine thing? I know it's a pretty fresh scandal, so there's probably not much in terms of data that can point you in one direction or the other. But just you have good political instinct. What do you see this what impact do you see this having on some of these other races for Senate, namely those 6 that we just rattled off?
At the moment, I can see it affecting a few, maybe one. The one I look to is Michigan. We have Abdul El-Sayed is the more progressive candidate, similar to Plattner. So the only one really I see I would rate as, a competitive Senate race would probably be Michigan. And that also depends too with now Mallory McMorrow has dropped out. Haley Stevens is facing off in a one head-to-head against Syed in the primary. And right now, from what I've seen, the head-to-head numbers are very, very close. So it could lead to Stevens winning. I know as Republicans were preferring El Sayed wins. It would be easier for Mike Rogers, most likely, depending on this. Again, we're still seeing really how the progressive movement is shaping up. But if we're looking to, certain aspects of the Michigan electorate as well, it becomes a more complicated issue. I remember in 2024, I called Michigan accurately because I knew that the Muslim voters would vote likely third party, given that both Trump and Kamala Harris had pro-Israel messages. So that one will be interesting to look into. I'll have to see some more polling on that. As for other races, North Carolina, Georgia, those candidates are so well established, those Democrats, and I don't think that it's going to affect them much. Ohio and Iowa, again, it's just not, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a type of issue.
Sure. Okay. So now Georgia, John Ossoff, he's not a DSA candidate. He's far left, but he's not one of these DSA types. North Carolina is not a DSA type. What about Alaska? I don't think is either, right? So there's not a lot of these big time Democrat Socialists of America candidates running in places in the Senate too much. Even Tallarico, I don't think is in Texas. I don't think he's like DSA. I mean, that's not to say they're far left, but it's they're not like endorsed by the DSA. But Al-Sayed in Michigan is. Right? He's DSA. What are you seeing in terms of some of these other Senate flips? Georgia, I'm hopeful about Mike Collins. I know the polling doesn't look really good there, but he's a workhorse, and he's someone who I think can gin up a lot of that silent majority. It may not be detectable in polls. Outside of Georgia, if we can't flip Georgia, you got Maine, North Carolina, I don't think looks great. But New Hampshire and Alaska you have on your list. And Alaska obviously would be a Democrat flip if we lose that. So why don't we talk about here New Hampshire, North Carolina, New Hampshire, and Alaska. What are your forecasts for those three, where it stands right now?
Absolutely. So Alaska is going to be interesting. We had the thing where we have 2 Dan Sullivans, one being the incumbent.
Yeah.
Which
What a
is going to be
ridiculous.
interesting.
Nothing
So I
better than
know that-
politics where we have to talk about 2 people with the same name running in elections. Unbelievable.
Absolutely right. So I know that the incumbent Sullivan campaign is going to have to do some messaging saying, hey, I'm the real guy. Don't vote for the other guy. Then we also have the whole factor with Mary Peltola, as well as their ranked choice voting, which is a whole mess up there. And it's going to definitely make the race interesting. As we know, Peltola flipped the at-large House seat in a special election prior to 2022. And then she won it again in 2022. We then defeated her in 24 after we only put one Republican up. So I think that Sullivan nearly holds now, the incumbent Sullivan. I think he nearly holds, but it'll be an interesting one to watch as polling comes out. Again, I know how we both feel about polling, but it's a good indicator, early on. Just
It's data.
Gives me a general idea. I always take it with a grain of salt, but it gives me some sort of direction as to how the race is going to go. As for New Hampshire, I see that one more of a sleeper. I don't think that we're going to flip it, but I think we might be able to get some momentum in New Hampshire with John Sununu running, brother of the former governor. So I think that there might be some name recognition with Sununu. And it just, from what I've seen polling, he's performing decently for a blue year against a known Democrat in the area. What was the other race you wanted to look at?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire I just hit.
Oh, North Carolina. Sorry.
North Carolina. I will say I don't think Whatley's going to do very well. You know, the Democrat is so well known. Roy Cooper, he's former governor, very popular.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to fare well against him. Though I will say Whatley did a great job as the RNC chair in 2024.
He did.
Hope to see a bit better things out of his campaign. And I guess if I could go to Georgia real quick, I will say Mike Collins did outperform Trump by 5 points in his district.
Yep.
Yes, I do think Ossoff is very popular. Again, that's something I still have holding Democrat. But I do understand what you're saying there as well, that there is a pathway. It's a difficult one, but there is
very
a pathway.
difficult. When the polling has Ossoff like ahead of Collins by like 13 points, and I said, all right, you know what? You want to say Ossoff's going to win? Sure, fine. Not by. I don't think he's going to be able to win by 13 against a guy like Collins, who's the guy's work ethic is off the charts, and that's something that polling doesn't really pick up on. Is how hard a guy works, how many doors a guy's going to knock on, volunteer and ground game. But I mean, it's going to be tough. It'll be tough to flip that, and I could kick Lynn Wood in 2020, telling people not to vote because we're stuck with this Ossoff guy now for who knows how long. The big question now, as we move out of the Senate, is the House of Representatives. Okay, everyone wants to know who's going to win control of the House of Representatives. You've got 32 toss-up races, 23 of them that Republicans will be defending, and 9 of them that Republicans may be going on offense. Why don't we start off with those 23 defensive seats and have a conversation about that, and then we'll talk about the 9 offensive seats. So 23 defensive seats, then the 9 offensive seats. What are the 23 defensive House races you see from Republicans coming up in these midterms?
Absolutely. So I actually just designed a brand new model, and it's still in development, but it essentially tells me, based on so many fundamentals in the races, given that, the current generic ballot and all that, there's a lot of different calculations that go into it. How are we going to fare out in the House? So right now, like you said, yes, 23 defending seats in order of the least likely to win versus most likely to win. I have Colorado's 8th, Pennsylvania's 7th, Pennsylvania's 10th, Arizona's 1st, Pennsylvania's 8th, then California's 22nd, New Jersey's 7th, Arizona's 6th, Wisconsin's 3rd, Michigan's 7th, Iowa's 3rd, Virginia's 2nd, Michigan 10th, Iowa's 1st, New York 17th, Ohio's 7th, Iowa's 2nd, Ohio's 10th, Arizona's 2nd, Colorado's 3rd, Montana's 1st, Michigan's 4th, and Ohio's 15th. So I know some of those aren't expected. There's a couple there that might be sleeper flips for Democrats, depending on the night we have. However, like I said, the model's still in development. Things are entirely subject to change, but I think that with some of the new redistricting, in particular, some seats out of Ohio, even some incumbents that are fairly electable, I think we'll see some closer races.
So that was most likely to hold to least likely to hold? Is that the way you just
that's the opposite. Most likely to flip.
Most likely to flip. Okay. So yeah. Colorado 8, despite Manny Rutinel and his bad comments on healthcare, oil, all that stuff, you think that's going to flip away from Gabe Evans in Colorado?
Well, I think Colorado's going to be an interesting one. Honestly, that's one of the ones I missed in 28-4. I didn't expect that one to flip. Just given that area, we also just did in the Denver area, just elected that socialist.
Yes.
So I think Colorado's going to be one to watch out for, as it's been trending blue very heavily. And I just don't think that seat's favored in a midterm year.
Okay.
Regardless of candidate quality, though it could get closer depending on how the candidates fare out.
Sure. All right. And now the 9 offensive seats. So Republicans now going on offense in these 9 districts that you're saying could flip from Democrat to Republican. What are those seats?
Absolutely. If we play it right.
And by the way, sorry, one more. Is the reason why there are these 9 seats because of redistricting that they've become so competitive?
I will say 8 out of the 9, yes.
Okay.
8 out of the 9.
Okay.
So we're seeing a lot from Texas and here in Florida. So I'm seeing Texas 28th, Florida's 14th, Texas 34, North Carolina's 1st, Florida's 25th, Texas 35th, Florida's 22nd, Ohio's 9th, and the only one that's not a redraw is because Jared Golden is retiring in Maine. remains second, which again, this one could have some little bit of trickle effect from the Plattner scandals. I'd be interested to see how this one performs. But with LePage, former governor, running, I do think this one flips.
Okay, so what does that bear out? All of these different sets of, defensive seats, offensive seats, your data, your model, redistricting. The fact that you brought up something that I think is an interesting dynamic too. As you get closer to an election, the polls generally start to tighten. The Democrats currently right now are lagging behind past wave years in terms of their generic ballot lead. So some polls have them up 5. There are some outliers with them up double digits. There are some other ones where they only have them up 2. And if the polls are going to tighten, if they do, as we get closer to the midterms, what are we thinking here? I mean, do Republicans have this outside shot of keeping the House? Because, I mean, it certainly could be worse in the polling landscape, if you ask me, and it has been. 2018, it was much worse at this point in time in that cycle. So where are we in terms of final numbers? What do you have?
Well, currently with a generic ballot of 6% leads for the Democrats, I have the Democrats winning 223 seats to the Republicans 212. So this is nearly a mirror of 2022. I will say that there is definitely a non-zero chance for the Republicans to hold on. I think it comes down to, in the final weeks, it comes down to the competence in the campaigns. It comes down to correct messaging. There's also some federal things that will affect it, the Iran war and such, if that continues, which again, that continued. So I think, lowering gas prices, some affordability focusing. I think we've done real well at the border, but I think that, I think the big one is going to be the SAVE Act, with the Senate. I think a lot of people are very unhappy with that.
Yep.
So there's definitely a chance. I think, like I said, it comes down to the competence of campaigns. It comes down to, can we make up this deficit that we're currently holding? I'll say, I do think the generic ballot polling has been pretty accurate over the years. So I think what we'll see in late October, early November will be probably within a point or two at the most of what we're going to see on election night. And then I have been looking at like the Kalshi markets, the betting markets, which I do think are overinflated for Democrats at the moment. I think that those will, again, kind of calm down as we get closer to late October.
Okay. And another question is, what impact, because there is now a massive national conversation being had about the Democratic Socialists of America and this group and how it has taken over the Democrat Party, right? There is no room for moderates in this party. You may have a moderate candidate, but that moderate candidate, in my opinion, is going to be a hostage of the radicals who now control that party. They're not going to be able to act like, look what they did they just did to Dan Goldman, who was one of the leading members of the Democratic caucus in the House during the Trump impeachments, right? Look at how they're treating John Fetterman. Look at how they got rid of Kirsten Sinema and John Manchin. Not that Manchin was going to be able to win again in West Virginia, the way that state, moved hard to the right in terms of, red versus blue. But what about this conversation, this national conversation about socialism, communism, where the Democrat Party has gone, the fact that they've made a full-on sprint and embrace of communism? Do you see any data, sentiment, polling, betting markets regarding that whole direction of the Democrat Party and how they as a whole may perform in November?
Well, I think that at the moment they're definitely testing the waters. They're running in more, solid Democrat areas, New York City, Denver, etc. For the most part, I think it's going to be definitely an interesting thing to see. I believe they're going to fare pretty well, again, being a blue year. And, they're in areas right now where those ideas are unfortunately very popular in some regard.
Right.
I don't think I can see them running progressive candidates like that in some of these toss-up seats. I don't think that'll happen. They're going to have to run moderates, and they have, moderates, some of them that they're defending, especially down in the Rio Grande Valley of Texas. Those are two more, I guess you would call them moderate Democrats. They're the closest thing you can get. But I don't know how we're going to see it this year, but I think it's something that we need to be paying attention to. I think strategists on the Republican side need to acknowledge that this is happening, and we need to figure out how to fight back, be prepared, especially for 2028, given performance in 2026. And, if their performance is stronger than expected, then we need to be ready to definitely fight back.
Would these DSA candidates are winning in places like New York City, as you mentioned, these deep blue areas, but they're winning these races because of what looks like diminished turnout, very, very low turnout, except it's elevated turnout among DSA candidates, right? There's a lot of enthusiasm behind there, but are these candidates too far left? Do you see moderate Democrats possibly saying, I'm not voting for a communist? They don't necessarily pull the lever for Republicans, but these Democrats stay home in November. I'm not saying we want to rest our laurels on, another team essentially forfeiting in order to win. But what do you think is the likelihood that a sizable chunk, not a massive chunk, I'm not saying, 10 to 15 percentage points, but, 3 or 4 percentage points worth of voters stay home in November because they're moderate Democrats who are now politically homeless. They don't want to vote for Republicans, but they can't pull the lever for communists. What do you think?
I think it's definitely possible, and I've definitely seen some things to back that. Overall, I think really the moderate wing is definitely going to take a hit in the Democrat Party, and really they've been taking a hit for a long time. But I think this is going to be the final blow potentially to them, and they are going to, they're going to, like you said, become politically homeless. Of course, we'd love to welcome them to the Republican Party if they would like to vote for our candidates. Absolutely. Right. There is a place for you here, as long as you have some common sense. And like you mentioned, Fetterman, I mean, a lot of Republicans, we may disagree with him, but we respect Fetterman for, being able to work together with McCormick in a lot of ways. And so I do think that moderates are definitely going to, be a little lost after this in some of these areas. And if there's percentages of people that cannot vote for communism, then yes, absolutely, we're going to see some probably stay home or at least leave that, checkbox blank.
And that could have a big impact going into these races. You mentioned these 23 defensive, seats for the Republicans, 9 offensive seats for the Republicans. A couple of governorships are up as well. All right, so let's go at July 9th, 2026. Right now, you've got 223 to 212 Dems in the House. What do you see? What is your forecast right now? You had to put a number on the Senate.
52-48, the only flip being North Carolina currently.
52-48 Republicans in the House. So we have a split Congress. Would look very close to what happened in 2018, except for the fact that Democrats wouldn't have as large of a majority, but they would still have the majority in the House. Republicans hold control of the Senate. This was your prediction now, July 9th, 2026. All right, Chase Bowes, final words. Where can people find you? We will have you back on again soon, hopefully either towards the end of this month or the beginning of next, as we really start to dive deep into the dog days of summer. And then, once we get past Labor Day and we are in, full-blown 2 months to election time, final thoughts, and where can people find you? How can people support you?
Yeah, absolutely. So feel free to shoot me an email with anything. Chase.Bowes at bowesstrategyanalytics.com down there in the bar. You can find my forecasting. I'll be starting here on X pretty soon, but political predictions on Instagram. You can also find my company Instagram and Facebook, Bowes Strategy and Analytics. Please feel free to reach out. I love answering questions, love talking to people. So, and this is a conversation I live for. It's something I've lived for since 2020 when I was 14. So I've been, definitely in the data game for a little bit now, and happy to answer any questions and, see how we can, better ourselves to be ready for November.
The one thing I love about this, Chase, you're a Republican. We met at, Republican events, but you're not afraid to give information even if it's information that I may not want to hear. I don't want to hear the Democrats are going to win the House, but I also don't want you to BS me. And that's the reason why I love the work that you're doing. You keep the bias out of the equation because it's data. Data is data. Data doesn't have a bias. Well, it can have a bias, but you're working through there and you're cutting through the noise. Chase Bowes, thank you so much for joining. We will touch back again in a couple weeks as we get through July, head into August, and then we get through that month of August, and we are in a full sprint towards the 2026 midterms. Thanks for joining. We'll catch you again soon.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, that was the great Chase Bowes with a midterm update. 223 to 212 is his prediction right now, favoring the Democrats. But we've got plenty of time to flip that. There's plenty of things that can happen. And I saw, who was it? Was it, what's his name? Mod? Steve? I'm sorry, Steve Mod.
Steve Mod, yeah.
Called it Yank choice voting. I like that. Yank choice voting. You vote for one guy and then they yank him out. That's it. The Democrat establishment. I like that. That's pretty good. Yank choice voting.
That was clever.
And in this case, those who voted for Grant Plattner, crank choice voting because he did a lot of cranking in the porta potty. All right.
Steve Mod, this is 2 days in a row, I think. Where
Yeah.
He's had a funny comment of the
Yeah.
show.
What was the other day?
Hold on, I gotta think about it.
You can think about it while we get to a word from our friends at Silent. SLNT.com/Sean. SLNT.com/SHAWN. Let's face it. Your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals, they're fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special ops teams around the world. Used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you so you can protect your freedom, your digital footprint, and your family. Drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit SLNT.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is SLNT.com/SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. And go silent today. Silent.com/Sean. Silent.com/Sean. SLNT.com/SHAWN. All right. I want to play for you Jasmine Crockett. She did a little race baiting. Of course, she lost her Senate seat to James Tallarico. I forgot all about James Tallarico. We were talking about Plattner so much. Jasmine Crockett playing the race card, talking about the Texas Senate race that she lost, the primary that she lost to Tallarico. Watch this.
So for me, I am going to be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Tallarico isn't me standing on a stage with him. It is the fact that I endorsed 5 candidates in the runoff who all happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out more black people to vote. People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And honestly, some people just not going to be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas. So the best thing that I can do is take down ballot candidates who no one's ever heard of and do my best to uplift them and increase the voter participation in a way that we did in Texas. You see, a lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but the reality is that there was a lot of racist, not a lot, it was racist. It was a racist race. It is what it is, right? But we live in America, as y'all are celebrating 250, okay? We know what this country is.
The race was racist, Jasmine Crockett said. The race was racist. Or, I don't know, this could be. This is just me pontificate. Maybe these people don't like you. Not because you're black, because you're just not likable. Ever think of that? It takes a special kind of jackass to lose to James Tallarico, doesn't it? Yeah.
And it's a shame because she is really, I think she's pretty.
You think all the Democrats are pretty. You
has
think
a
Nancy
lot,
Pelosi
she could have
is pretty.
So much going for, look how far she's come. If she just was doing the right thing.
Brennan, we have to have a conversation.
What?
I need the chatty Cathys. I'm thinking about that's what we're going to call the chat.
If you
the
did not know a
Cathys.
single thing about her politics and you just looked
No.
at her, I think that she's pretty.
Gross. I think she. You think
If you don't know a single thing
you
about
think
her.
you think Nancy Pelosi is pretty?
No, I don't think Nancy's pretty. She's not classically
She's
pretty.
got
She's
Mondo,
just adorable.
She's got Mondo Gazungas. You remember that picture?
Knockers.
Tig old
bitties.
Yeah. You think Ilhan Omar?
Ilhan Omar, if you just look at her features,
Nah, she's a mud hut.
You don't know if you had no idea about her. If you just saw a picture of her without her towel on
Gross.
her head, I would think she's a pretty lady.
Gross. There you go. Look at these people. They say Nancy Pelosi was a nasty Nancy. Nancy. She got the gazungas. All right. That's it. That's going to do it for today. Jeremy Herrell is coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. By the way, Chase Bowes, right now, 20 years old. And the reason we're going to continue to have him on is because we're going to put his work to the test. We're going to see how whether it's what we like or not. I want to see the accuracy. I want to track the accuracy. I know he's a very accurate data analyst. So it's important. Army of young people, him, Dylan Filion, a friend of ours up in Wilson County. We're going to maybe see him today, a little later. We'll see. Maybe not. But a few of our other friends here in the state getting involved with some young people. We got to get the youth involved. They're the ones with the energy right now. And it's important for the future of the party, the future of the MAGA movement. Anyway, chase.bowes@bowesstrategyanalytics.com, political.predictions on Instagram. Give him a follow, and he is going to be starting to publish his graphics and forecasts over on X, which I'll be all over. So that'll be exciting as well. Jeremy Herrell coming up next. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Thursday. We're back tomorrow, same time, same place, rumble.com/LFATV. Phone call second half of tomorrow's show. Also 6 to 10 a.m. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Jeremy Herrell up next with Live from America. Till then, have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It is Thursday. That's right. We are over the hump day of this week. Not that we need time to go faster, but July 9th, year of our Lord, 2026. You are locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And as always, I am broadcasting, streaming live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Today we got a special guest. Carl Higbie from Newsmax will be joining. You don't want to miss that. It'll be at the top of the hour. I want to introduce to you the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Damn Skippy, producer Eli, on those ones and twos, baby.
What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? You know the time. It's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's the time to hit the rumble button. It's time to hit the share button. We got a special guest on today. We got a lot of news to cover, so let's get to it.
That's right. Now I want to give a big shout out to all the newbies that might be watching LFA TV today. We appreciate you being here. Make sure that you give us a rumble, which is just a thumbs up and share. You can also donate right through the chat. Let's give some live shout outs. Arrow Pink, Bad Moon, XX Machine, Fun Mom, Sherry, Big Mama Campbell, Willie Rumble, Redline Live, Barb Naylor, GR Messick, Wheezy in the building. We've already got 2 Rumble Rant donations. Door Slamming McGrowan said, found out that a wind turbine blade dump has poisoned our town's water. Unbelievable. So sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. Thank you for being here today. Hopefully, we'll be praying, and hopefully that works itself out. Carrie Kaz in the building with a $5 Rumble Rant donation, knowing that without the Rumble Rants, we don't have a producer. We appreciate your kindness and your loyalty to the channel. iRod Carr, Team Renteria, Andrea, Kathy Ratcliffe, Trishy, Mutt Mom, Jennifer 1333. We've got RMG 178. We've got Masshole Patriot. Man, do I love me some massholes. Big shout out to all the massholes up there in Duncanland. Where's Dunks? Where's Dunks? You got to go around the roundabout. You'll find a Dunks over here. You'll find a Market Basket over here. And, for all those people up in Lowell and what's that other one, Eli? Lynn? Massachusetts, how you doing up there? Nick, Andrea, how are you? Kikalo. Let's give a couple more here. We've got the OSS Returns and B-Hops. How you doing? I want to go over to YouTube, which we also have a YouTube channel that we're streaming now finally again as well. If you want, you can go check that out. It's always kind of like the wild, wild west over there, but we do have some people like Waffle Jackson, Shin Jin, Yag Yu. We've got Jason over there. We've got Missy over there. We've got Ozzy Crosby over there. Good to see you guys. Thank you so very much for tuning in. Couple more over there. We've got Cole Olds and Mr. Good Citizen and Austin Doe. Thank you so very much for being part of the LFA TV Live from America stream today. Also want to give a big shout out to Sean Farish and Zach, the 2 shows before me, and of course after me, Will and Kevin. But as of right now, this episode, we have Carl Higbie from Newsmax coming on at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. He'll be coming on to talk with me a little bit more about Mitch McConnell and what the Republicans are doing, which is pretty much the exact same things that the Democrats did with Biden, and we are not going to stand for it. Shannon Martinez over on YouTube said, I watch you on both, depends on what I'm doing, and Dragon Rider over on YouTube with the American flags. All right? Ozzy says, top of the hour, DNC Trollbots are clocking in. Clock it. All right. We want to start out today's show, folks, by showing you. The other day I showed you that the Palm Beach International Airport, the sign outside the Palm Beach International Airport on the interstate, to get off the interstate to go to the airport, was changing. We literally got video from somebody who watched the new sign going up as they were driving that highway a few days ago, and obviously changed to Trump International Airport. But yesterday, it was official to all the airlines, all the air traffic control, all the captains, and all the planes in the immediate area. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Trump International Airport.
Attention all aircraft, effective immediately. Palm Beach International Airport is officially President Donald J. Trump International Airport. President Donald J. Trump International Airport. ATIS Information Hotel, now current. Trump altimeter 3009.
And you get to see, we'll play it one more time, you'll get to see the captain go like this.
7 Alpha Foxtrot, understanding President Donald J. Attention all aircraft, effective immediately. Palm Beach International Airport
There's
is
Sam.
officially President Donald J. Trump
See, he's doing
International
this?
Airport.
Yeah, the
President
captains
Donald
know.
J. Trump International Airport. ATIS Information Hotel, now current.
Yes.
Trump altimeter 3009.
Eli, I may have to fly to Trump International Airport now just to go to that airport. Like, I don't think I've even ever been to Palm Beach before. Maybe once. But either way, I think I will purposely now fly into Palm Beach just so that I can say I'm arriving at Donald J. Trump International Airport. It'd be nice if if there was a soundbite that the captains would play instead of the captain coming on. Hello, this is your president speaking. I hope you have your seats in the upright position and your tray tables locked. Make sure that all your phones are safely stored in the pocket in front of you because you are entering the Trump International Airport. So be good while you're here or else. Be legal while you're here, Eli, or else we'll find you. The Secret Service, they'll find you.
I bet you will never have a problem flying into that airport. No delays or anything.
Well, speaking of that, somebody in the chat, Eli, just said MAGA, make airlines great again. I second that, by the way. I absolutely second that. Get rid of TSA. We don't need body searchers and cavity searchers finding out everything about our lives, being mean to us, yelling at us, scolding at us about what to take off, what to leave on, like all the airports are the same, which they are not. Make airlines great again. Have you flown lately? Have you had all your flights on time lately? Not me. Seems like everywhere I go now, and if I fly anywhere, whether it be for work or pleasure or for family or whatever, it's flight's delayed, plane isn't here on time. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit longer cleaning the plane, blah, blah, blah. Oh, we're stocking the plane. Oh, the vendors haven't stocked the plane yet. It's always the same old, same old. George Slam and McGrone said, we'll be flying there in November just to spend 24 hours in the terminal and then fly back to West Texas. I'm telling you, man, the Trump brand, money, 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 money. Everybody wants a piece of it, right? Everybody wants a piece of it. I'm going to ask you all to do me a big favor today, and that is, whether you're watching on Rumble or YouTube, I want you to share the link to either one on your social media platforms. That would be a huge favor, and we really appreciate it. I also want to, for the people that are new here, that have never watched before or don't know what LFA TV is, the best way to find out what LFA TV is, who we are, and what we do is simply go to our website. And that is lfatv.us. We'll scroll right up to the top here. There it is, lfatv.us. You'll see all of the tabs up here, home, all of our shows that you can watch, current and past, also our short clips as well. This is where you become a one-time or monthly donor. We are a viewer-funded network. We always have been for the last 5 years. You can check out our news section, which takes you to current and updated news right there. Anything that's going on in the world is right there waiting for you. Also, if you scroll back to the top here, there is a store tab. Now, on that store tab, if you click that, it'll take you to jeremyherrell.com. That's where you come and you see all of our new store items, like the Paint Blotch Jesus shirt, the I'm a Real American tank top, the 250th Celebration American shirts. We've got the Make America Healthy Again. Aprons. We've got the I in my Trump era. We've got the I don't really care, Margaret. The gold and black made America great again shirts. The 45, 47. The Trump Vance, not Pence outside flags. The fight, fight, fight t-shirts. The as I was saying, Butler, Pennsylvania t-shirts. The LFA TV hats. And more. And I got a surprise for you. Ready? You guys remember these? These are a $300 value Century water filtration system. Now you put these under your cabinet for your sinks. You can put these in the wall for your showers as well if you have an access to your shower wall. These right here will clean up everything that you could possibly clean out of water, make the cleanest and most pure water that you could ever have through these Century water filters. I have about 100 of these. First come, first serve. Whoever spends $50 or more on our store will get a free, it comes in a big box with the filters, the hoses, and everything. We'll get a free water filtration system from Century. Absolutely free, a $300 value, absolutely free for every $50 spent. You spend $100, you get 2. Now, these only do 1 water line at a time for one specific area at a time. So if you buy $150 worth of stuff, you get 3. $200, you get 4, and so on and so on. First come, first serve. $300 value. I have a lot of them, but as soon as the $50 value campaign runs out, they'll be gone, okay? And that is our gift to you. Instead of reselling these things or instead of making you jump through hoops, it's just an incentive to get people to go to the store and, represent LFA TV. So everybody wins, right? Coming in hot to buy the Christmas gifts. Yeah, exactly. $300 value, absolutely free for every $50 that you spend until they are gone. Okay? That's a win for everybody. LFATV.us. If you follow the audio podcast, it is Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. There it is right there. Let's refresh that so it shows yesterday's shows. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Thank you very much for the donations coming in. I see that as well. We've got a donation from MDUS and a donation from Aeropink. God bless you. LFA TV and Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Okay? And one last here, I want to make sure that we highlight the Facebook page, because I know there's a lot of you that are still on Facebook. There is the LFA TV Facebook page if you want to go follow that as well. We post everything there from all of the hosts. And make sure to give it a share and a follow. All right, let's go to the Lord in prayer. The Lord's Prayer. Please remove your helmets. Remove your hats if you're wearing one. And let's do the Lord's Prayer now. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Boy, I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of people who want those water filtration systems. If you don't, if you want to know how effective they are, just look up Sentry, Sentry, water filtration systems, and you'll get all the information you need. They are the best on the market, okay? All right, we are going to start with today's first and foremost section, talking about what's going on in Iran. There's so many different mixed messages and so many different mixed emotions, okay? Shannon says, I was looking for a water filter because I turned my Cove in. Well, there you go. You can get the Century. There's a lot of mixed emotions on Iran. And there's a lot of mixed feelings on Iran. There's a lot of mixed communication when it comes to Iran. I can tell you this. If you are one of those people that hate Trump so much that you are compelled to come out and say, Iran won, Iran is winning, logistically, realistically, and factually, that is the most ignorant or most misleading statement that can come from any side. They are absolutely demolished when it comes to their ability to protect their country or to go on the offensive militarily. The only offensive measure that they have left is shooting rockets from the interior of the country, some guided, some not. Mostly their guiding missile systems are absolutely shot because of radar and any kind of GPS. But they are shooting missiles to places where they can reach and try to have some effect. Bahrain and other places. They shot some at Kuwait, shot some in Saudi Arabia. But they're not really doing anything. They're not killing Americans. They're not wiping out the U.S.'s ability to strike. And as a matter of fact, Trump literally struck them hard for the last 24 hours. So much so to where they called him on the plane and said, we want a deal. You always want a deal. Oh, Durka, we want a deal. You always want a deal. You always want a deal until that deal's done, and then you violate that deal. So no deal. That's what I would say. There is no deal. Okay? I want to go to this report from Robert Fisher yesterday. Or not Robert Fisher, Robert Sherman, I'm sorry. Robert Sherman yesterday. And then we'll move on to what President Trump said on Air Force One and the maybe threat level of an assassination as well as he travels overseas. Let's go to this video first.
This is breaking news. Just moments ago, President Trump spoke with reporters on Air Force One and claimed Iran called him after this evening's strikes.
They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
Follow for the latest breaking news updates here out of the Middle East. Hey.
So President Trump says, I just don't know. They want to make a deal badly, but I don't know if they're going to honor that deal. President Trump, have they ever honored a deal? That would be my, I know this is so much deeper than, a podcast host talking about and what you should or shouldn't do. You have people for that far more informed than I am. But if I'm looking at this from a citizen's point of view, and if I'm looking at this from a reporting point of view, have they ever made a deal? Ever? Dorslam McGrowan said, they just made a $70 order online. Well, Dorslam McGrowan, you will get a free water filtration system that'll come in the mail along with your box of stuff that you ordered. Thank you very much. It'll be on its way, probably either later today or tomorrow. Sabrina is coming back. She was here this morning. And RJC just said the same thing. It's on like Donkey Kong. So, have they ever made a deal? Have they ever honored a deal? No. Fool me once, fool me twice, right? We don't want to be George Bush Jr. here going, fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Fool me twice. Well, let's just say you can't get fooled again, okay? We don't want to fall into a George Bush Jr. moment. They have proven time and time and time again, they're not going to honor any deal. They say that every time you do something just to get you to stop doing something. And I know you know this. But I'm just voicing my frustration as an American citizen and as somebody who supports you and as somebody who supported what you did in this decision to go after them when you did. I was okay with all of it. But there comes to a point where we have to say, no more deals, no more chances. It is what it is. You're getting what you deserve. You reap what you sow. There is no more deal. The deal is going to be, I'm telling you what's going to happen, and this is going to be the new way. There is no signing of a deal. We don't care if they're a nation. We don't care if they're a sovereign nation. We don't care if they're have borders. We don't care if they have a system of government. We don't care. It's going to be our way or the highway. Would you like us to come in, completely flatten you, rebuild on top of you, and make that U.S. territory? Because that's your only option outside of you do what we say. That's what needs to happen. And I'm not saying that, again, I know more than him, but I can tell you this. After watching these people for decades, they don't care about honor. They don't care about a deal. They don't care about a relationship with the United States of America. These are the extreme radical Muslims that are absolutely following the Quran. And their job is to kill the infidel and not make deals with the West and taqiyya and slavery and child slavery and pedophilia. They're disgusting. Almost as bad, if not as bad as Somalians. Facts are facts. Here's what President Trump posted last night about some of these strikes. He put it on him last night in more than one region, targeting bridges, targeting their water facilities, targeting their power plants. He went ham. And if you're millennial, then you know exactly what I just said. He went ham last night to the point where they were calling, please, 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 stop hitting us. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's a reason why these people continue to exist in their current form, because everybody eventually bends over and just says, okay, we'll stop, because they use everything that they can, anything that they can. Oh, you're racist. Oh, you're bigots. Oh, you're Islamophobes. Oh, and they turn your own feelings against you. No, not going to happen. Now, what I do love and what I do enjoy very much is when the Trump administration releases their bombing videos. That's what I do love. That's what I do enjoy. Okay? And we'll get to that in 1 second here. Just going to pull that up for you. There it is. Yeah, let's play that again. I really enjoy this. This is their bombing. Let's just see. I don't believe this has sound on it, but I really enjoy the administration showing us this stuff because I like to see it happening. I think this stuff should have been happening a long time ago. You absolutely cannot negotiate with these people. It is impossible. So, show them who's boss. It's the only language they respond to. I'm not trying to be a warmonger here, okay? I'm literally not trying to be murder them just because they're Muslim. I know it sounds like that, and I know that you guys know my feelings towards Islam. I don't hate the 90 million people that live there. I don't. I just hate what the country stands for. And since the people won't take it back, then the people, you know the whole sins of the fathers are sins of the son? Or sins of the son or sins of the fathers? It is what it is. We've given the people of Iran so many opportunities over the last 3 decades to rise up and take their government back. They're either unwilling to do it or they don't want to do it or they can't do it. Either way, sooner or later, it's shit or get off the pot time. It's that simple. Rami says, none of us are warmongers, but these assholes need to be finished. That's a quote. I absolutely agree. If you can't negotiate and you can't come up with a deal over this many times where you sat at the table, this many promises, this many handshakes, this many MOUs, then sooner or later, you got to shit or get out the pot. And I'm even saying that to our president as well. And you don't just, at this point, you don't just say, okay, well, we've bombed you enough. We haven't bombed them enough. If you really want to control the Strait of Hormuz, then Iran cannot, they need to be back to the Stone Age of mud huts and spears. That's where they need to be. And yes, we've crushed them. We've crushed their military enough where they can't go on an offensive or even on a defense when it comes to going against another nation. But they can be a thorn in the side with all of their Muslim Brotherhood, all of their Hamas, all of their Houthis, all of these terror cells that they have all over the world that are well funded and live in caves. They spend the money on nothing but missiles. They spend the money on nothing but ammunition and guns. Their whole existence is just to wipe out other civilizations. So, you're either hunt or you're hunted. It's that simple. Which one do you want to be? Do you want to be a hunted or do you want to be a hunter? Now, going back to that audio that we played you, President Trump did say yesterday evening aboard Air Force One that they called him aboard Air Force One and they wanted to make a deal. I would like to hear those phone calls. I would like to hear exactly how Donald Trump handles them. Because if he says things like, well, look, I want to make a deal too, but every time we do this, I hope that the conversations go more like this. Are you calling to surrender, wave the white flag, and announce to the world that the United States has dominated you? No, we are not ready to do that. Click. Boom. Every time you call me, every time you reach out to me, every time you ask me to please stop the bombing, sir. We're ready to make a deal. My response to you is, are you ready to wave the white flag? Are you ready to announce to the world in an official capacity that you have been decimated and the United States has destroyed you and that we are your master? Are you ready to do that? No, we are not. Click. Boom. Every time you waste my time to call me, your answer had better be, yes, sir. Yes, sir, we are ready to wave the white flag. If your answer is not that, not only do I hang up on you, boom, another bridge, boom, another power plant, boom, another water treatment facility, boom, another major highway. Do I make myself clear? And unfortunately, it sounds to me like he's still got people around him that are like, we're making good progress, sir. Sir, we're making good progress. See, the difference between me and the Black Pillars is the Black Pillars want this to all stop, but they want it to have never started. They want us to only focus on the United States of America and not the threats of the world around us or the threats of the rest of the world, to the rest of the world that we are, paying to protect. I also want this all to end, but I don't want it to end with our tail between our legs. And I did want it to start. I wanted to start, I wanted a middle, and I wanted the end. And you know what I want at the end? Iran to be no more. Or on their knees begging us, like Australia begs China to live. That's what I want to see. And I think that's what a majority of Americans want to see too, regardless of what you see or hear on the news. I'll take you to the video of President Trump talking about this.
We just hit them very hard. And I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. And we did it last night.
Hold on. How about instead of every time they hit us, we're going to hit 20 times? How about every time they even call? Every time they hit us and every time they call. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Sabrina is here. And she just informed me. We'll go back to this video in a minute. But she just informed me, because of these $300 value best water filtration systems in the world giving away for $50 orders, we had 18 orders come in. Just like that. 18 orders. Just like that. That means 18 of these are coming out to you for free. Maybe more depending on if you spend 100. You'll get 2. Because, like I said, these only have one hose in, one hose out for one line. So your hot line or your cold line. You would need one for each line for each area in your home, whether it be the sink, whether it be a bathtub, whether it be whatever, okay? But also you're going to need a plumber to come out and hook these up, unless you are a plumber yourself. I can hook them up in my home myself because I was a journeyman, plumbing and heating, but you will need a plumber. Vita Rosa said, love the gold tie. So do I. It shows boss. It shows boss. So every time you even call me, I'm going to hit you 20 times harder. As long as your answer isn't, yes, sir, we'll wave the white flag. But if you call me and you say, sir, we're ready to wave the white flag, then we'll talk.
Did a little something today, but it was really retribution for last night. They hit actually 3 boats, not 2. And when they hit, we hit back much harder.
Are we returning to a full-scale military conflict, sir?
I don't know. I don't know. We'd win it very quickly. It's another way of doing it. We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial?
I got to stop right here. Kane, 1960, says, Jeremy, this is why you can't get elected. You talk a lot of mess. You go on emotion. How do you know I can't get elected? The only reason I didn't get elected in New Hampshire was because of my own fault, because I spent more time on LFA TV than I did out campaigning. I was barely out there, and I got 40% of the vote off the couch. How do you know I can't get elected in District 1 of Iowa? The county that I live in wants me as the president, as the chairman of the county. And they want me as the chairman of the county because of what I say on the show. So how do you know that I couldn't get elected? Because I go off emotion. What else am I supposed to go off of? You don't think that I put thought into what I say mixed with my emotion? Because I do. Tell me what would get Iran to do what we want them to do other than what I just said. I would like to know. Because clearly, what the Pentagon and what President Trump has been doing hasn't worked because they keep going back. So you don't think that I put a lot of thought into it? Yeah, I'm emotional over it, absolutely. But that's a thought process statement that I made. That's an absolute thought processed statement that I made. You cannot negotiate or deal with terrorists. Reagan was very famous for talking about not negotiating with terrorists. He was very strong on it. Again, if there was another way to get Iran to do what we wanted them to do, I'd be the first to say, let's do that. But we've tried that time and time and time again. But I do thank you for your statement. But how do you know I can't get elected? I'm going to show you different.
Because they're sort of crazy, to be honest with you. They're sort of crazy. They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal. Badly.
Well, President Trump, they can't want to make a deal too badly because they keep shooting missiles and rockets at ships and countries. Hitting and killing really nothing. Couple little infrastructure places, not even infrastructure places, couple little bases and headquarters. Nothing to do with country infrastructure. They can't. They don't have that kind of precision. They don't even have radar any longer. And that's backed up by the fact that they can't hit anything with precision. I say it's the only way to deal with them. But, maybe someday, if I ever was the president of the United States, I'd have that opportunity to do that. And I will never be the president of the United States of America. You could bet that. Anyway, at the top of the hour, we have Carl Higbee coming on. And you guys definitely don't want to miss that. You're definitely going to want to share that out. RJC says, emotion is why people love Spencer Pratt. He got screwed out of his election. Heartland says, Jeremy, I live in Polk County, and folks here love you. Jeremy for Iowa. Thank you, Heartland girl, my fellow Iowan. I appreciate those kind words. JV said, my question is, who's helping Iran? China. That's why they flipped out when President Trump took their license away to sell any oil on the market anywhere. That's who I would say. Jeremy, your emotion will get you elected. I wish all politicians showed emotions. Maybe they would be more believable. I agree with that. But all I'll say is watch me win. I know how to win. I just never applied it when I ran for county commissioner and state rep in New Hampshire. I was too busy with LFA TV. Now I have found a balance, and I'm going to work it. So anyway, I'm going to go over to YouTube real quick and see some of the comments over there. I bet they're beautiful. Let's see. Leave them the F alone. We did this to them starting back in 1953, says Wheeler. Wow. Okay. Shinjin says that's America's policy. Never negotiate with terrorists. Absolutely. The same polls said Hillary would win in a landslide. Truth. Which Americans want to pay $100 billion to close the strait and pay more for the gas and the groceries? Yes, only 3 out of 10 want that. 7 out of 10 don't want that. Fairly easy poll to swallow. Well, you would know about the latter. You would know about that last word you said for sure. 100% you would. We did this to ourselves against Iran. In 1953, the United States and the United Kingdom overthrew a democratic government in Iran. Then how come in 1970 they were still beautiful? How come in 1970s they looked like America? If that's the case. 20 years after the year you are speaking of, they were living in glory. I suggest you go to YouTube and look up video footage from 1973 in Iran. It was beautiful. Sounds to me like we did a good thing for them. Just saying. Shannon says, I think you'd be a kick-ass senator. You would go in there and sweep house and not pussyfoot around. Well, maybe after I win a district seat for congressman, maybe I'll run for senator after that. Who knows? I don't know. I only know that that's my next thing, and that's what God wants me to do. That's all I know. That's all I know. So I want to give both sides of the argument here a little bit of time. That's why I read from YouTube, and that's why I read now. I mean, from Rumble and now from YouTube. M. Rose says, you are a firebrand Congress needs, Jeremy, go. Well, I'm also one that they would want to kick out, too. So all I know is I'm sick and tired of hearing the same old from politicians. Now, moving on to this, another very important subject here. President Trump addresses the assassination concerns after sending a new Air Force One to Europe instead of flying home on the normal plane. The press told to keep the window shades on Air Force One closed. He's dealing with that much of a threat, ladies and gentlemen. He's dealing with that much of a threat. I have a few videos here to show you. The first one will be President Trump. You'll see him boarding the old Air Force One en route to the U.S. The new plane is currently at Millenhall Air Force Base in the U.K. Now, whether this is because of concerns that maybe something was targeting his new plane. Remember, Iran doesn't need a military to use other allied members in make it look like a terrorist attack and use people like, Jordan or other American-hating, anti-American Muslim countries, because they do have terrorist cells everywhere. So as you can see, that's not the new plane. Oh, look, and he can walk up steps. Something that sure national pressure could never have done. They asked President Trump about possible assassination attempts yesterday at the NATO event, and he says, look, I'm always under threat of assassination, always. I'll bet you that the Secret Service has to tell that man I bet you there are multiple assassination attempts that you and I are not privy to. I'd be willing to bet.
Bad people, very bad people. I think they're incompetent, by the way. Because if they were competent, they would have made a deal a long time ago, like, how about 47 years ago? So they've been in trouble for 47 years, and we took out their first set of leaders, we took out their second set of leaders. They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list.
I'm on every list.
This morning, I'm on every single one of their lists.
Yep.
And so far, I guess I've been a little bit lucky, but that maybe doesn't last very long because that's the way it goes. But we have great people. But these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. Their cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. Man, that's the way I feel.
See, I'm hoping that Donald Trump is keeping his composure in the way that he speaks about what his plans are with Iran, and I hope behind the scenes he's a pit bull. I hope that there's more going on that you and I are not unaware of. I hope they are destroying the interior of Iran. I really do. It is about time. It's absolutely about time. We're going to go to this next video here of him in that same interview where he's talking about how he's number one on everybody's lists.
And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum. You want to know that they're
bunch of scum.
And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy and they can't have a nuclear weapon. And
they're scum. I don't like them. We don't like them. They're scum. They're a cancer that needs to be dug out. I asked for the person, and I'm not trying to be rude or trying to put you on the spot, but for the person and the number of thousands of people that are on Rumble that said, this is why you can't win because you speak like you do on emotion. Did you vote for President Trump and did he win? Because I remember President Trump saying, they're coming over, they're not bringing their best, they're coming over, they're sending their murderers, their rapists. I remember some very harsh words that he said about Somalis and Haitians. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, these people are crazy. It might be an emotional statement, it might be a passionate statement about the way he feels, but it's true. Now, if there's anything else on the table that is true that would get Iran to where we want them to be, I am all ears. I am all ears. Notice this, though. Notice that I didn't say kill every person in Iran. Notice that I said wipe out their water, wipe out their power plants, wipe out their bridges, wipe out their roads, wipe out their headquarters, wipe out their Muslim terrorist caves, wipe them out. And if people die in that, so be it. It's called WAR at that point. It's not called Playdate for a reason. Kay Lewis says, I wish you were in my district in Iowa, Jeremy. I would absolutely vote for you. Well, you know what you could do in order to help? When I'm full on campaign mode and I'm out there in those streets, you could come and we could get a huge, massive scale of people, a massive group of people to go out and hit the streets and knock on doors. We can do that. I might not be in your district, but I can represent you as a representative of Iowa. I can absolutely do that. I can absolutely take what the people of Iowa feel right to Washington, D.C., let them know how the people of Iowa feel, and report back to you on what they feel about you. The truth. The unbridled, transparent truth of how that place operates and what they think of all of you. And I'll guarantee you it's exactly what I believe it is right now, especially after my conversations with former congressman and hopefully Congressman-to-be Madison Cawthorn. Because he's told me some stuff, and I want to go see it for myself. And by the way, members of Congress, just to let you know, I will always be ready to document everything that I do. If you have a conversation with me, I might be wearing some Meta glasses. I might be recording the entire thing, just so you know. If I'm out to lunch with a congressman or a senator or a group of people, just let you know I'm probably going to be audio recording everything. Because I'm not going to allow you, if I were to win, I'm not going to allow you to band together, the establishment, and boot me out. Because if you take me down, I'm taking you all down. If you try to kick me out because of me trying to be honest, I'll take anybody down I have to take with me. I don't care. Sue me for what? This studio? By all means, go ahead. I got a phone today, a mini studio. I'll just go back to doing it old school. Like, I have no agenda other than to represent the people of Iowa and to report back to them what I see in D.C. Is that so bad? And Al Goldie said, I wonder who impersonated Mitch McConnell when they were talking to Scott Jennings. Probably AI. Like, I don't want to believe Scott Jennings is a compromised individual. The question is there. The question is there, but it was probably AI. Oh, how you doing, Scott? Oh, Mr. Mitch McConnell, it's so great to have you, my mentor. First of all, if Mitch McConnell has a mentor, there's got to be some compromised areas there. Just saying. I didn't know that he was an under-the-wing Mitch McConnell guy. I didn't know that about Scott Jennings. I probably would have had reservations about him. But Scott Jennings' character has shined through. He's been a great person until that video. And until that video yesterday where I showed you, where he's like, oh, I spoke to him. He's fine. He's great. I wouldn't want my picture out there either if I was trying to be all type private. Nope. So either Jennings got played or he's part of the problem. One of the two. Now, an Islamic communist anti-American alliance on display as 4 Americans attend Khamenei's funeral. After I show you these people, I have some very harsh words for these individuals. U.S. and Israeli strikes killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on February 28, 2026. His multi-day state funeral ran from July 3rd through July 9th. Today. drawing an estimated 15 to 30 million mourners across Tehran. Those 30 million people are terrorists, and they should all be wiped off the face of the earth. Those people I am calling for their eliminations. His funeral was attended by 4 Americans, too. Kayla Walsh, Jackson Hinkle, Christopher Halali, and Max Blumenthal, each with documented ties to communist politics. Russian or Iranian state media and organizations critical of U.S. foreign policy. Hinkle and Halali co-founded the American Communist Party and now live in Russia. Walsh, a self-described communist and co-founder of the Palestine Action U.S., who regularly contributes to Iranian state media, and Blumenthal, the founder of the Russia and Iran sympathetic outlet The Gray Zone, that resides in Washington, D.C. All 4 have made a career out of supporting America's enemies, raising the question of how is it even allowed and why have they not been investigated or prosecuted as foreign agents? Yes, please. Yes, Marco Rubio, State Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Please yank these people's citizenship. Yank it from them. They are foreign agents of foreign nations. They are terrorists. They are terrorist sympathizers, and they want the fall of the West. That is a traitor. Yank their U.S. citizenship, flag their passport, arrest them immediately. Kayla Walsh, co-founding the U.S. wing of the Palestine Action, later rebranded as the Unity of Fields. After abandoning electoral Democratic politics in 2022, New Hampshire's Attorney General indicted Walsh, Sophie Ross, and Bridget Shergalis on felony charges of riot, conspiracy to commit criminal mischief, burglary, and a conspiracy to commit falsifying physical evidence in connection with a November 20th, 2023 Elbit Systems incident. All 4 defendants, including Paige Bellinger, later pleaded down to misdemeanor conspiracy to commit criminal mischief and criminal trespass. They were sentenced to 12 months in prison. That was in the state of New Hampshire, my former state. So if these 4 Americans want to sympathize with this person, if these 4 Americans want to attend this funeral, and if these 4 Americans are actively working to tear down the United States of America, then we need to flag their passports, yank their citizenship, brand them as traitors, arrest them immediately. If they fly through any of our allies' airports, arrest them immediately and put them in Gitmo for the rest of their lives. You want to see an evil look on your face? That's an evil look. You tell me that's not evil. Look at the look in his eyes. This is treason. This is an American citizen waving an Iranian flag in Tehran at the funeral celebration. Look at the look in his eyes. Hang 'em high. Play it.
Run in the major square. This is going on many months, that each and every day the people of Iran, young and old, men and women, have been out here standing with the revolution against the United States, against the Zionist entity and the terrorist crimes of the Trump administration and Netanyahu. If there's one thing I can tell you here tonight, it's that the people here want their revenge, and revenge I'm sure they will get. Beautiful, beautiful crowd, so many flags, so many people in attendance. Absolutely amazing. As a Christian and an American patriot, I stand here in Tehran, Iran, in the face and condemnation of what my government has done to the people of Iran. We are gathered here today for the funeral of the martyred leader Sayyid Ali Khamenei. And to be honest with you,
do you know what he did, Mr. Christian American? Do you know what Saleh Khamenei has done? Are you aware of the murders, the atrocities, the rapes, the beheadings, the killing of gays, women who aren't wearing their shawl the way they're supposed to be, trafficking of young boys, the massive slaughter of people that is confirmed by every single nation, including Muslim nations around them? Are you aware of that while you stand there and condemn the United States of America, your country? Depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you. I guarantee you that Christian's hearing that.
As a Christian and an American patriot,
Yeah, okay. Okay. Spare me. Time for the gallows. Time for Gitmo. Marco Rubio, I am going to make this a short clip. I'm going to tag Marco Rubio, and I want everybody, if you follow me on Instagram, X, TikTok, Facebook, Truth, wherever, Telegram, I'm going to put that on there, and I want everybody tagging Marco Rubio on those platforms, because we need to scream for those people to get arrested. Now, I'm sure that these people, look, if I know about it, then the government knows about it. Right? But just because the government knows about it doesn't mean that they're going to do anything about it until they start hearing the screams. Ron Bronkowski says, what if he's a double agent? What else could he be other than that right there? He's literally praising the Ayatollah and the supreme leaders of Iran while he's absolutely decimating the United States of America. And he's as a Christian, as an American, as a this. Do you realize if they weren't using you, that they would kill you? Do you realize that? Do you realize that once you stop being able to be effective for them and their message, they will kill you? Do you realize that if the Secretary of State and the State Department put a hold on you so you couldn't travel anywhere, and so that you couldn't broadcast and you couldn't do anything, you couldn't get any word out, they would kill you. You are no more of use to them. As a Christian, as an American, okay. Okay. You want to know what these people do? Who funds Palestine, the made-up country? Who funds it? Does anybody know? Does anybody want to take a stab at it? Who funds them entirely? I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with Moran, pro-Palestine, anti-ICE American citizen, living in Ireland, brutally murdered by an asylum seeker that she knew. Beautiful young lady, clearly stupid, but beautiful young lady, probably had a bright future ahead of her, probably would have pulled her head out of her ass at one point. Yep, murdered by an asylum seeker that she knew. Now, I don't know if you guys are as pumped as I am for Conor McGregor to make his return this weekend at the UFC, but they asked Conor, what do you think about the lack of support that you are now getting in Ireland? As opposed to years ago when you would come to fight and the entire country would come with you, but now there's a lack of support. Why? And because of the trouble he's been into and his court cases he's been into. And Conor said, I'm not doing this for support. I'm doing this because of the atrocities that have been allowed to happen in my homeland of Ireland. Because of the illegal immigrants that have taken over the streets, that have taken over our land, and that are committing crimes against my countrymen and women. That's why I'm doing this. He laid it all out. He made a political statement in an interview in an episode of Embedded about the illegal aliens that are taking over Ireland and changing it from the inside out. As the Irish Times reported, 43-year-old Jamie Carney was found deceased in her rented home in Killarney on Tuesday at around 1:20 p.m. local time. Carney lived at the residence with her 13-year-old daughter. The murder was absolutely horrible. The Irish Mirror reported that Carney not only suffered serious head injuries in a brutal attack, but had been hidden by a duvet being placed over her. Carney had moved to Ireland from New York just 5 years ago. A State Department spokesman released the following statement to Newsweek after confirming the death of an American a day earlier in the county of Kerry, which is where Killarney is located. The Trump administration has no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans, no matter which party they belong to. We offer our sincerest condolences to the family and loved ones on their loss. We offer our sincerest condolences to the family and loved ones on their loss. Police in Ireland have identified a man in his 20s, but are refusing to release his name. The Irish Mirror reports that the man who allegedly killed Carney is an immigrant asylum seeker previously known to Carney and had occasionally stayed at her house. Now, do you guys remember the Syrian refugee challenge? That's what made me first go viral. In 2016, I put out a video called the Syrian Refugee Challenge. At that time, I was just a guy in my driveway with a phone, screaming at my phone about the things that were happening around the world. If you remember, the Syrians were displaced at that time because of war and purposely migrated around the world. When that happened, Sweden became the rape capital of the world. Sweden. That's right, Sweden became the rape capital of the world because of illegal aliens. And I put out a video. It was around the time that they were doing the water bucket challenge and the stupid Tide Pod challenge and all these dumb internet challenges. And I said, I got a challenge for you. How about you take one of these Syrian refugees into your home for 6 months? Go ahead. Go to the embassy right now. Go to the American Embassy. Go to the Department of Homeland Security. Go to ICE and Border Patrol. Go wherever you got to go and say, I want to host one of these families. Or even just one. Host them in your house for 6 months. And then if you're not dead, put out a video in 6 months and tell me, was I right or were you right? Go ahead. Take the Syrian Refugee Challenge. That blew up in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and the UK, and a couple other countries. Poland, I believe. 20 million views in less than a week. Once it got so big, it moved its way over to Canada. And I was doing radio hits and podcasts visits with people in Canada. And then it moved to the United States. That is the first thing that I ever did that went viral. It ended up getting over 60 million views total. Why? Because it was true. And now look at all of Europe. Look at Italy. Look at Sweden. Look at the UK. Look at England. Look at Scotland. Look at Ireland. Look at Spain. Look at Portugal. Look at Germany. Look at Austria. What do they all have in common? They've let the illegal aliens migrate. These third world Muslim shithole illegals, they've allowed them to migrate to their country and they've allowed them to rape their women and kill them. And it's happening here too. The only reason it's not a national pandemic in the national news, A, is because it's the agenda to not say it, and B, because this country is so big that if it happens 10 times in one state, it's still just one state. It's not here. Oh, but it will be. How do you think that they conquered Europe? And now Europe is getting knife attacks, knife beheadings, sword attacks, and rapes constantly. Anybody who doesn't acknowledge this, anybody who doesn't admit this, after seeing it over and over again, and anybody that doesn't care about this ought to be taken behind the woodshed and shot in the back of the head. Oh, Jeremy, that's you just talking too emotional. Oops. Oh, well, I'm a person. I'm a human. I'm an American. Welcome. Unbelievable. Just want to make sure that Carl Higby's ready here. He's going to be coming on here any minute. But to end this overseas discussion, hold on. Texting him now. All right. Trump is back with his plan to buy Greenland. Says that the Arctic islands should be controlled by the U.S., not Denmark. He said this yesterday. We played a little bit of it yesterday, but this is a now serious push to controlling Greenland because of the waterways, because of what we've seen in the Strait. It's absolutely going to be taken over by the United States of America, and there's nothing anybody's going to be able to do about it either. Welcome to the new golden age.
So in Greenland is very important for the United States, but it's not important for Denmark. In fact, when Denmark was overrun by the Nazis in less than one day, Hitler beat them out in one day, took over. They asked us to take care of Greenland. In fact, we took Greenland, and then stupidly we gave it back. We shouldn't have given it back to them because we're the ones that need it. We need it for protection. of the world, not just the United States. And it's very important. It doesn't help Denmark, but it helps us. And it's very important for us. And again, they were defeated very quickly. Denmark was beaten in 1 day, less than 1 day, by the Nazis, by Hitler. And when this happened, they immediately switched it over to us. We owned it. We had it. We were taking care of it, and then we gave it back, which is, I don't know why. I wouldn't have given the Panama Canal back either, you know, so what do I know?
So, there's 3 areas right now in southern Greenland that we have targeted to make permanently American sovereign territory. Already, those 3 are, I can't remember the name of the actual areas, but they're all going to house United States bases. And 1 second here, I have to send Mr. Carl Higbee another invite here, so if you'll just bear with me. But let me know in the live chat, by the way, whether you're watching on Rumble or whether you're watching on YouTube, let me know in the live chat. Is taking over Greenland something that you all are in favor of? And if so, why? Is taking Greenland over as U.S. sovereign territory for security purposes and for economic reasons, are you in favor of it? Are you not in favor of it? And why? Okay? As we're trying to connect with Carl. Carl will be on here in just a minute. Apologize for the delay. I'll read those comments in a minute, but I want to go back to Spain. Remember when President Trump said yesterday in the NATO press conference when he said he instructed Scott Bessent to cut off any deal with Spain, instructed Secretary Marco Rubio to cut off anything with Spain. Spain's done. Well, they didn't take that well, and they immediately started crying about it. Check this out.
You had issues with, you said you had issues with leaders of Spain, UK.
Yeah.
Very
Spain, I will say, I did have issues with
also
Spain,
Germany.
and I still do. But Spain, they came back all the way today. Spain was very generous today. You know, I told them I'm going to stop trading.
What did Spain do to them?
They made, they honored a request for lots of payment. And if they didn't, we wouldn't even talk to them. They were very bad. They behaved very badly, in my opinion. But there was great unity in that room today, the NATO room. It was pretty amazing, actually. There was something very good about it. I actually wish the press was able to stay. Now, they may have been different if the press was there, but there was tremendous unity and togetherness. It was quite nice.
You had issues with, you said you had issues with leaders of Spain, UK.
Yeah.
Very
Spain, I will say, I did have issues with
also
Spain,
Germany.
and I still do. But Spain, they came back all the way today. Spain was very generous today. You know, I told them I'm going to stop trading.
What did Spain do to them?
They made, they honored a request for lots of payment. And if they didn't, we wouldn't even talk to them. They were very bad. They behaved very badly, in my opinion. But there was great unity in that room today, the NATO room. It was pretty amazing, actually. There was something very good about it. I actually wish the press was able to stay. Now, they may have been different if the press was there, but there was tremendous unity and togetherness. It was quite nice.
You had issues with...
All right, there we go. So Spain balked, right? Is that what they say? Still trying to get him connected here, folks. Sometimes this happens, so don't go anywhere. We'll get it taken care of here. Let's see. I'll just send it to him this way. There we go. That's better. So again, Carl Higbee about to join us. Until he comes on, which he should be on here any minute, we'll just take a quick break, and we'll talk about the best, most patriotic coffee in America, and that is Rise Up Coffee. We'll be right back with Carl Higbee.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Order yours American Pecan, which is the mild, or the dark Sumatra Gold. You can get the American Pecan also in the decaf as well. So order yours today at jeremyherrell.com or at lfatv.us. All right, folks, as promised, you know him, you love his show. Every one of you are fans of his here. I see it in the live chat. I'm going to bring on Mr. Carl Higbie from Newsmax, and you can also go to carlhigbie.com. Carl, great to have you again. How you doing?
Hey, thanks for having me on, Jeremy.
Yeah, man, always great to have you here. It's an honor to, to see what you do. I watch your show. I watch your social clips every single day. Absolutely love to see another firebrand out there who's, a lot of people in our chat say, Jeremy, maybe you shouldn't say things with such emotion. Very few people say that. But I think that the emotional part, as long as you can rationalize and think about what you're going to say before you say it, I think the emotion and the passion is exactly what people are dying for, and I think that's, I'd say, arguably why President Trump is president again.
Well, and I think it means that you actually mean what you say. Like, people go on these TV networks, and you have talking heads all day long that are going through like like talking points because they're worried about who they represent. Or if you're passionate about something, like, I love this job. Like, I have not taken a single vacation day the entire year because I get to come on here, talk about whatever I want, and put forward an opinion that I think a lot of other people have. And sorry if I get passionate about it, but I'm not really sorry about it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think look, Newsmax extended your contract for a reason last time, right? People are tuning in because you are passionate. And there's a couple others over there, who do the same thing, and it's probably why Newsmax has become so big as it has, and why Fox looks at it as like a potential, opponent. Because so many people are tuning into passion, something I believe that the network I just mentioned has lost for the most part.
Oh, 100%. And you know what it is? It's like noble concept to mean what you say and actually give a shit about it. I mean, that's kind of shocker.
I know. It's weird that that's like a fringe thing these days, or a hard thing to find. And the Democrats, they've been trying to find a manly, passionate guy too, and the best they found was Grant Plattner. That didn't really work out. I mean, Elizabeth Warren did say, he's my kind of man. I
think she said that about Waltz too.
Who waves like this. Hi, everybody. Hi. All right. I brought you on today to talk about Mr. Freeze, or Mitch McConnell, right? Who the last few times we've seen him, he's not been able to put together a full sentence. The last few times we've seen him at a press conference or walking with help, by the way, from two people from Congress to his car or wherever, he cannot, and I'm not trying to railroad on the guy here or anything, but he cannot put together a full sentence. He's actually worse than Joe Biden was. He's like Dianne Feinstein level gone. And here we have these Republicans, including somebody that I respect, I don't know how much anymore, including Scott Jennings. He's fine. Yeah. He's fine. I talked to him yesterday for 20 minutes in depth about Iran, about Ukraine, and about the main Senate situation. Carl.
I mean, look, Republicans, I believe, are doing the same thing that Democrats did with Joe Biden. And it's honestly, like I like Scott Jennings, but I don't know if he talked to an AI bot.
That's what I think.
Or or what. But like I don't believe. Like, how hard is it for him to do like a selfie video from his phone? Hey guys, I'm fine. Blah blah blah. Like we have the 911 call now where they were asking for advanced life support transport. Like this is not something, and I think that they're doing this to avoid a special election here, just so someone can. But now you have Bashar, the governor, coming out being like, "Dude, you got to show us some proof of life here." And when the Republican governor is doing that, you got some questions.
Well, because the Republican governor is the one who can name somebody in place of that a senator as an acting senator until an election or a special election. And if you've got the guy who's responsible for picking your replacement, I think he's got some weight there. I think he's got some authority and some jurisdiction to say, hey, look, if you don't want to show the general public because of HIPAA or whatever reason, that's fine. But you got to show me. I am the governor of the people. I represent the people in this state just as you do. You got to show me. And like you said, if you're having in-depth conversations with a member of the press, which Scott is, right? As a member of the press, if you're having an in-depth conversation with this guy about Ukraine, Iran, and Maine, then you should be able, like you said, to go, I'm alive, I'm well, and I'll be back. Right?
Yeah, you should. I mean, that's the other thing, too, is like both parties just lie. And the fact that, I mean, let's look at the Save America Act. They're all like, they all ran on this. They all raised money on this. Donald Trump appeared on stage and endorsed these people based on the Save America Act. It was the Save Act back then. And they all were like, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. They didn't do that. So excuse me for not believing them for, not showing somebody for 3 weeks that they say is doing alive and well when his wife goes to China, the former Secretary of Transportation, Elaine Chao. She just like up and goes to China. Like nothing is adding up here. And like, look, Mitch McConnell, outside of getting Supreme Court justices confirmed for Donald Trump, like I don't really have a ton of respect for the guy.
Yeah. No, me neither. Like you said, he's got Elaine Chao, who is the heiress of the largest shipping company in China, which is absolutely controlled by the CCP. She goes over there 3 days after he gets cardiac arrest or whatever ended up really happening to him, speaks with the vice president of the country, which I think that somebody like the Secretary of State should be, acknowledging and announcing or calling her in, or Congress should be calling her in. Somebody should be calling this woman in. He's got a daughter who's an avid liberal activist who deletes her ex account for whatever reason. And at the same time, we're not getting any word that this guy's alive. And again, I just want to re-say something. I did say Republican governor Andy Beshear. I meant governor of the Republican senator. So if I misspoke, guys,
correct.
I'm sorry about that. Yes, he's not a Republican. Beshear is a Democrat, but still the governor, and still has the ability to say, hey, what's going on? I mean, this is a Republican me saying that a Democrat governor has the right to know if the senator is there or not.
Right. Correct. Yeah, I said Republican as well. He is a Democrat.
Yeah. So, I mean, the long story short here is, if they can keep this whatever charade going or whatever this is for another another 45 days, well then they can't hold a special election, right? Is that what it is? So there's a time frame here in which a special election can happen?
I think they have like a month or something like that, 40 days, a month, something. It's in August, like early August, that they have to do this by. And the problem is this doesn't allow them to. I think Thomas Massey is going to run for that seat as an independent, and it's going to create a three-party system over there that he could actually win by splitting the vote.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it would be. I'm under the impression that it would be very hard for Thomas Massey to win anything unless he was allowed to get Democrat votes, right?
Right.
Because
in a three-way race, he could.
In a three-way race, he could, except for if he's in a three-way race, he's more than likely going to split the Republican vote, and the Democrats are going to vote for the Democrat. No.
It depends because. Democrats have historically found that the enemy of my enemy can be my friend temporarily.
Yes.
And there's dude, Kentucky. I mean, look, Kentucky is a place that keeps electing Rand Paul. Okay, who, by the way, like, I mean, love him or hate him, he continuously gets elected. I mean, this is the guy that bucks Donald Trump, but yet wins the Republican election there.
Yeah.
And so Kentucky has an interesting electorate where you have a lot of people. I think it's like normally it's like 10 on the fringe of either side, 10% Democrats, 10% Republicans, and then like 80% in the middle. I think honestly, Kentucky is more like 98% middle and 1% on either side. So who knows? I mean, look,
Good point.
Rand Paul, Democrat governor. It's the only reason Mitch McConnell stayed in as long as he did is because he'd been there forever.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like Lindsey Graham. He's tenured in so deep that it's almost impossible to get him out because it's the name that most Kentuckians only know because he's been in there for like 40 years or whatever it is. So we're in this situation now where I think for the first time in my life, I was agreeing with CNN yesterday. For the first time in my life, I was agreeing with half the left on X yesterday that says these Republicans are trying to pull wool over everybody's eyes and keep a dead man in office just so there can't be a special election. Look, whatever way it goes, if it doesn't go our way or it did go our way in a special election, I think moral-wise, moral compass-wise, we are absolutely have the right to know if he's alive or dead. He's a U.S. senator who was the majority leader for years.
Bro, this is like the bar's literally on the floor. If this is what we're saying, like all we're asking for is proof of life. Yeah, that's like the baseline for elected officials. Are you kidding me? Like, we can't even get that. And this is the thing. Every Republican is like, Joe Biden's not mentally fit. Yes, Joe Biden was not mentally fit to be president. And guess what? I don't believe Mitch McConnell has been for years, let alone now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got the videos of him falling. You got the videos of him freezing. You got the videos of him not knowing which way to go or what to do. I mean, he's clearly been gone, but they rolled out Dianne Feinstein until she was a prune, dried up. Look what they did to Jimmy Carter in the last election. He's sitting there like Stephen Hawking in a wheelchair, and they're like, yay, he voted for Joe Biden in the primary. Oh, he did? He can't move his head.
Yeah. It's so crazy.
I mean, this is where we are in America these days, where vegetables have votes.
Yeah. And votes in the Senate.
Yeah.
That's the problem. In the Senate.
Yep. The legislative part of our system, man. Wow. So I don't know if you saw this or not, but there was a video yesterday, went viral on social media, of a car with Kentucky plates leaving Mitch McConnell's D.C. home. Have you seen this video?
I have not.
So I'm going to show it afterwards to the audience because we're going to stay on this after you go. But so if you want to stay on the link and watch it, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a video yesterday of a woman. It's a bunch of people outside Mitch McConnell's home because everybody's posted up out there to see what happens, right? I'm sure if you just Googled it or went on X, you'd find it.
I'm doing it literally as we go.
Okay, so in the video, it's really weird because it sounds like this woman is freaking out because a car is seen leaving Mitch McConnell's house with Kentucky plates, and she's freaking out about it. And I'm thinking, what's so weird about that? A Kentucky car, or a car with Kentucky plates leaves Mitch McConnell's Kentucky home, but apparently it wasn't. It was his D.C. home. And the theory is that literally people from Kentucky were sent to go either gather things or to check on the home or something. So I didn't know if you had seen it and if you had anything to say about it, because as of right now, I'm still flabbergasted and I don't know what that means. But it's basically the narrative is he's dead and these people are coming to clear out some of his things. And they were sent from Kentucky to do it.
Well, I'm watching the video right now as we go through this. And, it seems to have a congressional placard in the window, which is like, okay, so maybe you're a staffer of the congressional thing or whatever. But yeah, look, it comes down to the fact that, like, dude, just like everybody, I'm on my iPhone right now.
Yeah.
Why can't he do the same thing?
I mean, if he can have conversations with the press, man. So I think the Republican Party here has a lot of explaining to do. I think that they can no longer, as far as the establishment goes, I never want to hear you say another thing about Joe Biden. I never
Ever.
want to hear John Thune, Steve Scalise, anybody in the House, anybody in the Senate. If you're an establishment guy, Langford, Cotton, all of them. If I hear you ever say another word about Joe Biden and I'm in the room, I'm going to call you out, because this is the same.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. This is the uniparty, man. These people, like, we know that he's been part of the anti-Trump agenda underlying, and this is just one step further of making sure that Donald Trump doesn't have some sort of foothold in in his state. It is remarkable, and the fact is, the fact that they're doing this, like Thomas Massey will probably run for the seat as an independent, and the fact that they're keeping it from Thomas Massey, who is opposed Trump on a great deal of things. He votes with Trump 92%, but opposed him on like 8% of things that were critical things. The fact that they're playing that game to keep him out of office, nothing adds up to me.
That's a good point. That's a good point, because they have an if it's the establishment hiding it from Massey, why, when they know that Massey absolutely hates Trump just like they do? You know, it makes all the sense in the world. I don't see this. I don't see the Senate. I think the biggest purge we have to do in our party is in the Senate. I think we've done a lot in the House. I think there's only a few that we really stand out left in the House. I mean, we've gotten rid of Eye Patch McCain. We've gotten rid of Cornyn. We've gotten rid of a lot of these older,
fossils.
Yeah, exactly. And even the younger guys with the older train of thought, that older Republican term limits. But are they ever going to put term limits on themselves? I mean, that's the problem. That's never going to happen, dude. It's never going to happen. So I want to just ask you one more thing. You are going to be streaming live from my home state at the end of this month. Can you talk a little bit about that?
The Gun Owners of America Conference is the Goals Conference. A lot to celebrate this year. Basically, this is the gathering of everybody who cares about guns in the nation. All right, we've got the Supreme Court now taking up the AR-15 ban, mag bans. We had the Supreme Court rule on the Hawaii sensitive places areas. We've had, obviously, Bruin. We had my case recently decided. I sued the state of New York in federal court because they wouldn't give me a gun permit. They lost. Now I have a gun permit in Manhattan, of all places. And thousands of other people have also applied and received their gun permits since my lawsuit.
Wow.
So
awesome.
a lot to celebrate this year, but it's going to be in Iowa. Go to gunownersofamerica.com. You can check it out there. I'll be speaking. We're going to be doing my show live from there on the Friday before the last weekend of the month of July. It goes into July 31st into August.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome, man. And I'm going to attend. I'm going to be there in Des Moines right along with you. I don't know if I'll be broadcasting there myself, but I probably will be. And if I'm not, I'll still be there anyway. I think it's a big. Yeah. Trump just railed back a lot of gun restrictions as well over the last week. So it's a great time to be a gun owner in America. And hey, I'm along with Trump. It needs to be state to state reciprocity. I think you should be able to cross from Illinois to Iowa and reverse with your gun on your hip. I think you should be able to drive to New York with a gun on your hip. And all rights that are trampled on the Second Amendment need to be lifted immediately.
Yeah, which is the irony is the 14th Amendment arguments we just had over birthright citizenship. The left literally made the argument that all rights are absolute. It's like, okay, let's go with the Second Amendment now.
Yeah, exactly. And here's another problem I have. I am a big advocate of felons getting their rights restored because for many reasons. Now, if you're a dangerous felon that you've committed some, acts with guns and you've killed people,
murder
obviously,
or something,
things like that. But here, this is just another way the system has worked the way it's around and said, let's give felonies out like they're candy. Martha Stewart has a felony and can't own a gun. By rights, Trump can't own a gun. They give felonies out like crazy, and I believe it's double jeopardy. Being punished for the same crime for the rest of your life. And how can you take a right away? You can take a privilege, but how can you take a right away if you've already paid your debt to society? I think that's a problem.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, actually. Nonviolent felonies and things like that. And that's, we have enough people. The left is letting all the wrong people out on felony charges with slaps on the wrist and things like that. And yet people on the right get a felony for $100 tax evasion or whatever people get.
Yep.
And now they can't own a gun. Like Trump had to forfeit his Manhattan carry permit when he became a felon. Now, granted, he's the president of the United States, but the whole thing is complete crap to me. The way that they look at both of these things. I think nonviolent felons should have their rights
So do
restored
I.
on that.
So do I. Taking away their ability to protect their family and hunt. You know, if it ever
Yeah.
came down to that. So, you know. Well, last word. Where can people watch you? Where can they find you on social media? Floor's yours.
Newsmax 6 p.m. every night, Monday through Friday, and at Carl Higbee. All my platforms are the same, and obviously when you invite me on here, you can catch me here.
That's right. And you've never said no, which is more than I can say for every other host of every other network that I've invited. So,
Well,
true American.
I'd love to be here.
All right. Follow him at Carl Higbee on every social media platform and watch him at 6 p.m. every single night on Newsmax. My friend, God bless you, and I'll talk to you later.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you too. All right, there he is, guys. Make sure you watch his show. His show is fire, by the way, and make sure you follow him on social media. He kills it, man. He's like us. He's absolutely like us. Now I know you guys are no stranger to Carl Higbee, but he is very much one of us. Very much. All right, before we get started here, Fatty 15, thank you very much for sponsoring that segment today with our guest. Fatty 15 is your essential fatty acid that your body absolutely needs for longevity of life. If you don't believe me, ask your doctor. Google it. Go on ChatGPT or Grok and say, what is C15 and what does C15 do? Once you come back with all that information, you will be rushing to fatty15.com, promo code LFA, to get yourself a 90-day starter kit. Now, there are many ways that you can ingest C15 with Fatty 15. You can do it with their refill pouches. You can do it with a tablet. You can do it with gummies and more. But it is essential that you have this essential fatty acid in your body, and it's essential for your cellular development and growth and aging to have C15. Please check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Go to fatty15.com. There's a questions and answer, frequently asked questions page and everything. There's all the information you're going to need there. And if you need to back up any of that information with your own research, I always encourage people to do so. So, again, we'll put it up on the screen here for you, fatty15.com/LFA. Fatty15.com/LFA. Use promo code LFA at checkout. Save yourself some money and get started today with your daily regimen of C15. That's fatty15.com, promo code LFA for Live from America. All right, where'd we leave off here? Let's see. Carl Higbee, yes. And we talked about, obviously, Greenland and Iran and all of that. Let's get into the, let's continue this right here. This is the video that I was talking about to Carl. This is the video that I asked him to look up. So we're going to go ahead and pop this on the screen and play it for you. Now, viewer discretion advised, there are some F words in this video, okay? All right.
Thank you. Kentucky. He's fucking from Kentucky. He's in a Kentucky car. He had a congressional placard. He removed a congressional placard. Whoever that is, he's got to be like family or friends or somebody. What the fuck is going on?
Could have followed.
Kentucky
Where do you
plates?
think he's?
It's just weird. This whole thing is so fucking...
So, if you read the description here, it says, whoever was sent to Senator Mitch McConnell's home appears to be someone with a potential connection to the family based on the Kentucky license plates and what appears to be a red congressional placard displayed on the dashboard. This is in D.C., by the way. Most contractors would typically arrive in their own vehicles, but maybe they hired somebody from Kentucky who also works at Congress. Now, how is this relevant? Why is it relevant? How is this caught? Because there's people camped outside of his house that are trying to do actual journalism, trying to find out if this man is actually dead or if he's actually alive. Nobody knows. But there is an audio from President Trump that we're going to play right now. And in this audio, it's President Trump responding to Mitch McConnell's status, saying, look, I have no idea what's going on. If the President of the United States has no idea what's going on with one of the top senators, a senator that used to be the majority leader when he was president, that's a problem, folks. That's a problem.
No, I haven't. No. I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing.
At the beginning of before the date,
Badly.
so at the beginning,
No, I haven't. No. I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing.
at the beginning of before this.
I have no idea how he's doing. That you saw of Mitch McConnell, that video was from 2023. Remember this? This was like the third time this had happened. Now look behind him, John Thune, right? He's always been right there, big rhino along with Mitch. Old John Thune behind him there. You can see him right there, lurching behind right there. There he is. This was from 3 years ago. Folks, 3 years ago. He had mental decline then. There's no way Scott Jennings had a 20-minute conversation with him. And again, I'm not going to sit here and say absolutely unequivocally Scott Jennings is a compromised individual, should not be listened to, because he could have been duped. He probably was. They probably do have some kind of AI in Mitch McConnell's voice speaking back. And guess what? It wouldn't even have to sound normal. It wouldn't even have to sound like the guy that you're used to hearing, because they could easily say, oh, he's just recovering.
Oh, that's going to sound like this. Hi, Scott. Scott. I'd like to talk about Ukraine and Iran and what's going on in Maine.
You could have sounded all drug out like that. Is that proof of life? And by the way, if he's calling Scott Jennings, right, from a cell phone, in which apparently he did, and Scott Jennings was mentored by Mitch McConnell. Scott said he owes everything to Mitch McConnell for where he is today. If they've got that kind of a relationship, then why wasn't it a FaceTime? Why the phone call? Why wasn't it a FaceTime with him? Oh. I don't believe Scott is a liar. I don't believe Scott is compromised. I believe he was duped. And I believe that they've got this entire scheme that they're playing out. And I'll guarantee you the CCP is involved. If his wife is there and his left-wing activist daughter are there, then you can bet your bottom dollar that the CCP is involved. She is a CCP child. Where are all you Israel people at? Where are all you Jews run the country people at? I want you to come out now. Because if you ask me, this is exactly what you're pointing your finger at the Jews for. This is exactly what's happening. China is literally running the GOP Senate through Mitch McConnell and his merry band of rhinos, John Thune, Langford, Cotton, all of them. Where are all you Jew people now? China is asshole all the time. They are absolutely running the show. For sure. As a matter of fact, guess who texted me today? Out of the blue. Ava. Is it a coincidence that Ava Chen, after months of not talking to each other, not because we fell out or anything, just because we're busy, she messages me today. Hi, Jeremy. I changed my phone. I'm doing well. How are you? Actually, November 13th is the last time I texted her. And all of a sudden, she's texted me today with all this stuff going on with China. Hopefully, I'll have Ava back on for a guest. If you would like to see Ava back on for a guest, then sound off in the live chat. Let me see it. Let me show her. Let me take a picture of it, a screenshot for Ava that says that you want her to come back for an interview, much like we just did with Carl. I'm getting ready to take the picture of the live chat. I know you guys want her. I know you do. Eileen says, I knew it was Ava. Yes, bring Ava on. We're going to take pictures of this right now. I'm going to send them to her just so she knows how much she's loved. We definitely miss her. She's great. She's always been great. And there's no better person to ask about the atrocities of China is asshole than Ava Chen. Wow, the outpouring of love is beautiful, you guys. Look at that. You guys are going crazy. Let me pull this up for people that are watching on YouTube so you guys can see the craziness that's going on here with the LFA TV Rumble chat. Hey, absolutely want Ava back. Look at this. Look at all that. Yes, 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 please bring Ava. Now, a lot of you people over on YouTube probably don't know who she is. But she was one of the defectors of China. One of the millions and millions of people who got away from China escaped and started blowing the whistle on all of their stuff. They brought official military documents, records, plans that they planned to do, how they're the ones that literally, where they knew COVID was about to be released. They had a code for it. They talked about it 2 years before it was released. They knew it was going to happen. All of that stuff and more. These people left China and had people in the government who supplied documents for them, and they can never go back. Until the CCP is dead and gone, they can never, ever go back. So I've never claimed to be an expert on China, but I can tell you this. I know more about them because of the NFSC, which is the new Federation State of China. I know more about them because of that than most people do. And I can tell you, they're the enemy. Not Israel and not even Iran. China. And China uses their military power to prop up all these other people and throw them under the bus to fight America. Yes, Miles got sentenced to prison. Miles Guo got sentenced to prison, everybody, because of the influence of China. Absolutely. It's a terrible thing. Really is. So, back to Mitch McConnell. Dead or alive? I'll let you be the judge. Moving right along here, President Trump seeks immediate rehearing in the Supreme Court of the birthright citizenship case after it is being reported that there are massive billboards and posters all over Mexico and all over the southern border popping up everywhere advertising deliveries in America start at $4,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we told you it was $1 billion business. You didn't believe us. You did, but the people that are watching maybe over on YouTube or people on the left, they didn't believe, this is birthright tourism is not a thing. Then explain the billboards I'm about to show you. President Trump announced Wednesday he is immediately demanding a rehearing at the Supreme Court in light of these billboards and these advertisements going up. Let's go to the president right now and read from what he said. Signs and billboards are being put up all over the southern border and Mexico, advertising birthright citizenship, with deliveries starting at $4,000. Likewise, similar signs are going up all over our country. Billions of dollars will illegally be made by this scam, with citizenship going to anyone willing to pay. It will be by far the number one way of becoming a citizen. And then the entire family will be allowed to follow. Not sustainable. Nobody saw this coming. American citizenship is not for sale. In fact, that is a crime, and therefore the Supreme Court ruling is wrong. I will be asking for a rehearing by the United States Supreme Court immediately. This miscarriage of justice will destroy America if they don't change their absolute insane decision. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. And let me show you, as it was reported. Here we go. Here are some of the signs and posters and billboards about it.
Billboards. You can pay $3,950 if you want to have birth naturally, make your child a U.S. citizen.
Are you kidding?
Your
Oh, yeah.
foreign board C-section, $5,525. I spoke with Ken Paxton on this, and he showed me pictures where there are houses in Texas that look residential. So it could be your neighbor's house, and you go inside the house, and there are rows of bassinets where Chinese women are coming, giving birth to a child, then going back to the Chinese Communist Party, educating their child there, and they have U.S. citizenship, which could amount to more than 1 million new voters in this country over time.
Only a stupid nation
would allow this to happen. They also have a website, havemybabyintexas.com. By the way, this big border advertisement right there is miles away from the border. So their audience are people that are crossing back and forth. And by the way, if you think it's just Mexicans no, that's just a checkpoint right there.
Yes.
People are traveling from all across the world to come to Mexico to go pregnant. They could have their baby here in the state of Texas. And, as a result of that, their kids are going to be American citizens. Congress has to codify this law.
Congress has to codify this law. Question is, do you think they will? That's the question. And now we're going to get into the one part of LFA TV that I hate to have to report on. And that's this. 3-time deported, illegal, alien, charged with killing a North Carolina girl, 6 years old, after running a stop sign. Jamie Santiago Corona. Multiple deportation requests. Multiple deportations kept coming back. Driving on a revoked driver's license. Collided with a vehicle and killed a 6-year-old girl in North Carolina last week. Jamie Santiago Corona was driving a Dodge Ram pickup on July 3rd when he failed to stop at the stop sign and struck an SUV driven by 35-year-old Kelly Toller, who was traveling with her 2 children in Pitt County. The North Carolina Highway Patrol said Toller and her 4-year-old child were transported to ECU Health Greenville with serious injuries. Toller's 6-year-old daughter, Callie Toller, was pronounced dead at the scene. This tragedy, said Secretary Lauren Biss, acting assistant secretary in the DHS, said this tragedy was 100% preventable. Our prayers are with Callie Taylor and her family. Corona is charged with misdemeanor death by vehicle. Misdemeanor death by a vehicle. Driving on a revoked license, here illegally, coming back illegally multiple times, and he gets a misdemeanor charge. Death by vehicle, failure to stop, reckless driving, and driving with a license revoked. He illegally re-entered the United States 3 times, which is a felony, DHS said. Corona also has a history of driving under the influence. His criminal history includes homicide, negligent manslaughter with a vehicle, multiple counts of obstruction of police, DUI, failure to appear, and multiple traffic offenses, according to DHS. This is who you want in our country, you Democrat scumbags? This is who you're fighting for, you left-wing loons, you shitheads? This is who you are fighting for every day? This is who you're blowing your little rape whistles in Seattle when you see ICE? Brr, 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 brr. Save Corona. Brr, save Juan. Brr, save Muhammad. Brr, save Khalil. You know what's worse than these illegal aliens? Killing American citizens, killing little girls? You insufferable Democrat liars, you scumbag anti-American communist pieces of garbage. You are worse. It's your fault. That little girl's blood is on your hands, you Democrat voting scum. And you know it. Let me go over to YouTube for a minute. Let me see what you're saying over there, because I'm sure it's bullshit. Let's see. Brian, no. Un-American loser. What a loser. By the way, this is every day. Every day we report on this. And you can't even have the common decency to say, yeah, that's messed up. We shouldn't allow that to happen in this country. Anybody who votes Democrat at this point is an anti-American and open game. Open for whatever. You are who we're coming after now. For 4 years. Brian, Jeremy has so much hate and vitriol, and American is tired of division. Eat all the shit in the world, you coward Democrat. Eat it all. You no friend, no family having piece of shit, lonely loser who watches this show every day. You are the scum of earth. You are worse than a terrorist, murderous, rapist. Because you want it. You love it.
New ice was here around in the area, especially along Aurora Avenue, but they were still shocked to see it happen yesterday morning at this intersection right in front of their homes. And the arrests are ramping up amid new arrest quotas that have been set by the Department of Homeland Security. It's the whistles in this video that caught Leslie Lord's attention.
All of a sudden, I heard a whistle, and I'm like, wait a second, I know what that means.
From her office less than 20 feet away, Lord saw masked agents in unmarked cars and covered up license plates arrest 2 men from this landscaping truck.
2 guys just going to work, wanting to support their family. You know, their lunches were in the back seat.
My bedroom's right in the front of my house, and I kept hearing this whistle.
By the time Jasmine Joshua came down, neighbors were mobilizing.
Who were able to take video and take pictures and get the license plates and the make and model of the car.
Others drove through the neighborhood, warning people.
To see if there were any other, gardeners. There's a lot of construction around here, and just to, do a check to make sure that people in the area.
What a loser.
Knew that ICE was around.
In the beginning of 2026, the Puget Sound region saw 2 to 3 arrests per day. Now that has increased to up to 10 per day. According to the New York Times, ICE has a new daily quota of 2,000 arrests a day nationwide, and 80% of all officers are.
By the way, that is already at 3,200 a day, according to Mark Wayne Mullen, head of DHS. Okay? That's at 3,200 a day right now. So maybe $2,000 a day in Seattle, in Washington. Maybe that's what they mean. But we'll carry on here.
Are on arrest operations, with many working 7 days a week.
By the time my boss got here, the truck was gone.
Back at Leslie Lord's real estate office, she keeps her own whistle nearby.
Have 2 of them here.
Hoping she won't have to use it.
Love your neighbor. You know, I mean, we're all the same. We're all trying to support our families. We're all trying to make a living.
That arrest from yesterday was one of 6 documented in our region. Today, there have been more, at least 4 documented in the region today. That they knew ICE was here around in the area, especially along.
You know what's funny is those dipshits over on YouTube, guys, Rumble. They're like, oh, you're preaching to what, 5 MAGA people on here? While completely ignoring the fact that we're a top 10 channel with thousands of viewers right now live on Rumble. YouTube is for the low IQ. That's who lives on YouTube. Low IQ'd people. Like David. David, he said, jobless MAGA morons giving us financial advice. Hey, everybody, how long have we been doing this job, and how many people do we employ here? Huh? David, it sounds like you don't have a job, my friend. Sounds like if you do have a job, you should be fired because you're spending your time watching somebody who employs how many people? Yeah. Yeah, I guess jobless morons get invited to the White House, cover the White House, travel covering campaigns. Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know what makes somebody worse. Somebody who's jobless or somebody who watches a jobless person all day. Little David, we'll let you stay on YouTube for a little bit, just for the engagement and the ECPM rating. We'll let you stay over there. Meanwhile, over here on Rumble, YouTube and Facebook is where brain cells go to die. Honky Kong says, I'm crashing out, my guy. I hope they become an angel family on Rumble. Well, that's going to get you silenced. See, we don't allow dipshits on Rumble. We allow them on YouTube because we're trying to grow over there. We don't really need to grow on Rumble. We got a pretty solid audience. David lives in mommy's basement, says Patty. Absolutely. Hey, we've got Nurse Squid said, I'm a legal citizen, naturalized from Canada. I have a job and voted for Trump 3 times. There you go, girl. There you go, girl. Get it. Get it. Hertz McGrowan said, jobless? That's the dipshit Democrats. Absolutely. 100%. Yes, travel. That's BS projection. Absolutely. Oh, Honky Skunk says, I'm with you, brother. Okay. All right. Well, just making sure. Just making sure. You know, hey, the mother of idiots is always pregnant, and she's a Democrat. Right? An illegal alien from Mexico fatally shot trying to run over an ICE agent in Houston. Oh, yes. Tell me more. These are the kind of stories I like to hear. An illegal alien from Mexico was fatally shot after trying to run over an ICE agent in Houston, Texas on Tuesday. According to the reports, ICE officers conducted a traffic stop around 6:50 a.m. when the illegal alien, identified as Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, tried to evade law enforcement. Araujo rammed an ICE vehicle, refused to follow multiple verbal commands, and attempted to run over an ICE agent before he was fatally shot. The illegal alien was transported to a local hospital where he died from his injuries. What a great story, huh? What an amazing, great story. We love stories like that. You know, we get so many stories of Americans dying. It's really nice when we get a story of an illegal alien dying because they are homicidal.
Breaking news from the Magnolia Park neighborhood. A man shot in the stomach with ICE agents and federal investigators on scene. Within the last few moments, we've confirmed that man has died. Let's show you where this is happening at the intersection of Canal Street and Highway 90. KPRC2's Bryce Newberry is there working to gather the latest. Bryce, what have you learned?
Andy, federal agents just left Canal Street here in the last 30 minutes or so. They had been on this scene for about 8 hours, as we have just confirmed through an ICE spokesperson that an ICE agent opened fire and killed a Mexican national here on this street just before 7 o'clock this morning. What ICE is telling us this afternoon is that enforcement officers were out here attempting to pull over that Mexican national. He's been identified by ICE as Lorenzo Salgado Araujo. And according to ICE, when they tried to stop him, he refused to stop. ICE says from the information that they are getting, he then used his vehicle in an attempt to ram the ICE officers who were out here. He then did not follow verbal commands, according to ICE. And then that is when, according to ICE, he tried to run over the agents who were out here attempting to pull him over. ICE says that an agent then opened fire. The man, Salgado Araujo, got rushed to Ben Taub Hospital. According to the Houston Fire Department, we're told that he was taken there with CPR in progress, and then we have just learned from ICE this afternoon that he died there at the hospital. There's still a lot of questions here. We have not seen any video of this incident, but we saw that the FBI Houston's evidence response team came to process this scene. Again, those federal agents have been here for about the last 8 hours today. We have reached out to the mayor's office to get any additional information. Houston police officers were here on the scene also holding the perimeter. We did see a white van that got loaded onto a wrecker as part of this investigation and then hauled away from here this afternoon. A lot of reaction coming in from the community while the police tape was up out here. We did see a lot of those neighbors coming. They had seen on social media what happened, a lot of them upset. My colleague Joy Addison is just down the road here on the other side of where this scene has cleared. She's been speaking with those neighbors throughout the day. Joy, what are they telling you?
Yeah, well, I've been out here trying to speak with neighbors and figure out exactly what happened. What I've been able to piece together so far is that whatever interaction happened between 4 men that were in a van headed to work, picking up someone on this street, happened right over here in front of this business and home right here. Now, I'm told by the stepdaughter of one of the men that was in that vehicle that they stopped to pick up a coworker and that they had suspicions that ICE was behind this. him. Upon arriving at a home on this street, one of these addresses here behind me, the men had some type of interaction with ICE, and during that interaction, Lorenzo Salgado was shot. Video from our media partner Grizzly's Hood News shows that man lying on the ground screaming. He was later taken to Bentop Hospital. Now, when I was able to speak with the stepdaughter of one of the men who was in the car, she said that she and her mother were made aware of what happened due to some social media video that had been floating around TikTok. They saw on that video the co-worker of her stepdad, Mr. Salgado, laying on the ground, bleeding and begging for help. Like I said, that is the same video that was posted by our media partner, Grizzly's Hood News. Now, as you heard my colleague Bryce Newberry say, the man who was shot, his last name is Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, who has now died at the hospital. Montserrat left here with her stepdad after I spoke, she left here looking for her stepdad after I spoke with her earlier. We haven't been able to confirm that he's in custody. What she's been told from a very brief phone call is that
Jasmine
he
Crockett?
and the two
Looks
other
just
men
like her.
that were in the car, not the man that was shot, so 3 men were taken into custody, and then the man that was shot was taken to Bentop Hospital and later pronounced dead. This is a developing story, and as we get more information, we'll bring it to you right here on KPRC 2 News.
Well, you know who it's not developing for? The illegal alien who's now dead. It's nice to report on an illegal alien dying and not an American citizen. So you know what we have to do here? Right? That's what we have to do. We just have to celebrate those good times. That's all. We have to remember those good times. And of course, another one bites that dust, baby. Oh, it's nice to report on that once in a while, isn't it? How do you celebrate death? I do celebrate the death of the people who come in to kill our people. Absolutely. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. ICE asks Michigan to detain an illegal Haitian who eats the cats and eats the dogs. By the way, if you're on YouTube, I put our Rumble chat link in the YouTube chat. So if you wanted to get away from the crazies and come over with some like-minded people, you're more than welcome to. Just remember this, for you lefties over there, we will not allow your BS on Rumble. We'll allow it on YouTube because we like your engagement, but you're not allowed over on Rumble. That's the Honeycomb Hideout. That's for the cool kids. Okay? If we catch you in our chat over on Rumble, you will be immediately muted. You are not allowed over there. That's for the elite. Okay? Those are for the people above you. You stay over there in the garbage heap. Released into the U.S. by the Biden administration after an arrest for a barbaric stabbing of a coworker in a Michigan meat plant. Now, I will show you the mugshot, although it's hard to see. For whatever reason you can gather, it is not easy to see this person, but that's the person. That's the mugshot of the illegal Haitian who violently murdered a Michigan coworker. On June 30th in Coldwater, Michigan, Valmir Dejemsley, an illegal alien from Haiti, got into an argument with his coworker, 21-year-old Brandon Eduardo Velasquez Chavez, who was probably illegal too, more than likely, at a meat processing facility. By the way, these people are working and handling the meat that you ultimately eat. Might want to get your food from farmers markets these days, or Chicago State Company maybe. The argument escalated, and according to witnesses, Dejemsley allegedly chased after Chavez with a knife before stabbing him in the back, because that's what foreigners do. Despite the efforts of medics, Chavez died at the scene. Witnesses told investigators they saw Dejemsley chase Chavez with a knife. Police also said Dejemsley admitted to swinging the knife at his coworker. Quote, "From what I know right now, the knives are identified by the employees. They are given numbers, and they're given to employees by that, and there is a dispute over a knife." At the end of the argument, Dejemsley allegedly stabbed Chavez in the back, according to police. U.S. Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement lodged a detainer for Dejemsley following his arrest. Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss said the illegal alien barbarically stabbed his coworker in the back. See, These people from these countries have no sense of civility. None. Haiti is a shithole. Somalia is a shithole. Venezuela is a shithole. The entire Middle East is a shithole. Most of Africa is a shithole. These people have been apparently around since the dawn of time and can't get their shit together. You can't build anything that's worth anything. No, because you're always fighting. You're always raping. You're always stabbing. You do not have a place here in America. And if it wasn't for the law that protects you, we would make sure that you're going out in a pine box or that you're going out on a boat. One of the two. You're lucky that our justice system and our law system keeps you safe. Because we're not going to allow this to become that. It'll get dirty and ugly before that happens. Especially in a nation of over 400 million guns. Just saying. Somebody said backstabbers. Miss Sunshine, Texas said backstabbers. You're absolutely right. They're nothing but dirty, disgusting backstabbers. Those countries are archaic. But you can thank the Biden administration for all of this. Now, there are calls for members of ICE and law enforcement to be fired for the following video that you're about to see. As you can see here, Miss Piggy, very hard to handle from one man. But Miss Piggy here is struggling. Miss Piggy here is resisting. And Miss Piggy gets handled. You want equality, you're going to get handled equally. Now, I want you to see something that most people didn't see in this video. Look right here. Who is that? By the way, this is a recent video. Who is that right there? I didn't know he was back on the job. I didn't know he was back on the case. I didn't know he was back in the field of operation. That looks to me like Mr. Greg Bovino, right? Isn't that his name? Isn't that his name? Didn't he leave Minnesota because, ICE started ramping up its offense on the illegal aliens? That looks like Mr. Bovino right there to me. Anyway, let's play this video. Hold on. Sound. The sound matters on this video. Okay, here we go.
You're under arrest for making
No, I never said a threat. I never said anything. I never said anything. I never said anything.
Ma'am? You got her, man. Hey.
They're calling for them to be fired because of that?
Back up. Thank you.
I block you. Let me go. I'm not resisting.
I'm not resisting.
No, I never said a threat.
She looks like
I
she's
never
eating
said
well.
anything. I never said anything. I never said anything.
Ma'am? You got her, man. Hey.
Eli said, ma'am, put down the phone and step away from the SNAP benefits, okay? Ma'am, you're under arrest because you're an illegal alien. Clearly, you've been eating well off the taxpayer's dime. Put down the cell phone, put your hands behind your head, and slowly step away from the SNAP benefits. Okay? Oh, she needs a translator. Yeah, we need a translator. Okay, we got one for you. Ready? Ma'am, please put down the cell phone. There you go. That's how she understands, okay? Step away from the SNAP benefits. She got it? Okay. And put your hands behind your head. Oink, oink. There we go. There we go. Sometimes you just need an appropriate interpreter. You know? Katney said she's not resisting. She's just too fat to put her arms behind her back. I'm not resisting. Cállate. I'm not resisting. I just can't put my hands behind my back. That was funny. That was funny. As you guys know, I was in Italy a few weeks ago. Took all of our airline points, took all of our hotel points, and our nice little shiny American Express credit card and put the vacation on that. And I wanted to go over to Europe because I wanted to see for my own eyes if the illegal alien invasion had actually taken over in Europe. And because it's every person's dream to go see Italy, right? When they're a kid. And don't get me wrong, seeing the Colosseum was great. Seeing the Last Supper was beautiful, right? The Italian people were very, very, very rude for the most part. Maybe they're rude because of the years of illegal invasion that they've had. Maybe they're just so fed up with it that they don't like anybody that's not supposed to be there. I don't know. But what I can tell you with 100% surety, I've seen with my own eyes, every single tiny little store on every corner is an immigrant trying to sell you something from their country. They will touch you. They will grab you. They will put things on you just to demand money from you. They are rude. They're disgusting. Milan, Florence, and Rome smells like shit and piss throughout the entire city. It's not what you expect it to be. Which is why that movie Citizen Vigilante did so well, because it's the truth. I want you to see right here an Italian store owner, a restaurant owner. See, the restaurants are all owned by Italians. All the little bodega shops and all of the little trinket shops, they're all owned by the illegals, okay? Here's an Italian restaurant owner asking these illegal migrants to leave. And I want you to see how they're treating the people over there. Calm down. Just asking you to leave. Taken over. And you know you can't do anything about it. You know that, right? You're not allowed to do anything about it. They are protected over there. Prespepi says, or Prespepi says you should have gone to Greece instead. Well, we couldn't afford to go that far. We actually tapped out everything we could just to get to Italy, which is a lot closer than Greece. We would have gone to Greece, but I'm sure it's same there. Now, I'm sure that outside the cities in Italy, it's probably fine. I'm not saying that the entire country of Italy is shot, but much like our cities are about to be completely, first of all, they've been destroyed by Democrats, and now the Democrats are allowing all the illegals in. They're going to become Rome, Florence, and Milan. All of them. These people from these countries have zero respect and zero moral compass around the world. Zero. They feel like they're in charge of everybody else, and you have to do what they all say. I want you to see this video from Nick Shirley, where he's filming. I don't know what country he's in here filming, but this video of Nick Shirley filming, and people tell him he's not allowed to do this. I don't know where this is that he's filming here. But I think it must be somewhere overseas.
Your camera, you're walking around.
Yes, ma'am.
And you think that you are entitled to it?
You are. This is public property. You're entitled to film.
This lady's saying that we don't have the right to film here.
Yeah.
How come you think she's saying that?
My opinion is that, like, a lot of these people, they come from countries that are completely different to what you and I believe, right? And, for example, the reason I go to Japan is for Japanese people. The reason that I go to China is to see Chinese people. And a lot of these people, like I said, we've proven time and time again that they're not compatible with the West. And we've seen certain ways how they act, how they believe, how they talk to us, how they treat the streets. This woman screaming about not filming, she's bringing basically her beliefs from her country to here. She's not listening to what we do, but as you know, if it's the opposite, if we went to their country and did what they're doing, we both know what would happen. The same thing, I saw your documentary with Somalia. I can't imagine what would happen if we went to Somalia and said some of the stuff that they say to us. We wouldn't last a day. And obviously, you know that, your viewers know it, this is the way it is.
You take your camera, you're walking around.
Yes, ma'am.
And you think that you are entitled to it?
You are. This is public property. You're entitled to film.
This lady.
We are entitled. Do something about it. Do something about it. We are entitled. We're entitled because we have a moral compass. We're entitled because we're decent human beings. We're entitled because we're not trying to go to everybody else's country and destroy their way of life just to implement our way of life. Okay? The YouTube chat is popping off over there. YouTube chat's going crazy. Rumble chat's going crazy. Of course, the Rumble chat has thousands of people in it. So, we're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and talk about the raper himself, Graham Plattner. He dropped out. Exactly what I said was going to happen yesterday, with exactly who I said that they were going to fill his spot with. But first, the leader of the GOP primary in Minnesota.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept! Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
Mike Lindell, ladies and gentlemen, mypillow.com. Use promo code LFA. Get all of your discounts and all of your perks by using that promo code over there with Mike Lindell. And also, do not forget that Chicago Steak Company is also offering you major deal right now. You get the best Grillin' Dad cooking apron. And by the way, I was using that this last weekend. You get a free bottle of their signature steak sauce. You get $25 towards your return purchase for the next time, and you get free shipping and handling. And all you have to do is go in there and buy one of these value packs. With the best value pack, you get 2 6-ounce premium Angus. This is all premium, prime, top-notch USDA beef, folks. The stuff that costs $50, $60, $70, $80 in a restaurant. This is what this is. 2 6-ounce Angus beef filet mignons, 2 8-ounce premium Angus beef top sirloins, 4 6-ounce lemon herb marinated chicken breasts, 4 4-ounce steak burgers. You get free 16 6-ounce steak burgers, 1 bottle of signature steak seasoning, free $25 account credit, free shipping and handling, and you get the apron. If you get the bestseller, you get even more stuff, folks. And I'll tell you, my wife and I cooked these steaks this weekend. They are thick. They don't shrivel up. They stay beautiful. They stay big. Nobody knows steaks like I know steaks, okay? How you do that? You go to mychicagosteak.com/LFA. That's mychicagosteak.com/LFA. There it is right there, mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Get yours today at mychicagosteak.com/LFA. All right, Graham Plattner. He's gone. Yesterday I did a video, matter of fact, just to show you, because a lot of people here, like on YouTube, they say that the things that I am saying are causing division. What's causing division? Me reporting what I'm reporting, or the things actually happening? What's causing the division here? How many days do I have to report that another American died at the hands of an illegal alien before anybody on the left will say, yeah, that's a problem? How many have to die? You guys think because I'm reporting on this that this is dividing? You guys say that my propaganda is causing division? Tell me what the propaganda is. My opinion can't be propaganda. And the news that I'm reporting is absolutely true. So tell me, dipshits, what is the propaganda that I am causing division? You might be able to say my opinions are causing division, as well as they should. Excuse me. Who is the best human to ever exist on this earth? Yeshua, Jesus of Nazareth. What did he say that he came to do? Remind me, please, for any Bible scholars out there, or any holier than thou people out there. What did Jesus say that his number one reason to come to earth was to do? And no, he didn't say he came to save, although that is what he did. He came to divide mother from child, father from son, son from daughter from mother, son from father, to divide, to separate those who want to be of the world and those who want to follow him. And guess what he wants to do? Get rid of and vanquish evil forever. Here's what I said yesterday at, it was 20 hours ago. So this was about 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time yesterday. Well, ladies and gentlemen, LFA TV here. Jeremy Herrell got some major breaking news. We just got a report that tonight we are expected to see a speech from Graham Plattner to formally announce his departure from the Maine U.S. Senate race. This is supposed to happen tonight, according to several outlets, following the pressure from the Democratic Party, just like they did to Bernie Sanders, just like they did to Joe Biden with Kamala Harris. They're doing it again. You know, we hear the same thing from the Democratic Party all the time, that the will of the voter supersedes everything, that Donald Trump is trying to get rid of democracy in this country. But Bernie Sanders beat Hillary Clinton in a Democratic primary for president, and they took it from him and gave it to her, subverting the will of the Democratic voters. Joe Biden got the presidency and his candidacy for his second term yanked from him and given to Kamala Harris. Voters didn't vote that. Voters voted for Joe Biden. Voters didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. Voters voted for Bernie Sanders. Here we are again. Maine voters were okay with a Nazi rapist. They were okay with it. They overwhelmingly, in their primary, voted for Graham Plattner. They wanted a Nazi rapist who sounds like Buffalo Bill. It puts the lotion on the skin. And then the Democrat Party swooped in only after the third sexual allegation of assault or rape, because, you know, the first two didn't matter, even though they say believe all women. Weird. Anyway, and they're going to replace Graham Plattner again, but this time with a Maine state rep by the name of Valley Geiger. Would you like to see what she looks like? Typical Maine Democrat state rep woman. That's what she looks like right there. That's her. That's her right there. Yep. She is expected to just take from the constituents in Maine their voice, their vote for Nazi rapist Graham Plattner, whom should stay on the ticket. But because, you know, he rapes people and had Nazi tattoo, his own party is making him leave. And they are just inserting who they want. Valley Geiger, Maine state rep. So that's the big breaking news, everybody. Take it or leave it. Share it or don't. No, please do share. Please do share, because the world needs to see the absolute hypocrisy of today's left. You couldn't write this. It's poetic. Love to see it happening. Midterms are coming up. What you gonna do when the MAGA Republicans run wild on you? Absolutely. You know, it's funny, for all the people who claim that democracy is being attacked daily under President Trump, how are they okay with their voice being absolutely taken from them? It was taken from them when they voted Bernie over Hillary. It was taken from them when they voted Biden over everybody, and Kamala just swooped in and took it. And it's taken from them again. The people with Maine were okay with a rapist Nazi. They wanted a rapist Nazi to go be their senator. Yesterday I asked you, what do you think? Do you think that Graham Plattner is too hard-headed to leave? Do you think that he'll hold this hostage, or do you think he'll leave? It was a split decision. 50% of you thought that he was too arrogant, that he wouldn't leave. 50% of you thought that the Democratic Party was too big, and sooner or later they would hold criminal charges over your head if you didn't, because the Democrat Party works like the Epstein class. They bribe, they blackmail. They've got people that they know what you've done before you even know they know it, and they will use it against you. I said the Democrat machine is too big, and the DNC would push him out. It wasn't a few hours after the show before they did. And then he came out with his 7-minute speech of, I'm suspending the campaign, and it's everybody's fault but mine. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the DNC's fault. It's the establishment's fault. It's the Jews' fault. It's the conservatives' fault. It's Trump's fault. It's not my fault, though. It's not my fault. I didn't do anything wrong, said the Nazi rapist. Watch for yourself.
Hey, everyone. It's Graham Plattner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office.
So why did you?
I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person.
Hold on, I gotta stop. You had no desire to run for office. You had no desire to get into politics. You had no desire to serve the people. What does that tell you? That means he was chosen by the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party knew everything about the guy. They tried to hide it. When they couldn't hide it anymore, they threatened him and his wife if they didn't leave it. If you have no desire to get into politics to serve, if you have no desire to run for office and hold a seat, then why are you? When I made my announcement speech that I was running for District 1 in Iowa, I said, the last thing that I want to do is win and have to go live in Washington, D.C. I didn't say the last thing I want to do is represent the people and run for office. I said the last thing that I want to do is live in D.C. and have to be there half the year. That part makes me sick. But if you have no desire to serve, and if you have no desire to run for office, then why did you? And why would anyone vote for that then? That means you have no passion for the people of Maine, that you have no passion to make a difference. What a scumbag. I had no desire. Me and Amy had no desire. We just only wanted to put the lotion on the skin.
Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do, and it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner. Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end.
Now he's blaming his own party.
I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now, much like October when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary. There is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they are being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed.
Yeah, only if you're not a liar and a rapist.
What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors. And I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us.
Hold up.
Those in power.
Hold on. You know how those in power can't take anything away from you? If you've got nothing to hide. That's how those in power can't take everything away from you. If you are on this mission because God has guided you to this mission, regardless of who you are, and you go out there and you say, hey, this is me, like it or leave it. Here's what I did in the past. Here's who I am now. Vote for me or don't. Nobody can take anything away from you. The only people that can take anything away from you are the people that vote you in. That's America. That's a constitutional republic, dipshit Plattner. That's why we don't live in a democracy. In a democracy, two wolves and a sheep can argue over what's for dinner. But in a constitutional republic, you can take out anything in your way. A pawn can take a king in America. They're going to take everything from us. They're going to take our ability to campaign. They're going to take away all the money that was behind us. They're going to take away everything. Well, if the people love you, then the money shouldn't matter. Sounds like to me that you've been, I don't know, maybe threatened with something a little bit more than just we're going to take our money away from you, or else why would you quit? You already got the votes. You're there. You're good.
Who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse to take away all of the things that we need to run a campaign. We are going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it.
So
they would rather see Susan Collins win.
So, okay, hold on. I got to chime in, Mr. Rapist. I'm sorry, King Rapey. I have to chime in here just for a second there. Why are you relying on the money from the establishment to win? Does that mean that the people of Maine and the people of this nation don't believe in you? Do you remember President Trump's first campaign? Every bit of it was from people who took no money from special interest PACs or donors. He got elected because the people wanted him. Why do you need the money from the party? Why do you need the DNC to fund you? I don't expect the RNC to fund my campaign. Even if I have the best chance in the world or the worst chance in the world and they want me or they don't. I expect the people of Iowa and the people that watch my program to make it possible for me to have the money that I need to run against whoever's running in 2028 for this district. Whether it be Christina Bohannon, whether it be Marionette Miller Meeks, whether it be a new guy or girl. I don't care. I'm relying on the people. I could give a damn about the RNC. I could care less if the RNC or the GOP put money behind me. I don't want to be beholden to anyone except for the people who vote me in and the people who support me. So they're going to take all the money away. They're not going to put the lotion on the skin anymore. So what am I going to do?
We're going to lose our ability to fundraise. We are going to lose our ability to access voter data. We are going to lose all of the things that any campaign needs on the basic level simply to function. Larger organizations, the national level party, the bigger donor networks, they have all committed to spending no money in this race if I'm in it. They would rather see Susan Collins win. then have me be the next senator from Maine.
I'd rather see a turd win than a rapist. Cry harder.
What comes next needs to come from the people. Needs to come from the people of Maine. Needs to come from the voters who on June 9th, at a strength of over 150,000, the largest number in the history of Maine primaries, said no to this kind of politics. Voted for a politics that would actually represent them. Voted against the political system, against the donor class, against the entrenched forces. And I'm not asking for how this process is going to work. I'm not trying to dictate to anyone who it should be or how we get there, but I will say this. It needs to be open, transparent, and democratic. It needs to be reflecting the will and the values of the people that built this movement, the people that showed up on June 9th. People in D.C. need to stay in D.C. Decisions should not be made in back rooms by people in places of political power.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Party apparatchiks
Go
are
jerk
not the
off in
ones
a
to
porta
make these
potty.
decisions. These decisions need to be made in the open by the people of this state, the people who got us here. This is exactly the kind of political system that everyone voted against on June 9th. And for that reason, we need to be assured that it is going to be open and democratic as we move forward.
Not now, but moving forward.
Amy and I struggled about getting into this. Last summer, right around this time of year, we sat down and we looked at each other and we said, if we believe in the kind of politics we think that we do, we have to do this. Over the past couple days, really yesterday and today, we have had to have that exact same conversation. We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be me. And for that reason,
I'm going to go back to putting the lotion on the skin.
we are suspending campaign operations.
Peace.
This is incredibly difficult because I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power.
Oh, this is not an admission of guilt. This is not an admission of guilt, but I am going to admit to you during this whole process of me crying and, oh, please, 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 please. I'm going to admit to you that the DNC controls everything. Washington Democrats control every single House and Senate primary in every single state. I've been getting my money entirely from them. Because of that, they have threatened to shut off my money. And if I stay in power and I don't leave, not in power, but if I stay in the campaign and I don't leave, what? It can't just be the shutting off of the money, Graham. You've already got your voters. I'll bet you that they said, we'll make sure you're prosecuted for this at a criminal level. Which, by the way, where are the sheriffs in Maine? Where's the law enforcement in Maine? You've got 3 credible witnesses, if not for sure one credible. You can say whether you believe the other ones are credible or not. Bye, Lola72. She said, signing off for the day. See you tomorrow, Lola. Thank you for being here in the Rumble chat. Love you. So you've admitted that they have all the power and they've somehow scared you away. Now, if they haven't scared you away with the threat of we'll make sure you're prosecuted for this, then was it all about the money? And if all these people, the largest number of people to ever come out in a primary for a Democrat, 150,000 people in Maine did that, then why not say, I need $5 from everybody who voted for me right now? You know how much money you'd make? You'd make a cool $1 million on your way to making a cool $1 million right there. I need $5 a month from you. Now until we defeat Susan Collins, whom, by the way, is a rhino trash bag as well. Something isn't adding up. The Democrat Party has their hands in everything. And what did I tell you? What was her name? Valley Geiger? Isn't that what I said her name was? Well, embattled socialist and Democrat U.S. Senate candidate Graham Plattner will reportedly throw his support behind Maine State Representative Valley Geiger to take his place on November's ballot. ABC affiliate WMTV reported yesterday that Plattner called on her and said that he was throwing his support behind her. Quote, he said, "Valley, you are a fighter. You have been with this movement since the beginning." She added that she was heartbroken by the allegations against Plattner. Hold up. Are you heartbroken that the allegations came out? Or are you heartbroken at the fact that you believe they are true? And if you are heartbroken over the fact that you believe they are true, then why are you accepting his endorsement as a rapist? You see, this is why you're supposed to, the democracy that he said that we need to preserve and the democratic values that we need to preserve, this is why every Democrat is a hypocrite, lying pile of trash. Because they can't back out from this. Any which way they turn, their hands are in the mud. If Valley Geiger is heartbroken by the fact that these allegations came out and that this guy could possibly have done what he did, well, you were with him the entire time, according to him, and now you're accepting his endorsement. So which is it? Would I accept an endorsement from somebody who in a democratic process got all the votes and I got none, and now this guy's dropping out of the race because of the rapist allegations? And if even they could be true just a little bit, you know what I wouldn't do? I would say, I reject your endorsement. Take that endorsement and go and say you're sorry to the people that you forced yourself upon. How about that? But see, birds of a feather flock together. Geiger responded Tuesday on social media to the rape allegations. "I will not throw Graham under the bus, but neither will I slander or accuse Miss Rakakot, I think is how you pronounce her name, of anything more than telling the truth as she has experienced it. I acknowledge the pain on all sides and offer compassion, on all sides." You offer compassion to a rapist? You're saying, oh, I believe the rapist, but I also don't want to throw Graham under the bus. Which is it, lady? You can't have your cake and eat it too. Either you believe the women, plural. You believe the women. I know Democrats don't know what women are, but you believe the women, or you do not believe the women. You can't half believe the women and half believe the rapist. Or alleged rapist. You understand? But this is how they do it. I will thank him for lighting a match to the kindle of the movement to remake America. Now it is our job to ensure that that movement continues to burn brighter, fiercer, and do nothing less than save our country. From who? Nazi rapists? Democrats can't get around this. They just can't. They can't get around it. Somebody on YouTube said, dude, he's not in the Epstein file. So what, he can't rape people? How many people's names are in the Epstein file that never had anything to do with rape or anything? Just because they were a congressman or a senator. Is everybody that was named in that Epstein list a rapist too? Go on the record and say that. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Robert says Israel sucks and Netanyahu is a war criminal. Cool. You're about 10 stories ago, bro. Play like Hines and catch up. You people are slow and retarded. Brian said Jeremy won't talk about Iran. Brian, bitch, I did that for the first half hour of the show. Matter of fact, you don't get to be here the rest of the day. I thought I muted you already. You're in another timeout, this time for 24 hours. Peace. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Have a great one. Unbelievable. Trump responded to Graham Plattner, by the way, in this whole mess. Trump did respond to that. We'll pull up your president, Democrats, right now. This is the president of all people in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, this is president of the world. So make sure that you show the respect when this man comes on your screen over on YouTube.
Do you
Democrat. You know what a Democrat?
Speaking of Democrats, do you think that the Democrats should be able to pick a replacement for Graham Plattner? He's had all these new allegations that have come out. Now Democrats are talking about picking a replacement for him. Should they be able to do that?
They're picking what?
A replacement for Graham Plattner if he steps out of the race.
So he won the primary.
And now there's these new allegations.
It's very hard for them to do. And it's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people say big falsehoods. It's he's in a bind. He's in a bind. But should they be able to do it? Well, I guess he's going to lose. I would imagine he's going to lose. It's very interesting when a Republican woman came out with the same charge, nobody believed her. When this woman came out, everybody believed her, right, Doug? Did you get any pictures of it, Doug? You don't want it. It wouldn't sell, Doug. So, any other questions?
He's in a bind. He's in a pickle. Here's the thing. If somebody wins a primary, and if that person is not arrested or dead, by law, that should be the person that moves on to the general. You should not, the parties should not be able to remove the will of the voters and replace with whoever they feel like. That should be illegal. The only way that's possible is that the Democrat Party found this person, groomed this person, and made this person run. Which, again, then it's not genuine. Then it's not grassroots. Then 150,000 people were lied to about the it puts the lotion on the skin guy. I would like any Democrat, I would love to interview a Democrat and say, how is this, how do you settle this in your mind? How is this okay? And at the same breath, you guys say that you cannot subvert the will of the voters and that we need to preserve our democracy. I would really like to know that. How are you okay with this? Are you okay with it just because the Democrats say it's okay with it? We don't allow our party to do things that we don't agree with. We don't agree with the fact that Mitch McConnell is being hidden away so that there can't be a special election regardless who wins it. We call that out. I'd like to know why the left cannot call out their own party subverting their own votes, their own will. It's mind-blowing to me. It really is. And this couple right here, this couple you're about to see, this couple gave him almost $7,000. They regret that now, don't they? Check this out.
How did you go about vetting him? And why did you?
We paid a nice firm a whole chunk of money and got some stuff back. Some of what you've seen on the news we got back. Other stuff we didn't.
Did the vetting process turn up the tattoo that became so controversial?
No.
The Reddit posts, did that turn up in the vetting process?
Had some of the posts, but it didn't have all of them.
And what did you think about that? How did you think your way through the fact that he had posted these things on social media?
I said none of this will or should stop him from becoming a U.S. Senator. If what the voters wanted were people who were grown in vats and had never done or said anything that they might regret their entire lives, we'd have a very different country.
How did you find Graham Plattner?
Well, so, I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of prospects.
Why is this guy's voice like this?
It
pisses me off.
Means, assess just a huge amount of people. Then, Leanne pulled up this video of this guy with an oyster farm.
My name is Graham Plattner, and I live in Sullivan, Maine, the owner of Frenchman Bay Oyster Company.
And then she pulled up his FEC history and saw the money he'd given to Bernie Sanders and, some other people. That was enough information to know that we had the best prospect.
How did you go about vetting him? And why did you?
We paid a nice firm a whole chunk of money. And
$6,250, $6,250. gave him a whole bunch of money, and so my wife here looked him up on the internet and found out that he was an oyster farmer, and saw that he gave money to Bernie Sanders, and that was really enough for us. We didn't really vet him any other way. We just looked up his, campaign history and found out who he donated to. And then we just voted for him. We got some of the money back, but not all of the money. Typical retarded Democrat. I just gave him all my money, and I didn't know what to do. Now I'm about to play something that the Democrats are gonna love. And I'm playing this for a very specific reason. Because the question is asked over on YouTube, but you won't call out Donald Trump for sexual assault. Well, there's a reason why. Let's roll it, shall we?
So bad. He's playing the victim. It was really probably AIPAC that made him get a Nazi tattoo, lie about it for years. It was probably AIPAC that made him allegedly physically abuse a Republican woman he used today. And it was probably AIPAC or the establishment or something that made this latest accusation. I think he's disgraceful. I genuinely think that's one of the worst, I don't even know, announcement videos I've ever seen. No accountability, no reflection. Just a weird combination of backing away, but also denying the allegation, not even standing on business. This whole thing is such a black eye for the Democratic Party writ large, though. It's not just him. They're doing the right thing eventually. But where was this energy when Lindsay Fifield came forward? Yes, she's a Republican operative. Doesn't mean she couldn't be a victim. She had contemporaneous corroboration that Graham Plattner, that she said at the time, physically abused her and locked her in a room. That should have been enough for the Believe Women Democrats. Zoran didn't withdraw the endorsement, didn't withdraw support. Bernie didn't. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Just got my little violin out for him. You got to feel so bad. He's playing the victim. It was really probably AIPAC that...
So anyway, he goes on, that guy, I thought that was the actual video, but that guy goes on to say, what about Donald Trump? To Scott Jennings. If you're going to have this criticism of Graham Plattner, how come not Donald Trump? Scott Jennings didn't have an answer for that. He didn't. He said, well, what the president would say, but that wasn't what was asked. That wasn't what was asked. What was asked is, what would you say? How do you rationalize that? Well, I can tell you how I rationalize it. Ready for this? Ready? If Donald Trump there'd been any truth to his sexual allegations, assault allegations against E. Jean Carroll, then he would have been prosecuted absolutely. He would have been prosecuted absolutely. Where that trial took place, there was no friendly to him. As a matter of fact, the court's actual words were, the jury's words were, there's not enough evidence to convict him of any of these allegations. Any. So what did they do then? They then said the judge was so upset with the fact that the jury could not find enough evidence or proof to convict him on any of the allegations. The judge turns around to the plaintiffs and says, well, what you can do is you can take him to civil court here in this state, which is a crooked state, which literally went back into session to change a law that gave somebody a felony over a misdemeanor just so they could try to go after the Trump campaign and put him in prison, of which that never even went through because it was found out that they devalued his property. So then the judge got so pissed off that the judge said, well, you can take him to court civilly and try to win. So then they took him to another court civilly, and with the same exact evidence, of which there was not enough to convict him on. Not even her word against his was enough to convict him, because there were so many holes blasted through E. Jean Carroll's testimony that she couldn't even be validated as being a truthful person. They then went to a corrupt jury and court to try to take money from Donald J. Trump. Well, if we can't find enough evidence to convict you, maybe we can find enough evidence to steal money from you. These are the same people that went in, said that Donald Trump devalued his property just so he, or lied about his property and overvalued his property just so he could get a loan from the bank, of which the bank then turned around and said he was great. We didn't find any problem with it. As a matter of fact, when a bank gives a loan based on a valuation of property and assets, that bank also has to send out their own assessor to evaluate the property's worth. Everybody agreed that Mar-a-Lago was worth exactly what the Trump organization said it was worth, and the properties in New York in order to put up for assets in order to get the loan. Everybody agreed it was okay. Everybody agreed it was on the up and up. You know the only people who didn't? Letitia James, who, by the way, campaigned her entire campaign for AG on taking Donald Trump down. That is why we do not put the same amount of scrutiny on Donald Trump as we do the rapist in Maine. And I'm dropping the mic on you dipshit, dumbass Democrats. Oh, by the way, breaking exclusive, just so you know, this came out of the Maine Wire yesterday, that his wife is now under investigation for Medicaid fraud. Oh, so beautiful. So beautiful. Ocam's Rooster says appraiser, not assessor. Okay, same thing. Same exact thing. You knew what I was talking about. Appraiser, yes. And has anybody ever bought a property without the bank that you're trying to get the loan from to send out their own appraiser to assess how much the property is worth? And now his wife is under investigation for Medicaid scam. You can't make it up, folks. You just can't make it up. These people are insufferable. These people are liars. These people are everything that they accuse everybody else of being. That's who they are. Anyway, Armor Colostrum. Ladies and gentlemen, the only superfood that you need every single day for your gut health, for your digestive system, for your brain clarity, for your bloating and swelling, for your hair regrowth. Everything that you get when you are born in mother's milk, all those great nutrients, 400 plus bionutrients that you can't get anywhere else in any diet outside of colostrum, you can get yours right now with Armor Colostrum. Check these numbers out. Huge benefits to people who take Armor Colostrum. And don't take my word for it. Ask the people in the chat who take it themselves. You can dry scoop it. You can sip your scoops. You can put it into your morning shakes, whatever you want. Save up to $4,246 a year by getting rid of all of these supplements and just getting Armor Colostrum. How can you get your savings today as an LFA family member? Well, I am glad you asked. All you have to do is go to armor.com/LFATV. That is armor.com/LFATV. We'll put it on the lower banner for you right there. Armor Colostrum at armor.com/LFATV. Get $18 off of your order today. Armor.com/LFATV. Bundle it all together in one. Denise says, great show today, Jeremy and Eli. Thank you very much. Well, you're very welcome. Had a lot to cover today, so we didn't have a lot of time for comedy and fun. But, you know, I think you had a good time here. Hey, would you like to see how more leftists act in the world? Tell me, you guys have probably been at many, many rallies, many events, many things in D.C. Have you ever gone to a place where Republicans are acting like this?
Public space. Okay, and you came up to me with this bullshit. I have the First Amendment right to do that. And I have the First Amendment right to tell you a dumb, stupid ass fucking bitch. You think that your gay friends and family have lost any rights under the current administration? Are you really asking me that question? Yes, because I had one person say yes, and I had another gay person say no. So I'm trying to understand what you feel. I feel like there's a lot out right now that you could personally research to answer your own question. Because I feel like you know the answer to the question, but you're just trying to get a reaction out of us. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you that reaction. Okay. We're not here with these types of dumbass things, okay? I know you. When you walked up to us, I know who you are. And I was waiting to see what you was going to ask us, and you're doing exactly what I expected. She
put an ask.
I asked you a simple question, and you're getting upset about that. You have a blessed day, okay?
Hold up. She put an axe emoji up when she said, I knew what she was going to axe. Oh, these people can never, they're just like the people over on YouTube when you invite them on. They say, I'm not coming on. I'm only going to do it this way. I'm not going to do it that way. They can't debate. They don't even know what the hell they're arguing. They don't have the facts, the receipts, the proof, the evidence, anything to back up anything, any information whatsoever. They are as dumb as a box of rocks. And this is your typical Democrat right here.
Hey, we're going to enjoy our Pride Day. You want to support Trump? You want to have lack of a brain cell? You do that, okay?
Lack of a brain cell?
I can kind of do what I want. We're in a free space. You cannot come up to me. If I'm telling you to get away from me, that means get away from me. Now you're threatening me, okay? We're in a public space. Okay, and you came up to me with this bullshit. I have the First Amendment right to do that. And I have the First Amendment right to tell you a dumb, stupid ass fucking bitch. Yes, you do. What is this big motherfucker gonna do? I told you. What is this big motherfucker gonna do? Bitch, are you slow? Look, you know what? It's okay, because she obviously like comprehension school. I'm
Have a great day. Love is
bitch,
love.
fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. I asked a simple question. Have you lost any rights? Why are you out here? I think that those simple questions are also opinions based. Thank y'all for subscribing and supporting my work so that I can bring out these security guards that have to protect me from very competent, very loving individuals, right?
Yeah, remember when she got punched by that other large and in charge Queen Kong, Savannah Craven? Big shout out to Savannah Craven for holding it down. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, do you know Mike Lindell continues to lead the Minnesota GOP primary up there for governor? We definitely got to continue to help out Mike Lindell. Push him over the finish line, whether it be shopping with him, donating with him, or going up and offering your time. We definitely need Minnesota to turn around. I'll tell you what, Minnesota's best advocate to get a Republican is what's going on in the streets. Last but not least story of the day. Voters in 7 Illinois counties of the state that I was born in, by the way, the state that I was born in. Voters in 7 Illinois counties have a chance to join 33 others that approved referendums to consider forming a new state apart from Cook County. Illinois, outside of Cook County in the suburbs, is red as red can be. Illinois is a great state. We can make Illinois great again by separating it from Cook County. Cook County has the decision over the entire state of Illinois. Because Chicago and the surrounding area, the metropolitan area in Cook County, which is Chicago and the suburbs, because it's got so many people, it influences what goes on in the state. That's why you get a Democrat governor. That's why you get a Democrat mayor in Brandon Johnson. But outside of that, Illinois is a phenomenal state. It's time to take Illinois back. Measures will be held on this ballot in November. State Rep Brad Hallbrook of Shelbyville said citizens are frustrated with what's been happening in Springfield. Hallbrook said that Governor J.B. Pritzker has added over 60 new taxes in 8 years. Hallbrook proposed a resolution that goes further than that, ballot measures, and urges Congress to declare 101 of Illinois' 102 counties the 51st state in the U.S. Probably unlikely to happen, but Cook County is one of the worst counties in the country. Brandon Johnson is definitely the most racist, low IQ, dumb individual to run a city. He may be even dumber than Zohran Mamdani. And J.B. Pritzker is about the most fat, worthless slob that ever existed, who his own family has excommunicated. Let's make Illinois great again. Let's make the world great again. Let's get rid of Democrats in order to do it, because they are insufferable people. Absolutely. All right, everybody, I got to go. Will Johnson is coming up next here in about 2 minutes. I want to say thank you for being here. God bless each and every single one of you. I don't really have a message to leave with you today other than this. Get involved in your local politics. Become a something. I don't care if it's a rep. I don't care if it's a city council member. I don't care if it's a clerk. I don't care if it's a poll watcher. I don't care if it's a dog catcher. Get involved in your local politics somehow, some way. And if you don't want to be the focal point of it, then get involved in somebody else's and help them. It's the only way we're going to get back on a track to a country that we deserve and that deserves us. There are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close away from Haitians. Keep a smile on your face. Keep fighting for this constitutional republic, and whatever you do, never stop fighting for this country and its people, and never stop spreading the gospel. I love you. God bless you. Have a great day. Will Johnson next on LFA TV.
The armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. Great birth of America. Been a long time coming, and we all learned something that we won't ever give it up. No way. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. Long as I'm living and breathing.
What's going on, everybody? It is Thursday, July the 9th, and of course, we are in the Culture Wars.
I don't give if somebody had a toxic relationship. Toxic relationships and tattoos and all it. Talk about Susan Collins.
He could be 100 times more f***ed up than he is. He'd never be as f***ed up as what we got in Washington now anyway. What I'm more outraged about is stupid Susan Collins. I asked all of you to consider the candidacy of Graham Plattner.
I don't get bothered by him as much. None of it. He's someone who had a drinking problem as a Marine.
Plattner has owned up to mistakes he made as a younger guy. Do I want to make the best the enemy of the good?
Graham Plattner is popular even though he is flawed. He is a flawed man, just like I'm a flawed man. And this is the key. Everybody is flawed at some level.
No one's perfect. All politicians have baggage. This just happens to be a candidate that has baggage.
He's got an anti-Semitic tattoo.
I feel like this president is saying, I hate black people.
I like Graham Plattner. You like Graham Plattner?
That's my kind of man. I would vote for Plattner. Let's get some power. Yeah. Let's take over the Senate. Let's take over the House.
Somebody that has put his life on the line for this country against somebody that is literally empowering the moral hollowing out of our nation.
He had 2 tours of duty in Iraq. He came back broken in a dark place. He took accountability.
I'm not going to sit here and judge Mainers who want to push against the status quo. It's not my place to judge. If Graham Plattner can earn their trust, then he earns their trust.
Right there, everybody. It is the Dems predators paradise. I mean, they knew about Graham Plattner from the very beginning. And they didn't care. They kept pushing him and pushing him and pushing him because he was saying the right things, because he was against President Trump, because he actually hate this country because he's a communist. He's even mentioned before that he's a communist. He's not hiding it. He didn't hide it. He didn't keep it to himself. He told everyone that he's a socialist, communist, democrat. And now he's out. Yesterday I said, he might stay in. But what I didn't realize is that even though he came out publicly and said that he's done, he still has to file the paperwork saying that he's stepping out. So there's still an opportunity for him to back out and not sign those papers. Because he has to file, I guess, in the state of Maine. I guess it's like this everywhere. I don't know. I've never ran for political office, but in the state of Maine, you have to file your paperwork to run for political office. And in this case, you have to file your paperwork to step out, to suspend your account or your campaign. And that's what he's doing. So, but anyways, you know what? I'm having fun with this, to be honest with you, because this has the Democrats in turmoil. They're so piping mad about what took place here. And I talked about this briefly yesterday, how the Democrats are acting like they're all let's say they're on playing kickball, right? And the Democrat team is losing the game in kickball. So instead of continuing on with the players that they have, they say, no, time out. We need to bring in new players because we see that we're about to lose this game. And I'm like, no, this is your team. You need to stick with your team. If they have another team coming in next, they get to play next. Right? But no, they're saying, no, we want to stop this game. We want to stop this game. We were bringing new players because we see that we're losing. They're just like kids. And they said, well, no, you can't stop the game because we're in the middle of the game, right? And they said, well, I'm going to pick up my ball and go home. That's exactly how they're acting. But who are they blaming this on? Are the Democrats taking responsibility for their own actions with Graham Plattner? Are they taking responsibility that they supported him? They pushed him. They said, oh, my goodness, he's great. Are they taking responsibility for putting Graham Plattner up there in the first place? Now, let me remind you, Graham Plattner is a socialist communist Democrat. Has nothing to do with the Republican Party. Zero. I mean, 100% zero anything to do with the Republican Party. But because Graham Plattner is now down on paper for assaulting women, guess what's happening now? They're actually saying that Graham Plattner's reasoning for being there, or the reason why this happened with Graham Plattner, is because of, you got it right, I'm pretty sure many of you thinking it, because of President Donald J. Trump. I mean, really, you can't make it up. I mean, seriously, I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean this is all President Trump's fault? See, now this is the angle that they're going at, because all of the lies that they said about President Trump in the past when it came to women, and we know that they're lies. We're still supporting President Trump because we know that they were lying. I mean, this has been like a game that they've done over and over and over again. And the American people are like, okay, you've already played this hand. You've already played this hand. We're not buying into it. And you notice there's not videos of women coming out. At least I haven't seen them. And that could be part of due to the algorithms. And if you have seen these videos, let me see them, where they talked about in detail what President Trump has done to them. Now, I'm not talking about Agent Carroll, where she was basically mimicking and talking about the episode of Law and Order. Have y'all seen that? Her story with her and President Trump is exactly how the scene in Law and Order played out. I mean, to a T. But that's not important, right? You have to hashtag believe the woman. But they don't have the videos like this. They lied about President Trump constantly. And they're saying, well, because President Trump, what he did to women, that's the reason why we have Graham Plattner. You can't make it up. I'm straight up telling you. Listen, this is it. This is them doing the very thing on the Communist News Network, trying to say it's President Trump's fault because they got someone like Graham Plattner. Did they not vet him beforehand?
One question about domestic politics, if I can. Graham Plattner in Maine still has not left the Senate race up there. What lessons do you think the Democratic Party should learn with what's happened in Maine?
I'm not so certain that this is sort of a Democratic issue or a Republican issue. I think that we're at a place where we need to be able to have people who are running for office who embody the values that I think most Americans have. And
weren't they saying that about Graham Plattner just last month? He embodied the values of the American people. They were saying this about Graham Plattner last month.
And I struggle with the fact that we've gotten to a place where that doesn't necessarily happen, that we're not putting forward candidates that have that character that I think is really important. And that starts with the leadership at the top of our country. When it's okay to behave like a bore, then we end up getting candidates like that because that's the people who run. And when we make it hard.
Did you hear what she just said? She said, starts up at the top, because we have people like President Trump. That means we, the Democrats, have to get somebody like Trump. I told y'all yesterday, the reason why they went with Graham Plattner, because he's a white man. He loves to go hunting, apparently. He's trying to be an alpha male. He looks strong, right? And he likes women. So they're trying to get someone like President Trump. That's their goal. So they're thinking like, well, look, Graham Plattner has all this baggage. We said President Trump has all this baggage. So they're going to accept him too. I mean, dude. I mean, do you see it? Do you see it? They're not even hiding
on the people who serve and violate their individuality and their privacy in the ways that we have, then we shouldn't be surprised when we end up with candidates that are suboptimal.
Who selected Graham Plattner? Who selected him? If they're so against President Donald J. Trump, why would they try to get someone in their minds who's like President Trump? Because that's what she's saying. I told y'all yesterday, that's the only reason why they went with him, because it was like, oh my goodness, he kind of reminds us of President Trump, of all the dirt that we lied about. So now that we got people to believe it, then let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. But they've turned on Graham Plattner like no tomorrow. And they're all acting like, oh yeah, we knew he was like this from the get-go. We knew that he had a problem. We knew that he was bad. He was bad for the party. They all were saying it. Now they're all saying it now, of course. But beforehand, they were all supporting Graham Plattner. And they were saying they were supporting Graham Plattner because President Trump didn't like Graham Plattner. So if President Trump didn't like him, that means they love him. Listen to Jen Psaki. Jen Psaki trying to act like she was on the up and up. She, he was, he's not good. But she's one of the main ones. They all lied about Graham Plattner, just like they all lied about Joe Biden and his cognitive abilities. They all lied about the Democrat Party. They lie about everything, and now they're out lying, trying to act like they were never really kind of supporting him.
It is an end to what has been an unpredictable, incredibly tumultuous, at times fascinating, simply because of the political story, and ultimately deeply enraging political career for Graham Plattner, enraging for all of us. And we have covered this race from the very beginning on purpose, because I think it's important that we don't put our heads in the sand and just project upon all of you what we think and only talk to people at a table in Washington, D.C. I think one of the most important things we can do.
Isn't that what they do all the time? They sit around a panel and let's get people to believe the crap that we think. That's all that they do. And it's funny, interesting that she's actually saying that part out loud. That's exactly what they do. Like anybody to sit down and watch that crap, they sit down and watch it and they see that that's all that they do. And here she is trying to convince people that's not what they do. Listen to her.
All of you what we think and only talk to people at a table in Washington, D.C. I think one of the most important things we can do is listen to voters, to watch and to try to understand what is happening in this country, even if it doesn't totally make sense.
And then she tried to act like they're surprised, like it was unpredictable. It was unpredictable. We had no idea. Dude had a Nazi tattoo on his chest. How did you not know? Did y'all know? All of y'all watching right here, look at the beautiful comments. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Beautiful comments. Beautiful comments. Thank you so much. Did y'all know? Did y'all know this was a disaster from the get-go? I'm like, are you kidding me? We're all saying that this was a problem from the beginning. Here's another one with Lawrence O'Donnell. Lawrence O'Donnell on MSDNC. They call it MS now. MSDNC still for me. MSDNC, Lawrence O'Donnell's on here trying to act like, oh my goodness, we never supported Plattner. He was bad goods. He was damaged goods from the get-go. These people are stupid. And they're stupid. The reason why I say they're stupid, because they think the rest of us is going to believe all the nonsense that they've been spewing. Listen to them.
The image created by him and by the eager news media was of a humble, roughly educated oyster farmer in Maine who decided he was just mad as hell and couldn't take it anymore, and he was going to step up and save Maine from Donald Trump and Susan Collins, and he could do it because he knew the struggles, but he didn't. He's never known those struggles. His most obvious credibility problem to me from the start was saying, quote, I'm a working class guy that lives a working class life. He also said, I've never been close to money and power. And that was a lie.
Wow. This is Lawrence O'Donnell. He act like he's talking about President Trump here. Of course, this is MSDNC once again. This dude, all of them were Googled-eyed over Plattner. They were all drooling at the mouth over Plattner with the tattoo on his chest. They were all loving dude because, oh my goodness, we have a straight white male that's on our team. They were all doing it. And now they're like throwing this dude under the bus like, oh my goodness, he was terrible. He was terrible. Why wasn't Lawrence O'Donnell saying this about this dude last month? Why is he only doing it now? See, they're trying to convince people that they are the people with morals. Like they won't go along with someone doing wrongdoings like Graham Plattner. For them, Graham Plattner is what they despise. But they actually don't despise Graham Plattner. See, all of this is a facade. They have to do this to try to convince the people that watch them and the people that support the Democrat Party that they are the ones, again, as I mentioned multiple times, that they're the ones champion women, that they want to protect women at all costs. And for him to be the way he is, we have to reject him. And let me say this too. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Let me say this too. With Graham Plattner, it wasn't the socialists that got rid of Graham Plattner. It was the establishment Democrats. And I think they knew, because they knew about Graham Plattner's dealings from the very beginning. And I think they were just hanging on to it, because if it was going to get to the point to where, okay, like he's not going to work out for us, go ahead and drop this on him. He was crying in his video. Dude literally crying in his video. I'm not going to play it for you. I'm pretty sure you don't want to see it. Dude literally crying in his video saying, well, I won, we won. And he's admitting that it was the establishment that did this to him. The establishment did this because they had to show that they were still in control. They couldn't allow another socialist communist to take control, because the Democrat Party as a whole, the establishment Democrat Party, they're losing control. That's the part that no one's really discussing, but they're losing control. So they had to set an example, and it just so happened to be Graham Plattner. They had to say, look, we control this. We can be the ones to destroy you. Republicans didn't bring up this information. It wasn't Republican media outlets that was writing the story. It was the left that did this to Graham Plattner. We knew that he had the damaged goods going into this when he had the tattoo, when they were all giving it a pass. It was the leftist establishment that did this to him. And now they're trying to act like, oh my goodness, they're all innocent. Like they're the ones innocent in all of this. I mean, they're all throwing them under the bus. And the Democrats are trying to act like, well, look, they're the smart ones. That's what they want people to believe. Like they're the smart ones, that they're not going to go along with this any longer. And they're like, Graham Plattner, don't call us, or anybody else that support Graham Plattner, don't call us, because we're not the dumb ones. They are dumb, because every last one of these Democrats were 100% behind Graham Plattner until it just became till they saw that he was going to lose.
Just stay away and stop writing all your dumbass columns on the internet and telling us what we should be doing. And don't call me anymore. I don't want to hear your ideas about, why we're not doing it well enough. And, that's just not how we do it here. And Devin made a really good point. We're independent. We don't like to be told what to do, and we're not stupid.
But yet they were all supporting Graham Plattner. The only one that wasn't supporting Graham Plattner is John Fetterman. And John Fetterman has been sticking to his guns. John Fetterman was trying to tell them from the get-go, dude has a tattoo, everybody. He has the tattoo. But they're all jumping ship. They're all like, oh no, Graham Plattner, you gotta go. I wonder, has he filled out the paperwork yet? Listen to him here. These are the main ones too. Some of the main ones that were all about Graham Plattner, giving excuses too.
I think it's also a little bit denigrating to people who are working class.
Yes.
To just be like, oh, they all have Nazi tattoos.
Exactly.
They all have these gross.
And they would overlook it. You know.
Oh, so they all have it. Right? They all have it. Oh, you know, it's just, everybody has a tattoo. Everybody has the Nazi tattoo. It's okay. It's okay. Denigrating? They knew about it from day one. It wasn't a secret. He tried to act stupid after 20 years of having it, telling one of the females, apparently, I think it was one of the females he assaulted, but he told one of them that it was the Munkoff tattoo. He was happy about it. Happy. And then all of a sudden he grew amnesia. Maybe he was a little tipsy. Maybe he was on that oil when he was telling her about the tattoo. He couldn't remember telling her about the oil, you know, because when he shows up to these young ladies' houses, when he was assaulting them, apparently he was on the oil, he's drinking that oil, and he blacked out and couldn't remember what he did after drinking that oil. Couldn't remember. The thing that gets me with all of this is that they all act like they'd never supported him from the beginning. That's what really gets me with this. I'm like, I mean, we were sitting there watching you support him. So my thing is, all the people that watch the Communist News Network and MSDNC and ABC and the whole rest of them, when they saw these people supporting him, when all this information was out there, and now they're coming back and saying that, well, we never support him, or they're just saying, like the politicians at least, saying that they're retracting their support for him. So all the people that was watching these liberal media outlets now hearing them saying, well, we never did support him. We always thought something was wrong with him. But they never said that part out loud. They were convincing everybody that they needed to support him. Like this. Let me play this for you. Watch this.
I interviewed him for my podcast. I've talked to him. When the first New York Times article came out, I said, this reads sort of funny. What else is there? Is there something else coming out? And everyone told me up and down, absolutely not. And I think all of us heard that same thing from him, from his team, nothing else coming out. This is clearly a misunderstanding. There's nothing more coming out. We were sold an arc, right? A character arc of a person who had blacked out, but now no longer did that behavior. Now, I should have asked him when I interviewed him if he was drinking still, because there's only one way you get those blackouts, and that's from drinking. And so the idea we were sold this character arc, this person who gets better, who got better, but he wasn't maybe better.
Maybe he wasn't better. But maybe he was. But maybe he wasn't better. He wasn't good from the get-go. And they knew it. And they all tried to ignore it. They all tried to act like, well, it's not really that bad because, we did lie about President Trump and said that President Trump did all of these things to women. And we got a great deal of people to believe that. And he's still president, So they figured that they can get someone with a whole bunch of baggage themselves, and we can make him a senator at least. One that's actually done it, apparently. Allegedly. You gotta say allegedly. Can't say actually, because, actually they don't want the truth to come out. But Graham Plattner is what the Democrat Party is all about. Graham Plattner, Zohran Mamdani, that is exactly what the Democrat Party is all about. They're all about total control. They're all about manipulation. They're all about getting people to believe the nonsense that they're putting out there. That's what they're really about. And they don't even hide it any longer. Now, I told y'all before, John Fetterman has been the only one that has actually been speaking out against this dude. And John Fetterman straight up says, you know what? Let me show you. Right when we come back, though.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
I'd say that the trash took itself out, threw it out. Yeah, and now he leaves an accused rapist. He's the guy he'll be remembered, a guy that spent 10 years in Kick, the platform, that's the Predator's Paradise. He now defiled his marriage and sent sexual messages to women as a newlywed, and all the things he said. Now he gets to go away. He can go back online. He can go around doing all the kinds of things. But the trash took itself out tonight, and now finally people in Maine have a chance to really vote on someone that's not a piece of trash.
How would you like to see that process carried out in Maine?
I don't know, but it's like he gave that weird long speech. It's like no one wants you anymore. I'm like, bro, you are an accused rapist. No one wants your endorsement. No one cares what you think. You are going, straight back into oblivion, and now that's the reality. To give that weird long speech and pretend like people will miss you. No one's gonna forget you other than the guy that was pushed out of the election because a woman credibly accused you of raping her. So that's his legacy,
That's his legacy, 100%. And no one, and again, he was in that video. I actually watched the whole thing, and dude's on there crying. He's straight up saying that he's the victim. He wants people to believe that he's the victim in all of this. Really. Graham Plattner is crying in the video. I'm pretty sure it was the last video that he did. I don't know if he's done another one since last night. But he's on there crying like he's the victim. Jeremy was talking about it earlier because he was saying that they're taking all of our way of campaigning. They're taking away all of our information of getting to the voter poll information. They're taking all that away from us. And the thing is, all of these lunatics in Maine voted for him knowing he had the tattoo. Knowing he had the tattoo, and they still voted for him. Knowing he was damaged goods, and they still voted for him. So, I wonder why they're not getting all the people that supported him to get them on camera and say, no, he should have stayed in. He should have stayed in. How come they're not getting them? Well, listen to this on the Communist News Network. Telling Graham Plattner, basically, cry harder.
Just got my little violin out for him. You got to feel so bad. He's playing the victim. It was really probably AIPAC that made him get a Nazi tattoo, lie about it for years. It was probably AIPAC that made him allegedly physically abuse a Republican woman he used today. And it was probably AIPAC or the establishment or something that made this latest accusation. I think he's disgraceful. I genuinely think that's one of the worst, I don't even know, announcement videos I've ever seen. No accountability, no reflection, just a weird combination of backing away, but also denying the allegation, not even standing on business. This whole thing is such a black eye for the Democratic Party writ large, though. It's not just him. They're doing the right thing eventually. But where was this energy when Lindsay Fifield came forward? Yes, she's a Republican operative. Doesn't mean she couldn't be a victim. She had contemporaneous corroboration that Graham Plattner, that she said at the time, physically abused her and locked her in a room. That should have been enough for the Believe Women Democrats. Zoran didn't withdraw the endorsement, didn't withdraw support. Bernie didn't. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
Just got my little violin.
The Believe the Women Democrats. The Believe the Women Democrats. Right? They didn't believe her because she was a Republican. She was a Republican operative. Can't believe her. Nope. She's a plant. Can't believe her. And then one of their own came out with the same, not the same exact story, but another story about Graham Plattner. Then they got to believe it. Remember, I told y'all this Monday. I was talking about this on Monday before all of the other mainstream media started talking about it. Oh, look at this. There's the connection here. This is why. And sure enough, they're all talking about it now. But what are they going to do? How are they going to? Is that the one I want to show? No, this one here. What are they going to do? Do the Democrats now have a plan forward? What are they going to do? Are they going to have another primary? Or are they going to do like they did in the past with Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and even Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton? They're going to select who they want. Screw the people. Screw what the people want. Screw what the people decided on. The establishment, they're going to tell you who you get. Because now this is the question they're asking all of them. This guy here is out of Maine. The guy there, he's out of Maine. And he's being asked the question, well, what does the Democrat Party do now?
Well, let's talk about what happens next. Because there's only a few weeks now for the Democrats to figure out who their nominee is going to be. What are we hearing in terms of a process?
Yeah, all the final details are still in the works. It was interesting earlier today, feeling like I was calling candidates, calling potential contenders who wanted to throw their hat in the ring, and they were saying that, well, we don't know anything else, and we know about as much as you do at this point. So the main Democratic Party leaders started to release more details, though, as the afternoon went on. They held a call with about 100 state committee members, and apparently they agreed to hold a nominating convention at a yet-to-be announced date in a yet-to-be determined place.
Okay, so essentially what he just said, and this is what I'm hearing, and y'all let me know if y'all heard something different, that they're going to go to the establishment in Maine and let them decide who they're going to put into place. The people, they don't get the chance. They don't get the opportunity to select who they want. Why not just go ahead? Look, they said that they have until Monday for him to denounce, for him to actually file the paperwork and get it in there by Monday, the 13th, whatever the 13th is. So they have until the 13th for him to get the paperwork in there, but they said that they have until like the 21st of July. Why can't they hold a quick election on the 16th or the 18th or the 19th or even the 20th? How about the 21st, one-day elections? Why not do that? But they're saying, screw the people. Screw the people. What they want to do is they're going to put somebody in there. They're going to vet this person and be like, okay, is there anybody? And I got a strong suspicion that they are not going to go with a man, because they're afraid that another man can come up and then another woman going to come out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden they're right back where they left off. So I suspect that they are going to go with a woman. Let's see if I'm right or wrong with this one, right? Let's just see. But I was just telling y'all, look at this one. This lady is holding a sign. Graham, get out of the way. Let the people choose. Really? The people are not going to be able to choose in this case because they're going to select who they want. Same thing they did with Kamala Harris.
Are you usually a Democratic voter? Who do you usually gravitate toward in these elections?
Well, it's not really about who I vote for or who I gravitate towards.
See, I suspect that she voted for Graham. But because they see that they're about to lose, they're like, okay, well, we need to change this up. We can't, And now she's out there. It's not about who I voted for. Yes, it is. You're holding a sign. Now listen to this.
I am standing here defending democracy and free and fair elections. Right now, Graham Plattner is obstructing the process for a free and fair election so that Mainers can vote for someone who actually represents them and their values. And he needs to step aside, and he needs to stop trying to influence or determine who succeeds him. He has no authority, and now he has no credibility. So he just needs to step down and stay quiet.
What kind of process would you like to see to decide the Democratic nominee who would replace Graham Plattner atop the ticket?
Well, it's already written into our statute that the Democratic Party process that they vote, the Democratic State Committee. So
why is she holding a sign then that says, let the people choose? Because if that's the case, the people are not going to be able to choose. Y'all see that? Why are you holding a sign? What about the people? Why not allow the people in Maine decide? Put the 4 people out there, because it's not like the people in Maine doesn't know what's going on. It's like they have been paying attention. I'm in Texas, and I know what's happening in Maine. There's no reason for them not to have a special primary election next week. There's no reason. Put the 5 or 4 people that they have listed out there, the socialists, find the biggest socialist. That's what they're trying to get, the biggest socialist that they want, and put that person on there. And I still, right now, saying that it's not going to be a man. It's going to be a woman, unless the man happens to wear a dress. Then, of course, they'll go with him. But I guarantee that's what's going to take place. They are not going to allow the people to decide. To give you an example, what I was talking about with Kamala Harris, they did not allow Kamala Harris to be elected during the primary. They could have had a quick one. There's nothing wrong with it. Listen to this, because this guy straight up lies about Kamala Harris in 2024.
The Maine Democratic Party says that they have been working to develop a process to replace Plattner if he drops out that is, quote, open, inclusive, transparent, and fair. I wonder, do Maine Democrats need to take lessons from how the party handled that transition from Biden to Harris in 2024, kind of an 11th hour process of switching candidates, where she was handed her nomination when she hadn't received a single vote as the top of the ticket, even as there was very little time to try to sort out a competitive race among candidates to find an alternative for voters. What's the lesson there?
Listen,
well, let
listen,
me back
listen.
you up, Brianna, because I was the one who actually orchestrated the plan for that. And Kamala Harris wasn't handed that. She actually worked to secure the nomination by working the phones and calling the delegates, because at that point in the process in 2024, we could not conduct primaries. We had 2 weeks before we had to do the certification in Ohio. So we couldn't go back out and say all 50 states we're doing primaries again. And so it was within the power of the delegates of the convention. And Kamala Harris, to her credit, got on that phone that day and she worked her behind off and got this and secured the nomination by working the phones and talking to the delegates.
So that's all it took. Screw the people doing the primary. They knew something was wrong with Joe going into the primary. They knew something was wrong with him. But they still pushed him through, just like they were pushing Graham Plattner through up until this point. And they were like, oh, this is not going to look good. If we keep Joe there, we're going to lose. So they decided to implant her. And I can be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised with the Communist News Network even pointing this out. And of course, this dude's on there saying, no, she just wasn't selected. Of course she was. I don't care how many phone calls she made. That doesn't say the will of the people. That says the will of her getting on the phone and making phone calls. If she actually did get on the phone, how many people did she call? How many people did she call? Hey, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. She's probably saying, give it to me, and making these empty promises to people. But she's holding him to the fire.
But she wasn't the candidate on the ballot in the primary as the principal candidate. I mean that we can't dispute. I understand there was a time crunch, and I understand she was. You
can't. Yes.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm well aware of the limitations.
Yeah, my bottom line is, Brenda, yes, there were a lot of limitations, and yes, we would have loved to have a whole flood of primaries.
Okay, but Jamie, we're talking about Graham Plattner. I guess my point here is just that when you have a candidate who actually goes through the whole process, they're going to have a better shot at winning.
See, that's the key right there. If they go through the entire process, they have a better chance of winning. If they go through the entire process. But see, they're okay with having them go through the entire process. But if it looks like you're not going to make it, we want to switch out the player. Here's another analogy. Just came up with it. Let's say you're playing baseball. And their team, the Democrats, go up to bat, and it's the last inning of the game, and it's tied. But the batter that comes up there, strike one. Ooh. Strike two. Oh. Democrats go, wait. It's the last play of the game. We're getting ready to go right into it now. We want to switch out the players for the last hit. That's exactly what the Democrats are doing. They knew that they're about to strike out with Graham Plattner, so they want to switch out the player. They knew they were going to strike out with Joe Biden, so they switched out the player. That's not democracy. At what point is it that they get to select who they want to represent them instead of the people? That's not democracy. And they constantly scream, we're a democracy. We're a democracy. They constantly scream it. Constantly scream it. But then when it comes to the fruition, they're like, oh, no. We can't really go down that path. We can't do it. Can't do it. Just can't do it. Can't do it. I want to change subjects up really quick if I can here. And this is talking about the state of Texas. Because Texas is on the forefront as well, right? Because of what happened with the redistricting here. And obviously, according to Jasmine Crackpot, the only reason why she's no longer in her position is because of racism. So my question to everybody, who took Jasmine Crackpot's position? Who did it to her? It wasn't the Republicans. Let me show you what I'm talking about. when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
So for me, I am going to be working everywhere. The best thing that I can do for James Tallarico isn't me standing on the stage with him. It is the fact that I endorsed 5 candidates in the runoff who all happen to be black men in the state of Texas, and every single one of them won, and they're going on to November, meaning that they will pull out more black people to vote. People keep trying to say, well, Jasmine has to go and hold his hand. No, I don't. And don't worry about my math and how it works in my mind. Because the reality is that if you can give people more than one thing to vote for, then you have a better chance of getting them out to the polls. And honestly,
did you see that? Don't worry about the math, that the way it works in her mind. 2 + 2 = 5. According to her, apparently.
some people just not going to be sold on certain people that are running in the state of Texas. So the best thing that I can do is take down ballot candidates who no one's ever heard of and do my best to uplift them and increase the voter participation in a way that we did in Texas. You see, a lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but the reality is that there was a lot of racist, not a lot, it was racist. It was a racist race.
Really?
It is what it is, right? But we live in America, as y'all are celebrating 250, okay? We know what this country is. But let me...
So why remain here? She's saying the reason why she's out is because of racism. Well, who did it to her? It wasn't the Republicans. She had the opportunity to be in the position that James Tallarico is in. James Tallarico won it from her. It was between her and James Tallarico. Why did the Democrat Party give it to James Tallarico and not her? But she's not the only angry black woman that's upset with James Tallarico. You know who else is upset with James Tallarico? Hold on. This one. Apparently, she's a representative in the state of Texas, which I don't know how these people are getting in these positions in the state of Texas when the state of Texas should not be blue at all. It shouldn't even be close to purple. It should be beet red. American red only. But listen to this. She's upset with James Tallarico because James Tallarico is not giving them money.
Do I think that Tallarico's refusal thus far to engage black electeds and the black infrastructure has put him at a disadvantage? Absolutely, because there's not a lot of time to try to rally us. But we actually had a meeting today, Roland, earlier today, where black people, black thought leaders, elected officials from Dallas and Houston met, and we are getting together and we're going to stand together. And hopefully Tallarico and the Texas Democratic Party will see that and they will listen to us, because Tallarico is giving out money to white GOTV organizations and white infrastructure, and Hispanic infrastructure, but he's not giving it to black infrastructure.
Oh, because James Tallarico is not giving his money to black entertainment, black candidates, black people. So now they have a problem with James Tallarico. So why is James Tallarico, that is representing the Democrats in the state of Texas and coming up to this general election, why is he, a white man, not supporting black people? Didn't they say that the Democrat Party is all about supporting black people, women, hashtag Mexicans, everybody else other than white people? But here it is, a white man, James Tallarico, not making these black people happy. Imagine that. Imagine that. How does this work?
And so either they'll listen or they won't. Again, even though I knew I could lose votes, I did it anyway, because sometimes in life you got to pick a side, and I need to know if the Texas Democratic Party is going to pick our side. I did speak with Kendall Scudder.
Wait a minute. Is the Democrat Party in Texas picking a side of other Democrats, or is she asking the Democrats in the state of Texas to pick the side of a color? Are y'all hearing this? That's what she's saying. She's asking for the Democrats in the state of Texas to pick the side of a color. She's a Democrat. Aren't they on her side already? They're asking for money. Listen, let me play that part one more time. Listen to this. She's straight. That's what she's saying.
Got to pick a side, and I need to know if the Texas Democratic Party is going to pick our side. I did speak with Kendall Scudder, the chair of the Texas Democratic Party, and he told me he would be meeting with me. Again, meetings do nothing if we don't have action into it. But I have already told them, Roland, they need to pay for black infrastructure. They need to pay for media with you and not just CNN, and other people like you. I've told them that we have people like using hit strategies with Terrence Woodbury, who no one polls black people better than him. We don't want.
No one polls black people better than him. Why do you have to poll black people? How come you just can't poll Americans? Why can't you just why do you have to poll a color? That's so ignorant. And they don't even realize how ignorant they sound. Why are you polling a color?
No white pollsters, they don't know how to poll us. And
white pollsters don't, hold on. Y'all probably didn't hear it.
No one polls black people better than him. We don't want no white pollsters, they don't know how to poll us.
We don't want no white pollsters because they don't know how to poll us. Dude, isn't this what isn't what they've been screaming about getting past all of these years? Like, we want to be treated equality, right? Won't we just poll American citizens and disregard what their color is? Won't we just do that? They can't do that because color is so important. It's so important because without the color, we can't remain victims. I'm telling you, that's what it comes down to. And see, they're complaining about this dude here. This is their biggest complaint. Now, listen to what James Tallarico had to say here. And this is probably going to infuriate a lot of you that's been paying attention. I just saw this for the first time today before I came on here, and I had to share it with you.
I'm always so thrilled when I get invited, to the Diwali festival. I think I've gone 2 years in a row now. And, also have gotten a chance to speak at some of our local mosques. And I find such wisdom and comfort and inspiration from faith traditions all over the world. And I find that they're all kind of equal pathways to truth. That's how I think, I always think of all of the world's faith traditions as like a circle with, that divine mystery of the universe in the middle. And we all have different names for that mystery, right? Whether it's God or Yahweh or Allah or Nirvana, the Great Spirit, whatever you call it. This is all, different pathways to the same kind of fundamental truth of reality. So yeah, it's something it's how I try to stay grounded and stay rooted.
What did y'all think about that? Did you hear what he said? He's saying these false idols and these false gods is a true pathway to the God of the Bible. Not even just the Bible. He's saying the true pathway to God, the existence of everything, the creator of all things. I mean, really. And you know what? So many people hear that, and so many people get deceived by that. Now, there's a young man that I go to church with. I actually sent this video of James Tallarico to him. He's a black male. He doesn't like Trump. He despises President Trump. He goes to church, calls himself a Christian. To me, he is a James Tallarico type Christian, right? Because he says Allah and, and Buddha and the sky spirit or whatever he's talking about, and everything else can, be God. There's only one true living God, Yahweh, Yeshua, the Messiah. There's only one true living God. But he wants to tell you that you can do this whole thing, and that is the spirit of the Antichrist. I constantly tell y'all. Anyways, the guy I go to church with, and, just because, look, the devil go to church. You'd be sadly mistaken if you don't think so. And I sent him that video, and he responded back to me. He says, I hear it. And he asked me a question. What did he say that was wrong in your eyes? He's asking me that. What did James Tallarico say that was wrong in my eyes? If you are a true Christian and you believe the God's word, what the Bible tells us, it tells us that false prophets will come about, false teachings. I talk about this extensively on Wednesday. I show this stuff. And here he is saying this perverted version of what he believes, and he calls himself a Christian. He's basically saying that Christ is secondary to everything else, or everybody had to have their own pathway to God. There's only one true way to God, and the entire world knows it. He even knows it. It's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. So we have the socialists in New York, the socialists in Colorado. We have the socialists in Texas. The socialists are trying to take over. And it is primarily going to be my personal opinion on this, and I sure hope I am right on this one. Most of the time I tell you, and I could be wrong. So what? But I hope I'm right on this, that this is going to be the downfall of the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party apparently is the longest political party in its existence. The Democrat Party. The Democrat Party was created in America before the Republican Party, because it was the Democrat Party that was enslaving black people. And then the Republican Party came after, because the Republican Party gave black people representation. And the Democrat Party has hated that ever since. So they figured out, well, we'll just use black people, have black people think that we're on their side. So then they'll come over to our side, and we'll just use them to control the masses. And I pray that this is their demise, them embracing this whole socialist agenda. People need to get really active this midterm election, extremely active. Because if not, the socialists, they've already pretty much, for the most part, taken over the Democrat Party. And like I told y'all before, they're asking Graham Plattner. I think that's what they're waiting on. Not Graham Plattner. They're asking, since Graham Plattner's out, I think they're waiting to see who Mamdani wants. Who is he going to endorse? Because Mamdani, he is the leader of the Democrat Party, the Democrat Socialist Communist Party that they are. He's their leader. Some people say he's not. I say that he is. Prove me wrong. Kevin Smith coming up next right here on Loud Majority. I will see you tomorrow here on LFA TV. God bless everybody. See you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Thursday, July 9th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Later on in the show, we are going to be talking politics and culture with my good friend Taylor Farber. You guys are not going to want to miss that one. She's a pisser. She's a good time for sure. You guys are going to want to make sure you stay tuned for that one. Also, today we're going to be hearing some testimony from Lance Twiggs. That would be the lover of Tyler Robinson in the pretrial hearing today in the Charlie Kirk assassination. Now, many of you may have heard stupid people on the internet saying that what we're going to show you today didn't happen. Now, you're going to see it with your own eyeballs. So, that could be some conflicting stuff. That could be some conflicting evidence to the well-placed sources of idiots like Candace Owens. Pretty wild stuff. Pretty wild stuff. And also, we're going to be talking about trust today. We're going to be talking about trust and trust in society and how it has declined. We are going to go to one of my favorite shows on planet Earth as a perfect example of this. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour, rumble.com/LFATV. Make sure you guys are following over there. Before we jump into all of it, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show, and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can also use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. So, the big testimony today, or the big evidence, I shouldn't say testimony, excuse me, from the hearing today is from the lover of Tyler Robinson, Lance Twiggs. Obviously, that's one of the people he confessed to that he committed this horrific crime. We're going to show you that in a minute, but here's a quick overview of what all is going to happen today in the hearing. Here is Fox reporting it.
When they put this guy to trial, his parents turned him in. His trans lover turned him in. He wrote that he's guilty. They got the gun. They got the video. And still, this judge is pretending like he can't make a decision yet. Fox News correspondent, former deputy prosecutor and attorney Chanley Painter has been inside the courtroom all week. She joins us live from outside the courtroom in Provo. Chanley, we're going to finally hear from Lance Twiggs, the lover, today. What do we expect?
This is the most anticipated evidence of this entire week. It is the pre-recorded interview from April of Lance Twiggs, who was the roommate, lived with Tyler Robinson at the time of the shooting. It was his boyfriend, his lover at the time. And this is the first time the public will actually hear from Lance Twiggs. And as you can imagine, it was over intense objections from the defense. Most of yesterday was spent with the judge hearing arguments from defense attorneys about why the public should not see this interview. And those objections included things from hearsay, relevance objections, and then the 403 prejudice objections. Ultimately, inside the courtroom, Tyler Robinson, throughout these arguments, he seemed a little more uneasy as the judge and the parties were talking about Lance Twiggs, his lover at the time of the shooting. He would fidget with his red pen and doodle a little bit, adjust his suit in the seat more than usual. In the gallery, as you said, the family of Charlie Kirk, emotional, Erica Kirk wiping tears, leaning her head on her mother-in-law at times. And at one point, I was sitting right behind them. I noticed her turn her head and look towards her family, the Charlie Kirk family attorney, gave him kind of a cue. And that's when he stood up for the first time, took to the podium and said this, watch.
To not be transparent here, to not be open, to not let the world see what happened, will create doubt and distrust in the judicial system. And that's not what anybody wants. That's not what any of us believe should happen here. And we'd ask the court to consider the position of the family in making its ultimate decision.
So one of the things that they were arguing today was whether or not some of the evidence was going to be made public, was going to be put forward in the hearing, not in the trial. Because remember, guys, the trial hasn't started yet. So if you hear people talking about the trial, they're dumb. Now, that could go for a myriad of people out there. There are a huge handful of people out there who are doing everything they can, considering they staked their credibility on this case. I mean, let's just say, for example, you made a claim. Let's just say that you made a claim that Lance Twiggs was never interviewed about Tyler Robinson. Let's say you made that claim. Now, I can't think of anybody who made that claim, but let's just say you did.
Lance Twiggs, the person.
Why do you think that?
Because the police didn't even question him, which is bonkers. Yeah, Lance Twiggs.
Let's just say you made that claim. Now, I'm not pointing out anybody in particular here. Let's say you said that Lance Twiggs was never interviewed about this entire thing. Well, as you heard from Fox, they're going to show Lance Twiggs' interview about this whole thing. But wait, Fox said it, so it's not like I didn't really see it. You know, I saw you show me a lady on Fox saying that it was going to happen, but I didn't really see it. So
he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
Right, and that's within the home. Mm-hmm. And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Of course, that was Lance Twiggs out there citing that he had asked Tyler Robinson about the text messages that he sent to him the night before, saying that he did it, asking him if he was serious about what he did the night before. And he said yes and wish he hadn't done it. Now, I'm not saying that interview that you just saw with your own eyes didn't happen. I'm not saying that because I am not a malevolent asshole like
Lance Twiggs, the person.
Why do you think that?
Because the police didn't even question him, which is bonkers. Yeah, Lance Twiggs.
Now, I'm not saying it, all right? I mean, the irony of what we've heard so far from this preliminary hearing, the evidence being presented by the prosecution, the irony of the entire thing is that this might be the most open and shut case I have ever seen in my entire life. And look, I won't lie. I'm not like I'm not like a court reporter. It's not like I follow this thing on the regular. What I'm saying is that we have him on the campus. We have him walking with the gun in his pants. We have DNA from a screwdriver with his DNA on a screwdriver on the roof where the shooting took place. We have him leaving the campus. We have 3 different confessions. It's hard for me to figure out what it is we don't have in this case. I mean, I don't know what else there could be, unless Tyler Robinson stood up in the middle of the damn courtroom and just went, yep, I did it. I'm not sure what else would be needed, what else would be necessary. But, people have staked their name on this. They've staked their careers on it. There's a large swath of people out there who will believe anything they see on the internet. Mostly Democrats, but some people on the political right as well. And it really gets me to something that I think we don't talk about enough in society. And it's one of the biggest problems I think we have. Not so much as a nation, but as a culture. And we're going to get to more of that in just a little bit. Because we used to live in a high trust society. Maybe you didn't trust the media, and maybe you didn't trust, your boss. I don't know. But you trusted the person walking down the street. You trusted you trusted that each and every one of us in a society would do certain things. And we're going to get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sale because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, and this is kind of one of the things that I talked to Taylor about the idea of trust. Not just in politics, but in culture as well. You know, we are hitting the summer movie season here in America. And a lot of people have been making fun of certain movies, like The Odyssey, for its perpetual wokeness and annoyance. Now, it is a Christopher Nolan movie. It's probably going to be really good. However, with the ridiculous casting alerts that we've gotten about this film, people just don't trust that a movie like that is going to be any good whatsoever. And I think it really comes down to a larger problem we have in culture that you and I, without knowing each other, would trust. You trusted the person you walked down the street. And it made me think about something that we used to have in America that I haven't seen in years. In years. Chat, let me ask you guys something. Do you guys remember those newspaper boxes that would be on the side of the road? Do you guys remember those? You might get, the New York Times or Newsday or the New York Post or whatever it may be. You walked up, you put 50 cents in, you put $1 in, and you'd get whatever newspaper came out. The little thing would open, you'd take a newspaper, you'd walk away. You guys remember those things? They were all over, they were all over the cities. They were in suburbia. Some of the younger people may not know it, or, some of the, maybe if you live in a more rural area, you guys didn't have them. But I haven't seen them in a very, very long time. And I wanted to talk about a clip from a show. I don't know, not seeing these things anymore kind of made me think about where we lack in a trust society. So let's go over to my favorite show ever, The Sopranos, right? There's a scene in The Sopranos with one of these newspaper boxes that people had. And in the scene in the show, Christopher in The Sopranos finds out that he's going to be in the newspaper. So he goes up to one of these little things and goes to see if his name is in it. Check it out. In the newspaper, and he gets very, very excited about it. And then, what does he do? Well, I'm sure some of you will remember. Away with all of them. And obviously that's why we don't see those sorts of newspaper boxes as at least as much as we used to. I saw somebody say they have them in Florida. I used to see them everywhere. And just to be clear, that TV show I showed you is not from like 1945. It's from 1998. I was 9 when that scene came out. So it's not from 2,000 years ago. It's not from like a million, it's relatively recently. And I just feel like not seeing those things anymore or not seeing as much of them really is like indicative of the fact that people just don't trust the fact that everyone won't put $1 in and steal every newspaper and then either go and sell it or just take every one of them just for the hell of it. It's like really, it's just indicative of that sort of low trust society that we seem to have in this country now. And I think that is one of the biggest problems. People fear a little bit more than they did. They fear things are going to happen. They fear, when you're on the subway, when you're on the train, the person next to them. And that sort of thing takes years to develop, and it takes years and years to fix. And I just, I don't know why I thought of that the other day. But it gets me back to what we're going to talk about with Taylor in just a second, how culture has sort of devolved, and it really comes down to that sort of trust factor. You got a new movie coming out with huge actors in it, one of the best directors of all time, the greatest story ever told, and I just immediately assume the movie is going to suck because of the odd casting choices that Christopher Nolan was forced to pick. So we'll get to that in a little bit with Taylor, because I love talking about culture. I love movies. I love television. I hate the fact that we've ceded the ground on film and television to the radical left. It drives me absolutely crazy. So we'll talk about that in a second, guys. We'll be right back with my friend, the Celebrity Whisperer, as she was dubbed by Playboy magazine, Taylor Farber. We'll be right back. Alrighty, guys, we are back. I'm really excited to bring on my next guest. We do a lot of politics and news on this show, but as the great Andrew Breitbart used to say, politics is downstream of culture. So we're going to be talking a little culture for a minute. Everybody, please welcome my friend, the host of the Talk to Me Taylor podcast, Taylor Farber. Taylor, how are you?
Hi, Kevin. So spot on. I'm so excited to be here. Actually, this is popping my little, I want to say mini sabbatical cherry, because I've taken a break from shooting the last couple weeks. So I was going to say let's effing do this. I don't know if you can cut on this lovely program, but I'm excited.
Look, I do my best not to, and I fail repeatedly. So if you do, it's not the end of the world. I am from New York, so the F bomb is just an adjective or a noun or a verb in our parlance.
I'm from the tri-state too, so it's just a way of being. It's just a vibe and
absolutely.
So I get it, but A for effort.
Oh yeah, I really do try. Usually, what I'll do is I'll just turn down and then I'll like curse. I'll just turn the volume all the way down, and then the chat just lights up with the word they think I said. So we do that all the time.
I didn't realize in real time you went. I'm like, oh, he's like Houdini in this bitch. Like, wow, you're pulling out all the stops. Okay, I like it.
If something happens, I can just go away.
Jedi mind trick.
I can just disappear. So you were once described as the celebrity whisperer, which is one of my favorite nicknames I've ever heard in my life, which is why I wanted to bring you on today, because there are a slew of movies and television shows that are sort of in the common parlance right now that everyone is talking about. You got Young Washington, you got Supergirl, you got Taylor Swift's wedding, all these different things. We could have some fun with Taylor Swift's wedding. And
I'm surprised you weren't there outside MSG, being a New Yorker. Like, wow.
You know where I come from? When you show up outside of a wedding you weren't invited to, they call the police. But apparently, if you were like not one of the 1,000 people invited, 1,000 people at a wedding, are you insane? You didn't even see everybody. Like somebody could have RSVP'd and they wouldn't even have known if they showed up or not. But
there's a lot. The Odyssey, Obsession.
Oh yes, Odyssey. We have to talk about this because
it's a lot off campus. There's a lot popping, and you're exactly right, Kevin. In your intro, you said politics is downstream of culture, and now let's be honest. It used to be that pop culture affected politics, but now it's so synonymous and one and the same. And really, that's largely attributed to Trump, right? Who made politics like reality TV and made it actually like love or hate him, but actually made it entertaining. So they really are one. And because Hollywood is so overly political, like nobody asked, but they're one and the same.
It's so interesting too. I was joking around with somebody the other day. I was like, look at, you got the president and the vice president. Okay. Donald Trump, he was a household name in New York for years, but he became a national household name on NBC with The Apprentice. And then you have JD Vance, who became a household name because of a Netflix movie. And it's like those two entities are the biggest, like between, network channels like CBS and ABC, and then you got Netflix that is just perpetually throwing out bad movies. And it's not like woke movies. They aren't good. I was talking to someone the other day about the Hillary Swank movie from back in the 90s, Boys Don't Cry, where she plays a trans person. And I'm like, it's a good movie. It's a topic that I'm not like overly, whatever, but like she's phenomenal in it. The story is great. You actually care. Now I have to pretend that Ellen Page is an ancient Greek warrior, all like 95 pounds of her. And I don't know. Earlier in my show today, we were talking about high trust societies and how trust societies go. And when I saw Ellen Page in the Odyssey, which is the greatest story that has ever been told, there's like the story of Jesus, and then there's the Odyssey and the Iliad, like forever. Christopher Nolan directing the Odyssey. I immediately assume this movie is going to suck because of the casting, despite the fact that maybe the greatest living director right now is directing it. Why do you think that someone who, as talented as Nolan, I can get Greta Gerwig doing this, but like someone as talented as Nolan would do this? Do you think he did it for the controversy? Do you think he just needed the girl from Juno?
No, hold on. We need to brush up on our history books because it is true. Ancient Greeks, Homer would agree, Ellen Page, Lupita, it is Zendaya. I mean, it is. This is textbook Greek culture. I don't know what you're talking about, Kevin. I mean,
and it's not that Helen of Troy is black. It's that she's not good looking. Like, she's supposed to be the epitome.
That's the big debate. That's the big debate, right? And that's the same thing we were talking about it a little bit offline beforehand, is the Supergirl debate, right? Like what's objectively quote unquote beautiful and all this. That's another can of worms, but I feel like the Christopher Nolan thing, I'm sorry. I feel like it is absolutely the checklist, the quota checklist. I mean, let's just be honest. It's the quota checklist. I mean, I was talking about this, Kevin, actually before we met virtually, that is. Do you remember when the Oscars came out with those requirements to be nominated for Best Picture. And it was
Yes.
literally like person with a unibrow, person with a snaggletooth, person with one elbow. Like it was so crazy. And I actually went on Brett Bahr's special report to talk about it because I think it's so crazy that you're putting so many checklists in place to define art. And I said this at the time when on Fox News, when they first came out with it, like, let art be art. And I feel like it is so, anybody with eyeballs can see that it is just a virtue signaling move. I'm not saying Ellen Page or this person or that person aren't great actors. Sure. But it's like when it becomes so blatantly obvious, it's like, what is the point? And then you hold it up against, Kevin, what I was telling you about Obsession, which was a little indie movie, The Little Train That Could. No one who made it thought it would be seen. It was made with like no-name actors for less than $1 million, and it's already breaking records. It's made over like 400 million globally because it's just so creative and good. Again, they didn't need a person with an eye patch, a person with a this, a person with a crutches. Like it's sort of like, we get it. Like, let art be art. And so I don't know. Nolan's doing the most. He's doing the most.
It's so funny that you say that. Well, first of all, I will never watch Obsession because I don't do horror movies. But everybody I know is talking about it. Everyone I know, and it is wild to me because so I've actually got the Oscar requirements right here to get Best Picture. At least 30% of the actors submitted for an Oscar consideration must have two underrepresented groups: women, racial or ethnic groups, LGBTQ plus. They left out the two-spirit people. That's not very nice. People with cognitive or physical disabilities, or who are deaf or hard of hearing. I feel like that last one is incredibly specific. Like, how many movies are we making with deaf people?
I'm surprised they don't have like pedophiles, or what's the PC term for it? Like underage loving people or some weird shit.
Minor attracted person.
Oh yeah, right. How could I forget? So silly me.
And it kills me because, when it comes to the Odyssey, when it comes to Supergirl, we were talking about it briefly before the interview. If these things bomb, and it's Nolan, so I hope it doesn't. I hope it's spectacular, and I hope we're all blowing this out of proportion. But you look at a thing like Supergirl, the movie bombed, and then she blamed the audience. Now, you and I grew up at a time where Adam Sandler and Mike Myers were 1 for 5 in their comedy movies. Like Austin Powers, spectacular. The Love Guru, not so much. When they hit, they hit. You had Anchorman, and then you had the 7 movies he made after that until the 7 movies Will Ferrell made until Step Brothers. I would have never thought Mike Myers or Adam Sandler would have come out and blamed the audience for the bad movie they made. Don't Mess with the Zorhan actually, that's got a lot funnier connotation now that there is a Zorhan. But they would have never blamed people. But the lead actress in Supergirl is blaming misogyny for the fact that her movie sucks.
You know what else I think about, Kevin? A couple things here. Yes, it's the constant victimization Olympics. I talk about it all the time. I hate when I did a whole Substack about this last week. When I see it coming from privileged, rich American women, it drives me crazy. But I think it's a combination of, yes, the oppressed Olympics and the growing entitlement. And it's funny, but before you just said like Mike Myers or whoever, like they would never blame the audience. I mean, I don't know how old I was or if I was alive yet when this came out, but I think you talk about the Hilary Swank movie. I always bring it back to such an exquisite, timeless example of this was The Birdcage. Yeah. Do you think that Nathan Lane or that anyone would be like, oh, everybody's just homophobic? It's like, it was what it was. It's iconic. And like, let it be out there. That's what I love to see. That's why the quotas drive me nuts, because it feels so virtue signally enforced. But I think there's a sense of entitlement,
Yeah. Like, they're good because they think they're good because they got picked to be in the movie. Even we saw with Snow White and the 7 diversity hires. Like, when you take classic intellectual property like Snow White, and who, by the way, and we went over it on the show. In Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, dwarfs are not little people. They are mythical creatures from in the forest. But because someone new wrote a damn screenplay, they think dwarf is a slur for little person when no, it isn't. And by the way, the bird is one of my favorite.
Iconic.
When
It
he's
still
trying to
holds up.
teach, when he's trying
Yeah.
to teach him how not to be gay, and he's like, he can't
Yeah.
spread the mustard. That is one of the funniest.
Iconic.
Enough with the pinky.
Iconic. And you know what, Kevin? Just as I am happy to, tout when women don't do this BS in Hollywood. And I have to say, such a juxtaposition to what we're describing. One project that I always really did, I was happy to support and always reported on very closely was Wonder Woman. I never felt like they played the victim card. I
Yep.
felt like it was what you're describing. They were just like, Gal Gadot is like hot and strong and gets shit done. And I covered it extensively. I mean, I interviewed the cast when the first one came out. I went on the set in London of the second one of 84. And this is just a testament. Again, you look at the difference, right? I've interviewed Patty Jenkins, the director, who like made history with that movie. She never victimized herself, ever. I asked her on a red carpet. She's like, I don't separate myself as like a female director. Like, I'm just doing my thing. And I'll never forget, Kevin, when I was on the set of Wonder Woman 84, some obnoxious, because how it would work is the journalists would, they'd be like mini press conferences, right? So they would pull like Gal Gadot and Chris Pine aside in between takes, and we would all like interview them really quickly. And this obnoxious, probably like woke reporter was asking Gal Gadot about like thoughts on like Me Too and how Wonder Woman played a part. And I was like, bitch, why are you killing the vibe? And I have to say, I give credit to Gal Gadot because she also like shut it down in a very nice way. She was basically like, what does that have to do with anything? So that I think shows you such a sharp contrast to like, again, the woe is me. I'm a woman. Everything's hard. Like I have to say at least with my interactions with them, she and Patty Jenkins never played that game. And I always respected them for that.
And look, I mean, look, I am not a superhero genre person, but I know that movie killed at the box office because it was a good movie.
Yeah,
like, it turns out if you just make a good film
Straight
and
up.
it's not preachy and I don't need to be taught a lesson in it, like, how apparently Barbie struggled, the Barbie movie.
I hated the Barbie movie.
I watched it because of the controversy about how, first off, like Ryan Gosling, whatever you got paid to emasculate yourself like that, like it wasn't enough, bro.
It wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. Like I can't even look
Right.
at you anymore, like ever. You went from being the guy in the Notebook everyone felt bad for. I watched the Barbie movie and just went, you know what? Now I don't feel so bad for Noah. Maybe she should have stayed with James Marsden. But because the hell's his name?
Look at you. You
Oh,
don't
yeah.
sell yourself short. You know your stuff.
Oh yeah, no, look, because here's the thing is that I love movies and I love TV shows and I love, to be honest, those like sort of long running, television dramas. Like, we showed a clip of The Sopranos earlier in the show talking about it, but The Sopranos and 6 Feet Under, that's what I grew up watching. So like the Breaking Bads and the Sons of Anarchies and those, that's that was my era. I love that stuff. And we have almost none of it anymore. It seems like everyone moved to TV. I just assume that every movie that's about to come out is going to suck. Every one of them is going to suck. And
I know.
I mean, I think the last time I was, all right. I went to see Michael in the theater.
Oh, how was that? I didn't see it yet.
It was unbelievable. It was great. Now we're in the era of the biopic where like if you were famous at any time, they make a movie about you. And normally I'm annoyed by them because they tend to change the stories a little bit. Like Bohemian Rhapsody, for those of you who don't know, almost nothing in Bohemian Rhapsody actually happened. Like there was a Freddie Mercury, there was a Queen, they played at Live Aid. That's about it. Like, and which drives me if you're gonna if your life is dramatic enough that someone's gonna make a movie about you, then just stick to the damn story. Like that happened. That drives me up a wall.
Yeah.
Up a wall. And I'm sure you being in the film and TV industry, I'm sure it's excessively worse every time you've got to deal with somebody that, writes for Variety or one of those like ultra left wing.
It's insufferable. It's insufferable for sure.
So
I mean, yeah, it's
no. Because like I feel like movies and TV and all that were such a depiction of American culture. Like, even if you look at like the original Top Gun, how there was like a surge in people signing up to go to the Navy because they all thought they were going to be Maverick when most of them became chefs. Let's be honest. But like, they those sort of iconic films, even with like the sort of like the teen films from the 80s and the 90s, the sort of John Hughes movies, like they would never make The Breakfast Club or 16 Candles or they wouldn't make anything Molly Ringwald was in today, which judging by what she became, maybe that's not the worst thing in the world, but
it's all, Kevin, one incestuous thing. And this is why I left Hollywood, because again, my interviews were very pushing the boundary out of the box, not into this PC crap. And it was becoming increasingly harder because whether these people believed it or not, it was just the unspoken thing of like, this is what you have to say, this you have to believe. Yeah, diversity, blah, 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 blah. And I think, it's funny, you talk about Molly Ringwald, talk about all those iconic movies. I recently saw a cult movie, The Faculty. It's very like Scream. Everyone's in it. Like
everyone's in that.
Josh Hartnett, Usher, and my fiance and I recently went to a little indie theater here in Nashville, and we were like, they would never make stuff like this anymore because of the way that the students, like the way they talk shit on each other, roughhouse each other. Like now it's such a safe space participation trophy climate that it just captured such a specific time. So it's all like one big thing, right? But I have to say, and before we go, a project that did give me some hope, and this was the female sexuality thing being portrayed on screen you and I were talking about, is Off Campus, which is a new Prime series. It's very like YA, but I have to say it sort of captures this. It's college kids, the women aren't afraid to be in the male gaze, and they even joke about it. They're dropping F-bombs, they're talking shit on it. Like I was like, finally, hallelujah, there's a hope.
Oh yeah, no,
So.
and we'll get to this because I know we have a couple of minutes left.
Yeah,
and you got to run, but I feel like our when I grew up, we had all those movies like The Faculty and American Pie. Like what we would have lost by not having the American Pie movies or all those like coming of age, like teen irreverent. And look, the jokes were filthy and the guys were a little creepy and, it was high school and it was, come on. The Pie. Must be saying it's Stifler's mom, who I just found out I'm the same age as, which I'm not really, I got to tell you, I didn't handle that news well, that I'm the same age as. Thank you. Jennifer Coolidge looked a lot better back in '99.
I love Jennifer Coolidge, but that's a testament to you. You look great.
She is absolutely
Never
hilarious.
would have guessed that.
But I think that's why kids suck today, because they don't see, like, I remember when I watched American Pie 2, I was in high school, and I thought that's what college was going to be like.
Yeah.
And it was like something to look. It was like, I don't want to say something to aspire to, but it was like, oh, okay, fun. Good times, like beach house with the boys. Let's get into some trouble.
You talk about all the pie, Stifler's mom. Could you imagine today the scene where they video cam Nadia and watch? Oh, literally, they'd be in jail. They'd be in jail. But you know what I love about the American Pies of it all, and I reference it all the time, you're right, old school, but that I love how, in today's lens, it would be like, oh, it's misogynistic, but something so pure about it is how it captured the male and female sexual dynamic and how women are like the gatekeepers of sex. They are, right?
Yeah.
Like they're like, no, I'm not going to do this. Yes. Oh, let's see how far I can get, you know, and that's so true. It just is. I'm not offended by it. It's if anything, it's like we are the gatekeepers of sex. So
well, it's like the victimhood thing that you talked about before. Like, you know, I just want to go up to some of these feminists and I just want to tell them, like, you're a woman, you know, you control the world. You control the earth. Steve Bannon has a famous line that no revolution in history has ever been started without pissed off wives. Like, revolutions don't get started until like the women start complaining at home, and then like the guy, all right, well, you know, we can't afford this, we can't do that, and then okay, here comes Napoleon. Like that's how revolutions get started. But I want to tell them, like, you guys control everything that matters in on a macro level. Like, do you really want to be clocking 100 billable hours a week at some law firm that doesn't really care about you? Or would you rather make more people? Like,
well, even like a step further, when you have the audacity of women, like I call this, I was going to say bitch, I just did, out all the time, Alex Cooper of Call Her Daddy. You have the audacity to tell us how hard it is as a woman. Girl, you built an empire talking about sex that's worth like $150 million. What are we even talking about? Like, go touch grass. I mean, seriously.
I can't believe that show didn't launch Kamala Harris over the top. I mean, you have UFC commentator Joe Rogan with Trump, or you have a show about how to properly use a dildo with Kamala Harris. Because for those of you who don't know what Call Her Daddy is,
right.
If you've got a problem, if you've had a problem with any of the words on this show, do not Google that show. Look, I think it's hilarious, but like, you know, the clips are great, but it's like it is just, or any of them, you see these OF girls making like $40 million a year, like shortstop money. And like, obviously that's not the best way to do it, but like to pretend that they're like, it is, when you stop pretending you're a victim, you are able to conquer so many different things.
Oh, yeah.
It is bananas.
Kevin,
it really is wild.
I was thinking about this actually in the last couple of days, you know, again, like talking about all this, and I've talked about this forever in my work, but my recent Substack, again, calling out the likes of like the Emily Ratajkowskis, the Alex Coopers, is if I walked around with their mindset, I would be literally debilitated. If I walked around thinking every man hates women, every man hates, like I wouldn't be able to leave the house. I wouldn't be able to function. I mean, it's just, it's debilitating.
Meanwhile, you have those two girls. They are gorgeous. Like,
yeah,
they
and successful
hit,
and rich and famous and powerful.
Like, not only did they hit the genetic lottery,
right,
but they hit like the lottery with what they do. And yet they're still like, perfect example of this. Maybe the most hated woman in the world, Meghan Markle, who's like the world's biggest. You're literally a princess. You were like the 9th lead on a show that nobody watched. I've never seen one episode of that show, and you became English royalty, and you still bitch about it.
I just truly cannot. I mean, it's the most obnoxious thing. And if we're going to take it a step further, I mean, I think both sides of this issue, especially coming from women, it just like hurts me on the inside, because I can't stand when I see, you know, the Megyn Kellys, like so many conservative commentators who like, it's just, I'm just so done with it. They'll be like, oh, a woman who shows her body, who talks about sex, just doesn't devalue herself. No, man wants that. It's just like, you have so much internalized. I'm just like, just can't it? Like, it's so short-sighted. But then on the other side of it, you know, when you have, again, the Alex Coopers, all these people, you know, the left, the OnlyFans, whatever it is, pandering to like, just sleep with the whole world, be Samantha in Sex and the City and you'll be happy. Well, we know that's not true either. And I think, you know, to your point, women like starting war, you know, all this, it's like female sexuality is so powerful. And I've had a personal, really interesting evolution and arc with it. And I just think both sides totally miss the mark. And I don't think that it helps women. But
well, that was actually why That was
Yeah.
actually what reminded me. I know you got to jump quick, but you made a recent video that there is a balance between being the village bicycle and dressing like a nun. Like it's okay to be hot and like be hot in public and look good without being a complete tramp. Like we used to understand that, and for some reason, people now, I don't know if it's online culture or if it's what it is, but people don't seem to understand there is a balance there.
I just think it's so out of touch with reality. I think that nobody actually thinks that. And if they do, they have stuff to work through on either extreme. Like nobody actually really thinks that. I mean, most like normal, healthy guys are like, she's a hot woman, conservative or not. It's like, she's hot. I'm into it, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of women, I'm generalizing here, but feel powerful and strong in femininity, sexuality. So again, it's just like we're just in the time where nuance goes to die. And it's sort of like, for what? Like, I don't understand what the likes of, it's just so deep rooted. I don't understand what the likes of Megyn Kelly, and I see it all the time because I follow a ton of conservative commentators, like how deep it goes that they truly believe that if you explore sexuality as a woman, like you hate yourself, every man's going to hate you, you're devalued. It's just like, are you okay? Like vibe check.
Like there really needs to be that kind of balance, especially with Megyn Kelly.
Yeah.
She's really hot. So
She comes top of mind, but there's a ton, Kevin, and even ones, it particularly upsets me with more women my age. I'm in my mid 30s, but I'm just like, I'm sorry, who like hit you over the head with the Bible so many times that it's like you're scared of your own tits in the mirror? Like, what are we talking about? And it's just like the other side is extreme of it. So I just don't think it's helping us,
No, I don't think it is. I think it's making people miserable. And I think that sort of shame makes people want to lash out even more. You see it with like very religious communities when people leave it, they go wild. They go absolutely nuts.
100%. 100%.
Taylor, I know you got to jump. I could talk to you all the live long day. Tell everybody where they can follow your Substack now that you're getting back on the show, talking culture and whatnot.
Yes.
Where can everybody follow you?
Talk to me, Taylor, across the board, social media, podcasts. And then my Substack is called Talk to Me Substack. So it is ripe with all these ideas, and come, nobody's safe. Let's put it that way. Coming for everybody, whether you're on the left, right, Christopher Nolan, I'm coming for your ass. No, I'm just honestly, Kevin, I'm so tired of the boxes, the pandering, all of it. And I'm just like, you know what? No one's willing to, the few of us willing to be real about it out here, which you are too.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely. Well, thank you so much. We'll have you on again real soon. All of
that.
Taylor's links will be in the comments section below. Taylor, thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin. How fun. Loved it. Thank you.
All righty, guys. We will be right back.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. I want to thank Taylor for coming on the show today. She's so much fun. You follow her, you're gonna get some good content. She's a firecracker. She's a good time, and she certainly pisses a lot of people off, which I am a gigantic fan of. So the case is about to resume, the Tyler Robinson hearing. We are now on day 4 of this. So just so you guys are aware of how this works, because a lot of people don't really understand the court system, and I had to ask some people beforehand about it. So this preliminary hearing, there's no jury. There's just a judge who operates as a magistrate. The last couple days, today and tomorrow, will basically be evidentiary to make sure there is enough evidence to go to trial, to make sure that the charges of the death penalty can be applied in this particular case. And judging by everything we are seeing, the judge is taking a little while to do this. For sure. But on something this big, you want to make sure you get it right, which is why he's giving both the defense and the prosecution as much time as humanly possible. Here's an update from Paul Morrow.
Paul, I want to bring you back in here on this, more color from the courtroom. Erica and Kathy, Charlie Kirk's mother, and Erica, his now widow, they were both tearing up, we were told, as Agent Davis was testifying about the letter. And the letter references the keyboard letter, the letter that Tyler Robinson left under the keyboard for his roommate to find. It was shown in court. It was a handwritten note. It was lengthy, we're told, a lengthy handwritten note, a full page. Just more incredible evidence. I mean, a full-page handwritten note that clearly detailed his intentions to kill Charlie Kirk.
That's right. And as Josh Ritter made the point, that's been authenticated now by Twiggs. And Twiggs, in fact, took a photo of that note and didn't dispose of it, as Robinson asked him to do. And then, of course, you get this story that we heard, which is the next morning, Robinson starts to realize the fantasy balloon has popped, and he understands what he got himself into. I just got to go back to it. The evidence is incontrovertible. But you know what? At some point, and it doesn't matter legally, but this is very cruel in a way to the family, to Charlie Kirk's family. Wrap this thing up and let's go.
I pray for that.
Yeah. Wrap it up and let's go. I do feel bad that they're sitting in court having to deal with all this, but, this is part of the, this is part of just what we have to deal with now, which is a shame. It's a shame. And, I'm not going to lie, I've been going pretty hard after Candace Owens and people like her, people I used to consider friends. I won't anymore because, you know what? I worry. I tell you, I really genuinely do worry that there's going to be one person on this jury. Because remember something, it doesn't have to be all 12. All it's going to take is one person to believe the lunacy coming out of people like Candace Owens for this thing to be totally and aggressively upended. Totally and aggressively upended. And I pray that doesn't happen. I pray that it doesn't happen and we can move on and begin to weed out the grifters in this movement as we move into the midterms and beyond. But there is more news today. We got a couple minutes left in the show. What do I got? Three and a half minutes left. Day 2 of Iran strikes, or day 2 again of Iran strikes. The president of the United States continuing to bomb the ever-loving crap out of Iran. Markets have Markets have kind of worked out in a funny way. They've sort of leveled out when it comes to in terms of the war. The Dow Jones has remained relatively stable, with the Nasdaq being up 1.25 and the S&P 500 just under a point up. Good stuff. Good stuff. There's money to be made all around out there. You guys should all be getting involved in your Trump accounts. Oh, yeah, and Graham Platinum dropped out. No big deal.
Bernie Sanders of the world, Ro Khanna's, they have egg on their face, quite literally tonight. Because also there's a lack of contrition, for sure. He denies the allegations. He doesn't even really address the women that have come forward. Actually, I shouldn't say doesn't really. He did not address them in this 11-minute video.
Called them liars, basically,
Yes,
because he
he
said
did.
everything's false.
Yes.
Yeah, he did. And, while he was being supported through all the things that Brad was talking about, Democrats like Ro Khanna and Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and on and on and on and on kept saying that, he's gotten over the rough patch in his life. He's apologized, Ro Khanna. He's on a redemption. He'll bring redemption to our nation. So they were willing to overlook or believe all of his explanations up until now. The only thing that changed is that he's no longer politically viable. His poll numbers went down to the point where it wasn't politically palatable to say that this redemption tour was going to be good for America anymore. I think you're right. He's never actually taken accountability for any of these things. The Democrats knew 98% of the things we knew about Graham Plattner, we knew before the Democrats voted in the primary in Maine, and they still voted for him.
And they still voted for him. And I think that if Democrats really want to stand up for democracy, they will stick with Graham Plattner through and through. They're not going to do that, though. They're not going to do that right now. They're doing everything they can to jack this from the Democrats and install some kind of a party plan, which is, as we know, what they're good at. But, guys, it's 4 p.m. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Until then, guys, head on over loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Hey, folks, welcome to the program. Thanks so much for being with us. I hope you're having a very pleasant Thursday afternoon. So if you are a movie buff, then you obviously have probably heard of the movie Back to the Future, and you've probably heard of the date, November 5th, 1955. That was the date I went back to that was the date of the famous Hill Valley lightning storm. And then throughout that movie, at one point, Doc Brown pontificates, maybe that specific date has some significance. Maybe that specific date is wrapped around the space-time continuum in a way that keeps everything going. Well, I got to thinking, obviously that's fiction, but in real life, America changed in 1973. In the year after that, in some of the years leading up to that, 1973, as I look at it, may be the year that America collectively, and I know that's not necessarily theological truth, collectively losing your soul. Thank the Lord, we are individually saved through faith in Jesus Christ. But something happened. Spiritual battles were lost in a very big way that set this country on the path, and now we are experiencing the results of those steps. We're going to talk about that. I've got Eric Haynes with me in seat number 3. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right. As always, broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell program over on YouTube. Really do appreciate you being with us wherever you're watching the show, whether it's over at X American News or whether it's over in North Central Arkansas. We would ask you to do all of the on cable there. If you're on cable, you're going to need to get online. We would love you to join our audience. But we want you to do all the things: like, share, subscribe, repost, retweet, whatever it is. We would very much appreciate it so this message continues to get out and to grow. So greetings to you guys. So back in 1920, a man by the name of G.K. Chesterton wrote something that has echoed throughout history for more than a century at this point. This is what he said, quote, "There is a healthy and unhealthy love of animals, but I will not worship an animal. Wherever there is animal worship, there is human sacrifice." Think about that for a moment. Wherever there is animal worship, there is human sacrifice. That is both symbolically, he says, and literally a real truth of historical experience, end quote. So I saw that quote this morning in a TikTok that scrolled past my eyes, and it was really about the huge moral shifts that occurred in America in 1973. 1973, as I said earlier, could be the tipping point when our country, our leaders, essentially gave away America's soul. Think about what happened. In January 73, the Supreme Court, of course, we all know, handed down Roe v. Wade, recognizing a constitutional right to abortion. 1973 marks the year that America legally permitted human sacrifice on a massive scale, and while it was overturned with the Dobbs decision, we now know there are more abortions now than there were, thanks to the abortion pill and thanks to Walgreens and CVS on every corner in America are now effectively operating as, Planned Parenthoods. Then look at what else surrounded that moment back in 1973. Just months earlier, in 1972, Congress passed the Marine Mammal Protection Act, giving unprecedented federal protections to whales, dolphins, and porpoises. Before that year was over, President Nixon would sign the Endangered Species Act, creating sweeping protections for endangered wildlife, including sea turtles. Sea turtles, more valuable than babies? Chesterton's warning wasn't about loving animals or not loving animals. Obviously, Christians are called to steward God's creation. But Chesterton was warning about reversing the moral order. And again, that warning was profound. Wherever there is animal worship, there will also be human sacrifice. Think about this. In a way, once a civilization begins treating animals as possessing a higher moral value than human beings, it has already begun sacrificing humanity before the baby killing even begins. In the same year, America elevated legal protections for vulnerable animals, it also elevated a legal doctrine that denied protection to the most vulnerable human beings of all, the unborn. The contrast is stark, and while that massive hypocrisy was being judicially and legally codified, there was another major decision in 1973 that receives far less attention. That case was called Miller versus California. It's the very famous case that enabled the distribution of pornography throughout our country. Many people assume that Miller simply legalized pornography. That's a misunderstanding. It didn't. In fact, the court reaffirmed that obscenity could still be prohibited and it could still be prosecuted. But it changed something significant. It changed something significant that might seem small. It allows leftists to point to Miller as being not what it actually practically is, the distribution of pornography. The court, again, back in 73, moved away from judging obscenity by a broader national conception of decency that rejected promoting lust as a First Amendment right, and instead allowed the interpretation of what's decency to local community standards. Local communities like New York or San Francisco. Now, that may sound like a technical legal distinction, but it carried an enormous practical consequence. If obscenity is judged locally, then communities that are already more permissive toward vice and want to create a market for legalized lust, they become the places where the industry flourishes. But it's not in a vacuum, because large metropolitan areas suddenly become the centers of production, distribution, and cultural influence. Publishers don't build their businesses where juries are likely to convict them. They build their businesses where juries are unlikely to convict them. So over time, those same cities become the cultural exporters for the rest of the nation, which is why I know specifically here in our own community, they had these laws where, bookstores could not select the magazines that they wanted to carry. You had to eventually carry all of them, including the dirty magazines, or you didn't get access to any of the catalogs. Now, that eventually was challenged, but you see how subversive it was. Had to be manufactured somewhere, and it infested not just the big cities, but it infested these small Christian rural communities. So while this decision, Miller, preserved the ability of conservative communities to enforce obscenity laws, it also gave America's most permissive cities greater latitude to define what would be tolerated within their own borders. As those cities grew in cultural influence, so too did the industries they hosted. So looking back, 1973 feels like a collection of unrelated legal decisions maybe to you, but to me it's a crossroads. It was a tipping point where our nation embraced baby sacrifice and the sexual lifestyles that create more babies to be sacrificed. One decision changed how America viewed unborn human life. Another reflected a growing willingness to place extraordinary legal emphasis on protecting animals. Another decentralized obscenity standards in a way that over time coincided with the expansion and normalization of the pornography industry. The spiritual significance of these decisions is legion, pun intended. But I don't think it's unreasonable to ask whether they all reflected a deeper spiritual battle the demonic realm is quite pleased with. A battle that the good guys lost. Not the war, but a battle. Chesterton, back to this quote, was warning us about what happens when a civilization loses its hierarchy of values, when a culture can passionately defend a sea turtle, a porpoise, or an eagle, while remaining divided over the value of its own unborn children. Nations tend to self-destruct over things like that. To take Chesterton's thought one step further, not as a historian, but as a Christian, the Bible repeatedly tells us that behind the idols of the nations, there are spiritual realities. Throughout the Old Testament, pagan worship was often inseparable from two things: sexual immorality and the sacrifice of children. Think about the ancient world. The Canaanites, the Phoenicians, the Aztecs, centuries later, different civilizations, the same gods, just repackaged. But the pattern is hauntingly familiar. The gods were always hungry. They demanded blood. They demanded children. And the path to the altar ran through sexual license. That pattern should make every Christian stop and think. Because what if Chesterton was pointing to something much deeper than politics? What if he was describing a spiritual law that civilizations ignore? That's what he was doing. We ignore it at our own peril. You can look around us. We've spent decades building an entertainment industry that profits by encouraging lust, stripping away modesty, normalizing pornography. We tell ourselves that sex has no higher purpose than pleasure. We separate intimacy from responsibility. We celebrate license while removing restraint. And what follows is more broken families, more casual sex, more pregnancies that are treated as inconveniences, something that Rob Spencer, we've got this video we're going to get to here in a minute. Co-host Rob Spencer, we posted another short, and wouldn't you know it, leftist women are upset with what he said about adoption and abortion. And then, of course, there's the sacrifice. Babies are treated as inconvenient, and the sacrifice happens. The unborn child becomes the price paid so the cycle can continue uninterrupted. We are feeding something here, folks. Then we return to the very culture that produced it. We consume more pornography, indulge in more lust, create more pregnancies, and once again dispose of the children who stand in the way. The cycle repeats. Not because someone forces it to, because we've built a civilization that feeds it. And Chesterton warned, again, quote, wherever there is animal worship, there is human sacrifice. Today, we live in a country where it is a serious federal crime to destroy the eggs of certain sea turtles, where dolphins and porpoises receive extraordinary legal protection, while for decades the law denied protection to millions of unborn human beings. Something has gone terribly, horribly wrong when the law expresses greater certainty about protecting an eagle's egg than a human child in the womb. From a Christian perspective, this isn't merely a political failure, it is evidence of a civilization that has confused the created order. History shows us that pagan societies often united sexual excess with the sacrifice of children. Christians believe Christ came to break those chains, not to sanctify them. And perhaps the greatest deception of our age is that we no longer call it sacrifice, we call it something else. Freedom, choice, we call it health care. But changing the name of an altar has never changed what happens on it. And I'll just add one more thing, and I'd love to get your response to this, Eric. And that would just be kind of towards the end, because we've actually seen all this. The massive amount of pornography that's flooded our country now is actually contributing to less births in a lot of demographics. Whereas it's almost like, okay, we're sacrificing so many children because of the over-sexualization of our society, and now there are actually less and less pregnancies. Well, and abortion is way up, but my point is our society, there's kind of what I would say is like a built-in mechanism that God creates for societies as they rise and they fall, and it just seems, I mean, whether it's immigration being invaded by third world barbarian hordes, it being conquered from within, or birth rates collapsing so your posterity doesn't have a shot anymore, and we do this to ourselves, and we got to stop. We got to reverse. We got to repent. Anyway, what are your thoughts on this, Eric Haynes?
Great to be part of the conversation today, Paul.
Yes, sir. Sorry, that was
Don't apologize
okay.
at
all. All right, loaded.
Okay, first off, don't
long.
you dare apologize.
All right, it was long though.
It was long, and there's a lot to unpack. If you want to go down a lot of different roads there. Bottom line for me is that you remind us all that the devil is real. And there's spiritual warfare that's been going on for a very, very long time. The quote, Lord come quickly, unquote, cliche, ism that a lot of people say all the time in response to things like this, and the facts and the reality and the statistics of where our culture and where our society has debased itself to in a lot of ways. It's incredibly frustrating because as a Christian dad trying to raise good kids in this society, I want to believe that all these great things are going on and that I can mentor my kids through all the bad to get to the good, which is the way I try to see life pretty optimistically. As you guys know, notoriously, I'm a glass half full type person, but it would be foolish to not be aware of where we are and how far we've gone down.
Yeah.
And you just don't have to look around very far to see it or have all that many conversations with people to know what is really and let me say it this way. I'm getting to the point of you can't even look that many years out and say, will society be better off when my kids are older than it is now? Parents in this generation are constantly worried because our parents didn't have to stress about, didn't have to worry about, didn't go through and weren't seeing the things that you and I see and that our kids are probably going to see at younger ages.
Yeah, I mean,
and have it hit them right in the face like a 2x4. Like, part of me looks back on my generation of growing up, and I'm just like, golly, my parents must have done a pretty darn good job of keeping me sheltered from a lot of this stuff because everything you're saying is completely real. And it is absolutely going on in our society. We are getting worse and worse. And when, and I'm not even just talking about abortion and porn and the depravity of society in general and Hollywood and all of that yuckiness, but everything around has us constantly on edge as
that's true.
Adults and parents in this society because we know that our kids don't have it worse, or our kids do have it worse than we did, and are seeing things at much younger ages. Was part of a class recently where it was called the Elephants in the Room class at church, and brought in speakers every week to talk to parents about what kids are facing these days because a lot of us, we don't necessarily know what we don't know yet, but these psychologists and these professors and teachers are telling us, because they've got the data to back it up, about not only the anxious generation, but about the ages that kids are seeing things that I didn't see until I was like in college. And they're talking about kids that aren't even they're not even older, they're not even in double digits yet, and they're seeing things that are just absolutely horrible, and they're hearing about friends getting abortions and things it's terrible. It's absolutely awful. So God bless you for that monologue because you bring up a really good point, and it's not meant to, Debbie down anything. It's just we have to accept what's in front of us and then figure out a way to be shining lights. And it's like we tell our kids every day on the way to school, let your light shine and don't let anybody put out your light.
Yeah. No, I agree. And, I know there's not a lot of solutions. There wasn't a lot of solutions in that monologue, but, I mean, the solutions are actually found in our past. They're found in, this 1973 date, a lot went wrong in those. I mean, obviously the 60s are bad, too. There was a lot of attacks against our decency laws in the 60s leading up to that 1973 decision, Miller versus California. But we need to go back and understand, what was it like before that? Well, we had decency laws.
Yeah.
We would put people in jail. We would fine them if they broke those decency laws.
Yeah.
So now the idea of putting them back in, people start to say, well, that's, you'll get two arguments. I mean, like, well, historically, does a majority really want them back in? Well, maybe they do if they were ever actually given the vote for it. Maybe they would. But then you get to the point of, well, maybe there has to be a blanket revival, individual repentance, individual conversions of people to Christ before we get the laws, right? There's people that will say, well, you got to do that first. And I think that's obviously true in a lot of ways that would help. But then also historically, You can look at how minorities, organized minorities, make huge changes and can get controlled and change laws, and it's happened all throughout history. And the left actually understands that very well, and they're very, very good at it.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's a combination of the two, but you have to go back and realize, this also has to do with rejecting our current understanding of what liberty is. We have bought the lie that the American founders secured for us liberty that allows us to use the First Amendment to say, I want to get an abortion or whatever, and then at the same time, want to distribute pornography, and then at the same time, we've got cops. And we'll cover this in a minute. We got cops in Fort Worth, Texas, that are threatening to arrest people based on saying something that another person on the street, a street preacher who's preaching the gospel, is being threatened to be arrested because somebody gets offended by what he says. And the cops are literally on board with that. It's just it's kind of odd, right? It's like, well, we're going to use the First Amendment to basically protect our right to sin, but then we won't use the First Amendment for what it was actually intended, which was to protect people's right to say true things.
Right. No, Antifa group, you are not William Wallace, and you don't get to run around the streets beating up people that you disagree with and yell freedom the whole time, and that be your excuse and that be okay. No.
Yeah.
That dog doesn't hunt.
I also think, too, you were asking the question about, how did my parents do it? And I think we all feel that way to some degree. And, we remember our parents saying, man, things are really bad compared to when I was growing up, and now we're saying the same thing to our kids. But you also have to understand that there is still goodness in the shoulders that we stand on, and it's a derivative, and it is a blessing that we are living still off of the derivative fumes of some really good people that came before us, our fathers, right? And also, we are a very big country, and so what was going on in New York and San Francisco were not affecting Missouri and Arkansas the same way that they are now.
Right.
So there are still great pockets, right? I affectionately refer to Arkansas as the Shire, just because I think that's what it feels like to me. That's what I see. And so,
my grandparents' generation, when they were raising my parents' generation, they were just trying to keep them, out of the hippie buses and not listening to the Beatles. My parents' generation were trying to tell me that Marilyn Manson was bad and that I didn't need to ride that skateboard like all the punks do, and that I need to go to school and get good grades and all those things and not be a rebel. And now I'm sitting here with kids that aren't even teenagers yet, and I'm trying to keep them shielded from some of the most insane things that their friends with smartphones and their friends with older siblings with smartphones are willing to pull out of their pockets and show them in public and at events and things. And then the questions that I get asked later on at night when they come home, or when we're sitting at dinner, I'm just blown away by it. I have to earmuff my 6-year-old from conversations that my 10 and 11-year-olds are having about things that I didn't know about until I was 20. But they're hearing it, and I have to have those conversations with them, because if I don't, somebody else will. Mm-hmm. And that's obviously, that's part of it. That's part of parenthood. But, it's just... It is wild, because I'll have conversations with my folks about it, and they'll be like, OMG. Like, really? And it's incredibly frustrating.
I don't mean to press in, but do you have any specific example, just like one specific example, that can even be said, talked about, or not? It's cool if not. Just think about it, and if something comes to mind...
there's just a lot of sexual-related terminology and innuendos that kids say nowadays, and that are hearing at earlier ages than I just don't think I was prepared for one. And that's just one little example.
Right. I hope that doesn't. I'm just thinking of conversations that I don't want to have yet. You know.
But so look,
so far so good.
We cannot isolate them and put them into a box and never let them out and never let them see things and never get out and do things because we're trying to keep them cocooned into this little perfect sheltered box until they go to college, and then what?
Yeah.
So there's a balance with everything. I talk about balance all the time and my dad's trying to remind me all the time, like, because he did that my whole growing up. He's like, son, you have to find balance and have a balanced perspective and understand that there's two sides to everything, and that you've got to get to a point to where you're looking at both options. And he was an accountant, so for him, everything goes on a ledger, right? There's assets and there's liabilities,
and credits and debits.
That's right,
credits and debits, baby.
So find a balance.
All right, so to kind of add more context to what it is we're talking about here, the first person that I ever heard talk about this year, 1973. So when I saw this TikTok, and I apologize for not citing it, I didn't capture it, but the first person I ever heard say this word, 1973, an abortion, and specifically refer to this phrase, Christian consensus, that our country used to have a Christian consensus, was Francis Schaeffer. Francis Schaeffer is a theologian. He wrote a book called The Christian Manifesto. He also wrote a book called How Should We Then Live? He also wrote a series of really thick 3 books. One of them is The God Who Is There. Really, really, really amazing theologian, if you ever want to look into it. But this was back in the day. I don't know if he was with, anyway, he was on a TV show, let's just put it that way. And this is what he said about America's founding versus today. And I think it's relevant to what we are talking about.
And I would want to say with all finality that if the founding fathers could come back and see what's being made of that First Amendment, they would consider it nothing less than tyranny. Say 80 years ago, there was an absolute Christian consensus in this country. This country was founded on a Christian consensus, a Judeo-Christian position, especially as it came out of the Reformation, and this was the dominant view. But beginning about 80 years ago, it began to shift. And then all the titanic changes have come in the last 40 years. So within the time of our own lifetime, the changes come. Today, we live in a humanist society. They control the schools, they control public television, they control the media in general. And what we have to say is we live in a humanist society. But we're moving very, very rapidly toward a totally humanist society. And if we don't hurry up and do something, we're really in trouble.
Well, let's go. One of the things that I hear so often is the question of separation of church and state. They say, well, we're supposed to separate church and state, and the humanists don't mean by that what our founding fathers, of course, they didn't use that in the Constitution, but the thinking of today is vastly different from what our founding fathers thought.
Absolutely contrary to it. The First Amendment only meant 2 things and nothing else, and that is that they would not have a national church. Like the Church of England or the Church of Sweden. The church, they were opposed to the concept of a church for the 13 colonies. The second thing is, now listen, because it's exactly contrary to what's being made, the state would not interfere with religion. Now that's all the First Amendment meant. And today it's been turned over and made the absolute opposite, so that what it now is that the state is interfering with religion in the very opposite thing. And that now, notice I'm saying religion, not Christianity, that religion now is ruled out of any real impact in our thinking. And the craziness of this shows itself that from the very first, they had somebody pray in Congress. Congress isn't open until it's open with prayer.
That's correct.
So they still keep doing it. But you can't pray in public schools.
Yes.
How schizophrenic can you get?
Well, it's the same thing with the Supreme Court, which says, God bless this noble court. I mean, it starts out that way, and yet they deny the privilege to little children to do what they do and to post the 10 Commandments, which they have on the walls of their court.
And I would want to say with all finality that if the Founding Fathers could come back and see what's being made of that First Amendment, they would consider it nothing less than tyranny.
I'm glad the clip recycles that, because that was the first clip that's kind of like, whoa, what do you mean? How is it that our modern interpretation of the First Amendment is actually a tyranny on the people? And I think you'd have to go to when they decided to take, in the name of separation of church and state, they said local communities can't pray in their school or can't pray before a football game. I mean, think that is tyranny. I mean, that is if that's the definition of tyranny. The government saying that, and we of course know on this program, we talk about it a lot, that those 13 colonies had religious tests for office that were considered totally constitutional as far as they were concerned, because they wrote the thing and then they were enacting those laws. They also had state religions. Some of the colonies had they didn't want a national church, but they had state churches, individual colonies that said, hey, we're going to be this, this denomination is kind of what we think is right, and it'll be best for homogenous, harmonious living. So for the most part, we're going to say that this is our denomination of our state or whatever. That was all consistent. That was all fine. Local people groups voting themselves the government that they want to have. So that's my solution. Like, my solution is, I'm highlighting all this. My solution is just remember who you are. Remember who you are. And in doing that, you're going to come to a crossroads. You're going to come to a crossroads, and the crossroads is a binary choice, and it really is. You either have Christian laws that are informed by biblical morality, and you enforce them, or you have Muslim foot washing stations or 90-foot tall monkey statues in Denton, Texas, or wherever that is in Texas, or you have Mexican cartel housing where they're taking over entire, building for themselves entire subdivisions in Liberty County, Texas. Liberty County, that's the solution is definitely political organization, but understanding that this live and let live libertarianism is the reason for our current state right now. That's my 30,000-foot view of the situation.
I think Christians, to a fault, have taken a very passive approach to the decay of our culture and our society, because we've isolated ourselves to our church families and synagogues and places where we worship, and then we try to keep our families a little tight, and we try to, as the Bible says, teach the truth in love, and always be, our speech seasoned with salt, and be mindful of grace, and all these good, happy, flowery things. Okay, we don't judge. It doesn't do us any good to get up and lash out and ridicule everyone else that disagrees, and we've just taken more of a passive approach to society and our culture in a lot of ways. And so what it has done indirectly, it has opened the gates for the devil to get in and to plant those seeds. And, you can go back to whatever decade or generation you want. You can look at the 70s, you can look at the 80s, you can look at the 60s, keep going back farther and farther if you want, and see how are we where we are right now based on, our history over the past 60, 70 years. And I think we would be embarrassed to say that we did a pretty good job of taking care of ourselves, but there was little accountability and little as it relates to, from a legal perspective, an attempt to really lobby for a better society.
I think that's a really good point. And as I hear you talking, I think about the two greatest commandments, because I think actually I can sum up what you said by looking to Matthew 22, 36 through 40. 36, Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? And he said to them, Christ says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment. And the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments depend all the law and the prophets. But what happens, Eric, when we take the second and we supplant it and make that the first? Mm-hmm. And that's what's actually happened, because what you were saying essentially is we have redefined what the term nice is at the expense of the first greatest commandment, to love the Lord your God. There is a point where it is hating your brother to not call them out. And we say, it's judgment or whatever, but it's actually a loving thing to do, to say, hey, what you're doing is wrong and is going to send you to hell if you don't repent and turn to Christ. I mean, that's...
Whoa, Paul.
Right? Whoa. All right.
You legalistic, Bible-banging, pearl clutching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is what actually, and that's the thing. We are supplanting the first greatest commandment and putting the second one in its place, which is just basically modern liberalism.
Yeah.
On steroids, live and let live. I don't want to judge. I mean, who was it? I was talking to. So my dad's in the hospital. So I was up there after I got off the show. Yeah, I think he may come home today when I get off the show, or tomorrow. He's doing well, so thank you for your prayers. So he's got a lot of visitors, people from his Sunday school, and then we were talking about. They were talking about these people that are their age that are leftists on Facebook, that go to church, but will just post the most anti-Trump or just all. They're just infected with the brain virus, right? And we actually remarked how funny it is that I asked my mom and I asked her friend, I was like, have you, when Joe Biden was president, did you ever go on Facebook and be like, I hate Joe Biden, da-da-da-da-da? And the answer is no, you didn't, because you have a life. And yes, did I? Yes, but I mean, that's what I do, and I didn't even really do it that often, but but just average people are their whole world isn't turned upside down if a leftist gets elected president. Now, it may end up being turned upside down if they put Christians in boxcars, but people, it's the government changing is not some life-altering, oh my goodness, it's not this thing, but it is for the left, and it is for leftists who also, call themselves Christians. But I was asking about this one particular because they were talking about it, and I was like, well, have you ever confronted this person about why they vote for Democrats, and yet, they go to church and they were like, yeah, we mentioned, the whole abortion issue, that they're for abortion. And her response was, well, I've never had an abortion. And that's the justification. Well, I've never had one. So, but, whatever somebody else does is their business, and I can keep voting for Democrats with a clear conscience, which is retarded. It just is. It's retarded.
I actually praise churches and Christians that have the gumption and guts to speak out these days, because they're becoming fewer and fewer. And so many, I'm thinking a lot of them right off the top of my head, their policy, literally have defined policy in their congregation. We will not speak on any political topics or have any discussion from either the pulpit or from our leadership about political topics. Now, the problem with that comes when it's so will you speak about abortion and the sanctity of life? No. Is it politics? Is that politics? So let me get this straight. You won't even speak out about the topic of life because that's politics, and you don't want to cause dissension among your ranks and have some people stop tithing, is basically what you're saying, right?
Ooh.
Sorry.
No, that
is 100% true and happens. Mm-hmm. I know of churches all over across the area that have this problem. Mm-hmm. And they're constantly weighing back and forth, and they try to take this high road approach. We'll just stay above that. We'll just float here among the clouds, and we won't speak about any of that
on the
stuff.
Fence.
Whoa, you can't talk about immigration or we can't talk about abortion. We can't even say Charlie Kirk's name from our pulpit. at whatever. I know of many congregations that didn't and that wouldn't, because we don't want to offend certain folks that are in the pews.
Yep.
Or risk that. And I think that's a big part of our problem and part of why we are where we are. To your original point from the beginning of this conversation today, part of it is that, and how lukewarm are we in that? And won't he spit us out of his mouth?
Yeah. That's good.
Sorry.
No, I agree. And it's all, we don't want to, we're afraid to be not nice. We're afraid of generalizations as well. And, it's crazy.
Because we don't think that there can be balance.
Yeah.
But there really can
Well,
be.
the Apostle Paul would not get hired in most of most churches today.
Right.
Right. He went and preached the gospel, and there were riots. There was conversions, and then there were riots.
Stephen was stoned.
Yeah. Paul went out and told, the Cretans. He made some very interesting generalizations, saying all Cretans are liars and gluttons. Now, he's saying this to new Christians who are Cretans, and he's essentially telling them, if you go read it, it's absolutely incredible. You say something like that in a church today. He's speaking to the sins that are common among that nation, and he's essentially telling these new Christians, hey, you're going to struggle with this, but overcome it, and and call out the sins of your fellow your fellow Cretans, and they need to repent of this. They need to turn to Christ.
Yeah.
All Cretans are liars. I mean, that's in Scripture.
Well, so many Christians don't want to call out this stuff because then they put themselves at risk of saying, well, you're a fat glutton, or well, you're guilty of this, or you're guilty of that, or you've committed this sin or that, or I mean, people just have guilt about
their own stuff. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah. That is absolutely true. Here's some more. I'll just say this. I'm going to tie this in. So the Wall Street Journal is now reporting that 49% of American adults under 30 lived with a parent last year, up from 37% in 2019. That is a wild statistic, in my opinion. I'll tie this back to the monologue where we were talking about how, 73 legalized abortion, basically distributed pornography everywhere, the sexual revolution of the 60s. Now you've got all of this. Now you've got the means to sacrifice the kid in response to the, a live and let live, sexual freedom, all this other stuff. But then eventually the society gets to a point where now we're actually having, less family formation, less marriages, declining birth rate after we've killed 50, 60 million children since 73. And now the society is, I mean, can you imagine if there were 50 million more people in America right now, what that would be? Now, I argue the satanic overpopulationists would say, oh, no, we can't handle that. But the reality is I believe the earth is underpopulated, not anywhere close to being overpopulated. And by the way, who are we to make those kind of eugenic decisions as well, right? Like this is part of our mandate as creations of God, as mankind, to go forth, to multiply, to subdue the earth. Yeah. This is what we're called to do. And then in the light of the gospel, we do that as well as, we watch Christ's kingdom grow with every new person born that becomes a Christian. Literally, the kingdom of God descending, creating new converts as we see things. We see His kingdom grow. A lot of people ask, why hasn't Jesus come back yet? Well, in the grand scheme of things, there are still more people that are here that haven't repented of their sin, and there are people that are yet to be born that the Lord wants a relationship with. So that's why we're down here.
I will say certain portions of sanctuary cities are overpopulated, Paul.
Hey,
I've seen it.
There you go. But but
they're incentivized to be there.
To your point about the Bible, though, and our churches that don't want to talk about these political issues, this comes from a fear of loss of money, I think, a fear of conflict. But I think it comes from a theological ignorance on some of these people's part to be able to say, okay, maybe not from the pulpit, but like certainly like, hey, let me sit you down and let's talk about the biblical principles, like why immigration, why it is okay, in fact, to limit immigration. You know, because a lot of these leftists point to, you know, the sojourner in their land,
yes,
right? And
yes.
but this is a good idea. Let's go to the Bible. Let's look at the context of that. That's
Yeah.
we want to be kind to the foreigners, but we don't want to give them birthright citizenship. That's not mandated. It's also not mandated that you have to allow them to come in and steal from you. It's not mandated that you'll have to let them rape your daughters.
Right.
Like that is clearly not at all what that verse is saying, and yet that's what they would have you believe. So in a lot of the cases, there's a real there's actually a lack of pastoring that's going on for these people in these congregations that aren't being taken aside in love and saying, hey, let me tell you why you can look to the Bible to explain and categorize all of this stuff that we're seeing and why it's not necessarily bad. Are you going to call God a bigot for enforcing the border of the Garden of Eden when he kicked Adam and Eve out? No, you're not going to do that. Are you going to call him a bigot when he literally established the nations after Babel for his own purposes? I mean, you know, there are, and then, and this really kind of goes full circle. It is out of those principles that we can create laws that restrain wickedness. Doesn't save anybody. To be clear, doesn't save anybody, but it certainly restrains wickedness. Mm-hmm. And it certainly can set up a situation where we protect the innocent and punish the guilty, which that is another thing that has happened alongside of this. The lawlessness in our country has gone completely insane. We see it at the upper echelons with the deep state not being punished. But we also have a totalitarian system that we are watching being birthed because of the immorality of the people. And Schaeffer actually talks about this in How Should We Then Live? Because we've gotten so far away from the Christian consensus, we are becoming more and more wicked, right? Gay marriage leads to transing kids. Like, that's on the slippery slope. Everything, and before that, you could say easy divorce and all of that stuff. It leads to where we are now. So you have all these people who, let's just say the kids that we do have out there, they don't really care about that fifth commandment, honoring their father and mother. They won't honor their father and mother. They'll go out on the town. What do? They get arrested for not being, and you could say that that's the parents' fault. In a lot of cases it is. They're not being raised right, not being raised in the fear and admonition of the Lord. So the government comes in and passes more laws to try to manage this immoral population. I mean, look at the inner cities.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so guess
what?
Good
job getting black fathers out of the homes.
Yeah,
government.
exactly.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
So then, but you have a law that, and you know, look at what the judges are doing with these laws. They're just turning people loose, making us less safe. But here's the thing, even if you have a serious approach with it, which is what the NSA surveillance state is, that may not yet be able to be used against you in a court of law, but they certainly know how to find this information and make it admissible. An immoral population is always going to find a way around the law that is there to try to keep them from doing something. So then they pass another law, Eric. They get around that, then they pass another law, and then eventually we have the technology. Well, we can just put cameras everywhere to make us safe, and we actually lose our privacy and lose our liberty. And now you have Generation Alpha and Gen Z, which is the first generation to actively know that their whole lives are under surveillance this entire time. And this is affecting them in a huge way, whether antisocial behavior or more bombastic behavior to try to rage against the machine.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the flock cameras that we have and everything that's going on with the flock cameras. This is a perfect segue here. Let me skip ahead to this story. In Houston, Texas, we have people that are beginning to vandalize flock cameras. Here is a local affiliate, the ABC affiliate down in Houston.
Camera that once stood here is gone. All that's left is this pole across the street. Another one taken down as well. A criminal justice expert tells me this could be a sign of the growing public unease with this type of video surveillance. In two different parts of Houston, the same scene, surveillance cameras lying on the ground. Two near Memorial Park, two more near Washington Avenue and Westcott, all part of Flock Safety's automated license plate reader network used by Houston police and other law enforcement agencies. Houston police confirming an investigation into this. While the motive is unknown, the technology itself has drawn criticism in the past from people concerned about the data they're collecting.
What level of frustration have we encountered?
Texas Southern University professor Howard Henderson, founding director of the Center for Justice Research, says the backlash reflects broader concerns over privacy and who ultimately has access to the information these cameras collect.
For many in society, they're looking at what the negative unintended consequences may be if this information gets leaked or someone uses it and finds itself in the wrong hands.
A crowdsourced map from dflock.org shows thousands of flock cameras across the greater Houston area. Because anyone can submit locations, ABC 13 cannot independently verify the data shown, but we know that multiple law enforcement agencies use the cameras. Houston expanded its use of the technology through a multi-million-dollar agreement with Flock in 2022. In that contract, HPD describes the camera as an investigative tool, writing that, quote, all data from vehicles observed will be provided to HPD for further assessment in detecting vehicles wanted in suspicious or post-event investigations for law enforcement purposes. Just months ago, Harris County Commissioners voted to renew its contract through June 2027 at a cost of just under $869,000. The Harris County Sheriff's Office
So the people are revolting from this mass surveillance. Here is that same ABC affiliate.
This camera has been cut down, completely sprayed over with an American flag on it, and not far away there's another Flock camera on the ground as well. HPD says it's investigating this, but so far there are more questions than answers.
So that's hilarious that they're putting the American flag in its place. That is sending a very clear message that, again, we need to remember who we are, who we were, not and who we are. Totally two different things. There's also a Flock camera now reported. Wall Street Ape says this is extremely suspicious. A Flock camera is being installed right outside an Academy Sports. These sell firearms. But pay very close attention to where the camera is pointed, right at the door. This isn't tracking license plates. It's literally installed and pointed directly at the door of the sporting store to capture who's going in and out. There it is. So people are making note of this. Also, there's security footage right here. Reportedly,
I think they want to catch shoplifters, though, right? Wouldn't that be their argument?
Yep, I'm sure that's what they would say.
Okay.
I'm sure that's what they would say. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a good thing to say. But this
could
put
also, one of these on every Walmart.
It could also be abused.
And Kroger.
Yeah, and you could say, if you really want to track gun purchases, look, if you're walking and purchasing a gun with your phone, everything's you're being listened to. All of that stuff's happening.
Yeah.
But we also, even in our own city, Eric, even our own city here in Northeast Arkansas. Tim Logan says this is the number and location of the Jonesboro, Arkansas Flock surveillance cameras. Every trip to the store, every drive around town, every movement you make tracked with no warrant required. This is absolutely contrary to a free people and trashes our right to be free from unreasonable searches. Keep the cameras, he says. Require a warrant and notification your location has been tracked for every use. I don't even know if that's administratively possible.
I see who he tagged there.
All of our state legislators.
Our local state legislators.
Well, so Eric, I fought this. I fought this. This was years ago. I was on radio. I was only on one station.
Yeah.
Here in town, and so this was very early on, and I remember they got rid of the pressure or magnetic. They used to do stoplights by just magnetism, essentially. You would cross into the magnetic field. There were wires laid inside the pavement, and you would cross into that magnetic field, and it would know a car's there. They got rid of those, and they started putting cameras up. I started asking questions. I did some FOIA. I actually, talked to some city managers because I wanted to know if those things were just being used as sensors, or was it actually capturing video? And the answer I got at the time was, yes, it can capture video, but it can only capture it. You can only see it if you go to the actual stoplight and plug in a monitor, and then it's there, right? And I said, Is it going to stay that way? And, well, we hope so, but it didn't. What happened is it eventually got all networked, and now the whole city is wired with cameras. And you can say, well, like people in the comments, well, this sure is nice if we ever need to catch a predator or, somebody's kidnapped a child. And it's like, yeah, 100% you say, well, yeah, of course, I'm sure it can do good, but we are forfeiting our liberty for security. And, I mean, we are literally doing that.
We've been doing that for a big time since 9/11.
We have.
Though.
We have.
I mean.
No. I mean, I get it, but it's interesting. And maybe
everything went out the door on 9/11
with the Patriot Act. Yeah. Give us your freedom, and our Congress gave it away. They gave it all away, and and if it wasn't for Edward Snowden, we really wouldn't know to the extent of how bad it is.
But their original point was probably legitimate, but as with everything, it gets corrupted and it gets used for the wrong.
The whole thing has been used against us.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole intel oligarchy, they framed Donald Trump for treason. They spied on his campaign. Yeah. They did all of that. They turned it against the American people. They've run color revolutions against our own people with all of this technology and money things like the Patriot Act. Oh, you want to be a patriot, don't you?
Right. You want to know when the next Saudis or whoever's coming from the Middle East to fly planes into the next buildings, right? You want us to be ahead of that, right?
Yeah. It's really messed up. And on Friday, because I was doing the 4th of July thing, 250, and we went to the root word of a patriot, which is patrios, which means of thy father. It's kind of really messed up when you think about it. Like the Patriot Act was basically used, against the people that actually live here.
Yeah. Speaking of Patriot, there's a good comment in the LFA chat that says, just wait until all the data centers are online.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
yep.
Can you imagine once they're all inter-networked and incorporated and partnered up and working together for, I mean, it could be, again, if my kid is kidnapped, I want these suckers on figuring out exactly where the car is so I can go, hunt them down and kill them.
Exactly.
But this is enemy of the state stuff.
Yep.
This is
Minority Report.
This is
too.
Gene Hackman and Will Smith figuring out, or Gene Hackman explaining to Will Smith what the deal is.
Yeah.
And what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
And him being like, oh. Well, that ain't good.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, they shouldn't know that.
100%.
Well, they shouldn't be able to do that.
So we're going to reset here, take a quick break, and then we've got to circle back to Rob Spencer's, our co-host Rob Spencer, who is in one of our shorts. And I want to read some of these liberal ladies' comments about what he said about abortion when we come back. Before we do, I do want to tell you about red light panels from Redvive Health. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. You see on your screen there, you've got the different panels. This is, I think, life-enhancing, saving technology, photobiomodulation, and it can do everything from decrease, anti-aging, can help regrow your hair, give you this huge boost of energy. It can help you with your arthritis. It can help you with your chronic pain, your inflammation throughout your body. And they do this with the technology of red light and near-infrared light, both in these panels. You can actually toggle between the two, use them all at once. You feel better. Guys, you perform better. We're talking about cellular energy. We're talking about all sorts of things because the red light and near-infrared light stimulate the mitochondria of your cell, which is the powerhouse of your cell, if you remember anything about 10th grade biology. And you need to give this a chance. If anything, go to redvivehealth.org right now, and all you need to do is read and do the research and read what they have. Read about this technology and, in some cases, patent-pending beam angle technology. You definitely want to check this out. This is a way to get off the medical industrial complex hamster wheel, and I think goes hand in glove with the MAHA agenda. redvivehealth.org/Paul. With my name, you will receive 35% off. This is medical grade technology, and we're going to be back here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings $19.98, Queens only $18.98. And Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you, what a concept, now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba. So we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vibe has been fantastic for our bottom line.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Some of your comments seen during the Ray. Really appreciate you guys watching, being with us. KM144 says, thank you, Paul Herrell, for being so calm and filled with helpful information that you share with us. You're very welcome, and I really do appreciate that comment. I was just telling Eric during the break, I needed a show like this. I needed a topic like this. That I know it's not in the news. I know it's not necessarily in the headlines, but man, it just there's a certain degree of these talk shows, or at least in my experience, where it's very therapeutic. Matter of fact, anytime we have a guest on who's not normally used to this, and they actually come and sit down in the studio after the show, they feel fantastic because they actually feel like they've gotten something off of their chest, that maybe the only person that's heard their political opinions are their wives, for years, and so they. But it is actually therapeutic, but without the audience, it's actually crazy, right? Like if I didn't have an audience and I was doing this, I would essentially just be like what. A crazy person, I guess. Like I'm going to go into a closet and just talk to myself for the next 2 hours. But no, we really do appreciate it. Also, let's see. Somebody was saying it was Calpurnia. So you have to forgive me that somebody is okay, but I can't. Anyway, I apologize. I'm now missing the comment that I was going to highlight. But anyway, I do want to get to what we were talking about before the break. So we posted this short over on Facebook here. Let's see here. These have been getting a lot of traction recently, but from lefties, which is fine. We appreciate the engagement, as we said yesterday. But Rob Spencer said this. Yesterday on the show. Hang on one second. Let me figure this out.
A chance at life. Please give that child a chance at life. Their life has value. Let them. You're like, well, I can't do it. I wouldn't be able to handle it if I knew that they were alive in the world. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're saying I would rather kill my child then let them have a chance at life with a family who will love and protect them.
Have you actually heard them say that? People say that before?
I've heard people say that they don't think they would be able to give a child up for adoption emotionally. And I said, so you can kill them?
That is kind of crazy.
That they have said that multiple times.
Yeah.
Will you please give that child a chance?
Is what it is. Just a highlight of our show. We're trying to get the message out. We want more people to tune in and that sort of thing. But then we've had some people that are very not happy with it. Some people are. Somebody named Akela says, I've heard women say this. It's insane. So there are some people that are in agreement. We've got one lady here by the name of Katie Prawn who says... No, that's actually a different one. I haven't read that one yet. Hang on one second. Oh, yeah, but I guess this is a liberal. She says, I almost died from blood loss after my first birth. My friend died during her C-section. Pregnancy and childbirth come with risks. These are bigger risks than vaccines, by the way. So if you're against government-mandated vaccines, you should be against government-mandated birth. These are two totally different things, by the way. That's not the own that they think it is, but they certainly do think it is. But it's not, because we're talking about two lives, not just one. But anyway, I think Robin Cox Holcomb says men need to understand the physical and emotional hormonal damage that pregnancy has on a woman. Childbirth can still result in death. So you are demanding women carry a child to term regardless of how the baby was made. Rape comes to mind when you demand a reasonable form of, for instance, when biological men can actually experience it, then you can be taken seriously. And then we have somebody else that says, just do it early before there's a brain or a heart, which is still murder, by the way. But then we have this lady, Shelly Shell. I don't know who you are, Shelly Shell, but you didn't like what Rob said. You said, I wonder how many orphans he has adopted. Which, if any of you saw yesterday's show... If any of you saw yesterday's show, by the way, not that it should matter at all, but Rob actually has adopted 3 orphans. He's adopted 3 children, actually. And I made that point there. But as we were saying earlier, I mean, the brain rot is actually real. There are people that still just have believed this spell that, hey, in an effort to want to be angry with the Lord for making, 2 distinct sexes in male and female, and you're just upset that I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but they seem to think that there's some that things are not equal, and that gives you the right to kill a baby. Well, things are not equal, right? Men and women are definitely different. Women carry the children The men father the children. It's just the way you were created. And we weren't created with the option of killing your child. Or, I mean, maybe we were created with that option, but it is murder. So, anyway, good on Rob. This is now the second day in a row that Rob's short has triggered somebody. So we're going to keep cutting them up, and we're going to keep posting it. Because the last short that we posted yesterday had somebody that knew somebody that was with him at a Huey's in Memphis, and
you could talk about the pickle story.
Yeah, the pickles.
Well, people like this, I mean, these keyboard warriors, man, you can't, as again a part of our societal and cultural decay, you cannot give them the attention that they are demanding and wanting by saying stuff like this. I feel bad saying this, but you just kind of just have to just laugh at them and move on.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to say anything to persuade this person. It's not anybody that I know.
Yeah.
And that gets back to part of the problem with folks like this that just start banging out messages like that. It's like, you don't know us.
Changing the world one keystroke at a time.
Yeah,
brother.
it's like, come on.
Changing the world. All right, so here's this other story that I wanted to get to. We referenced it about what's going on in Fort Worth, Texas. I think what's going on, the left was all about defund the police. And obviously I'm against defunding the police. But I will say that clips like this make me persuasive to the argument, but for totally different reasons.
Yeah.
Blue Lives Matter says, on behalf of the largest police news outlet in the world, we are officially calling for the resignation or termination of this officer immediately. A female Fort Worth police officer was caught on camera threatening to ticket a retired federal law enforcement officer and Christian street preacher for, quote, offensive speech. The officer told the man that if someone is offended by his preaching, then we have a problem, and said she would issue him a ticket. When he asked if she was really going to ticket him for offensive speech, she replied, "Yes, I am." This is a blatant violation of the First Amendment. Police officers do not have the authority to ticket people for speech that offends others. That is the exact opposite of how freedom of speech works in America. The fact that this officer targeted a retired federal law enforcement officer who was simply preaching makes this even more unacceptable. Departments that employ officers who openly disregard the Constitution need to clean house. This kind of behavior erodes public trust and, well, exactly, and makes every good officer's job harder. Pass this along so more people see what is happening in our streets. Here is the video in question. Take it away.
That ordinance means like music, not talking.
Hang on a second. Let's. I've got a better cut here. Let's go to this one.
That ordinance means like music, not talking. If someone is offended by your talking, then we have a problem.
That is a constitutional violation of your rights. If you shut us down,
no. If they are offended by your speech, okay, then I'll write you the ticket, and we'll go from there.
Wait, you're going to take us for offensive speech?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you serious?
Speech. You're going to cite us for offensive
speech. Yes, it's called disorderly conduct.
That's no. Disorderly conduct has to be accompanied by conduct.
This is the conduct
I'm
that you're
a retired
doing.
police officer myself.
For who?
26 years, federal law enforcement.
So it's federal. So this has nothing to do with local.
Wow.
It has nothing to do with local.
Yeah. Well,
do whatever y'all think that you can do.
Well, it says 80
whatever we
decibels.
think. Wow.
It says 80 decibels.
Since y'all know the law so well, I'm not going to let y'all.
So I just want to clarify. If anything is said that's offensive, you're going to write a ticket?
If someone complains that your language or what you're saying is offensive,
hey, pretty loud.
So
no.
My goodness. What do you even do with that? What the arrogance there too? Like, so arrogant. She's upset that this guy's former law enforcement and actually knows law, but because you guys know the law so well, there's like a psychology behind. People have tried to kind of critique the psychology of police officers, And look, I'm not a cop, and we were talking off air. I have no idea about, what interacting with a lot of criminals does to a person over. I mean, I get it. It's a thing I can't comprehend. Maybe I can have empathy for it, but we do have a psychosis that I think develops among some law enforcement officers, where you have the bad guys. Okay, we know what to do with them. Go after the lawbreakers. Then you have the civilians that are not doing anything. Okay, leave them alone and protect them. But then there's the third option, which is just a-holes that you don't like, that you want to bully and you need to deal with. Oh, that's an a-hole that needs to be dealt with. And I think that's what this is. I think that's what or you've got somebody that maybe she's the one that's actually offended by the preaching of the gospel. And I don't even know if the guy says he's a street preacher. I have no idea what he's preaching. But maybe she was the one that was actually offended. Maybe he was preaching on how women in combat is unbiblical.
Well, so Paul, give her the benefit of the doubt that she is just trying to keep the peace, and that she's had a whole bunch of people triggered by their speech.
Okay.
And I've seen this play out many times in Memphis and other areas at music festivals. Big groups will come in with these signs. And, I mean, they will really, really be charismatically and emphatically preaching the gospel in their attempt to sway all these drunks there to have a good time at this music festival into realizing that they're going to go to hell. I've seen it many times. Let's just assume for a second that she's just trying to keep the peace, okay? That's by pandering, basically. That's exactly the point we were making a while ago with why our cultural decay in our society and in our churches, why things have gone downhill so bad. We've done exactly what she's done, is pander to the other, to pander to the crazies to keep the peace. And we've pandered to those that are going to freak out and come up and lose their cool. And this is why there is Antifa and so many others, anarchists, fascists, the real fascists that talk about other fascists that aren't fascists.
Yep.
This is why we're there, and it's not just because of people like her, but I'm saying this is a symptom of that. She's pandering.
Mm-hmm.
She's had some crazies, some purple-haired, vagina hat crazies come up to her and say, "Hey, they're offending me by what they're saying. I don't want to hear about Jesus. I don't want to hear about that. We want to keep that separate."
This is Christo-fascism.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
think you're probably right.
I'm wrong.
But it comes down to, it does come down to her personally. She doesn't understand. She does not understand that she's there to protect people's rights, not protect people from being offended. She doesn't understand that, and that's dangerous. And there's so many officers that are out there just like this.
Yeah,
so many of them. And
if some people came up to her on the street and said, "Hey, I have a problem with those Muslims over there
not gonna
laying
happen.
out their carpets and
not gonna
yelling,"
happen.
and
you and I both know that's not going to happen.
I know
she's not going to do a thing about that.
Or, or we can go down a whole road of different types of folks that are out on the streets.
All right, so here's another one. Same police department, Fort Worth police officer says that calling a biological male a sir is a gray area, and that he would potentially ticket the preacher. This preacher is tagged here. Let me see here. Rich Pinkoshi, Bible preacher, waging war on woke lies and sin, defending truth, country in Christ, content to awaken the church, no retreat. I've never heard of this guy before, but at first glance, that sounds good to me. Here is this interaction.
But no, I want to ask, and I'm being dead serious. So if a biological male comes up to me who says he's a woman, and I call him, I say, "Sir," and he gets offended, is that a citable offense? If I call a biological male a male, and he says I'm offended.
Listen to what he's saying. I can hear the preacher in the background. Can you hear him? There's a cure for homosexuality, and it's called the blood of Christ.
Yeah.
That'll get people offended, for sure.
If I call a biological male a male, and he says I'm offended, I'm gonna whatever. Is that a citable offense if he's offended by that speech?
Man, we're talking gray area right now. When I talked about earlier when it says that's a vague conversation, vague charge.
I'm genuinely curious.
Sure, I don't believe I would cite that for offensive language. Offensive language to me is calling somebody
N-word,
curse words.
We don't curse, we're preachers.
Sure, no, I agree. But it's more like you call somebody a male, I don't necessarily find that offensive unless they come up.
You don't, but what if they do?
That's what I'm saying. If they come up and say, hey, I'm offended by that, and you continue to do that, well, then that's just becoming offensive to them.
And here's the catch. Here's the catch.
So it's the, hey, warning, I'm feeling offended by that, then we're moving into the potential.
But so what if I'm offended by what they say? Like they come up telling me this and then the other, swearing at me, will they get cited?
Are you offended by it?
I'm offended by all of this.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
I'm offended by seeing half-naked men running around with children. I am deeply offended by that.
Correct. Unfortunately, there's not much on our side to do anything.
Go back to Francis Schaeffer. The modern interpretation of the First Amendment is a tyranny against the people.
This is a lose-lose situation, though, Paul. I mean, it's lose-lose. So,
I get what you're saying, but man, this kind of ties back to the obscenity situation. Okay.
Yeah.
They're saying offensive. They might as well just say obscene. Okay, that's obscene speech, right?
To who?
Yeah, to who? Based on what?
Based
standard?
on what?
Based on what?
Yeah. To who? Based on what?
So if you use
that's such a slippery slope.
Literally, they're saying he's sitting there saying, if you use the N-word in public, we can write you up for that. That's not freedom of speech. Now you may say, well, hey, you shouldn't say that word, or that's an unkind word to say, but that's not America. That's not that goes, but it goes to show you that blasphemy laws exist. They're going to exist. It just depends on according to who, right? There was a time in America where you could not blaspheme the triune God of the Bible, of Christianity. Couldn't do it. It was against the law. We've just replaced that. We've replaced that with stuff like this. Oh, well, our religion is you can't say the N-word, or you can't tell homosexuals that there is a cure for you, and it's called the blood of Jesus Christ. That is now considered blasphemy in Fort Worth, Texas. So, again, it is a binary choice. I'm just reiterating. What is the solution? Well, to remember who we were, recognize we're not who we were, and that we do have a binary choice. I really do. It is really a binary choice, because I don't think secularism is neutral. I believe it is pagan, and it can take different shapes before it eventually gets to being totally anti-Christian. But I think we're certainly there, and in a lot of instances, especially in the big cities. There's a great author, Eric, by the name of Aaron Renn. Did you want to say something to that?
No, I just keep getting back to the point of these cops being in this impossible referee situation here, and this stuff's going to continue to happen, and the cruel what's the guy's name? Cruel preacher. That was
Cruel Messenger.
The Cruel Messenger.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, I didn't read the Cruel Messenger. He's citing Proverbs. Hang on, let me go back to that.
So he has a right to do what he's doing, but let's just call a spade a spade. He's instigating problems.
Yeah, he's quoting Proverbs 17:11.
These are the same guys that go out in front of banks and public buildings and just stand there with a camcorder on all day, every day to try to incite problems and have people come out and instigate issues, and then they eventually sue him.
Yeah, I didn't see the wallpaper here. Proverbs 17:11. He cites, an evil man seeketh only rebellion, therefore a cruel messenger shall be sent.
Deport all Muslims. So that isn't lost on me. That part of the problem is that this messenger their intent is to rile things up. And whether he thinks he's Stephen or Peter
Right.
or Paul, okay, that's his right to be able to do that. And it's their right to go complain to the cops that it offends them.
Right.
But the cop's response is an impossible scenario where he has to placate to one or the other. Like, what are they supposed to do? Am I supposed to be mad at Officer Herrell there for just trying to stand there and just almost distract to try to keep the peace and to keep people from doing something to where they eventually start brawling in the middle of the street, and then he has to spend the rest of his day booking them in jail? I think to a lot of them, and I haven't had a lot of conversation with them. I think that'd probably be a good thing for me to do, is just to go talk to some cops and be like, how do y'all deal with these situations on the streets where you've just got people with, whether it's politics or culture or whatever, competing interest clashing? What is your training and what is your job? What are your goals? I don't know. Maybe
No.
I hold me accountable if I'm wrong on
No.
that. I see this scenario. I've seen this play out before in Memphis and a few other places, and during big concerts and event festivals and stuff like that. And it's just like, that's a flipping powder keg right there.
Yeah.
And all the cops want to do is just not have to waste their entire night carting people off in the paddy wagon because they all started fighting.
Yeah.
So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt because I know they're undertrained.
Well,
and how many thousands of cops quit during COVID?
No, that's a good point. I tend to give them less of the benefit of the doubt, Eric, just because, just because it makes your job harder, standing up for people's freedoms. I'm sorry, and that's the thing. That's the job that has apparently not been communicated or educated to some of these people. I get it. It's a tough job. It's a job that has pitfalls. It's the same way. It's kind of the same thing. Like, I don't understand these cops that kill people's dogs.
Yeah.
You're a police officer and you're afraid of a dog?
Yeah.
A dog, right? I can give you sympathy if it's maybe a pit bull or even a German Shepherd. And as a German Shepherd owner, my dog scares people to death. He wouldn't harm a fly, although I don't know. He almost bit Rob's 15-year-old son one time.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, the thing is, I might understand that, but like killing golden doodles, or little bitty dogs, it's like you signed up to potentially get bullets fired at you by criminals, and you're afraid of a dog. Anyway, but as I was saying earlier about the whole, there's this author by the name of Aaron M. Wren, and he wrote a book called Life in the Negative World. And it's several years old at this point, but it basically has, in his view, he takes America where we've been versus where we are, and he sections it off from positive world, neutral world to negative world. Meaning Christianity, if you were a Christian back into the day, it was a positive aspect. It was still embedded in the culture because of our Christian founding, and it was good. Oh, this is a good thing. You're a Christian. Then sometime, I don't know if it would have been in maybe the 70s to the 90s, it was a neutral idea. Didn't mean anything good. If you were a Christian, didn't mean anything bad. But 2000 to now, or maybe the 90s to now, it is now negative.
Yeah.
Christianity is now considered, and so now we are Christians living in what he calls negative world. And it's just a helpful way to categorize kind of where we were versus where we are. And yes, I long for the days of positive world, right? Who doesn't long for those days? Because that wouldn't positive. We're not talking about positive world that's fake. There's a lot of people that I think fall into
talking about like Norman Rockwell type stuff.
Maybe, but see, that's a benefit. All of that good art, that's just a benefit of actual Christianity. This actually perfectly proves my point.
Yeah,
there's a lot of
to
people,
me that's like the picturesque. What we should all
that's what we all want.
Aspire to is to have those Norman Rockwell photos be. Well, that's our lives.
Yeah.
But then somebody quickly, popped me in the head and said, "Well, I mean, you were born in the wrong generation, then, bro.
Right.
You need
Well,
to go back to the 50s."
So, back to kind of churches in modern churches. There was a movement about 20 years ago that started criticizing nominal Christianity and cultural Christianity, mainly in the South. where churches were looking around, and I think appropriately so. They were looking around and they were saying, like, there's some people out there that think being a Christian is just like the American flag and apple pie, and they don't actually have a relationship with Jesus. They are sinners. They are unrepentant sinners, and if they died now, they would go to hell.
Mm.
And so there was a and I don't deny that that's not a problem. There was a you know a term to call that out, or I guess a movement to kind of call that out, to kind of realize that, hey, cultural Christianity is not necessarily a good thing. But I think what they failed at is that I'll take cultural Christianity all day long for my kids to grow up in, versus 90-foot tall monkey statues that, you know, scatter the land, mosques that scatter the land, that make it look like we've lost a war. Okay, I'll take that all day long. And what I think what that movement fundamentally failed to understand is the cultural Christianity that we had doesn't just happen without actual Christianity in our history making serious gains. Does that make sense? Like, you're not just going to have cultural Christianity without actual Christians in your past that have secured this derivative, this cultural Christianity, right?
Wow.
And so cultural Christianity is actually a really good sign that you've got Christians, like real ones, that are making the world a better place for everybody, including non-believers, because, of course, we know that, Western civilization very much, the modern Western civilization very much depends. America doesn't exist without the Protestant Reformation. There is no America without the Protestant Reformation. And so, I don't know. That's just where my head's at. But anyway, Aaron Wrenn, Negative World Christianity, definitely want to check that out if you've never. Go buy the book, sure, but there's also plenty of articles that articulate exactly what it is he's saying. All right, let's see here. I saw this next story about a site being raided, employed a bunch of illegal aliens. Special operation over on X says a plant manager in South Carolina who had his business raided by ICE says the entire production line is now a ghost town. I want you to, this is a local affiliate that covers this story. Listen to this.
When you look around and there's nobody there, it's dead. It's dead. I mean, we went from having 100 employees working in there to, we might have had 24 there today. It's sad. Had a gun, and he pointed it at me, like that. He said, "You are putting those cuffs on." And I look at him, and I'm, "Are you going to shoot me?" And I stuck my arms out there like that. Never seen nothing like that in my life. That's the only time I've ever had a gun pointed at me in my life. I didn't know what was going on, and I heard people screaming. So I walk into the machine shop, and there's 50, 60 agents in there. When you look around and there's nobody there, it's dead. It's dead. I mean, we went from having 100 employees.
All right, so sorry, I'm
there
looking this up because I wanted a little bit more context here. I should have done this beforehand, but what are your thoughts on that? Keep in mind, hiring illegals is illegal. Newsflash, buddy. I mean, come on. Newsflash.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because this is what Democrats say. Well, and infamously have said, especially the Hollywood elites that defend mass migration. Remember what their points are, Paul? Well, when you deport them all, who's going to clean your toilets? And who's going to mow your grass? And who's going to make your beds? Like, Democrat elite Hollywood elites have said this on camera before. Like, this is how they think. Well, if they go, then who's going to do these jobs? I don't know. Americans that need jobs? I mean, geez.
So here's the story. You're exactly right. AG detained by ICE, the Attorney General, 48 detained by ICE in Abbeville County plant, 6 indicted in ghost story operation. This was from June the 4th. So this was last month in Columbia, South Carolina. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson said a multi-agency operation in Abbeville County led to the detention of 48 people in the U.S. illegally and the state grand jury indictment of 6 defendants. Wilson said the investigation, dubbed Operation Ghost Story, began in fall of 2024. He said authorities executed the operation Wednesday at the Bernstein Von Steelen Precision Casting in Abbeville. 2 managers were arrested on state grand jury charges, and ICE detained 48 workers. Bond hearings, let's see. It doesn't exactly tell us. Here's a few quotes. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson: if you're unlawfully aiding illegal immigrants in South Carolina, you're going to be investigated and will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If you're taking advantage of hardworking Americans, stealing their identities, and are intentionally ignoring your responsibilities as an employer in an effort to circumvent the law, we're going to come for you. We're coming for you.
Do you see the rap sheet of some of those employees if you scroll back up? Now, granted, the most important picture was the one at the top, which was of the plant manager going out in handcuffs. But look up just a little bit in that article where it's showing pictures of the detainee. Look.
Is that what you're talking about
there?
Yeah.
Look at the rap sheets of some of those employees that they're bringing in. They don't care, though, Paul. They just want cheap labor. And this is a part of this whole conversation where we're talking about mass migration and illegal immigrants and them being here and needing to be. We also need to hold them accountable and send them back. But we also need to hold accountable the corporations and businesses that are employing them and that are demanding that they fill the jobs that they need because they're cheap and they can take advantage of them and not give them any benefits and pay them cash.
Here's some more quotes. This is from Mark Zito, the special agent in charge of Homeland Security, North and South Carolina. The crimes uncovered in Operation Ghost Story are not victimless. When illegal aliens use stolen identities and forged documents, they victimize law-abiding citizens whose personal information is misused and undermine the security of our communities. These actions also enable business to profit from illegal labor at the expense of honest workers and employees. HSI is committed to working with our partners to aggressively investigate and dismantle these criminal operations, protect victims, and hold offenders fully accountable. This is a positive story, but this stuff needs to happen all across the country in order to affect, real change where Americans get these jobs. And the idea that Americans won't do them is ridiculous. I actually think they will. And I think there's a lot of people, though, that, they may have to, like Rob and I talked about the other day, people are, I think right now that they're going to have to get over some of these preconceived notions. Like, I went to college to get a degree. AI is going to make it worthless. But if I really want to, to still provide, if jobs like these come open, I'm just not going to do what I went to school to do. And it's like, well, that's a tough thing to swallow, but there's a lot of that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But then again, you've got, AI could take over those jobs too. I mean, who knows? But it's still there's still a lot of problems, but getting rid of the illegals and getting rid of the employers that are hiring illegals, this should have been done a long time ago. And, Rob talked about this, in the Trump administration. They came out and they said that for H-1B workers, you were going to have to pay $100,000 per worker, and then they backed off that. Mm-hmm. Then we were told that we're not going to go after the farms, we're not going to go after the hotels and the illegals there because, that's a donor thing. I mean, there's no other rationale. That's a donor thing. And, of course, we want the violent ones prioritized. Of course we want the violent ones prioritized. But to say that a big portion of the Republican Party doesn't represent people that are like, no, we want this over with. We want this reversed. We want serious re-immigration. That is what we voted for. And so we'll see. Now, because of this story here, a Texas hospital confirmed to Fox News it's behind the billboards at the U.S.-Mexico border advertising childbirth services and encouraging expectant mothers to give birth in Texas because now they get citizenship thanks to Amy Coney Barrett. Lauren Chen says, why are American hospitals advertising to Mexicans that they can deliver an anchor baby for $4,000 when with insurance my delivery at the hospital was over $6,000 out of pocket? Are American patients subsidizing anchor baby deliveries for illegals? What's going on here? Now, because of these billboards, the Trump administration has now petitioned the Supreme Court to rehear the case. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but you never know.
Unbelievable.
You never know. I'm going to go over the process here in a minute. Nick Sorter says President Trump announces he is filing for a rehearing. He's got 25 days to do so. A rehearing with the U.S. Supreme Court on birthright citizenship after an anchor baby hospital was discovered in Texas. Signs and billboards are being put up all over our southern border and Mexico advertising birthright citizenship with delivery starting at $4,000. That is a crime, and therefore the Supreme Court's ruling is wrong. I will be asking for a rehearing by the United States Supreme Court immediately. This miscarriage of justice will destroy America if they don't change their absolutely insane decision. U.S. citizenship is not for sale. And so that's what Donald Trump is doing. Now, if this were to happen, and I may have my facts a little bit wrong, but this is my assumption, if in order for this to happen, Trump has to file the petition, I want a rehearing. In order for the court to rehear President Trump's case on this, one of the justices that voted for the majority has to start the process. So,
which Kavanaugh would.
Kavanaugh would. That's what they're saying.
He's already left the door open for
right.
that.
He left the door open. So Kavanaugh can, and that may be why he voted the way he did in the first place, leaving this possibility open.
Yeah.
So Kavanaugh says, I'm going to start the process. Once he files the paperwork and acknowledges the president's request, then it just takes, and I say just because this is a doozy, it will take a majority of the court to decide to rehear it.
Right.
Which means you either need John Roberts or Amy Coney Barrett. Because obviously Kavanaugh is going to vote to rehear it.
They'll get both.
You think so?
Yeah.
Roberts and Coney Barrett?
Oh, yeah.
You think that they're actually going to do this?
Yep.
Why? What makes you think? What makes you so confident?
I think they will eventually realize the error of their ways, and this is a perfect symptom of that problem that they ignored based on a technicality.
In the oral arguments, John Robert was like, he got brought up the Chinese baby thing on planes, and he says, "Well, the 14th Amendment framers, I'm not even going to consider that."
Yeah, part of me just goes back to I know they've heard their partner and friend Justice Clarence Thomas, and what he said had to have impacted them. And I hope that it does.
What did he say? Remind me, because I can't remember.
Feel free to pull it up, because
all right, let me pull it up.
It's absolutely incredible how well-spoken. I mean, and he's just incredibly well-spoken.
Give me the gist of it, exactly.
Well, he made all of the specific and intentional references to what the 14th Amendment was actually about, which was for slaves.
All right, I've got just an AI summary that Google popped up. Let's read this. He claimed that simply being born on American soil isn't enough to be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. A person's parents must also be domiciled, permanently residing in the country. He argued that the children of foreign temporary visitors and those here unlawfully remain subject to the political power of their home nations. Thomas contended that the citizenship clause was specifically a race conscience remedial measure designed to protect freed slaves. He asserted that formerly enslaved black Americans were entitled to citizenship because they were Americans with no other homeland, and the amendment was meant to ensure that they were never treated as second-class citizens. Ultimately, his views were rejected by the 6-3 majority led by John Roberts, blah, 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 blah. Anything else?
I just love Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, no, he's good. He made the arguments.
Yeah. His and Alito's dissent was pretty impactful.
Civilizational suicide is what they basically said. The Constitution says that they wrote in there that we are not allowed to have a country. That birthright citizenship, your birthright, Eric, my birthright,
Coney Barrett and
belongs
Roberts
to the whole world.
Coney Barrett and Roberts will flip.
Well, they just need one of them to.
I know.
They just need one.
I think they both will.
You would think. I mean, Okay, let me say this: after the billboard thing and after this rehearing, if they don't flip, they're evil. They're evil human beings. I'm sorry.
Whoa!
They are evil human beings.
Shots fired.
Seriously, how they want this country to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Like literally, they are usurpers,
And I know they
are enemies.
And I know they don't. I know they don't.
I'm not so sure, Eric, but we'll see. I love your optimism.
Forgive me for being optimistic, but I know they don't. Deep down. I think they made a mistake, and I think they'll realize they made a mistake, and things like this will show them, like, well, by your decision, this is what you've opened the door to.
Yeah.
So now go ahead and do the right thing this time and close that door.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to
Don't let our country be invaded by HaveMyBabyInMiami.com.
Is that a real site?
Yeah.
Wow, I did not know that. HaveMyBabyInMiami.com is a real site.
It was one of those parodied sites that, it was like, there are birthright tourism websites where these, especially people from the CCP can go on and pay a fee, and they'll get concierge service. They'll have people pick them up, drive them to where they're staying in very close proximity to the hospital that they plan on having that child there. I mean, this is the disgusting advertisement that hospital is literally doing, saying, oh, well, if you're going to come here and do this, bring us the money.
Yeah. We got to take a quick break because I forgot to press.
We don't even have to fight for insurance for that.
Yeah.
You guys can just write us a check.
I forgot to take the local break, so forgive me, folks. We got to go to break real quick. We'll be back here in 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Back here in just a moment.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or red Vive works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
The Paul Herrell Program.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale.
Sorry about that, folks.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Sometimes we hit the wrong button. We go back to break. We come back from break. But here we are. Remember the old cartoon, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Every time I see one of these, every time I see this Mitch McConnell story, that's what I think. Like, where in the world is the great turtle of the Senate? This is This meme just now he's got a cigarette in his mouth. It never gets old. Marco Rubio,
Just like Ray.
Marco Rubio confirms he's also spoken to Senator Mitch McConnell this morning. So people aren't really. I know. Look, it's pretty interesting though, because there are people that just don't believe Scott Jennings at all, and now people are saying he must have been talking to AI or something. And I know you disagree with that, Eric, but like it's kind of nuts. Like I will say it is. I heard Jeremy Herrell talking about this. It is kind of nuts. This guy hasn't been able to carry on a conversation in public for a long time. And we're supposed to believe he was talking about Iran and Ukraine and all this stuff from a hospital bed after he had a heart attack. It is kind of an unbelievable, and I know he said, well, why would Scott Jennings lie? But it is a very, very tough thing for me to believe. What are your thoughts? I mean, feel free to disagree.
I just refuse to call Scott Jennings a liar.
Without evidence.
Yeah. That's effectively what you would have to do, and that's the same thing we talk about with the comments of a lot of political pundits and talking heads and influencers.
Rob Spencer agrees with you.
You don't have to, yeah. You don't have to believe everything they say. You don't have to agree with everything they say. But in this situation, you would literally have to call Scott Jennings a liar, and just, refuse to believe him at all.
Well, there's a lot of if it ever is proven definitively that he did make this up or was duped or whatever, it really shows you how desperate they are. Mitch McConnell, chair of the Appropriations Committee, holding the Senate hostage with his vote on a lot of things, being controlled like a puppet master. But Rob Spencer says he's alive and well. He posted this last night. I'm not sure what all the hubbub is about. Senator McConnell and I went to see the Brooks and Dunn concert last night. Dude had like 15 shots of rot gut whiskey. Could a dead guy do that? I think not. Side note, he knew every word to Brand New Man, which to me was very telling. So
you guys look so good at that concert.
That's why
awesome.
That's why Rob's
so
not
glad
here
they
today.
Took this picture.
No, that's why Rob's not here today. I'll
he's
prove
recovering.
it. There's his empty chair.
Yeah.
So the reason Rob isn't here is because he had those shots of rot gut whiskey along with Mitch McConnell at the Brooks and Dunn concert, and he's just he's confirming to us that there's nothing wrong. Mitch McConnell's fine. In other news, let me refresh this and see if there's a community note on this. This was one of the first things I saw this morning, posted a couple of days ago, but there's never been a community note on it. Some people say it's AI. That this is a picture of Mitch McConnell, hooked up to a ventilator, and I don't know if that's true. I guess that could be AI. We don't even know anymore because it's blurry, like blurry photos. I suspect this is AI. I don't know how they would ever, this would have to come from like a nurse or a healthcare professional that would obviously they'd know who did it and they'd probably lose their job. But maybe this is real. People have claimed to put this through AI detectors. They say it's legitimate. I don't really know. But the fact that it's a blurry photo, kind of
see that reinforces my point.
Yeah.
That I was making the other day. It's like, no, he's not going to make a 30-second I'm doing okay video.
Yeah, but he said he talked to Scott Jennings Scott Jennings said they had a 20-minute conversation. Have you seen Scott Jennings explain the conversation on CNN? Have you?
No, I haven't. You got to show me this.
All right. Okay. All right.
This may sway me.
Let me find this because
you may actually sway me.
As he was talking, hang on, CNN, Mitch. As he was talking, I was kind of like, it just something didn't set right with me. My BS meter was going off. Let's get to the question. Here it is.
Do you think he'd be willing to call into the show? Could we get him on the phone now?
I wasn't really expecting him to call this morning, to be honest. So when the phone rang and I was able to talk to him, I was frankly pretty grateful. I mean, as I said, I've known him since I was a teenager. If it hadn't been for Mitch McConnell and the McConnell Center at the University of Louisville, I would never have been able to go to college. He's been my mentor, and he changed the trajectory of my life. So, when things happen to him and happen to people in your life that you really care about, you just sort of naturally feel extremely worried. So when I heard his voice today, and he was clearly keeping up with stuff, that made me happy to hear from him. Because like everybody else, I've been, somewhat in the dark about it. But to hear him talking and to know that he's also talking to the Senate leadership, it made me pretty happy.
The MAGA media.
I mean,
call him a liar. You would have to do that. You'd have to just call him.
I don't have evidence. I don't have evidence that he's a liar. I don't have evidence of that, so I can't call him a liar. All I'm saying is I just wonder if he's telling the truth. I wonder if he's telling the truth.
Well, we're gonna find out. Like,
Yeah, that's
if
true.
he's dead or if he's in a coma or completely incapacitated, we're gonna find out.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the LFA chat. All right, so some people are willing to do more than me. Some people are willing to do this. Let's see. Patriot 8989 says Scott is a total liar. Disappointing. Chicken Mama 69 says, so is the body double ready? Question mark. So they're already preparing them.
Here we
They're
go.
saying, look, if we do see him, it's not really him. It's like the 6'5" tall Joe Biden that we all saw after he had his medical event. I don't know if you remember that. Or remember Admiral Flaps from earlier this year, Eric? Remember Admiral Mask?
I don't believe you on that one either.
I know you don't believe me, but it's your own eyes. The dude was wearing a mask. 100% was wearing a mask, man.
Bad collar, bad shadow. Shut up. Move on.
Patriot.
Put your head back in the sand.
It didn't even look like the same guy.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't even look like the same guy that had been on there, weeks earlier. They looked totally different. The man must have had Botox in his scalp. Put Botox in your scalp, and then we'll see. All right. So anyway, we'll continue to watch this closely. Interestingly enough, I'm going to end on the story, kind of a follow-up to our lead story yesterday, which comes from the American Truckers United, who are calling attention. They want ICE at every way station that they can possibly find. And we were kind of on the beginning of this story because now it's going everywhere.
Yeah.
Or we were a day earlier than some, which is rare for us, just to be perfectly honest with you guys. Zero Hedge now posting an op-ed, Dear Trump, time to flood America's way stations with ICE and CBP agents. And submitted by American Truckers United. We, the truckers who keep America moving, have had enough, they say. An analysis of crash data and English proficiency violations reveals that drivers from just a handful of states are largely responsible for the epidemic of illegal alien truck and bus drivers terrorizing our highways. These preventable tragedies must end now. We are formally calling on President Donald J. Trump to immediately deploy ICE and CBP officers to commercial weigh-in stations across the entire country. No more half measures, no more looking the other way. American families deserve safe roads. I completely agree. Let's hope that happens, as well as putting them at polling stations. Eric, I'll give you the last word. We got 10 seconds.
Thanks so much for letting me be a part of the conversation today, brother. It was great.
I appreciate it. I hope you have a great weekend.
You too, my friend.
Folks, I'll be back here tomorrow for the Friday show solo. Want to give a shout out to Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 247, and Sherrod Chiropractic. We will see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench.
Yay, welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. I hope everyone had an amazing 4th of July and 250th. We had an amazing weekend. I want to show you some really cool things. So I was wearing this shirt today because God said, wear the shirt today. It says, my freedom is God-given. not government granted. And it's one of the flyover shirts. Well, this is pretty cool because this weekend, Avery and Thomas came over. And when they came over, we noticed that David, myself, and Thomas were all wearing flyover shirts that Avery has created, which they're all amazing. So David says, grill like a patriot. Mine is one I just read to you. And then Thomas says, what does Thomas say, Avery?
Prayer, protein, and progressive overload.
I love it. I love it. And so I just think it was so cool. So that happened over the weekend. You can always find the merch on Flyover Conservatives. But then we went over to Colton's house, and Colton comes down in this shirt. And he was doing the grilling. So it says grill like a patriot. He was also wearing that. So we have some really cool merch. If you have not seen it, a Flyover Conservatives, go to flyoverconservatives.com, check out the merch store. And then Avery's giving everyone a discount when they use the promo code prophetic. I also want to do a shout out to the sponsor of the show, Fern Valley Soap. Avery and I had the opportunity to talk to Sandra this week. We have something very special coming out in August. I cannot wait for you to see it.
I'm so excited.
Me too. I'm really excited. And as we were looking at the site, Sandra was like, what are your favorite soaps? And I was like, well, I love Humboldt Hands. That's, obviously Humboldt Hands. I travel with that. It's such an incredible soap. It has walnut seed in it. It's an exfoliant and, great, obviously, for summertime. If you use tanning cream, it helps to get off that extra skin before you put on your tanning cream or to help to get the tanning cream off. It's great if you do mulch. It's great if you're painting outside. It's great if you're working on your car and you get grease on your hands. It's just truly the ultimate product. I think it's their number one selling product. The next thing was the, I'm sorry, Avery, I have to take down your beautiful display here, was the watermelon and lavender. I absolutely love this soap. I think it smells amazing. It's so good for summer. It is such a fresh scent. I absolutely love it. You guys are probably laughing with all of these soaps in front of me. I can smell them all, and they smell unbelievable. Cherry Bomb was another one. You guys know that cherry is my favorite as far as fruit. And this here, you can eat it. It smells so good. So Cherry Bomb was another one of our favorites as we were looking at the site. Obviously, they had the celebrating the 250th. The Double Down, which actually was designed for men, and it definitely smells masculine, but at the same time, it's really clean. I love this. It's what's in my shower right now. I absolutely love this. So it's not just for men, although it was designed for men, but men, you will love it too. But women, you will love it. It smells so good. And then another one that I wanted to highlight was the Spring Apricot. This Spring Apricot, it is a lot like the Humboldt Hands in that is an exfoliant, but it's a smaller seed with the apricot, and it's not quite as harsh. And so this is also an exfoliant, but a really, really great soap. So when you go to fernvalleysoap.com and you use the promo code FLYOVER, you get 20% off on your purchase. Again, so thankful for Sandra Fry. You are supporting a mother-daughter business, her daughter Stacy. They do it also with her grandkids. They all work together with the goats on their own farm. So you're getting a product that is great for your skin, supporting a company that, are a bunch of patriots, family, as well as they love Jesus and they love the prophetic. So go to fernvalleysoap.com. Make sure you use the promo code FLYOVER. Make sure you're jumping on with Ginger Ziegler every single week as she's teaching us how to hit the mark and prophetic intercession. Ginger's been doing this for over 40 years in ministry. She started in 1991, praying for our country, truly pushing back darkness when they were trying to attempt things like 9/11, pushing those back in Jesus' name, asking God, can these be stopped, changed, or altered? God putting those words in her mouth. Again, you can find Ginger Ziegler by going to Rumble. You can find her on YouTube, and the last name is Ziegler. Make sure you are jumping on with her. Such powerful times with Ginger every single week. Again, 3 o'clock on Wednesdays or whenever you can jump on. I want to now take you to Julie Green. We're staying on this whole thing of Independence Day, 4th of July, that 250th anniversary. But the 4th of July, this word came to Julie on June the 28th, 2026. She delivered it on July the 2nd, 2026. And it's called July 4th will be a start of a turning point in this nation. Check this out.
Called July 4th will be a start of a turning point
for this nation. July 4th will be a start of a turning point for this nation. Oh, my United States, your enemies are losing in every way. They have used their news media to grow hatred for this nation, not only inside your own country, but they were using it to spread the hatred worldwide. But something has shifted. People's eyes are seeing the truth. Blinders have been removed. People are noticing how wonderful and blessed the real United States is. Not the United States the deep state was trying to turn this nation into, which was a communistic and socialistic nightmare. My children, July 4th will be a start of a turning point for this nation. It will put on a path of a great growth, great breakthroughs, and great justice. The winds of change are here, and a red tsunami wave is coming to the United States. And it's not just for the 2026 midterms. I've told you before, the moment of truth comes out regarding the side of the blue and the deep state swamp rats. There will be a great exodus from people being on the side of the left to people turning to the right. The young generations your enemies thought they had completely had under their demonic control. They will be awakened. They will see the truth and make choices for themselves, and no longer be deceived into other people making decisions for them. College campuses that used to be full of hatred for this nation because of liberal propaganda being taught, this will no longer work. Students will push back. Students will stand up for the truth. They will no longer be intimidated and deceived. Revival fires will hit campuses like never before. As my glory will fill this place, exposures will also take place. You'll begin to hear of more scandals regarding professors. You will hear of colleges taking federal money to teach a certain way. You will also hear how foreign governments have infiltrated most colleges, and this too was allowed to paid for by the establishment, so they could take over society easier. People would just give into oppression without fighting back because they'd be too brainwashed to see the truth. The destruction this has done with children's minds will all be undone. The truth about transgenderism will also be fully exposed. This was another part of the globalist plan to weaken the minds of children and bring great confusion to people when they couldn't tell what gender they were supposed to be. This is an act of war. And these crimes your enemies will pay dearly for. Transgenderism was designed by the globalists and intelligence community, and this nation, deep state, helped with how to brainwash someone into thinking it was their own idea when they were being deceived into it. Greater military moves are being made to take back this nation. One no one can see, no one under the radar, that even your enemies could figure it out. No matter how many infiltrators they have everywhere, your enemies can't outsmart me. They will not see that this destruction is coming for them. It will hit them like a nuclear bomb, which they can't contain. My children, Russia is about to make a move that will help bring down the deep state in your nation. Russia has evidence that will bring down Obama and the swamp rats to their knees. This evidence has been hidden and closely protected. The establishment has gone after Putin to try to get this information back into their hands, and they have failed. The truth of what is really going on between Russia and Ukraine will also be revealed. The globalists will do anything and everything to keep this quiet. And just like everything else, they will fail because their defeat is inevitable. Bahrain will be in your news for a significant reason. Saudi Arabia will be in your news for a shocking reason. Turkey will be in your news for a surprising reason. Pakistan's government will fall. Something significant will take place in Yemen. Greater world events will take place, more unprecedented and biblical things will occur on a regular basis. Things are shifting and your enemies won't make it through the judgment that is coming in every nation against me. Against mine, sorry. My United States, you are getting your nation back from the hands of your enemies, and this nation will be united. This nation will fulfill its calling. This nation will be supported by many other nations, even more than right now, because nations will wake up and see the globalist system fall. And more power the United States will have, and they will want to be a part of having such freedom and peace. If you think the United States is a superpower now, you haven't seen anything yet, says the Lord of hosts.
Man, exciting times ahead. There are a lot of things I'm going to highlight there, but I've divided up in categories. I first want to start with this whole thing on Russia. So the Lord said through Julie Green, my children, Russia is about to make a move that will help bring down the deep state in your nation. Russia has evidence that will bring down Obama and the swamp rats to their knees. This evidence has been hidden and closely protected. The establishment has gone after Putin to try to get this information back into their hands, and they have failed. The truth of what is really going on between Russia and Ukraine will also be revealed. Well, I'm going to take you to Veronica West, but in her word, there is a part about Russia, and it says, I see Russia rising like a bear out of a long hibernation, hungry, heavy, aggressive, and territorial. Avery's pulled up Veronica's word. If you go to flyoverconservatives.com, prophetic words, you're going to find it there. I just ask that you would pray for me. I think, and I've read some very long prophetic words on the prophetic report. Avery and I both agree. I think this is the longest one that I've ever read.
This is very long.
It is. So
I put it into a Word document. It's like 5 pages long.
Yeah. So settle in. This is a long word, but it is good. I got it from multiple contributors, one of them being Ginger Ziegler, and multiple of the contributors ended up sending this to me. So this is a big word. This came out on July the 7th, 2026, and it's called A Time of Divine Reckoning Has Surely Begun. It says, warriors, please take time to read and prayerfully discern. In the early hours of this morning on 7/7/2026, while in a half-wake, half-asleep state, I suddenly heard these words. A time of divine reckoning has surely begun, which is interesting because last week's show actually had reckoning in it. I think it was like a day of reckoning or something like that. And as if in a dream, I felt the ground beneath me shaking violently. And as the ground was shaking in the earth realm, I saw a mighty swirling in the heavenlies. What was happening below was a reflection of what was taking place above. A simultaneous move of the Spirit was taking place. And suddenly I heard the Spirit of revelation say to me, Daniel 7, awake, for a time of divine reckoning has surely begun. I immediately woke up and went into the garden, to my wee prayer hut to pray. And as I sat here and pray, the Holy Spirit has drawn my attention to Daniel 7. And suddenly I see the Ancient of Days take his seat. The courts of heaven is convened, and the books are being opened. Daniel 7, 9 through 10. As I wait, listen and watch, the Holy Spirit begins to highlight today's date, 7/7/26. And I see a sacred scroll begin to unfold before me. And I see what I can only describe as a window of time opening up before the nations. It's a Kairos time, an appointed time. I see the nations coming up before me, and immediately I see the continent of Africa. And I hear a loud trumpet sound rising, and I hear, watch the horn of Africa. Watch as my Ruach breath blows upon the nations of Africa. Watch as my gavel falls upon Nigeria. Remember this one. As my sword falls and oil begins to flow upon South Africa, and as the fires of my glory begins to burn across the nations of Africa. Zimbabwe, fear not, for I have not passed you by. My eye is upon you, and my governing hand shall move. Watch, for you shall arise from the ashes and burn for my glory. Suddenly, I see something about Zimbabwe, which is pretty interesting. From my understanding, they used to be the breadbasket of the world. And in one short period of time, they fell very quickly. So it was pretty crazy. Suddenly, I see the nations of Europe, and I see dark storm clouds gathering, lightning and thunder, a great storm is brewing. And I hear, watch as I shall come as judge in this hour to break the rebellious and stiff-necked nations of Europe that have defied my covenant, and they shall fall and never recover. Watch, for I shall raise up a mighty battle cry, and a righteous 300, Gideon remnant, shall arise in Europe and shall war unto divine restore. See Judges 7. Then I saw that in this time a divine reckoning, there is coming a mighty increase in shakings, divine shakings unto greater awakening. I see ancient boundary lines being violently shaken. I see religious, financial, economic, and governmental structures and long-established systems will come under divine scrutiny and inspection as the books have been opened and a great upheaval is about to take place. Heaven is revealing that the court is being seated, the books are being opened, and a time and season of divine reckoning and holy inspection has surely begun. I see 4 mighty winds blowing forth upon the nations, 4 winds from the 4 corners of the earth, winnowing winds, winds of exposure, winds of divine separation, and winds of divine realignment. Listen, what has been concealed shall be uncovered, and stripped naked. What has remained hidden shall be brought into the light, and all eyes shall see. I see the 4 winds stirring the waters of the seas and the nations. Watch, for tectonic plates are shifting, waters are lifting, tsunamis shall be seen rise as foundations are shaken. I see the shaking of empires and kingdoms, shifting boundary lines, and overturning of earthly thrones, the exposing of hidden rot in the root systems, foundations, and the dismantling of every structure, altar built in pride and rebellion. The 4 winds are gathering, scattering, sifting, and separating. Winds that will drive the chaff from the wheat and uncover ancient covenants, exposing hidden alliances, and bring every work into the searching gaze of the ancient days. Watch New York, as a strange and contrary wind shall blow forth upon this city, winds that shall bring an uprising and a fall. Watch for a changing of the guard. Pray, Florida, Arizona, Ohio, Colorado, and Texas, as the winds of change blow forth upon these key states, winds that shall open and shut. I see the opening of a new door. I hear watch, gold rush, and oil flows as the winds of my spirit blows. I say watch, for the winds of my 7 spirits shall blow as my remnant rises to contend for the birthright and destiny of the nations. Watch, for that which has stood for compromise and corruption shall fall, but that which has been built and established by my hand shall remain. For my court is seated, the books are opened, and the government of heaven is now moving over the governments of men. I submit that I see that which has been established in pride, injustice, rebellion, and unrighteousness shall now come under the searching gaze of the Ancient of Days. I hear these words, a time and season of divine reckoning and judgment, and the establishment of righteous government is now taking place. I can only try to describe what I am seeing by saying, I literally saw what felt like the judicial weight of the government of heaven invading the earth realm. The weight of the glory of the courts of heaven is moving to establish a new order among the nations, and as the weight invades, everything that is out of covenant alignment come under divine inspection. Ancient foundations, unrighteous decrees from the mouths of corrupt and evil dictators overturned. Ungodly systems being dismantled and rival altars of Baal brought low. I hear the Spirit say, what was not established by covenant, I shall uproot and tear down. What I did not build shall be fully dismantled. What has resisted and rejected my covenant shall be removed. Only that which is in covenant alignment with my kingdom shall stand in the shaking. I saw the government of heaven advancing with judicial authority through a remnant ecclesia. Heaven's verdicts were being executed upon the nations. Everything out of covenant alignment was being weighed and found wanting and being suddenly removed. While everything that was established upon righteousness, justice, and truth was being strengthened and made secure. As a new kingdom order is being transferred in the earth realm, the courts of heaven convenes. We see this in Daniel 7. Before the Son of Man receives the kingdom in Daniel 7:13 through 14, we see the Ancient of Days take his seat, and the books are opened, and judgment is rendered. I see and I feel, even as I sit and write this word, the spirit of the fear of the Lord invading. The spirit of the fear of the Lord coming to examine hearts as we respond to the calls to pray earnestly for our nations. God keeps speaking to the greater shakings, and it's not to bring fear, but to bring us into right and divine alignment with his covenant. The coming shaking must take place for the fulfillment of prophecy. What we shall see take place in the coming days is evidence that heaven is moving, building and establishing according to the counsel and the divine blueprints of the Ancient of Days. Now, as I continue to watch and pray, the spirit of revelation impress upon me that, as in Daniel 7, we are beginning to see and witness the government of heaven will always respond whenever the kingdoms of men exalt themselves in defiance against the word and kingdom purposes of God. As we read, Daniel first sees the little horn rising with great arrogance, speaking boastful words and exercising authority upon the earth. And from every earthly perspective, the little horn appears to be prevailing, to be taking ground. But then, suddenly, heaven opens, and Daniel is no longer looking at the movement in the earth realm. He's now looking into the throne room. He sees the judge and his courts convene. The forces of darkness that seemed unstoppable was already being addressed in the heavens. Today, on this day, 7/7/26, I'm seeing a veil lifting and a scroll unraveling. The spirit of revelation is speaking. While nations rage and the governments and their leaders shake and suddenly fall, and while financial and economic empires tremble and are dismantled, and while wars and new wars begin and suddenly increase, and we see political parties and alliances and allegiances fully exposed and begin to radically shift. As the voices of uncircumcised giants mock and scorn, and as proud and rebellious men rise and grow louder, we will not be distracted or dismayed. Ha! For the Ancient of Days has taken his seat. His court is convened, and yes, the books are opened, and heaven is now beginning to render in real time its righteous verdicts. Listen, from the kingdoms of men exalt themselves, though the kingdoms of men exalt themselves and boast in their own strength, they shall be weighed in the balances of heaven. For every arrogant voice shall be silenced, every rival throne shall be brought low, and every kingdom that has exalted itself against the knowledge of God shall come under the gavel of the judge's divine reckoning. Heaven is not unaware. The weight of the glory is now invading. His throne shall never be shaken, his government shall never be threatened, and his divine purposes shall never be delayed. I see and I believe we are now entering into a season where there will be a greater unveiling of the government of God and in the earth realm. This is a threshold month. Let us go higher. Revelation 4. Let's lift up our eyes beyond media headlines and go beyond the realm of the second heaven to see what the courts of heaven is governing the affairs of nations. The ecclesia must arise and shine if we are to advance in victory in this hour. Daniel 7 says, the court was seated and the books were opened. The winds of the Spirit is blowing. The books are now being opened. Judgment is now being executed. I hear these words, divine inspection precedes divine intervention. The judge of heaven examines and then he acts. I see the scales of heaven shift and tip. Nations weighed before the glory of his justice invades. Nothing shall escape the eyes of the Ancient of Days. Every nation, government, ruler, and king, every institution, altar, and covenant, every declaration and decree, and hidden work of darkness shall bow the knee. And every act seen and unseen in righteousness and in alignment with covenant shall be brought before the court of heaven in this hour. I see as nations cross this threshold, I believe we have entered a time of divine weighing. The plumb line of heaven has dropped. Angels with measuring rods have been released upon the boundary lines of nations. I see angelic architect administrators being released from the courtroom of heaven upon the nations. Watch as the boundary line of nations will be shaken. Ancient structures have been resisted, and that have resisted the purposes of God are beginning to tremble beneath the weight of his righteous government. What has stood for generations will suddenly collapse as a new kingdom order rises to confront a new world order. Greater discernment is so critical in this hour. I hear the words of Haggai. Yet once more I shake not only the earth, but also heaven. Hebrews 12. The redemptive heart of the judge of heaven on full display in the earth realm. The shaking and severe course correction of nations is underway. Everything that can be shaken will be shaken and fully awakened to the light of his glory invading. I hear only an unshakable kingdom will remain. I submit, I believe as we cross over in this 7th month, it will mark an entry into an intensified period of divine inspection, divine exposure, and divine realignment for greater kingdom advancement. I see, as the judge takes his seat, the courts of heaven convene and the verdicts of righteous judgment begin to be rendered, not only over individuals, but over governments and their leaders, over cities and towns, over states and provinces, and over certain countries and nations. I hear these words, watch, there is no throne that shall stand beyond my scrutiny, and no ruler beyond divine inspection, and no decree of man, and no nation beyond my righteous judgments. I feel the weight of the glory as I write. This is an hour for holy alignment, a time to humble ourselves before the Ancient of Days, to repent quickly before repentance is needed, to rebuild the broken down altars, and to stand in the gap as watchmen who understand, as the tribe of Issachar did, that before we see events unfold in the earth realm, divine judicial decrees and decisions are first being established in the courts of heaven. And I hear the Spirit say, watch, Iran, watch, Iraq. Boundary lines shall shake and quake. Watch what begins to unravel quickly. Agreements and treaties, ceasefires, negotiations between nations shall become more strained, and they shall say, stalemate, stalemate. For the wisdom of men shall fail where the judgments of heaven have begun to prevail. I say, do not lean on your own understanding when these things begin to take place, for my ways are higher. Watch Russia. Watch China. Watch Germany. Watch the nations of Europe. Look for an unholy convergence of uncircumcised nations which begin to take place against the land flowing with milk and honey. Watch and pay attention as ancient prophetic patterns are beginning to speak again. As the four winds blow and four beasts rise, and as the beastly system begins to come to the fore, watch as ancient gods and empires begin to arise and find greater expression through modern powers, political alliances, economies, military structures, and governmental agreements in the days ahead. I see a three-headed snake arise over the nations, Iran, Russia, and Turkey. I see Russia rising like a bear out of a long hibernation, hungry, heavy, aggressive, and territorial. I see Turkey, and I hear, watch and pray as Turkey and the bear nation shall rise to face the Lion of Judah and the great eagle. I see Germany and Europe. I see Germany as a stealthy and cunning leopard moving slowly under the cover of darkness, ready to leap and strike at speed and precision, with powerful governmental influence and with the rapid mobilization. I see the red dragon, China, Russia, and Turkey alignment, the dragon with its eye on Taiwan. I see altars rising and a converging of ancient powers aligning, and then a major global shift as the nations emerge to war for control and full dominion and power. Nations on the threshing floor in the valley of decision are being shaken, sifted, separated. Boundary lines are beginning to tremble. I hear watch as ancient thrones, ancient altars, and covenants and alliances begin to come under the divine inspection of the Ancient of Days. Daniel 7 is burning within me with a prophetic urgency. Watch, the beasts are rising. Listen, the horns are speaking. Nations will rise and rage, but the courts of heaven is seated and shall not stay silent. The Ancient of Days shall arise to scatter his enemies. The books are being opened. The government of heaven is moving and now invading the governments of men. Then I see the scroll breaks open further, and I hear these words: watch, for a divine convergence of uncircumcised nations is now rising. Watch, for a divine unraveling shall take place in the midst of a great shaking. Watch the boundary lines of nations, for the earth shall shake and quake. The mountains shall erupt with smoke and fire, and rivers of molten rock shall flow, and the desert sands shall quake and shall give way, and great destruction shall come. Listen, for all of creation is groaning, and new covenant nations are being birthed in the earth. Watch as my spirit moves to bring forth a great shifting, sifting, and separation among the nations. Watch the bear, Russia, as it seeks to take another bite. Watch as the leopard, Germany, positions itself to leap, and as Turkey, the turncoat nation, becomes a catalyst for a greater global conflict and crisis. Watch as the dragon, China, circles for a strike concerning Taiwan. Watch, for the lion shall roar, and the great eagle shall soar. For the court is in session. The books are being opened, and the Ancient of Days has taken his governing seat over the nations and the threshing floor. Wow, that is a big word. There are so many things in that word that tie into other things. Obviously, we covered Russia with what Julie Green was saying. I want to now talk to you about New York and this fall that came from the Veronica West word. So Veronica, God said through her, watch New York as a strange and contrary wind shall blow forth upon the city, winds that shall bring an uprising and a fall. Watch, for that which has stood for compromise and corruption shall fall, but that which has been built and established by my hand shall remain. I want to now take you to Amanda Grace. This came out on July the 7th, 2026, so the same day as Veronica Westward, and it's called Emergency Evacuation. Will Old Pfizer Building Collapse Soon? Check this out.
Hello, everyone. Amanda Grace here. So there's a situation currently unfolding in New York City that is highly prophetic that we have to talk about. Manhattan high-rise evacuated as officials warn of potential collapse. A building that once had Pfizer offices was evacuated after authorities received reports of falling bricks. Remember that, falling bricks. A Midtown Manhattan high-rise building near Grand Central Terminal was evacuated Tuesday morning after authorities said it was at risk of collapsing. Now, falling bricks What does this have to do, this building symbolically, have to do with Mamdani, the attempted socialist takeover in New York City, chanting in the streets of a Muslim takeover in New York City, and 9/11? Let me show you right now. Isaiah chapter 9, verses 10 through 11, 9/11. The bricks have fallen, but we will rebuild with huge stone. The sycamores have been cut down, but we will replace them with expensive cedars. Therefore, verse 11, the Lord will raise against Ephraim adversaries from Rezin and spur their enemies on. This is what they're saying. Oh yeah, God, we're going to build back better the way we want. And the Lord says, well, then I'm going to raise up an adversary against you for what we see happening right now in New York City. Also, New York City is ground zero for 9/11. Now, let me read to you this word from the Lord from May 7th, 2026. New York City has opened a wormhole that shall increase to a viper pit, and a viper shall go out against the city, and a great outcry shall come out of New York City, and a woe for a decree of destruction is about to go forth, and a building with the symbolic name shall shake and lose a piece as a sign of what is to come upon the city. For as the trumpets come to blow, the city shall see turmoil, and their leaders shall be brought forth in scandal and cover up, even secretly meeting with those tied to ISIS, says the Lord. Eyeing the governorship, they shall turn on each other in a spectacle, says the Lord. And now this building is losing pieces in New York City that once held Pfizer, in the middle of what's happening with Mamdani, the socialist attempted takeover, ground zero for 9/11. It's all converging. Continue to be watchmen right now. Be in the Word of God every single day. Keep the faith.
Big word there from Amanda, obviously watching what's going on in New York. So New York in this fall, heard that from Veronica as well as Amanda. Now I want to take you to another section of Veronica's word, which was financial, economic, and governmental structures. And she said, I see religious, financial, economic, and governmental structures and long-established systems will come under divine scrutiny and inspection as the books have been opened and a great upheaval is about to take place. Heaven is revealing that the court is being seated, the books are being opened, and a time and season of divine reckoning and holy inspection has surely begun. Okay, so I want to take you to Joseph Z. Now, this was a big show he did on same day, July 7th. So these have all been July 7th, which is really interesting. Just on X alone, there was like 6,000 people that were watching the show. Highly prophetic. I encourage you to go watch the whole show that came out on July the 7th from Joseph Z. But this little section right here, he was getting a prophetic word. He went to the board and starts writing about these systems that we need to be watching. Check this out.
There's a shock coming to the political arena. There's a shock I'm going to go to the board. There's a shock coming. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus.
There's going to be information that is released over the IRS. There's going to be information that's released over the Treasury. I see things happening in these departments. I'm just going to say it this way. I see the word Rubio. We got to pray for Marco. I've seen God's hand on him since the very beginning of the year. There's a word over this man. I pray for all of them. I hear the Lord saying that he's going to begin to upset the great reset. That's coming. But Rubio, Jesus, I lift this man up. I lift up J.D. Vance. I lift up all the political leaders. I lift up Trump. We lift up all of them. But Rubio, there's a divine occasion on this man. There's a divine call on this man. There's a divine call on him. And God's going to continue to make a way. There's something about the last 3 years. Spirit of the Lord is saying to me that I have touched his heart. Over the last 3 years, I've done a work in this man, and I'm going to continue to do a work in him, and the foundation is being laid right now. I'm going to just say what I saw, okay? The foundation is being laid for an inauguration. I don't know if that means what I think it means, but I believe something's happening here. And the Lord's making a way. The Lord's making a way for Marco Rubio. Will he be president? I don't know the answer to that, but I just heard these words. The foundation is being laid for an inauguration.
Thank you, Jesus.
Maybe that's later. But I'm praying for Vance, I'm praying for all of them, but I just saw this. God's working something out right now. Jesus is Lord. He is Lord over America. He is Lord over your life.
Man, exciting things about Rubio, but you hear about the IRS, about the Treasury. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Lord. Exposure, exposure, exposure. All right, going back to the Veronica West word, now we're going to highlight Nigeria. If you remember, I brought that up. She said, watch as my gavel falls upon Nigeria. Hank Kuhneman, this was during Elijah Streams. So I played earlier the clip from Elijah Streams. This was during Elijah Streams. There was a beginning conversation that he and Steve were having, and then all of a sudden he gets this prophetic word. And again, about part of it about Nigeria, this is what he said. Therefore, I shall arise, look even to Nigeria, as there are those who have the desire and even those who worship the freedom to honor their God, yet they are being persecuted. Their blood is being spilled in the streets, yet there is a sound that has come in my ears, and therefore I will do something in Nigeria that shall shake not only the physical soil of that land, but I will remove the oppressors. So again, Veronica West, the word was, watch as my gavel falls upon Nigeria. Check this out.
And the Spirit of the Lord is saying to me right now, for this is the time, says the Lord, that men have looked to the skies. And God said, the reason I've had, even in my word, to look up so that your hearts would not fail for fear. For even at this time of the 250th year of your reign, United States, you looked up at the fireworks. But do you see what I see? Are you watching what I'm doing, says the Lord? For there is a dethroning of principalities and powers. There is a reworking of geographical maps, you could say, in the spirit realm that is realigning nations and is causing the heavens to open in a great way that shall manifest on the earth and bring victories after victories after victories. But this is not a time to enslave the people, says the Lord. For there were days in your history, even in the earth and even throughout Scripture, that the enemy came to steal, to kill, to destroy, to even bring harshness and to steal the freedoms of people. But yet I, the Lord God of liberty, freedom, truth, and justice and righteousness, I have heard, as I have throughout history, the cries of those who are oppressed, those whose freedoms have been stripped and stolen. Therefore I shall arise, look even to Nigeria, as there are those who have the desire and even those who worship the freedom to honor their God, yet they are being persecuted. Their blood is being spilled in the streets. Yet there is a sound that has come in my ears. And therefore, I will do something in Nigeria that shall shake not only the physical soil of that land, but I will remove the oppressors. I will remove the oppression. And there will be a sound of relief and joy and justice. And I will even pull the heartstrings of your president of this nation, that he will rise up and say, enough of those who are being persecuted over the risen Christ and of their faith. And when you see this happen, rejoice and know that this is not the time that the enemy can have his agenda prevail, not only in the United States, Nigeria, or the earth. For this is the time of liberty and freedom. This is a time of my justice reigning. This is a time of recovery and restoration. And you will see it throughout the schools. You'll see it throughout the land. Expressions of freedom, of liberty, of justice, and of truth. For where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And my spirit is moving, and I am countering the spirits that operate through socialism, communism, Islam, Marxism, and those who have been perverse. Watch in my reset how I will bring the manifestations of liberty and joy and freedom that shall cause men to not have their head bowed over, but it'll be the time of rejoicing, says the Spirit of the living God.
Man, so powerful. Okay, so I want to highlight another thing, wins, and the WINDS, wins. Julie Green and Veronica West both talked about it. So Julie Green, the Lord said through her, the winds of change are here, and a red tsunami, remember tsunami, red tsunami wave is coming to the United States, and it's not just for the 2026 midterms. Well, then Veronica West, in that word, said, I see 4 mighty winds blowing forth upon the nations, 4 winds from the 4 corners of the earth, winnowing winds, winds of exposure, winds of divine separation, and winds of divine realignment. Listen, what has been concealed shall be uncovered and stripped naked. What has remained hidden shall be brought into the light, and all eyes shall see. I see the 4 winds stirring the waters of the seas of the nations. Watch, for tectonic plates are shifting, waters are lifting, tsunamis shall be seen rise as foundations are shaken. I see the shaking of empires and kingdoms, shifting boundary lines and overturning of earthly thrones, and exposing the hidden rot in the root system foundations, dismantling of every structure altar built in the pride and rebellion. The 4 winds are gathering, scattering, sifting, and separating, winds that will drive the chaff from the wheat and uncover ancient covenants, exposing hidden alliances and bringing every work into the searching gaze of the Ancient of Days. Watch New York as a strange and contrary wind shall blow forth upon this city, winds that shall bring on uprising and a fall. Watch for the changing of the guard. Pray Florida, Arizona, Ohio, Colorado, and Texas as the winds of change blow forth upon these key states, winds that shall open and shut. I see the opening of a new door. I hear watch, gold rush, and oil flows as the winds of my spirit blows. I say watch, for the winds of my 7 spirits shall blow as my remnant rises to contend for the birthright and destiny of the nation. The winds of the Spirit is blowing. The books are now being opened. Judgment is being executed. And on 11th hour, July the 7th, the same day, man, lots of 7s here, same day, over and over again, 2026, Robin Bullock, during worship, starts to talk about winds. Check this out.
A new way of walking, a new way of talking. In the Spirit, in the Holy Ghost, in the Holy Ghost. In these times, in these last days and times, not the end of times, but the last times. We're in the end times, not the end of times, but the end times. And during this end times, we have to learn to move in the Spirit, walk in the Spirit. Go where the wind blows. And I'm not talking about just turning your head in any direction, but go where the Holy Ghost is blowing and moving. Move in that direction. Turn in that direction. Say that. Begin to tune in to what you hear. You know, regardless of what people think or say, there is a spirit world. And this spirit world is very real. And it's not a world to be trifled with. It's not a world to just play around with. The spirit world is a real world, and it created everything you know of in the natural. It was done by the Spirit of God. In the beginning, God said, let there be light. There was light. And it says, and the Holy Ghost moved. The Spirit of God moved over the face of the deep. And so it's in the wind, it's in the Spirit, all things were made and done. And so we have to begin to walk in that, tune into that. There are naysayers everywhere that are going to tell you that this is not real. that the Spirit of God is not real. They'll talk you out of praying in tongues. They'll talk you out of being baptized in the Holy Ghost. But these are all lies. This is lies. It's to keep you out of the upper room. Because if you can be kept out of the upper room, there'll never be 3,000 added that day, nor daily as the Spirit of God moved on people. So you have to tear down any barricades that would keep you out of that upper room. The upper room is where the Holy Ghost entered the earth and the atmosphere and broke loose with the sound of a rushing, mighty wind. The wind. This is the wind we speak of. This is the wind where prayers are carried. And the natural wind, this is why you can't determine where it comes from or where it goes. So is everyone born of the Spirit. It is because the Holy Ghost moved and fluttered over the face of the deep. It's always the Spirit of God moving. And the wind represents that. And the sound of a rushing mighty wind and cloven tongues as of fire appeared and sat down on each one of them. And they began to speak in other tongues as the Spirit gave them the utterance and what to say. And it was so miraculous that it had to be a heavenly tongue, because every known tongue was standing out there that day. But yet every man heard them speak in their own language. Didn't say each one of them was speaking a different language. It said the language of the Spirit was heard in every tongue, in every language, and they all heard it. And so that's more miraculous than everybody just speaking in a different language. Yeah. This is what happened with Jesus on the cross when he said, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. It's Aramaic. It was being spoken of, and they interpreted it in that language. But some standing there thought it was Hebrew. They thought he was calling on Elijah. They didn't know what he was doing. It was heard and it was interpreted in the ears of that hearer. And that's the way it is. The Spirit of God speaks every language and can speak in every tongue. And the tongues are assigned to the believer and to the unbeliever. Hallelujah. It's assigned to the unbeliever. Now you think about that. Hallelujah. So why don't you lift your hands right now and pray in the Holy Ghost? Come on, just lift your hands and start praying in the Holy Ghost. And those of you listening right now that are born again, that you want to pray in the Holy Ghost, then I'm going to do what the Apostle Paul did. Lay your hands now on the screen, and it'll be like putting my hands on you, and I'm just going to tell you, receive ye the Holy Ghost. And now, just start saying whatever sounds you hear. Come on, let there be a mighty revival of the Spirit come across the airwaves. Let it be heard. Let the wind blow. Let it be a sound of a rushing mighty wind coming from Finland, coming from the Ukraine, coming from Israel, coming from Russia, coming from all the nations, coming even from Istanbul in Turkey. Come on, begin to say it. Begin to speak in other tongues in all the 50 states around this nation. Do not pay any attention to fools that tell you that the Spirit of God is not real. Begin to pray in other tongues and let the wind blow. Let the wind blow. And people may say, well, how do I do that? I've never even been saved. That's your first step. You invite Jesus Christ to come into your heart and be your Lord and personal Savior. The Apostle Paul said, if you believe in your heart that God raised Jesus from the dead, and you confess with your mouth that He is your Lord, you'll be saved. So go ahead and do that. Lord Jesus, say it. Lord Jesus, I believe in my heart that God raised you from the dead, and I confess with my mouth that you are my Lord. And from this day forward, you are my Lord and Savior, my King. And begin to say that now you are a candidate to be baptized in the mighty Spirit of God. Now say, fill me with your spirit. Baptize me in your spirit with the evidence of speaking in other tongues. Jesus breathed on his men at his resurrection, and they said, receive ye the Holy Ghost. That's when they got saved. The upper room was when they got baptized. So begin to do it now, and then whatever sound you hear. Come on, let's raise it up again. Vindo cobazo restum carabrando corasarande. No more guilt, no more shame, no more. You step out into your future, into your destiny, into your tomorrow. Let the wind blow. Let it blow from the ends of the earth to the other ends of the earth. Let it blow from the north, the south, the east, and the west. Let the four winds blow. Hilakorishe roprande canzele varata hele. Bito korasarande. The wind scares witches. The wind scares witches because they just hold their ears and scream when the wind blows, because they have no way of tapping into that. And you can hear tomorrow in the Holy Ghost. Scripture says that the Spirit of God in you will teach you all things and will show you things to come. Hallelujah. So the future is in your heart. The Scripture also says that eternity is in your heart. Think about that. So when a person, you've heard of a person right before someone will die, they said, when they came right close to death, they said, my whole life passed before me. Well, your whole life is your past, your present, and your future. Think about that. And so your whole life is bound up in the wind and in the Spirit of God, and your whole life can be shown to you what He intended it to be, what it is, and what your destiny shall be. So Satan plays on that. He makes you regret what was, makes you dread what is. Hallelujah, and fear what is to come. Hallelujah, or hate what is and dread and fear what is to come. Hallelujah. So what you need to do now is lift your hands up and say, I will flow with the mighty Holy Ghost. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We have a new way of walking, a new way of talking in the Holy Ghost. Praise God.
Now let's blow our shofars together. If you have a shofar, grab it. The shofar, it is a weapon. It is a spiritual weapon. We see it. We heard about Gideon today. We see it with the story of Gideon. We see it when they went around the walls of Jericho. They went around, they blew their shofars, they yelled, and the walls came tumbling down. I believe that as we are blowing our shofars, that the angels are going in, shredding the platforms of the enemy, and that we are using those as ramps to go in and take our victory. So on the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars, we're going to yell, and then we're going to send out the angels to make toast of our enemies. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Make sure you jump on with Ginger at 3 p.m. and we'll see you back here next week.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America. Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to get to today, Jay. It's amazing, how many things are going on, but there's something that's bothering me. I mean, how England and the UK, not just England, but the UK in general, has issues, with especially with migrants. First, actually, before we get to that, I want to show everybody our top stories for the day. We've got Hillary Clinton here. FBI emails actually allege that Hillary Clinton, I guess, hired Robert Mueller to facilitate the murder of Seth Rich. That's what these emails in the FBI files are alleging. And then we also have Bill Gates. We caught him choking his chicken. All right? Bill Gates choked his chicken, and we caught it. And if you guys are not familiar with that reference, choking your chicken, he choked it.
I think they are. I think most people are.
Well, he choked his chicken, and we got it on film. All right.
Man. Well, Jack, talk about chickens. We could talk about it later, but I don't know if you saw the story that just came out of Indiana.
What's that? Well, hold on. Let me get to the sponsor real quick.
We'll talk about it later.
All right. MaxAssociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to MaxAssociates.etsy.com. You will not regret it. I'm telling you, they have some of the most amazing things that you could see. I mean, they've got all the best clothing and phone cases and shirts and just everything. I'm going to share this with you real quick, actually. I want you guys to see this. Let me remove this out of the way real quick. Let's remove that and let's bring this up. All right, so check this out. This is the website, and look at all the great stuff. Look at the shirts, okay? $23.99. Capitalism over socialism. I love that. Another capitalism over socialism. Freedom, right here. Look at this white shirt right here. Freedom over communism. That's a wonderful shirt, and it's $23.99. You get 20% off of that, and then free shipping anywhere in the United States. Check out this shirt right here.
Less than $20, Jack. Jack, less than $20 for that shirt.
And that includes shipping. That includes shipping.
Crazy.
Yeah. This shirt right here is pretty cool. Look, if this flag offends you, then leave the country. I like that. That's cool. Look, here's the guys version. The dark blue right here. I love that. Proud American. I mean, and this is just one page of, they've got probably hundreds of items. So go check out MaxAssociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. All right, Jay. So the first thing I want to talk to you about, there is an official baby list that just came out. It's for last year, okay? I want you to tell me, and this is just a guessing game, what is the #1 name for babies in England and Wales for the 3rd consecutive year last year?
Muhammad.
Muhammad is correct. The #1 name in England and Wales, by the way, England and Wales, the #1 name for babies is Muhammad. And do you want to know why that's the #1 name? It is because it's not because England and Wales suddenly, they all converted to Muslim. No, it's because Muslims each have 20 children. So they're going to take over your country, England. And in fact, they already have. That's why that's the #1 baby name. So they're going to take over your country, Wales. It's coming to America too. So, I mean, just so you know, there's a lot of Muhammads out there, and there's going to be a lot of Muhammads in the next few generations, Jay.
I'm on my kids. I did not know the answer. I took a guess just based on logic and what I've seen.
There you go.
Based on 2 + 2 is 4.
I mean, yeah. And it's sad that that's what it's come to. Okay, England. The #1 name is Muhammad. That's what it's come to in England. If that doesn't make you fight for your country, fight for your culture, then what good was your culture? If you ain't willing to fight for it, if you're just going to let them take it over, I mean, the politicians that you voted to represent you are not representing you. They're representing them, okay? You need to fight the Muslims, but #1, you need to fight the politicians. And it's going to come to a point where you need to physically fight, because obviously, like we've said many times, you can't vote your way out of communism. You can vote your way in, but you can't vote your way out. America is this close to voting their way into communism. That's what these people that are representing socialism, that's their goal. The goal of socialism is communism. That Vladimir Lenin said that a long time ago. The goal of socialism is communism. We are voting in all these socialist people. Once they get enough, once it's a majority, they will switch to their communist ideals, okay? And that's happening here in America. And we're not fighting back. We're not fighting back any more than England is fighting back their politicians over the Muslims. Jay, everyone that we hire to represent us, they don't represent us.
Well, I'm going to disagree with one thing. One person we hired and elected, I should say elected, is trying to fight for us.
Well, one person is one person. I don't care.
But Jack, that person has closed our border and given us a chance.
It's one person, man.
But he's given us a chance. And I agree with you on everything else you said. Well, we employ people that don't. We talked about it yesterday.
They don't represent us, man.
Well, we talked about why John Thune doesn't want to pass the Save America Act.
Yeah, we found out.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
Right? So, right, one person, thank God the president actually has a lot of control over immigration, and he doesn't need Congress to do things while he's in office. But the problem is we need things codified into office, into law by Congress.
But see, that's the
things
problem
that he's doing. That's the problem. But at least we have that, Jack. England
we have
has
it
nobody.
for now. We
England
have it
has
for
no
now.
one. And my point
We
is
have
that
it for now, Jay. It's not permanent.
But England has nobody right now.
No,
zero.
No, they don't. No, they don't. It's mostly because they're in the European Union. Whoever is in the European Union, huge mistake. Huge mistake. The European Union is the biggest racist, socialist, communist. It's the Soviet Union. The European Union is the new Soviet Union.
It's all about globalism.
It's all about it.
That's all about. That's it.
And the globalist cabal is taking over, and that's what's happening. The globalist cabal is taking over.
We're one bad presidential election away from being done.
In America, definitely. In America, definitely.
That's simple.
One bad, just one.
What's it? It's 2028. 26 is obviously very important, but presidential election 28. We're one bad presidential election away from being done. It's that simple.
One stolen presidential election away.
Of course. Look with Joe Biden. I mean, they tried to. We would have been finished.
Oh yeah,
we would have been finished if
Kamala
Harris, we're done. We're finished.
Oh my God,
finished.
Oh God. All right, I'm trying to. I wanted to find this thing that I saw that the European Union is doing now. I wanted to find it because it is mind-blowing, the shit that they are doing for anti-European culture. I mean, they are the European Union, and they are actively trying to destroy European culture. They want, and Jay, I've said this many times, these places, these unions, they want, including American politicians and politicians all around the world, they want a one world government. It's just like the Bible says, honestly. They want a one world government. They want it to where nobody has a culture. And how do you do that? You bring the third world everywhere, Jay. If every country is the third world, there's nothing but chaos. In chaos, the powers that be can do whatever they want. Okay? They can declare national emergencies. They can let it go. They can steal money. Doesn't matter because it's all chaos. So if they can do that, get it to that point where there is no culture. There's no more European culture. There's no New Zealand, no Australia. There's no United States, no Canada. There's no Zimbabwe. There's nothing. All it is one big world. And if that ends up being the case, there's no borders, obviously. And it's also a point where they can control you no matter where you go. And that is the ultimate goal, is that you have nowhere else to go. That's the goal.
That's the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
That's the Hunger Games. It's city-states. It's elites and everybody else.
It's exactly what they want. It's what they want.
I agree.
And because they're the powers. And you got to see, if you're the power, that's going to be something you want, because you want, what does power want more than anything, Jay? It wants more power.
Yeah, more power.
And what gives you more power than being in control of the entire world? Because each one of these politicians can only be in control of their country. But what if They made it to where there are no cultures, there are no countries, there are no borders. And now you have an actual cabal head of each individual region or whatever it is, and they actually control the entire world. That is the ultimate goal of someone that has power. They want absolute power.
And we have plenty of useful idiots handing it to them as we speak.
That's the problem. They're all useful idiots, and they're all handing it to them. They all are handing it to them. And there's nothing. There's less of us than there are of them. That's the problem. And even if there are, Jay, even if there are more of us, we're not doing anything about it.
This is Jack. It's a broken record. If we actually turn out, we win these elections, even if they try to steal it. They tried to steal 2024. Of course they did. They tried to do the same thing they did in 2020, but we turned out in bigger numbers, and we also tightened up a little bit. But they tried to steal it. They always are going to try and steal. But if we turn out, we win. I think there are more of us still. Not for long if we keep this crap up. But
no.
Right
There's
now,
not more of us already, because the Muslims, there's probably more Muslims than any race or person on earth right now.
Oh, I'm just talking about people trying to hand it to them in our country.
Oh, yeah, no. There's more
in
of
our
them.
Country.
There's a lot more people that are not as smart than there are that are smart. A lot more people that have no common sense than have common sense. There's a lot more of them than there is of us. But we're stronger and we're smarter. The thing is, we're also cautious, and we don't just fight.
Well, first, you don't all just fight. Well, we actually have like jobs, families, kids, people have, a lot of these people, this is all they have. It's like the government, this is their God. This is their God. This is their moral compass, whatever, if they have any whatsoever, is that. It's hatred. It's if you're not all in with what I believe, you're useless. You're nothing. You got to be gone. You're disposed of. And they're the useful idiots putting these people in power. Look around you.
It's funny you brought this up, that they don't have anything, that this is their God. I was thinking about this on the drive home from work earlier, Jay. When I was a kid in the 90s, every show that you would watch on television had a wholesome family with a good dad and a good mom, and it taught you, whether you only had one parent or you had both parents, what you watched there taught you how to be a good citizen, a good adult, a good person. I'm talking Philip and Vivian Bank. I'm talking Amy and Alan Matthews, Jill and Tim Taylor. You know what I mean? All these people that are part of this. I'm talking, Carl and Harriet Winslow. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know any of these people, but I'm talking about, these are the wholesome shows that played back in the 90s. So the propaganda back then was the nuclear family. It was to stick together. It was to be a good person. It was to have lessons at the end of every show. Boy Meets World, one of the greatest shows ever. It was wholesome family entertainment, and that's why we grew up the way we did. Now, Jay, flip the switch to the 2000s, it's nothing but, have you seen the shit that's on TV now?
Not really, but I can imagine what it is. I know what it is. I know it's the culture. It's just,
the propaganda.
Well, the propaganda now is, even, I think it even started in a lot of it in the 90s.
It may have, but the wholesome family entertainment was just too much for it.
But think about the show Sex in the City. It told women, you don't need to get married. You don't want to have kids. You want to have a career.
Older women. I'm talking about people that were growing up in the 90s.
No, but that show influenced younger women, is what it did. That show
when I say growing up, I'm talking about probably, I would say 5 to 15. You know what I mean?
That, forget it. There's no more Brady Bunch. There's no more of those shows, Family Matters and everything else. Leave It to Beaver, Family, and then
those were the
70s,
shows.
The 80s. Those shows.
Even if you only had one parent, Jay, that helped you learn how to grow up.
The Wonder Years, those shows, right? Stuff like that. No, those
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Step by Step, Home Improvement, Boy Meets World, all of them.
Even Roseanne. Any of them.
Roseanne,
Family Ties. You could name a million of them.
They had two parents. Roseanne had two parents. Every single one of these shows had two parents in the household.
You can name a million of them. And then it turned into reality TV. And reality TV with jazz. Remember the jazz?
The Real
jazz
World and Road Rules.
Well, Jazz was the first transgender kid, right? That was.
I have no idea who that is.
That was the first transgender kid. I forget what network ran it. It was one of the cable networks.
Really?
And I remember listening to Andrew Wilkow, and Andrew Wilkow, this is over 10 years ago. And he said over 10 years ago, he said, I'm watching this show. I've seen this show with this kid, Jazz, and I think he's transitioning from like a boy to a girl. And what he said was, mark my words, and this was over 10 years ago. He said, mark my words, it's going to come to the point where this Jazz as a girl, but it's really a guy. If you're a straight guy and you don't want to date Jazz, you're going to be the bigot. Look where we are. He was absolutely right.
He was right.
He
was right. But see, that's why, I was thinking about that on the way home, because people from the 90s that are now, in my age, in their mid to late 30s or even, early 30s, they're not insane like the people now. If you are 30 or younger, you've got a fucked up head most of the time because of all the propaganda shit out there. But I mean, if you go back to the 70s, 80s, 90s, all the propaganda, including all the shows that kids watched growing up. I mean, I remember TGIF in the 90s. Thank goodness it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Had the whole wholesome family lineup, ending with Boy Meets World at the end of the night. All of that stuff, even if you only had one parent in the household, even if you had no parents and you were a foster kid, you could learn how to grow up and be a citizen. But now,
even the Dukes of Hazzard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they didn't have their parents, but they have their uncle, and it was a family unit.
Exactly.
Regardless, it was a family unit, and yeah, it was like a fun show, but it had a lot of wholesome things to it, of, like you said, like family, like work, hard work, working on a farm, stuff like that. Even though they were crazy and they were always running from the cops, whatever, right? Roscoe, but it was always a wholesome kind of fun.
Yes,
it was
exactly.
never like an angry or a vicious kind of thing, and it was always kind of, even at the end, there would be like a lesson learned.
Exactly. And that's what I love about the shows like The Boy Meets World, because they teach you a lesson at the end of the show. I mean, they don't come out and say it, right? But you learn it. You can feel it,
Correct.
Oh, man. Those shows back in the day, dude.
Back when I was young, Jack, like that, like real young, I was watching the Dukes of Hazzard and the Incredible Hulk. Where like one, and the Incredible Hulk was also another show. Yeah, Uncle Jesse, right? But the Incredible Hulk also always had some kind of moral lesson, like in there somewhere.
Yeah, Full House. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, the Incredible Hulk also had lessons. I mean, I used to watch Power Rangers. Also had the same kind of thing. Saved by the Bell. Great. I love that show when I was a kid. Same thing. They always had lessons in their shows. They tried to teach you how to be a person, how to be a real person. Now it's like they teach you the opposite.
Oh yeah, teach you how to be all about yourself.
Yeah, destructive, narcissist that just cares about nothing.
Nothing
Nihilists.
except yourself.
They're a nihilist.
Do whatever you can or whatever you need to do to benefit you, and you're fine. And you know what? You're right for doing it. No, you're not right for always doing that. You should, of course, always try to better yourself, but it shouldn't be at the expense of other people, and stepping on them and all that other crap. That's it. And listen, that's the real world. Does that happen? Of course, it always has. It always will. But this is kind of what's drilled into people now. It's just you and don't worry about anybody else. Them be damned, as long as you're happy. No, that's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. Of course,
I gotta say, Jay,
but
Hickser's got a point though. He said his mom always said, "How come the Hulk's shirt ripped but not his pants?" I gotta say, what's up with that?
Well, that was always a good question.
Yeah, what is up with that?
It's one of those questions as little kids I didn't ask. It was just so cool.
You don't think about it as a kid.
It was just so cool watching him like rip his shirt off, and it would just bust open. Lou Ferrigno. I mean, God,
Lou Ferrigno was the original. He was the Hulk. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it was him and Arnold, man. Those were the two dudes back in the day, but Arnold was the man, to be honest.
But Raina's right. The good days are gone. I mean, we're not going to have the 80s and 90s again, okay? The 90s was the last great decade, okay? Yeah. Once it switched over to the millennium, it's like the whole world flipped, like a switch flipped.
Yeah, the 70s too. I was watching, like I said, the Brady Bunch, Little House on the Prairie.
50s and 60s had great shows too.
Yeah, Leave It to Beaver, and
not the crazy propaganda you see now.
Exactly. It's just different. It's different. I don't think we ever go back unless something drastic happens.
It would have to be drastic.
Think about the black community. When things really started to go south for the black community is when the nuclear family in the black community dissipated. And that was due to the welfare
and that
state.
happened with the Civil Rights Act, believe it or not.
Exactly.
Believe it or not.
Yeah.
They were before welfare came along, before money for welfare came along, black people, I think like 70% of black kids live in a home with married parents.
Nuclear family. That's correct.
And after the Civil Rights Act, every man just left. You could go get welfare on his own, left the kids and everything. It was terrible. And that's why the 90s, Jay, I said they tried to bring that back. Like I said, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Family Matters. They tried to bring back the nuclear black families, but it's gone, man. It's gone.
Yeah, the only way you get rid of it is to really rip off some Band-Aids, and nobody's got the stomach to do it.
No, you've got to rip them off. But yeah, nobody's got the stomach to do that. But yeah, Andy Griffith, that's another good one. Yeah, we could go on and on about the shows. I mean, the shows from pre-2000, incredible stuff.
Oh,
all right. So,
somebody just said I have to, before I move on, All in the Family. I mean, with Archie Bunker.
Yeah.
that show, I mean, the stuff that they said on that show.
Oh yeah, I mean,
you couldn't even imagine people saying it today. They would have their heads would explode.
Mm-hmm.
I watch like reaction channels on YouTube, and somebody watches an episode.
Why
of
do
All in the
people
Family.
do that? Why do people watch somebody watching something?
I'll tell you why. Because a lot of, if it's a movie or say it's a song, people react to songs because you almost want to. You're watching somebody watch it for the first time, and through them, you're kind of like, oh, I'm watching it.
How do you know they're watching it for the first time?
You kind of take their word for it. Sometimes you can tell. Listen, there are some times when people told me they never heard the song "Piano Man" by Billy Joel, and I'm like, what?
Oh, come on,
How's
everybody.
it possible?
You would have heard that even at a grocery store in an elevator. You're going to hear it somewhere.
Some of them I don't believe, but some of them, most of them I do. Like in movies, even like Jack, people like they're younger than us. Obviously, they're in probably their early 20s or maybe even late 20s. They haven't seen a lot of the movies that we grew up with. So watching them watch it, I get a kick out of it. That's me, and a lot of people do because a lot of those channels are very. They're very successful. Those channels.
They are. I don't get that. I mean, you can just. I don't get it. I don't get it. But okay.
I think that's why.
But Hickser is right. Unfortunately, to do what we need to do, we have to be racist.
But it's not being racist.
Oh no. It's what they would call racist.
Right.
You know, I mean, stopping Muslims from coming to America. I'm sorry. Removing Muslims, okay? Removing welfare from black families, not just black families, but everybody. But it's going to proportionally affect black families more because they're on welfare more. So removing welfare. I mean, forcing these people to have to work. If you're on food stamps, you have to find a job. Okay? If you're doing this, you have to find a job. If you want welfare, you could find a job. You get 2 months of welfare. You don't have a job by then, you're done. There's got to be parameters, not just lifetime welfare shit.
I've been saying it for a while. Americans don't want to do those jobs. They don't want to go. I don't care if they want to do the job or not. Here's
They're not
the deal.
being forced to do them. That's the problem.
Well, that's what I've been saying for a while, though. Here's the deal. You live in Chicago. You've been on welfare for how long? You're able-bodied and able-minded. You have 6 months. We'll even transport you and provide you with housing for the first 6 months, but you're going down to Texas to pick berries. You don't like it? Good. Your welfare ends in 6 months.
There you go.
That's it.
Those are the Band-Aids we need to rip.
That's it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you have to do.
I will say that Donald Trump has started that, and I'm going to tell you why. HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, that handles all the public housing in America, that gives out the vouchers and the money and that stuff for these housing, they put in a work requirement now where if you're going to live in a public housing facility, you have to have a job. Okay, you can go in there and you have to find a job. If you don't find a job, you got to be out. They also put in a requirement where if you're able-bodied and single, you can only live in public housing for 2 years. After 2 years, you're gone.
2 years.
I love that.
I know, but it still to me is too long. But I get it. I'm glad they're doing it. But 2 freaking years.
That gives them plenty of time to find stable job and housing. By the way, I loved Married with Children. The reason I didn't bring it up is because even though they were a nuclear family, they weren't the best role models.
They were funny though, man. But you know what? They stayed together through thick and thin. I'll say that.
Through very thin. Yeah, through thin. I don't
that
remember
is a
the
great
thick,
show.
But
Al Bundy is a legend. Polk High.
Oh,
I
the
think
best.
He's a legend.
I love Ed O'Neill. Are you kidding me? Ever since I watched him with Married with Children, I tried to watch him on anything I could find, like Little Giants. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, Little Giants, with him and Rick Moranis. I mean, you know, love it.
Ages ago.
Love that stuff. All right, Jay.
Well, yeah.
The reason I brought all this up and we got into whole discussion is because it started with the European Union. Well, Jay, the European Union has just advanced chat control 1.0. Do you know what that means? It means that they are allowing mass scanning of all private communications through 2028. They are allowed to scan every private communication in the entire European Union for every country, texts, instant messages, whatever you got that you text, that is a text, whether it's on a computer, phone, whatever, they are allowed to scan it. Now,
Really?
at least till 2028. And let me tell you, Jay, these kind of things, it's not going to be till 2028. It's going to end up being permanent.
This is in Europe, and this is going on now.
The entire European Union. Type in, go to Grok real quick. I want you to type in chat control 1.0.
Okay.
We're going to look this up right now. I want everybody to see this shit. I want everybody to hear what he has to say. We're going to hear what chat control is really about.
All right, let's see.
It's actually been
Chat
implemented.
control.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says officially regulation EU 2021, 20, whatever, is a temporary EU derogation from the e-privacy directive. It permits but does not require online service providers to voluntarily scan users' private communications, such as emails, chats, and messages, for known child sex abuse material without needing prior suspicion or a court order for individual
no
users.
suspicion, no court order, Jay.
So that means everybody to me.
Everybody. And not just that, Jay. They say it's for child sex abuse material, but guess what? It's going to eventually expand the scope.
Yeah, yeah, you give them an inch, they're going to try to take
Mission
50
creep.
miles.
We talked about this.
Right, mission creep. It says this key scope. It applies mainly to unencrypted services: Gmail, Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, Skype, Snapchat, iCloud, Mail. It does not break end-to-end encryption. That's a core issue with the proposed Chat Control 2.0.
Jesus Christ.
Voluntary providers choose whether to scan.
For now.
Yeah.
For now. But Jay, they're voluntary, but the EU, anybody in the EU can say, look, I need you to scan this, and they will do it.
Well, listen to this, Jack. It says the providers choose whether to scan. In practice, major U.S. tech companies have used it.
Yeah, in Europe, but not in America.
Oh,
In
okay.
Europe,
I was
yeah.
like, what?
No, they've used it in
All right.
Europe. See, they say they use it to gather data, but they can use it for anything. They can use it to anything they want.
Well, it says right here are the criticisms, obvious, raises privacy concerns, risks false positives, enables mass scanning of innocent users' data. Yeah, a step towards border surveillance. Hello, obviously. Yeah.
What is going on in Europe, man? I mean, why are they allowing all of this shit and the migrants? It's not just the migrants, it's the migrants and all this shit.
It could mandate scanning.
Yeah.
You
But
hearing that?
I just don't understand it, man. I don't understand this. Why?
Why?
Why are the people of, not just the people, why are the European Parliament, why is European Union doing this to their people?
Well, we talked about it. This is part of control to me.
Yeah, they want global control. I know they want global, but still, how can you do that to your own country, to your own people? Because it's not just doing it to them. You're doing it to yourself. You're doing it to your mom. You're doing it to your kids. You're doing it to your wife. All of those things can be scanned. It's not just the other people. It's everybody.
It's crazy.
Who can live in Europe?
It says the 2.0 could mandate scanning, including for unknown material via AI, text analysis, and potentially client-side scanning on encrypted apps, raising big encryption concerns.
Yep. I told you, it's just going to get bigger and bigger, Jay. They're just going to expand the scope to eventually be able to scan everything for any reason, Jay. That Europe right now is the ultimate socialist nation right now, the ultimate socialist union. It is the Soviet Union, Jay. It's literally the Soviet Union with a different name.
And guess what? If Democrats win, because right now we have the Constitution to protect us from that thing from ever happening. Right now. Right now. If the Democrats win and they pack the Supreme Court, I guarantee you that crap you just heard will be allowed in this country.
Oh yeah,
I guarantee
they'll do away with. I mean, even if there is the Constitution, the only person that can enforce it is the Supreme Court. So if the Supreme Court says this is allowed, it's allowed.
Look what they did with the Second Amendment, even with this Supreme Court. 9
My
people.
God,
They've
man.
eaten away at it. How many ways? How many ways have they eaten at the Second Amendment?
But
They'll
Jay,
do that to the First Amendment.
How much are we going to take until we physically fight back?
I don't know. I don't know. I hope we never have to find out. But
Well, are we going to wait until we can't fight back? Are we going to wait until when we wake up one day, we're not allowed to say anything, we're not allowed to hear anything, we're not allowed to see anything, and we're not allowed to touch anything?
Here's where I thought it would go sideways. I've always thought that the breaking point will be when they are going door to door to try and take your guns away.
I don't even know if Jay, people in America are so comfortable with they don't want to risk comfortability for freedom. They will give up freedom for comfortability, Jay. They don't want to risk what they have. They don't want to risk their job. They know they'll be fired. They don't want to risk going to jail. They don't want to risk their family. They don't want to risk their house. They don't want to risk their car. These people will take whatever is thrown at them, Jay. And that's the bad part.
Some people will, but I think of a lot of people in that. I think that would be the last straw for a lot of people.
Well, I'm talking the majority will. There's going to be factions, that'll get together and try to fight back. But the majority of people will take whatever is thrown at them because they will not risk comfortability for freedom.
Here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping what's going on right now with the Democrats, and you're seeing it in Maine with Plattner. And all over the country, this guy in Michigan that's running is even worse than Plattner. He's a complete Islamist.
But the socialists are all winning.
But what I'm hoping is fine. Let them win their primaries. Not let them, but if they win their primaries. But what I'm hoping is that even people that were in the middle, and Donald Trump's not going to run again. He's not going to be president again. He's going to not be on a ballot for the first time in 10 years, right? What I'm hoping is that people who are kind of in the middle, who always stay in the middle, who go either way, whatever, or people that just vote Republican because they just hate Donald Trump. But I'm hoping those people I think they will see that this is just a bridge too far and they just can't do it. And they're either going to sit home or they're actually just going to vote Republican because these people are crazy and they got to realize, and with shows like this and just show, they have to hear that what we're talking about, what you're seeing in Europe, it will happen here if these people take control.
Absolutely. And Jay,
it's not hyperbole.
Raina brought something up that I want to bring up. Okay. Remember all those videos of millions of military age males crossing the border in America? Yeah. Just military age males, not women, not children, not old men, not young men, just military age males, probably 18 to 25, millions of them. Do you know why that specific demographic was brought over here? It was to quell any civil war that happens. What they were going to do and what they still will do if it happens, if Democrats win the midterms or 2028 presidency or whatever it is, what they will do if there is a civil war, okay, they are going to offer these millions of military age males citizenship to help quell the rebellion. That's it. Those are reinforcements that they brought in, Jay. There is literally no other reason to bring in millions of military age males into America when they all hate America and would gladly kill Americans.
I mean, where the hell are these people? Are they in these places like Michigan? Or
I have no idea, man.
Embedded in some of these places in Texas? Or
spread out everywhere.
Where are they? These are the ones, worst of the worst. The military age men, maybe that would be something for DHS to focus on. Who are the military age men that came into the country?
Millions.
Under Biden?
I'm going to find you videos.
Yeah, and go after them first. I don't care if they haven't gotten a parking ticket since they've come in here illegally. They need to get out because I'm concerned about something like you just said, and we always have been.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want. They want it because it will help squash all of them. It'll help, kill the rebellion. That's what they are hoping for. Because they're going to offer them citizenship to help squash any kind of rebellion. I mean, imagine having an extra 5 million soldiers that A, want their citizenship, and B, are rabid America haters. They will do whatever it takes. And then you also have millions of Muslims that will strap on suicide bombs if you want them to. Jay, that is the reason this is happening.
Well, I can't say that you're wrong. I don't. We're speculating here, but it makes sense. The logic train flows. It stays on the track. You know, why did this happen? Why did they want this? Why would you possibly allow this into your country? Look at Europe
scary.
again, look at Europe. Okay, look at it. The number one name is Muhammad. We see people getting their heads chopped off in the middle of the street. We see a lot of things there. We see the cops that are there, making sure that Muslims can do whatever they want and anybody else gets reprimanded or arrested. We see
Let me
people
show you
getting
this.
arrested for social media posts. I mean, it's crazy.
Jay, remember during Biden's administration where they were actually opening the gate to allow people in?
Yeah.
I have a video that shows 10,000 military age males all coming in together on train cars. Train cars. Take a look at this.
Where is this?
This is the border city of Juarez, atop train cars. It's when they cross the border in train. Every single one of these.
I see a couple of women, but not many.
Yeah, rarely.
Every last one of them rounded up. Every last one of them.
Where are we going to find them, man? They have no documentation, no location, no fingerprints, no facial recognition. I mean,
this is why I say Joe Biden, Alejandro Mayorkas, and Kamala Harris should be put in prison for violating the Constitution, Article 4, Section 4.
absolutely. Here's another
That's
one.
it.
Look, this is a boat. I'm muting that. But look,
Where the hell is this boat come from?
I don't know, but it's coming to America. This is one of the ones that came to America. All of them military age males. And this doesn't happen by chance, Jay. You don't get nothing but military age males on a boat by chance.
I mean, who's paying for this boat?
George Soros paid the majority of it.
Where does it
Not
say
just
that boat's
that, but a
going?
lot of
Does
them.
it say?
Huh?
Does it say where that boat was going?
Hang on, let me go back. Let me see. Nope. Just says no, doesn't say. But there's a lot more than that. I mean, there was military age males all over coming in. When I say at least 5 million, there is at least 5 million military age illegal males that came into America.
I believe that 100%. I totally believe that.
And if you have 5 million people, Jay, extra people that will fight for citizenship and have no qualms about killing an American citizen.
Yeah, you've imported your own damn army. Yeah, there you go. Obama's army. Yeah, thank
There
you.
you go.
Decon. Yeah.
All you have to do is say citizenship. They'll do whatever the hell you want.
Yep. Or not even. No, it's just here. Here's a place to live.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is what it is, but that's part of the plan. I always thought that was part of the plan. If there's ever a civil war, they will call upon those people to help quash it.
Yeah. I just don't get it how people just don't see that. And while it was happening, they just weren't concerned about any of it. No one was concerned about the border just being overrun for 4 years.
Yeah. 10,000 military age males on train cars crossing the border. That means that they're not stopped, they're not ID'd, they're not searched, they're not there's no background checks, there's nothing. 10,000 just on that one train car, one train with cars in it. 10,000 military age males, just that one train car area for 5 minutes. Imagine that for 4 years.
It's third world country crap. That's what it looks like.
And it's not just America. In fact, it's even worse in Europe because Europe is connected to all these shitty countries.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They don't have to even cross water. Nothing.
Nope.
Don't have to do anything. They don't have to make like this arduous journey through Mexico. Did you hear today with the Mexican president, Jack? You heard about the ICE shooting that happened?
You mean the Jewish female president of Mexico?
Yeah, that one.
What the fuck? Jewish female president? You really think they voted for a Jewish female?
I never understood it. I think with the last name Scheinbaum in Mexico, you might not have a chance, but I guess.
Hey,
Hey,
you're
listen.
a female, Jay. In Mexico, it's a male. What do you call it? A male culture, a male-dominated culture. She is a Jewish female.
Well, listen, we elected somebody with the last name Obama and the first name Barack. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but
twice.
that was because he actually had, skills that we thought.
Well, not me. I didn't think anything. I thought he had skills, but I didn't like his skills.
Yeah.
Let me,
What
Jack,
were you gonna say?
let me look real quick about this. What she said today, though, is Jack, that she wants to sue the United States over this, over this guy getting shot. You believe this?
I do believe it. She's an
The
idiot.
top diplomat, and she's been saying it too, the top diplomat from Mexico wants to sue the United States because this Mexican illegal alien who's been in this country for 35 years, 35 years illegally.
Yeah, I saw your video. Yeah.
Right? And now she wants to sue the United States. How about what it just, I think, Jack, I think she's right. I think it's dangerous for Mexican illegal aliens to be in this country. I think Mexico should send planes and buses and whatever else they need to get all of them the hell out of here.
Absolutely. If they're in danger here, we should get them back to you
immediately. And then the United States, we should sue Mexico for all of the crime and all of the billions of dollars that we've spent on your citizens.
Jay,
and maybe worry about your drug cartels too. How about that?
Well, we've done a great job stop. But Jay, I think that we should let her win the lawsuit. If she wins the lawsuit, we'll be like, all right, see, they think it's dangerous here, so we got to send everybody back.
Send them back. You're right. You win. You're right. They all got to go back. It's dangerous here. Very dangerous for Mexicans here, especially with those big bad ICE officers looking to deport them. I think you should take them out yourself so they don't get hurt again trying to run over an ICE officer. I think it's a great idea. Actually.
Absolutely. All right, Jay, since we've only got about 15 minutes left, let's talk about the two top stories, okay?
Go ahead. Right. Let's hear it.
So the first one, Jay, is the Hillary Clinton emails. Okay, this is incredible. Okay, this is from the FBI files on Seth Rich that just came out recently, okay? Check this out. This is the FBI files on Seth Rich. All right, and apparently these emails that were in the FBI files all point to Hillary Clinton. Now, we don't know who these emails were sent from. We don't know if they were sent from tips or if they were internal FBI emails. We don't know. All we know is that they were in the FBI files. The newly released FBI records included emails alleging that Hillary Clinton hired Robert Mueller to arrange the assassination of Seth Rich. That is what these emails say. I could try to read them, but okay, it says, let's see. Who knows better hitman than Robert Mueller? It's Seth Rich murder has access to plenty of hitmen who owe him and ready cash. It's hard to read because it's small print on the computer screen. But yeah, basically it's saying that Hillary Clinton hired Robert Mueller to arrange the murder of Seth Rich. And Jay, that makes sense. He was possibly the leaker to Julian Assange, the leaker of Hillary Clinton's very private emails.
The whole Robert Mueller thing, it drives me absolutely crazy.
Did you see our thumbnail?
I didn't even see our thumbnail. Put it up.
I don't have it, but you should take a look. Actually, you know what? Wait a minute. Don't look at it. Give me a second. I'm going to pull it up. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, what I was saying, the whole Robert Mueller thing, the whole Robert Mueller report was fake from the beginning because it was based on a completely fake Steele dossier and a fake Russia collusion hoax. And then why should I believe anything in that Robert Mueller report that says anything about Seth Rich, anything about President Trump, anything about anything?
Well, this wasn't in the Mueller report.
Garbage. But didn't did they mention Seth Rich in the Robert Mueller report at all? Did they mention Hillary? They
that
mentioned
I don't
Hillary
know.
Clinton.
But these emails are not from the Mueller report.
No,
these
they're from
emails
the FBI.
Came from the burn bags. Yeah.
Yeah, from the FBI, right? So
yeah.
And the thing with these, and I got a suggestion for the FBI. Okay, if we don't know where these emails come from because they're redacted, the from is redacted. So if you guys go to Grok and you type in, are these emails? All right, I'm looking at the thumbnail now. Let me hold that thought. Let me just write that down. Grok and emails. Go ahead. Let me look at the thumbnail now. What do we got?
Okay, so you can see you're standing next to Hillary Clinton, who's in an orange jumpsuit and arrested. And we're at Robert Mueller's grave. And you're saying, Jack, he's dead. And I said, I don't care. This son of a bitch will pay. I was going to dig him up.
You're going to exhume Robert Mueller?
Oh yeah, I was
Oh,
exhuming
God.
him, and then he was going to share a cell with Hillary Clinton.
Oh, I thought she was going to. No, I have a better idea. Make her dig the grave up. I don't want to work.
No, she's in handcuffs. They're never coming off. They're never coming off.
She could use her teeth. She could eat the dirt with her mouth.
Well,
But
Jay,
no,
these emails allege, and I gotta believe Robert Mueller arranged the hit on Seth Rich because he did know a lot of hitmen. He was in that world.
well, he was an FBI director, was he not?
Yeah. And Hillary Clinton, one of the dirtiest, most evil people on earth. You can look at these emails and think, you know what? That's probably true.
Listen, what we were talking about this today. If you go to Grok and you say, are these emails real? They're real emails. They'll tell you it's real. Then they'll tell you that these are just tips, anonymous tips that were sent into the FBI. That
But they don't know that. I asked Grok. They said there's no way to tell where they came from.
They can't. Here's my suggestion to the FBI. When you get an email in your anonymous tip lines, it should instantly be watermarked and timestamped in the middle of the watermark that this is a tip, anonymous tip, or a tip from a public, from just the public. That way people know. That way it's not like, because we're questioning, say, are these emails back and forth between FBI agents?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't
We
know.
don't know.
You know,
But
so
these were the ones that were released, Jay. They made sure that these were important enough that they kept them in the files. These ones were kept together. So, and they're all about Robert Mueller, Hillary Clinton, and Seth Rich. They were put together, which means they were important to this record.
Well, here's the other thing. You're going to get from an AI that these are kept because they were FOIA'd, and they were FOIA'd for years. Okay, but here's the problem the FBI runs into, and the government just continues to run into. The problem is this. The FBI initially denied any involvement in Seth Rich, having no documents related to Seth Rich. Then all of a sudden, after the FOIA, it comes, oh, we have thousands of pages of stuff with Seth Rich. Well, why wouldn't you just say that in the beginning? Or use your catch-all. We have it, but we can't release it yet. It's under investigation. It's still an open case. We have.
But Jay, they were going to burn these emails. They were going to burn.
Saying.
That means that these are important. That means that these emails matter.
Well, that's what it would lead you to believe. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's the problem with the gut. When people get mad about, and listen, not all conspiracy theories are equal. They're not.
No.
Some of them, no, they're not all the same.
Some are insane.
Right. Some of them are insane. But when it's something like this, a case that revolves around what was going on at that time with WikiLeaks and Julian Assange and Hillary Clinton and
a robbery where they shoot
a robbery
you in the back
where
but don't
nothing was
steal anything.
Right, a robbery where nothing was taken.
And they shoot you in the back.
No arrest made in Washington D.C. for a murder of somebody. I'm not saying it was a prominent person, but it was somebody involved.
He worked for the White House. He was a prominent person.
I should say not a household name. It wasn't a household name.
Well, he was after he was killed.
After he was killed. But my point is, you have nothing. We have no arrests, and then you have well, we don't have anything, but then you do. This is what these are the things you guys get yourselves into.
Oh yeah.
Why? It's unnecessary unless you're really trying to cover something up.
But see, they knew so they admitted that they had those thousands of records, right? But then
after they said they didn't.
Yeah, but then they put some of them in a burn bag to be burned. These emails were in that burn bag. That tells me that these emails were important.
You know what I've also learned?
What?
That the person responsible for actually burning the burn bags isn't doing a very good job.
No, why don't you just take it right down to the incinerator? Why are you putting it in a freaking, maybe he wanted it to be found. Maybe he didn't want to burn the shit.
Maybe the guy in charge of all these burn bags was on our side.
He might have been. You never know. You never know because he didn't burn them. I'll tell you that much.
Right, because this is like the second time or third time since Kash Patel's been in as the director. We're hearing about burn bags. Jack, I never heard of burn bags before.
No, I just did in the incinerator.
But it's just I never heard the term, and now since he took over, we've heard it several times now. So I was like, "Who's the person in charge of doing the burning?"
But see, that's what that is what makes me think that he's on our side because all of these bags were not burned.
Hickser says he's a DEI hire.
Well, Jay, we got a few minutes left. I want to show you a video of Bill Gates choking his chicken.
Oh, God.
All right. Bill Gates choked his chicken, and I've got video of it.
God.
Let me show you what I'm talking about. So, if I can find it here, I will gladly show you Bill Gates choking his chicken. Let's see here. So, for those of you that don't know, Bill Gates is one of the most evil men in America. And he apparently, you know how he has the lab-grown meat? He so desperately wants people to eat lab-grown meat. And I don't know if it's climate change or power. He says it's climate change, but I don't see, you don't work that hard for something when you know it's not real. So Bill Gates, I'm gonna read this to you, okay? Let me pull this up. I want to read this to you so you guys can see it. Take a look at this. All right. This is it right here. Take a look. And I'm going to read this to you real quick. So Bill Gates wants you to eat lab-grown meat so badly, he is buying and then dumping thousands of live chickens into landfills. Videos showing hundreds of chickens being dumped into an Ohio landfill, including many still alive, have sparked outrage across the country. The landfill operator, Republic Services, has long counted Cascade Investment, Bill Gates' investment firm, as its top shareholder. So Bill Gates owns Republic, basically, because he owns the company that owns Republic. So he owns Republic, and they are literally getting chickens, live chickens, by the thousands and dumping them in landfills while they're still alive. At the same time, Gates has spent years promoting lab-grown meats, investing in plant-based and cultivated meat companies, arguing that wealthy countries should reduce conventional meat consumption. I mean, when one of the world's most influential investors, is deeply involved in reshaping the future of food, you know, people are going to ask questions when his, quote, investments become part of the story. So let me show you, Jay. I want to show everybody this man choking chickens. All right. And he doesn't actually choke the chickens, but it's funny to say, and it brings up a funny, thing in your mind. He does something worse than choking chickens, Jay. I mean, you almost prefer that the video is of him choking chickens.
Right. Let's see.
So yeah,
Where's Peter? Where's Peter? Why aren't they screaming about this?
Oh, because they don't actually give a shit.
No, they don't. No.
They don't actually give a shit.
If it was a Republican doing it, they would care.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let me pull this up. All right. I want everybody to see this. This is insane. Whoops. Why did that go off of there? There we go. All right, take a look.
Landfill? Why are some of them alive?
Look at this. That is a of chickens that they killed, and they killed all of them for no apparent reason. They killed them all, and then there was many of them that were still alive. Watch.
Oh, they smell so bad.
Shocking and
here. Oh my God.
Disturbing video spreading online. You can see a truck dumping hundreds of chickens.
That is Republic right there.
In a landfill, and some of them walking around.
I don't see how anybody could think that was the proper way to do something.
We started asking questions, beginning with the Ohio Department of Agriculture. The agency says it's aware of the videos and investigating. Officials tell ABC6 some of the birds were not euthanized before they were transported and disposed of. The state says it has ordered retraining for workers on proper
Look at the chicken flapping its wings down there.
Euthanasia, loading, and disposal procedures.
This is sick, man. This is sick. I don't even care if he is doing it for lab-grown meat. Doing it for any reason is sick.
He knew nothing about it, Jack. He had no idea.
No, of course not. He's not trying to, force us to eat lab-grown meat. He's not trying to get rid of all the chicken meat and poultry, and he doesn't own the companies that did this.
No. He was just, these are his subordinates, and he didn't know. So let's not blame Bill.
This
God.
is sick.
No, that's disturbing to watch. Actually, it really is. It really
thousands of chickens, and a bunch of them still alive, flapping their wings or, bobbing their head, and they're on a landfill. You saw thousands of chickens.
Oh yeah, that's thousands. She said hundreds. That's thousands, tens of thousands of chickens. That and are these chickens diseased? Like, why were they?
No, I looked into it. There was nothing wrong with. They actually grabbed them, killed them all after they laid eggs. There was nothing wrong with these chickens that I could find.
These people should be put in prison.
Yeah.
Bottom line,
it won't happen because Bill Gates has the money.
Forget even screw Bill Gates. The people that did it.
No,
retraining.
no, that's what I'm saying. He has the money. They're not going to touch any of his people.
Ridiculous. Yeah, retraining. Yeah. Lara, that's funny. So the retraining is going to include how not to get caught. Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly. They're going to make sure that this time they do it at night. There's a lid on the thing so you can't see the chickens. Oh yeah, they might even grind them up first.
Oh my God, it's just horrible. Horrible to watch.
Sick. All right, guys.
Well, Jack, real quick, the choking the chicken. What time is it? We have like a minute.
We got about 4 minutes.
All right. So in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Jack, what started as an investigation to stabbing and arson took a disturbing turn in Fort Wayne after a man admitted he set his own genitals on fire.
Oh man, damn it, Jay! I wanted to get to that, and you damn it, Jay. I'm glad you reminded me.
All right, maybe want to save it for tomorrow.
No, people find out about it by then.
All right.
Well, I got it in the bookmarks. Go ahead, talk about it for a second.
It says on May 6th, Fort Wayne Fire Department investigated a fire at a detached garage. Around the same time, police were responding to a reported stabbing.
Yep.
The property owners of the they said a neighbor woke them up to alert them of a fire. The owners noticed a family member, 36-year-old Christopher Peden, was missing. They encountered a stabbing victim who turned out to be Peden, according to the documents. He was taken to a hospital, claimed he'd been stabbed somewhere in downtown Fort Wayne. He also said he'd been threatened the day before. He says he told investigators he was dishonest about the stabbing.
We only got 2.5 minutes left. Let's just sum it up, guys.
All right,
this
so
guy
basically he
cut off his penis.
Yeah, he cut it off with a kitchen knife,
lit it on fire.
Yep, and threw it in the
garage.
Yeah, that's what he did. He Lorena Bobbitt himself.
Yeah,
and threw it and set it on fire and threw it into the garage.
But Jay, look at his face after he did that. He doesn't look like he's in pain. This man just cut his dick off, lit it on fire, and burned down the house. But he looks like he's not in pain.
I don't get it. He turned himself into Lord Varys. I don't know.
That's unbelievable, man. And guys, just so you know, this really happened. This guy chopped off his dick, lit it on fire, and then threw it at the garage. He didn't bleed out because I guess the police stopped it. They stitched him, took him to the hospital before but yeah, he chopped it off and lit it on fire. So there's no reattaching it.
What accelerant did he use to light?
I have no idea. But why couldn't you use something else to light the garage on fire? Why do you have to use your dick?
Obviously, this person has a lot of problems.
No. See, the thing is, he's a liberal. Only liberals do that.
He was transitioning, and he figured that's the quickest way.
Quickest way is to cut your dick off and light it on fire.
All right, go ahead.
All right, guys. So make sure you visit maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. I showed you all the awesome stuff that they have earlier today. Go to there, scan the QR code, go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Their shirts, they're awesome shirts. They've got tons of other things, but I love all the shirts they have. They have probably 100 different shirts or more, and you can get them. It's $23.99, but after the automatic 20% off and the free shipping, you get them for like $19, and that includes shipping and everything. That's incredible pricing. So go to it while you can, while they still have the deal of 20% off and free shipping everywhere in the United States. maxassociates.etsy.com. All right, guys, make sure you also follow and subscribe to us. All right, we got a lot of people watching the show right now on X. We have 1,840, and then on LFA TV, we probably have like 5 or 6 more thousand watching. So, guys, please subscribe and follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. It's the one and only way we know that we're making an impact in your lives. Our screen name is Secret America TV on every single one of those. Also, we are live Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern every single weekday. That means tomorrow night we will be live. And Fridays are always our biggest viewing show. It's the time when most people view the show over the weekend. So it's going to be our biggest show. We're going to have whatever we can find. We're going to make it big and awesome, right, Jay?
Absolutely. We'll try to give you a great show tomorrow night. I'm sure we will, because there's always something going on.
Oh yeah, always, absolutely. All right, guys. So, and yes, Squirrel, maxassociates.etsy.com. I say that's what he asked. Yes, that's correct. Go check it out. All right.
Oh,
For
yeah.
Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.